Zhou Tian, I am feeling quite hot. A young woman clad in a sheer camisole sleep dress gazed at Zhou Tian through hazy eyes. Upon pushing open the door, Zhou Tian was immediately taken aback. What on earth? Hadn't they broken up for half a month already? Why was she back here behaving provocatively? Damn it. Another attempt at seduction. Was she trying to deceive him into a night of toil, only to stir trouble and demand another breakup days later? Did she think he was a free ride? How outrageous. Hot is she? It would get even hotter soon. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Tian switched off the light and lunged forward fiercely. Once in action, he was momentarily stunned. Jiang Yue, have you gained weight? You've really outdone yourself. After our breakup, I've been waking up 8 times a night, while you seem to be sleeping soundly. In the darkness, the woman dreamily exclaimed. What are you doing? Am not my sister, I'm hot. Turn on the air conditioning. Zhou Tian snorted coldly. Still playing games, are we? What air conditioning? First, let's take care of you. You have no idea how much I've sacrificed over the years. You know exactly how I've treated you. Do you understand what it's like to endure 30 hours on hard seat? Do you know the taste of instant noodles every day for 2 months? You know, Zhou Tian felt a twinge of grievance. He shouted angrily. Jiang Yue, a breakup means a breakup. What does it mean to flaunt a rich second-generation boyfriend in front of me? Are you afraid I might cling to you? I, Zhou Tian, have never been that kind of person. When we were together, I laid my heart bare for you. But after breaking up, no matter how beautiful you are, it has nothing to do with me. I would rather remain single for life than become some pathetic sycophant. I thought we understood each other well enough. Now it seems it was all one-sided. The woman's voice was dreamy. Zhou Tian, you got all wrong. I am Jiang Shui. Zhou Tian scoffed. You played this act several times before. I'm tired of it. Now, you claim to be your mother. You initiated the breakup. You came looking for me. 3 hours later, Zhou Tian emerged from the stairwell, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Though he professed he wouldn't look back, he couldn't help but steal a glance at that small room. He had initially envisioned a lifetime with Jiang Yue. They had met online, quickly establishing a relationship and subsequently embarking on a 3-year long-distance romance. Not long after the start of their senior year, Zhou Tian relocated to this city for an internship, beginning a scandalous cohabitation with Jiang Yue. That sweet, golden period lasted for over 6 months. Then, problems began to surface. Initially, there were inexplicable arguments and cold wars, followed by 2 breakups. Half a month ago, Jiang Yue resolutely proposed another breakup and blacklisted all his contact information. Though Zhou Tian felt heartbroken, he accepted reality. Upon entering the workforce, he realized he and Jiang Yue belonged to different social strata. He had considered the possibility of a breakup long before. What infuriated Zhou Tian was that today, some fool in a sports car had the audacity to confront him downstairs, claiming he should stay away, that the breakup meant no more harassment of Jiang Yue. What a colossal joke. It was always Jiang Yue who came to seduce him. Look at that fool's pitiful demeanor. Even if he were with Jiang Yue, he surely wouldn't satisfy her. Humph, damn it. Thinking of this, Zhou Tian felt a pang in his heart, then couldn't help but console himself. Just consider it as having slept with someone else's wife for 3 years. I haven't lost anything. And besides, I just unlocked everything. What's the difference between Jiang Yue and a second marriage? That foolish second-generation heir, if he enjoys wearing a green hat, let him. As Zhou Tian pondered, he found the cheapest motel to settle in. The next morning, Zhou Tian resigned from his job at the company, insisting on leaving immediately. This left his colleagues and superiors in shock. They couldn't comprehend why the most industrious Zhou Tian would suddenly choose to resign, showing no room for negotiation. Zhou Tian walked to the trash bin downstairs. He disposed of all the gifts Jiang Yue had given him. The cactus, nicotine gum, trinkets, humidifier, water bottle, mouse and keyboard, headrest, and lumbar cushion in there. Couple photo, tossing them all into the bin. These items had once been his greatest motivation for burning the midnight oil. Now, they were nothing but garbage. Standing by the bus stop, Zhou Tian gazed at the bustling traffic ahead. Suddenly feeling an emptiness within, he had grown quite familiar with this city. After all, he had worked here for half a year. Moreover, he had traveled over 30 hours by hard seat to see Jiang Yue during every holiday. Even during the pandemic, he never ceased. Just as Zhou Tian prepared to light a cigarette, a white Porsche slowly pulled up beside him. The window rolled down that a young man with slicked back hair removed his sunglasses and looked at Zhou Tian. What a coincidence, my ex-bro. Where are you headed? I can give you a ride. Zhou Tian scoffed. Why was this foolish second-generation heir back? Though he lacked wealth, he wasn't intimidated by the affluent. With disdain, Zhou Tian retorted. Fool, did you buy a driver's license? Don't you know to stay away from the bus stop? The slick-back man was momentarily taken aback. What? How did you know? Could it be you're one of them too? Zhou Tian felt utterly dumbfounded, as though his fist had struck cotton. He looked at the slick-back man in utter perplexity. I just can't understand. Even if Jiang Yuer were to find a 40-year-old elite man, I could comprehend. But why on earth is she with a foolish son of a landlord like you? Is her family forcing her to marry you? Does your family have billions? The slick-back heir was momentarily stunned, then awkwardly chuckled. Ex-bro, I think you've misunderstood. Jiang Yuer is my cousin. I'm here to apologize to you. This time, Zhou Tian was the one caught off guard. This plot was taking an unexpected turn. According to the typical narrative, this foolish rich heir should be mocking and belittling him, then he'd receive a miraculous system to strike back. But he was Jiang Yuer's cousin, and he was here to apologize. The slick-back heir stepped out of the car, scratching his head, feeling rather awkward. It was a misunderstanding. Ex-bro, I discovered yesterday that my sister was looking at chat records, all your little essays, and thought you were harassing her after your breakup. So, I came to warn you. I was hoping to take credit when I visited my sister last night, but she scolded me harshly. She said those are messages you sent before she was just looking at them. I think my sister still has feelings for you. Were you cheating? If that's the case, I might have to send someone to deal with you. Zhou Tian could barely contain his excitement. Cheat? I've never cheated. Since being with her, I've hardly spoken to other women. I doubt. Wait, you said last night your sister at home? What time? The slick-back man stepped out of the car, recalling as he spoke. Forgot, around 8 or 9. Anyway, my sister has been at home. She hasn't stepped outside since her breakup with you. Zhou Tian's mind instantaneously erupted. What the hell? Jiang Yu was at home last night. That rental apartment had someone who looked exactly like Jiang Yu. As Zhou Tian stood there, dazed, a black Audi came barreling towards him. The intent was unmistakable light, aimed to run him down. In this moment of mental paralysis, Zhou Tian was oblivious to the approaching vehicle. However, the man beside him, sporting a slick hairstyle, had a clear view. Shit! He cursed out loud while swiftly yanking Zhou Tian to the side. Bang! A deafening crash echoed as the car collided with the bus stop. The Audi's airbags deployed. The woman in the driver's seat was left disoriented from the impact. The slick-haired man, wide-eyed, glanced at Zhou Tian, then at the woman in the car. Goodness, second sister. Even though the ex and big sister broke up, does it warrant attempted murder? And did you not see me standing here? My life counts too. At that moment, Zhou Tian had finally snapped back to reality. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and sprinted towards a crowded area. Damn it, this was it was done for. So that wasn't a Snickers bar last night. Before diving into the crowd, Zhou Tian glanced back. Jiang Yuer had stumbled out of the car, brandishing a fruit knife. The slick-haired man hurriedly intervened, blocking Jiang Yuer. Second sister, what are you doing? This has nothing to do with you. Didn't big sister say you had a decent relationship with the ex? What's going on? Jiang Yuer was practically grinding her teeth. Shut up. Do you know anyone in the underworld? I want to pay $5 million to break that bastard's legs. The slick-haired man shook his head vigorously. I don't know anyone. Second sister, did you hurt your leg? Why are you limping? Hearing this, Jiang Yuer became even angrier, nearly lunging at him with a knife. Get lost. The slick-haired man promptly fell silent. Could the bond between these twins truly be this intense? After the elder sister's breakup, the younger one was ready to take down her ex? Or was Zhou Tian genuinely a scoundrel, and Jiang Yuer was privy to some scandal? Second sister, did the ex truly cheat? By the way, big sister is so beautiful. Is Zhou Tian's paramour even more stunning? Or was he simply desperate and ended up with an ugly old hag? Jiang Yuer's complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed, her ample chest heaving with barely contained rage. Shut up. Do you hear me? Jiang Yuer took a few steps forward with a knife. Pain shot through her, causing her to gasp. She turned to the slick-haired man, berating him. Jiang Tao, are you blind? Can't you come over and help me? The slick-haired man cautiously approached. But you just told me to get lost. Jiang Yuer was infuriated again. You absolute fool. Hand over your car keys. The slick-haired man responded with an O. Jiang Shuer jumped into the Porsche, heading straight for the proctology hospital. Zhou Tian hid in an internet CF, glancing at his phone. Numerous missed calls from Jiang Shuer lined the screen, alongside WeChat messages and texts inquiring about his whereabouts. He had not replied, assuming Jiang Shuer wanted to discuss his breakup with Jiang Yu. But now it appeared. She was out for his blood. Zhou Tian swallowed hard. He had truly landed himself in a significant mess. From Jiang Shuer's perspective, he would feel compelled to kill himself. However, it was ultimately unintentional. After all, the sisters bore an uncanny resemblance, with Jiang Yu typically wearing glasses, and it was entirely Jiang Yu's penchant for mischief that led him to mistakenly believe she was seeking thrill once again. Zhou Tian hesitated for quite some time, before finally sending a message to Jiang Shuer. Xiao Shui, I truly apologize. I thought you were your sister. You see, you were in my rental apartment, wearing your sister's clothes, and we were both drunk, so, of course, it is all my fault. Do whatever you wish. Xiao Shui, I am sorry. There was no response. Zhou Tian stared at the chat window, suddenly startled. He stood up and slapped himself. In his haste, he had mistakenly typed Xie instead of Shle. Sorry became Doi Bu Qi. Now he was in even deeper trouble. Jiang Shuer would surely think he was taking advantage of her and acting lewdly. Just as Zhou Tian was prepared to explain his typing blunder, blaming it on the overly intelligent input method, Jiang Shuer replied, I want you dead. Zhou Tian broke out in a cold sweat. Stay calm. You see, this whole affair cannot be entirely blamed on me. How could I have anticipated you would suddenly show up at my place? Jiang Shuer did not respond further. Zhou Tian contemplated whether he should remove his SIM card. He feared Jiang Shuer might track him down. After all, she just attempted to run him over with a car. It was no joke. Now he couldn't return home or to school. Jiang Shuer knew both addresses. After a while, Zhou Tian received a message from Jiang Shuer requesting a meeting. He declined, suggesting an online conversation instead. Jiang Shuer did not reply again. Zhou Tian, trembling with fear, called his family and roommates, confirming that everything was normal before he felt a slight sense of relief. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Tian suddenly remembered something crucial that he steeled himself and sent Jiang Shuer another message. Could you pick up some emergency contraceptive pills from the pharmacy? Lying on her bed, Jiang Shuer saw the message and angrily hurled her phone across the room. But in her fury, she inadvertently aggravated her injury, which only fueled her anger further. At that moment, a knock came from the door. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Shui, are you okay? Can I come in? Hearing that voice, Jiang Shuer felt even more flustered. After taking a few deep breaths, she replied, I'm fine. Come in, sister. The door creaked open. The woman at the threshold stood about 165 centimeters tall. Although she wore a loose nightgown, her figure was still enticing. Her long hair cascaded around her shoulders, and she donned a pair of glasses, identical to Jiang Shuer. This was Jiang Yu. The most notable physical difference between the sisters was that Jiang Shuer was slightly more voluptuous. As for distinguishing marks, they had those too. Jiang Yu bore a mole on her chest, while Jiang Shuer had one on her left hip, but Zhou Tian had not noticed at the time. Though he sensed a difference in touch, he mistakenly believed that Jiang Yu had gained weight after their breakup, which only fueled his fervor. Jiang Yu sat at the edge of the bed, gently asking, Xiao Shui, is there something troubling you? I'm just not feeling well. I've already taken some medicine. After saying this, Jiang Shuer turned her head, unable to face her sister. Given the nature of the incident, she was at a loss for how to confront it. Jiang Yuer refrained from pressing further. Xiao Shui, I heard from Xiao Dao that you sought out Zhou Tian. I parted ways with him amicably. He has never wronged me. So please refrain from that, of course. This does not diminish your friendship, but I hope you do not cause him any distress. He has been through quite a lot. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xiaoxue felt an even deeper pang of sorrow. Goodness, she could have simply returned home after getting drunk last night. Why did she feel compelled to play the peacemaker and urge them to reconcile? And now it had come to this. She had truly indulged too much that night, to the point of blackout. She had no recollection of her actions or words. Zhou Tian spent a restless night, filled with trepidation that he contemplated extensively. Realizing that continuously evading the situation was untenable, he could not simply walk away. Regardless of how the situation arose, it was ultimately his responsibility, and thus he must address it. Consequently, he resolved to have a face-to-face discussion with Jiang Xiaoxue. Zhou Tian picked up his phone and sent a message. Xiaoxue, shall we meet to discuss? I am open to whatever you wish to do. Chapter 3. Still claiming it was unintentional? Zhou Tian had fully prepared himself for a reckless plunge into oblivion. Yet, after waiting an interminable while, he received no word from Jiang Shuer. What could be the matter? Had she not seen his messages? Zhou Tian reached out to Jiang Shuer once more via WeChat, only to be met with the ominous red exclamation mark. His anxiety intensified. He feared that Jiang Shuer was concocting something dreadful. Resolutely, Zhou Tian resolved to procure some insurance. For should calamity strike, he would at least possess some form of security. In the worst-case scenario, he could leave behind a nest egg for his parents' retirement. As noon approached, Zhou Tian still had not received any communication from Jiang Shuer, nor did any other events transpire. To hell with it. He decided to go about his business. Cautiously, he returned to his rented apartment, and upon witnessing the chaotic scene within, he felt a flush of embarrassment. The disarray bore witness to the previous night's wildness, and strewn across the table were various props. If he were to empathize, he would certainly feel the urge to retaliate if he were subjected to such brazen exploitation. A pristine new car had been transformed into a wrecked second-hand vehicle overnight. Who could accept such a fate? Now, he could only hope that Jiang Shuer had regained her composure and would opt for a lawful resolution to this predicament. Zhou Tian resolved to remain there. Should Jiang Shuer seek him out for retribution, at least she would not find him elusive. Additionally, there was another reason for his decision to stay, one he was reluctant to acknowledge. Seated on the sofa, Zhou Tian lit a cigarette and began tidying up the room. The remnants scattered across the bed, sofa, and bathroom gradually rekindled the memories of the previous night. His face flushed with heat. He had indeed behaved more savagely than a beast. Unable to contain himself, he slapped his forehead in frustration. How on earth had such a situation come to pass? Surveying the room, he realized that the majority of the furnishings were purchased by Jiang Shuer, and he found himself disinclined to discard them. After all, such an act would be somewhat self-deceptive. Moreover, he could not afford to lose these items. He was in dire financial straits. Presently, he had a mere 1,000 yuan to his name, and with the rent of 800 due at the start of the month, his unpaid wages would not be dispersed until the 10th of next month. He had acted impulsively. If only he had known better than to resign. Finding a decent job in the country now was as challenging as discovering a straight man in Chengdu. The more he pondered, the more vexed he became. Collapsing onto the sofa, pulling out his phone to invite friends for a game. However, as soon as he logged in, he found himself matched with a player named Steal My Takeout and Ascend to Heaven, You Dog. Zhou Tian instantly logged off, recognizing that it was Jiang Shuer. Although he had decided to face the consequences, encountering her in-game felt rather awkward, didn't it? In the following days, Zhou Tian lay in his rented apartment, lost in a stupor, each day consumed by a myriad of possibilities. For instance, Jiang Shuer transforms into a cunning thief, stealthily infiltrating a rental apartment in the dead of night, assuming the guise of a sister. Or perhaps Jiang Shuer unexpectedly seeks him out, proclaiming that their previous breakup was merely a fleeting emotional outburst, or perhaps born from some other understandable reason. Yet, in truth, nothing of the sort ever transpired. Did these moments simply slip away into oblivion? Zhou Tian gazed at his dwindling balance, now in the triple digits, and realized that his life could not persist in such a manner. Though his heart was tumultuous, life remained indifferent to his inner chaos. Daily expenses remained unyielding. 2 days hence, Zhou Tian arose early to wash and prepare himself before boarding a bus. He was to attend a job interview at a company today. After an hour of the bus weaving through stops, he arrived at the city center. Zhou Tian lifted his gaze toward the towering edifice before him, adjusting his collar. Prior to his employment, he had always envisioned a company as merely a single building. However, he later learned that occupying an entire floor was indicative of substantial prowess. Many companies operated within a mere couple of hundred square meters, or even less. Before submitting his resume, he had researched this company, discovering it to be quite formidable, with actual compensation aligning closely with the details in the job listing. Initially, Zhou Tian approached the opportunity with a mindset of mere experimentation, never anticipating that he would receive an interview invitation. He regarded this as an unexpected delight and thus meticulously prepared, even spending 1/5 of his remaining balance on a new hairstyle the day prior. When the receptionist ushered him to the office door, He noticed a man and a woman also awaiting their turn. Upon seeing them, Zhou Tian instantly felt a sense of futility. These two exuded an air of undeniable strength. The man's age was indeterminate, but his notably receding hairline and thinning locks suggested a wealth of professional experience, no doubt accumulated through countless late nights and overtime. The woman, appearing to be around 25 or 26, likely possessed a year or two of work experience, and more significantly, despite her formal attire, her confident demeanor was strikingly apparent. Compared to these two, Zhou Tian, a mere novice, felt utterly outmatched. Remarkably, the attitudes of the two candidates mirrored Zhou Tian's own. Thus, they treated him with warmth, exchanging friendly nods. After the man entered the office, the woman engaged Zhou Tian in conversation. Following a brief exchange, she became increasingly certain that he posed no competition. She even retrieved a bottle of water from her bag and offered it to him. Casting a sympathetic glance toward the middle-aged man emerging from within, and remarked gently, "All right, it's my turn now. Do prepare yourself. Even gaining experience is worthwhile." The woman then stood and entered the room. Zhou Tian discerned the underlying message in her words. He felt no anger, for he acknowledged the truth in her statement. Unexpectedly, she had barely been inside for a minute or two before re-emerging. Before entering, the woman was brimming with confidence, but now her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes betrayed a palpable blend of shame and anger. Zhou Tian, taken aback, rose to express concern, yet the woman ignored him entirely. With a disdainful huff directed at the door, she stormed out. Simultaneously, a middle-aged couple emerged from within, identifiable as the managers by their name tags. The man glanced at his phone, then at Zhou Tian, and with a peculiar expression remarked, "You must be Mr. Zhou Tian. Please come in. Our boss has been awaiting your arrival." Zhou Tian nodded awkwardly, sensing something off in their gazes. Instinctively, he turned back for one last look before stepping inside. To his astonishment, he found the couple had closely followed him to the entrance, their ears pressed against the door, evidently eavesdropping. The middle-aged pair, caught in the act, shared an awkward smile, retreated a step, and waved him on, saying, "Hurry along. Our boss is very interested in you. Best of luck." Oh, thank you," Zhou Tian replied, his brow furrowed in confusion. However, just as he pushed the door open, he sensed something hurtling towards his face. He swiftly dodged. Thud. Crash. A coffee cup smashed against the wall before shattering on the floor. When Zhou Tian, in a state of shock, glimpsed the young woman behind the desk, his breath caught in his throat. Instinctively, he attempted to flee through the door. Yet, as soon as it opened a crack, he heard the male manager's voice from outside. "Mr. Zhou, please continue with the interview." Bang! The door slammed shut. No matter how hard Zhou Tian pushed, it would not budge. He suddenly comprehended his dire predicament. He was like a lamb walking into a den of wolves, a self-imposed trap from which there was no escape, facing certain doom. Clinging to a shred of hope, he turned to the advancing beauty, took a deep breath, and stammered, "Xiaoxue, please calm down. You must understand that murder is against the law. Even if I, harmed you, killing me is also a crime." This last statement, however, only served to stoke the flames of her fury, exacerbating the situation further. At that moment, Jiang Shuer showcased her remarkable athleticism, swiftly closing the distance to Zhou Tian. With a knee strike, she seized his collar and, through clenched teeth, seethed, "You imbecile. How could you not distinguish between me and my sister at a glance? You claim that night was not intentional. You wretched dog, perish." Chapter 4. The Master-Servant Relationship? Zhou Tian, clutching his abdomen, hastily explained, "It truly was a misunderstanding. Who could have anticipated you would suddenly appear at the rental, dressed in your sister's clothing? The messages that day were riddled with typos. Xiaoxue, you must trust me. If I were to act deliberately, I would be struck down by an airplane the moment I step outside." Jiang Shue's face flushed crimson, a mixture of embarrassment and fury washing over her. Clenching her fists, she delivered a fierce blow to Zhou Tian's shoulder, exclaiming, "What utter nonsense. You walk on the ground while airplanes soar in the sky. How could they collide with you? Why don't you say that if you lie? You'll be struck down by a dog on the roadside? You've been with my sister for so long. Can't you tell the difference between the two of us? Moreover, you've had so many girlfriends. Surely you can articulate the distinction between a young girl and a married woman." Jiang Shuo faltered, her own embarrassment halting her words, and she raised her fists again, delivering 2 more strikes. "Who are you calling Xiaoxue? I'm 3 years your senior. I could tolerate you calling me that when you were dating my sister. But now you're pretending. Zhou Tian cowered in the corner, one hand clutching his abdomen and the other his shoulder, appearing pitifully small and helpless against the barrage of punches. He could only continue to explain, I was truly drunk that day. You know, you're just a bit heavier than your sister. In the dark, I couldn't tell the difference. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Initially, she had no recollection of that night's details, but now, Zhou Tian's words conjured vivid imagery in her mind. What was even more infuriating was that Zhou Tian seemed to be speaking the truth. Thus, the punches rained down again. Shut your mouth. I'll make you pay. You did this on purpose. You want to tarnish my reputation. Go to hell. Jiang Shui channeled her shame and anger into her fists, unleashing them upon Zhou Tian. This was no playful banter. It was a genuine assault. Zhou Tian cried out in pain, yet he did not evade her blows, allowing her to vent her frustrations. At this moment, he had calmed down, realizing that Jiang Shui's physical retaliation was far preferable to a silent and lethal attack. Although the room had decent soundproofing, Zhou Tian's cries and Jiang Shui's furious shouts were audible to the two managers outside. They exchanged bewildered glances, pondering the nature of the relationship between their boss and this male student. Could it be the fabled master-servant dynamic? And they were practicing such in the office? The youth certainly had audacity. Jiang Shui's flurry of punches and kicks persisted for 5 or 6 minutes, gradually slowing as her strength waned, as if she were exhausting her energy. Yet her gaze remained sharp, glaring at Zhou Tian with an intensity that suggested she wished to bite him into submission. Closing her eyes, she took a deep breath, the tumultuous rise and fall of her chest beginning to ease. Subsequently, Jiang Shui turned and returned to her desk. As Zhou Tian was about to speak, Jiang Shui coldly pointed towards the door and uttered a single word, "Get out." Zhou Tian quickly turned to leave, only to find that the door remained locked. Feeling somewhat helpless, he slowly turned back and winked at Jiang Shui. In response, she casually grabbed a folder from the table and threw it at him, then proceeded to tidy her hair and clothes while shouting towards the door, "Manager Song, open the door." Instantly, the door swung open. The two managers, having stolen a glance at the now flushed and breathless Jiang Shui, felt even more convinced of their previous suspicions. This young man was indeed Jiang Shui's paramour. They were astonished to discover such a peculiar preference in their boss. Zhou Tian seized the opportunity to slip away, only feeling a sense of relief once he stepped into the elevator. He certainly hadn't anticipated encountering Jiang Shui here. Despite having endured a beating, he felt considerably lighter in spirit. It seemed that Jiang Shui had no intention of resorting to extreme measures against him. In fact, prior to his breakup with Jiang Yue, Zhou Tian had shared a remarkably good rapport with Jiang Shui, almost akin to that of close friends. Over the course of more than 2 years of a long-distance relationship with Jiang Yue, Zhou Tian had spent more time gaming online with Jiang Shui than conversing with Jiang Yue herself. They were gaming partners, although Jiang Shui was not lacking in skill. She still required Zhou Tian's guidance, which led to their close camaraderie. Initially, Zhou Tian was reluctant to play along, but after Jiang Shui complained to Jiang Yue, who encouraged him to be more patient with her sister, their relationship gradually evolved as such. Who could have predicted that events would unfold in this manner? Once the office door closed, Jiang Shui took a moment to compose herself, preparing to tackle her work for the day. However, she suddenly recalled something and promptly stood up. With her heels clicking softly, she approached the mirror, gazing at her reflection. Frowning slightly, she unconsciously sucked in her stomach and muttered to herself, "Where have I gained weight? It's merely that my bust is a bit fuller and my hips are a tad rounder, all right?" Meanwhile, on the return bus, Zhou Tian stared out at the bustling cityscape, feeling a sudden sense of confusion and profound melancholy. He had lost his sense of direction. His previous visions and plans for the future had revolved entirely around Jiang Yue. Now, he not only felt adrift, but also lacked the motivation he once had. Work seemed insipid, and life had become tasteless. He struggled to find rest at night. Although this was not his first breakup, none of the past experiences had impacted him as profoundly as this one. Zhou Tian had previously remarked that Jiang Yue was no different from a married woman. In truth, he realized that he too was in a similar predicament. Returning to his small room in a daze, he removed his jacket and stepped into the bathroom to look in the mirror. His body bore the marks of Jiang Shui's blows, bruises in shades of purple and blue, and more importantly, a clear bite mark on his shoulder, stained with blood. Zhou Tian hastily procured some iodine to tend to his wound. He had previously stumbled upon a video online depicting an individual who had been bitten by another, ultimately resulting in the amputation of the hand. Although Zhou Tian believed that Jiang Shui's bite was unlikely to be so venomous, he recognized the importance of maintaining a sense of caution. As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly realized something significant. He had forgotten to inquire whether Jiang Shui had purchased any medication. However, surely Shi Wuden overlooked such an essential matter? Yet, it was said that contraceptive pills could fail. But surely, he and Jiang Shui weren't that unfortunate. Zhou Tian was indeed a person of complicated disposition, prone to excessive worry yet adept at self-reassurance. As he pondered these thoughts, he returned to the sofa, vacillating between whether to buy a ticket back to school or home for a brief respite. At that moment, his phone rang. Hello? A somewhat familiar male voice resonated from the other end. Good day, is this Mr. Zhou Tian? Congratulations. You have successfully passed the interview with our company. When might you come in for a detailed discussion? Zhou Tian was taken aback, an inkling of realization dawning upon him as his eyebrows raised slightly. Are you Manager Song Chong? The man on the line sounded somewhat surprised. Yes, indeed. I am honored that you remember my name. When would be convenient for you? Zhou Tian stared in disbelief, hardly able to fathom that he had been employed by Jiang Shui's company. This was hardly reassuring news. Most likely, Jiang Shui believed the matter was far from over and intended to ensnare him within her company, keeping him confined for her own amusement. Yet, if he were to refuse, would she concoct some other troublesome scheme? Thus, remaining in a state of uncertainty was far less desirable than confronting the tempest directly. Zhou Tian tentatively inquired, would the day after tomorrow work? The response was immediate and agreeable. Certainly, no problem. You may add me on WeChat using this phone number, and we can discuss further. All right, thank you, Manager Song. After hanging up, Zhou Tian was filled with trepidation, for he was uncertain how Jiang Shui intended to address the situation. Based on his understanding of her character, it was unlikely she would simply let bygones be bygones after having struck him. After deliberating for half an hour, Zhou Tian stood up and shouted, Damn it, if I must die, then so be it. I can't let her suffer for my actions as if she were a second-hand vehicle. 3 days later, Zhou Tian arrived punctually at the company's premises. Just as he was about to enter, a luxurious black Mercedes, worth a fortune, glided to a halt by the roadside. Upon noticing the license plate, Zhou Tian instinctively averted his gaze, attempting to slip away unnoticed. However, just as he turned, a man emerged from the vehicle, eagerly calling out to Zhou Tian. In that instant, he froze, realizing the awkwardness of the encounter. As Zhou Tian contemplated an escape from his predicament, the man in the Mercedes approached with a hurried gait, grasping his arm and lamenting in a tone imbued with desperation. Zhou, what a stroke of fortune to see you. You must help me. I cannot fathom what has happened to Shui. This morning, after merely exchanging a few words, she blacklisted me. What do you think? He paused mid-sentence, noticing Zhou Tian's altered demeanor. Following Zhou Tian's gaze, his face lit up with surprise upon seeing Jiang Shui stepping out of a taxi. In an instant, he cast aside the plight of Zhou Tian, dashing towards Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui cast a frigid glance at the man in the Mercedes, and her subsequent words nearly caused Zhou Tian and the distressed gentleman to collapse on the spot. I am already carrying Zhou Tian's child. If you continue to pursue me, he will ensure you understand what the investigation bureau entails. Chapter 5. Mother's Strike. Jiang Shui sauntered into the building, leaving behind a tantalizing silhouette. The man in the Mercedes, regaining his senses, hastened after her, but was swiftly intercepted by security. After fruitless negotiations, he returned to Zhou Tian's side. Instantly, Zhou Tian felt a surge of anxiety. He was about to clarify the situation when the man patted his shoulder, offering a resigned smile. You need not explain, brother-in-law. Shui is clearly speaking nonsense. I am no fool. How could I possibly believe her? Zhou Tian sighed in relief, grateful that Jiang Shui's eccentric persona was so well established. Otherwise, he might have found himself in quite a bind. However, the distressed man immediately added, Still, I must beg you for assistance, brother-in-law. I have no idea what has transpired. Surely, even if they have parted ways, I deserve to know the reason. I have matters to attend to at work. Please help me out. I promise to treat you to a drink another day. As he spoke, the man retrieved a card from his wallet and slipped it into Zhou Tian's pocket. Brother-in-law, this is a lifetime platinum card for Jiangwan Hotel. Whenever you and sister you have the time, do indulge yourselves. Don't decline. It's all in the family business. After all, a knowing smile flickered across the man's face, one that all men would understand, before he hurriedly entered his vehicle. Zhou Tian, holding the card, found himself both amused and exasperated, reflecting on how their situations were not so dissimilar. Both had been unceremoniously blacklisted without clarity or reason. Gazing at the departing Mercedes, Zhou Tian felt a complex swirl of emotions. Whether sympathy or bewilderment was hard to discern. The man in the Mercedes and Jiang Shuer were clearly engaged in a mutually agreeable arrangement. Jiang Shuer had explicitly informed him that he was merely a tool, a means to navigate social gatherings and deter other suitors. The prospect of anything further was as improbable as the earth exploding. Yet, despite this understanding, the man in the Mercedes felt as though he had won the lottery. He believed that even as Jiang Shuer's shield, he was among the fortunate few selected for this role. Even though he had yet to savor any tangible affection, he remained content. Moreover, the sensation of being the object of envy among numerous men is intoxicating, even if it is but a fade. It is akin to someone taking out loans to elevate their status as a top-tier online host. However, Jiang Shuer has never even accepted a breakfast from him, instead depositing a substantial sum into his bank account, which could be considered her payment for his performance. Zhou Tian shook his head and proceeded into the building. To his surprise, as he turned a corner, he spotted Jiang Shuer waiting for the elevator. Those around her, also awaiting the elevator, occasionally cast glances in her direction. For indeed, the second miss of the Jiang family is a paragon of beauty. Her skin is as fair as snow, her figure tall and voluptuous, with proportions that are nothing short of perfect. She donned a light blue long dress, which concealed her stunningly sensual form almost entirely. With only a hint of makeup, she exuded a pure elegance, radiating an elusive aura that compelled those nearby to instinctively maintain a respectful distance. This look was markedly different from Jiang Shuer's usual style. From Zhou Tian's recollections, every previous encounter with his sister-in-law had left him with a singular impression: sensuality. This contrasted sharply with her sister, Jiang Yuer, who reserved her alluring garments for moments alone with Zhou Tian. Moreover, Jiang Yuer possessed an innate warmth and gentleness, her emotions remarkably stable at all times. Nonetheless, the allure that both sisters exuded transcended gender. Jiang Shuer noticed Zhou Tian's gaze upon her and immediately shot him a fierce look, prompting him to hastily avert his eyes. It was not that he feared Jiang Shuer, but rather, he felt a profound sense of guilt, one that weighed heavily upon him. Additionally, during their previous interactions, Zhou Tian, as the brother-in-law, had naturally deferred to his slightly younger sister-in-law, a habit that had developed over time. In recent days, Zhou Tian had been plagued by anxiety, and Jiang Shuer too was not faring much better, often finding herself ensnared in absurd dreams. For instance, she found herself reliving that fateful night or dreaming that she was Zhou Tian's legitimate girlfriend, only to have her sister usurp him. The absurdity of these dreams had reached an unprecedented level. Yet, this prompted Jiang Shuer to a sudden realization. Despite the rampant chaos of the world, nothing could replace humanity. Who would have thought that twin sisters could bear the children of the same man, and whether those offspring would resemble one another or not? Ding! The sound of the elevator doors opening interrupted Jiang Shuer's reverie. Everyone naturally allowed her to step into the elevator first, just as Zhou Tian hesitated about entering. A single glance from Jiang Shuer caused him to remain rooted in place, staring at his own feet. The elevator doors slowly closed, and Zhou Tian let out a soft sigh, as he pondered the peculiar reality of being subjected to the piercing gaze of others even before officially commencing his duties. He mused that once employed, Jiang Shuer would undoubtedly treat him as a mere pawn, a jester to amuse herself. Surely, she wouldn't impose a collar upon him, compelling him to prostrate himself and bark like a dog. Such absurdity seemed unlikely, considering this was a reputable corporation. Moreover, one must never endure humiliation. If it came to that, he could always make a swift exit. Zhou Tian stepped into another elevator, taking a moment to tidy his appearance. Although he had yet to graduate, he felt little trepidation regarding the professional realm and society at large. He believed that the lives of the subjugated were fundamentally similar. It merely depended on whether one toiled in the fields or served as a steed. Furthermore, having come from humble beginnings, Zhou Tian had sought ways to earn money since his high school summer breaks. Compared to those times, his current situation was considerably better. He was a man who understood the value of contentment. However, as he entered the company, A wave of anxiety washed over him. For Jiang Shuer was stationed near the reception area. She cast a fleeting glance in his direction, then lowered her gaze to her exquisite wristwatch, coolly remarking, "Late on your first day of internship? What kind of attitude is that? Do modern university students possess no sense of time? Remember, this is a one-time exception." With that, she turned on her heels, her petite high heels clicking sharply against the floor. The two young women at the reception exchanged bewildered glances, both taken aback by Jiang Shuer's unusual demeanor, particularly towards new employees. Typically, she was lenient regarding attendance, as long as performance metrics were met. Zhou Tian thought to himself, had it not been for her so-called tool, and had she not denied him entry to the elevator, could he really have been late by even a minute? And how could she chide him for a lack of punctuality? In all their previous gaming sessions, he had often waited for her, and every time she invited him to dine with her sister, it was he and her sister who had awaited her arrival. Nevertheless, Zhou Tian dismissed his irritation, recognizing that Jiang Shuer was merely venting her frustrations. After completing his onboarding procedures in the HR department, Zhou Tian spent half an hour staring blankly at his computer screen, feeling increasingly anxious. Observing his colleagues bustling about, he wondered why no one had approached him with tasks. Hesitant, he sought out the department manager, who advised him to familiarize himself with the new environment, assuring him that someone would soon assign his duties. Thus, Zhou Tian returned to his seat, once again idly waiting. In this lull of inactivity, Zhou Tian opened the dormitory group chat for Huada 4. He scrolled through the messages, most sent by a user with the amusing nickname Liang Shambua and Pig Heart, and another known as Mom. Am I a thief? These two individuals not only had comical usernames, but also outrageous profile pictures. One featured Tomcat clad in the red cloud cloak of Naruto, while the other displayed Tang Sung riding a motorcycle. The chat content was predictably mundane, filled with discussions about games and forwarded messages from various sources. Zhou Tian dared not peruse these conversations in a public setting. On a casual whim, Zhou Tian sent a message. Within a mere 2 minutes, Zhu Hard came back with a response. Do those 3 ellipses signify that you watched 3 films last night? Wah, the younger student immediately mocked. Huh? Brother Tian is unlike you, a lone wolf. He has a girlfriend, and she is of flower-like beauty. Damn, the absence of a girlfriend is merely a testament to my high standards. I prefer quality over quantity, do you understand? If I were a bit more casual, there would be girls lined up from here to the school gate just to cook for me. Ha ha, Brother Zhu, your humor remains intact. If what you have were seen by others, the line of those mocking you would indeed stretch from the dormitory to the school gate, and I don't mean our school gate, but the one 3 kilometers away at the normal university. Brother Zhu, you don't even need to invoke the phrase quality over quantity. You wouldn't be able to write those characters without your phone, would you? I see you're just waiting to rot in bed. By the way, Brother Zhu, my grandmother's farm is missing a pig. Could you perhaps step in temporarily? The pig feed is yours for the taking. Subsequently, the two ceased their banter, likely engaging in a physical tussle within their dorm. The roommates remained unaware of Zhou Tian's recent breakup. It wasn't out of embarrassment that he refrained from sharing, but rather due to his understanding of these two. He knew they would undoubtedly fly over to find him, and Zhou Tian found that to be an inconvenience. These two, one named Zhu Ping and the other Luo Qiqing, hailed from remarkably affluent families. To what extent? They were so privileged that despite struggling in vocational school, they ultimately became Zhou Tian's classmates. Therefore, they harbored no concerns about their post-graduation prospects. Their families had already arranged their futures. One was set to take a position with a government job, while the other was prepared to join the family branch as an executive. Meanwhile, their more reticent roommate, Li Wen, came from a family slightly better off than Zhou Tian's, yet still just an ordinary family from a county, and he was currently interning in another city. Typically quiet, Li Wen saw Zhou Tian's message in the group chat and belatedly replied, "How have you been, Brother Tian? Keeping busy?" Zhou Tian ignored the ongoing bickering between Zhu Ping and Luo Qiqing and responded to Li Wen, "Hey, I'm just taking it easy. If I were busy, I wouldn't have time to message. When do you plan to return to campus? We should go back together." The bickering between Zhu Ping and Luo Qiqing paused, as they both comprehended the implication of Zhou Tian's final statement. With merely 2 months left until graduation, their opportunities for gathering would dwindle, and future encounters would undoubtedly become increasingly rare. After all, they were all about to step into society, each with their own responsibilities, especially Zhou Tian and Li Wen. who would be striving for their livelihoods. Furthermore, the four of them were truly from all corners of the country, making reunions a challenge in the future. The atmosphere in the group chat grew somewhat subdued. Just as Zhou Tian was about to say something, he heard the sound of high heels approaching, and upon looking up, he was met with the coldly beautiful visage of Jiang Shuer. In the fleeting moment when their gazes met, Zhou Tian promptly stowed away his phone. Jiang Shuer's lips twitched slightly, stifling a laugh, for Zhou Tian resembled a student caught red-handed playing with his phone during class. Ahem. Jiang Shuer coughed lightly. Am I paying you to play on your phone? Zhou Tian immediately shook his head in embarrassment. With Jiang Shuer's arrival, the attention of their colleagues naturally gravitated towards them. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Zhou Tian's face flushed crimson. Observing him with his head bowed, red-faced as if bathed in blood, Jiang Shuer could almost feel the warmth emanating from his face. She gently bit her lip, not out of anger but rather in restraint, as an inexplicable impulse surged within her. She had an overwhelming desire to take a bite out of Zhou Tian. This impulse was akin to her feelings towards adorable little creatures, albeit far more intense. With a huff, Jiang Shuer turned, coolly instructing, "Wait for me in the underground parking lot." Chapter 6. Taking you for sterilization. Zhou Tian stood in the underground parking lot, a look of bewilderment on his face as he waited for 20 minutes. He couldn't fathom Jiang Shuer's intentions. Was this some sort of game she was playing? No, that seemed unlikely, as it was too trivial for her character. If she had suggested he wear a thong in the dead of winter while holding a sign for same-sex dating in a shopping plaza, that would have been more in line with her ruthless nature. Just as Zhou Tian contemplated finding a place to sit or crouch, the elevator doors suddenly opened. At that moment, Jiang Shuer not only had changed her attire, but also enhanced her makeup, exuding a greater air of professionalism and maturity. In simple terms, she had transformed from a youthful, aloof woman into an elegant professional. Having witnessed Jiang Shuer in various outfits, Zhou Tian could not deny that she had the ability to make any attire look stunning, conveying the desired impression. Of course, Jiang Yu could do the same. Jiang Shuer didn't even glance at him. Instead, she reached into her handbag and pressed a button, causing the lights of a nearby BMW 5 to illuminate. In the quiet, empty underground parking lot, the sound of her high heels resonated crisply. After taking a few steps toward the car, she turned back with a frown upon hearing no footsteps behind her. Seeing Zhou Tian still frozen in place only fueled her dissatisfaction. "You fool. Don't you know to come over and open the door for me now that the boss is leaving?" With no one else around, Jiang Shuer clearly dropped her facade. "Huh. Oh. Zhou Tian was momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly jogged to the car. However, when Jiang Shuer saw him blankly opening the driver's side door and staring at her, the urge to bite him surged once more. She could not fathom how Zhou Tian could be so foolish. "Zhou Tian, you absolute fool. Have you ever seen a boss driving for their employee? Have you eaten too much of that pinhao fan?" Zhou Tian innocently scratched his head. "Huh? No, I've just been eating instant noodles these past few days." Jiang Shuer had initially prepared to continue her tirade, but she was momentarily silenced by Zhou Tian's words. Although she was not a celestial being untouched by the world, her upbringing and circumstances were far from ordinary, especially in contrast to someone like Zhou Tian, who came from a humble rural family. It was only through her interactions with him that she began to grasp what the life of an ordinary person entailed. The term pinhao fan was something she had stumbled upon while surfing the internet, and had not understood its meaning until she heard Zhou Tian mention it a few times. Out of curiosity, she researched it and was deeply moved to learn what it was. Upon discovering this, she almost broke into tears and promptly transferred a significant amount of money to Zhou Tian. However, he had never accepted her money. Instead, every year on Children's Day, the Spring Festival, and her birthday, he would gift her presents and red envelopes under the guise of being her brother-in-law. Jiang Shuer was aware that those funds were earned through Zhou Tian's part-time jobs during holidays, as he usually had little time to play games with her. His recent remarks softened Jiang Shuer's heart slightly, yet her words remained harsh. "Useless. Can't even afford pinhao fan. Just drive." Zhou Tian blinked. You forgot. I don't have a driver's license, nor can I drive." Jiang Shuer, taken aback, glared at him in anger. "Didn't you say you were going to take the test during the last holiday? Were you lying to me?" Zhou Tian looked innocent. "That was the plan. But I ran out of money." Jiang Shuer intended to scold him further, but suddenly remembered that he had likely spent his money on birthday gifts for himself and his sister. Taking a deep breath, She closed her eyes, turned, and climbed into the driver's seat, shutting the door behind her. When she noticed Zhou Tian still standing outside, bewildered, she rolled down the window a crack. Zhou Tian, are you waiting for me to carry you into the car? Zhou Tian immediately shook his head. Oh no. I can't drive, so why would I follow you? Should I call someone else? Jiang Shuer clenched her fists tightly, trying to contain her frustration, finally exhaling like a deflated balloon. Zhou Tian, how can you be this obtuse? I am your boss now. You must do as I say, understand? Are you questioning me? How did you manage those previous classes? Zhou Tian felt a bit awkward. I didn't deal with bosses before. I just focused on working. You know me. I'm not good at socializing. I'm an introvert. I know nothing. Silence. Hurry and get in the car. Are you still feeling shy? You can scroll through the websites in your favorites for 2 minutes. Do you remember which is which? Zhou Tian's face flushed slightly, and he dared not respond. Thinking to himself, haven't you seen them? Each of those websites is annotated, detailing their unique content and stylistic characteristics. Of course, these were not merely a result of his idle browsing. They were meticulously curated and shared with him by Luo Qiqing, a junior from his university, alongside his senior. Zhu Ge, Zhou Tian, a young man with a girlfriend at the time, had saved them in hopes of progressing together with Jiang Yuer. It must be said that Jiang Yuer was the epitome of a perfect girlfriend, beautiful, well-shaped, pleasant in disposition, emotionally stable, unmaterialistic, and not mundane. She presented herself with grace and poise in public, yet in private, she was the ideal companion, always accommodating Zhou Tian's needs and frequently surprising him with delightful gestures. As these thoughts crossed Zhou Tian's mind, he sighed softly. Damn it, the cherished wife he had raised himself, who would benefit from her in the future. Jiang Shuer noticed Zhou Tian lost in thought and felt an overwhelming urge to slap him awake. She honked the horn impatiently, startling Zhou Tian, causing his phone to nearly fly from his hands. Seeing his startled expression made Jiang Shuer feel both exasperated and amused. Soon after, Zhou Tian cautiously settled into the back seat of the car, and Jiang Shuer chose not to dwell on his behavior. The vehicle started, smoothly merging into the flow of traffic. Was Zhou Tian truly that dim-witted? Certainly not. As the second child in his family, he had learned to read the room from a young age, adeptly discerning the thoughts and feelings of those around him. For instance, the more pitiful and foolish he appeared, the less Jiang Shuer would be inclined to be harsh with him, as she was a classic case of being tough on the outside but soft-hearted within. From a male perspective, Zhou Tian's feigned ignorance might seem somewhat disingenuous, but in the realm of survival, there was nothing shameful about it. He had gradually matured from an innocent boy into the person he was today. Despite his penchant for playing the fool, Zhou Tian was genuine with everyone. Otherwise, he would not have garnered such sincere friendships and the affection of numerous girls. After all, people are not fools. While intelligence varies among individuals, the differences are often minimal, merely a matter of quicker or slower reactions. A truly intelligent person does not perceive themselves as vastly superior to others, nor do they believe themselves to be the smartest of all. Approximately 10 minutes into the drive, Zhou Tian cautiously inquired, where are we going? Jiang Shuer softly uttered 2 words, the hospital. Zhou Tian's face instantly morphed into a look of confusion. The hospital? What are we going to the hospital for? Jiang Shuer's next words made him instinctively tighten his legs. Jiang Shuer revealed a hint of a cold smile. I'll take you for a sterilization. Chapter 7. Playing more than in the garden. Zhou Tian immediately placed his hand on the car door. Although this proposition seemed utterly absurd, it was oddly reminiscent of something Jiang Shuer would indeed suggest. Observing Zhou Tian's reaction, a wave of vindictive pleasure surged within her, and she languidly remarked, "What is the matter? Weren't you the one who enlightened me about how sterilization is both beneficial and detrimental for men? You mentioned that ancient eunuchs often lived longer and maintained better skin. You even claimed that pets experience similar outcomes, supported by data. And you said that if, decades from now, I feared my partner might depart prematurely, I could just have him castrated, since it would no longer be necessary. Perhaps even allowing him to accompany me a few more years? Aren't you always proclaiming your desire to live until 2100 to witness the world then? I'm offering to finance your sterilization to prolong your life a bit. Isn't that wonderful? Hurry up and say thank you." Zhou Tian, with a sorrowful expression, thought to himself, if I become a eunuch, even 1,000 years wouldn't bring me joy. He coughed. Well, the benefits and detriments surely outweigh each other. If a man cannot perform, can he still be called a man? I was merely jesting before. Please don't take it seriously. Where exactly are we headed? Jiang Shuer snorted disdainfully, casually tossing a tissue box at him. You wretch, is that all that occupies your mind? I cannot fathom how my sister ever fell for such a wretched creature as you. Zhou Tian let out a lament, catching the tissue box that had fallen from his chest. You know, my relationship with your sister is that of soulmates. We didn't even communicate verbally at first, let alone meet. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuer grew even angrier, feeling an overwhelming urge to crush Zhou Tian's face underfoot. You two are soulmates. The clothes and little props my sister bought, I can hardly bear to look at. You've played far more than in any garden. Silence. How dare you even mention my sister? I could kill you. Zhou Tian fell silent. Jiang Shuer's chest heaved with indignation as she angrily opened the car window. A heavy silence enveloped the car, while the external clamor seeped into their ears. Though it was only early April, the midday sun brought warm breezes through the window. And Jiang Shuer, who was particularly sensitive to heat and prone to sweating, quickly shut the window again. Shortly after, music began to play. Handkerchief. This song revealed that Jiang Shuer had an impressively fast internet connection. Had their relationship been normal previously, she would have definitely urged Zhou Tian to stand up immediately due to the lack of seating. She knew he would comprehend the jest and would gladly engage in her abstract humor. However, their relationship had grown so complex that they could no longer enjoy playful banter together. Jiang Shuer promptly switched off the music. After another 10 minutes of driving, the car gradually came to a halt. Zhou Tian gazed at the nearby municipal hospital, unable to suppress a gulp. Damn, we really have come to the hospital? Is it truly feasible for one to undergo sterilization themselves? That seems rather unrealistic. I, for one, do not consent, and I doubt the hospital would dare to proceed. Could it be that Jiang Shuer has utilized her family's financial clout to forcibly castrate herself, only to have a few doctors rush in to restrain her? Jiang Shuer, glancing back at the visibly anxious Zhou Tian, felt a mix of exhilaration and an overwhelming urge to stuff her high heels into his mouth. How absurd. Never in her life had she imagined she would find herself in a hospital regarding her own situation, all thanks to that scoundrel, Zhou Tian. The more she contemplated, the angrier she became, yet regrettably, she had no handy weapon at her disposal. Although Zhou Tian had previously maintained excellent composure, the allure of Jiang Shuer's ample bosom was indeed too tempting to resist a glance. He truly had no improper thoughts. However, in Jiang Shuer's eyes, it appeared as though Zhou Tian had been coveting her for quite some time. Get out of the car. Stand by the vehicle. Do not venture anywhere else, or you'll regret it. Having spoken, Jiang Shuer briskly marched toward the hospital, her bag in hand. As she neared the entrance, she cast a backward glance and, seeing Zhou Tian dutifully standing by the car door, let out a huff. Jiang Shuer first pulled out her phone to send a message to someone before proceeding to the proctology department. Zhou Tian remained utterly perplexed. Is this really it? Am I to endure the scorching sun here? While it was indeed somewhat warm, it hardly constituted torture. Surely, no one would forcibly drag him into the hospital to donate a kidney or something of that sort. Zhou Tian cautiously observed the hospital entrance for a considerable time. Yet no unforeseen events transpired. He shifted his stance, leaning against a willow tree, pulling out a cigarette and a lighter from his pocket. This willow tree was exceedingly lush, its branches gracefully cascading to the ground, resembling a grand green umbrella. In the sunlight, the leaves exhibited a delightful pale green hue. As he exhaled the smoke slowly, a hint of melancholy flickered in Zhou Tian's eyes. He found himself missing home. Without the ties to Jiang, this city held little allure for him. Had it not been for that unfortunate incident with Jiang Shuer, he would likely have returned to his quaint village by now. His original plan was to retreat home for a while and then seek employment in the nearby small town. Zhou Tian did not believe that after parting from Jiang, he would remain unmarried for life. That seemed impractical. He was no brooding male lead from a romance novel, merely someone in need of a prolonged period of solitude. After taking a deep drag from his cigarette, Zhou Tian checked his phone. In the past, if he had gone half an hour without glancing at his device, he would invariably have several unread messages from Jiang. Although she was also busy with work and had numerous responsibilities, she always found a few moments to send a message. They had been in a relationship for 3 years, yet it seemed as if they were still in the throes of passion. Whenever they had the time, messages flew back and forth, often interspersed with the words, "I miss you." Their love affair had been in motion for nearly 2,000 days. In truth, The extent to which a person truly likes and loves oneself can be perceived. Thus, Zhou Tian and Jiang Yue had never doubted each other's feelings. However, how did they arrive at this juncture? Zhou Tian could not fathom it, nor did he intend to delve deeper. He understood Jiang Yue's character. If she had made such a decision, it must have been a choice born of careful contemplation and resolute determination. Zhou Tian retracted his thoughts, directing his gaze to the screen. The messages in the Huada dormitory group had reached a staggering 99, the last message lingering from 10 minutes prior. Most of the messages had been exchanged between Zhu Ping and Luo Qiqing, as these two were typically ensconced in their dorms playing video games. While such affluent heirs might be deemed lacking in ambition, they were a source of ease for their families. As long as they did not cause trouble or engage in perilous endeavors, their families were content. After all, the future did not necessitate their children to struggle or toil. Being born into a fortunate circumstance could indeed resolve 90% of life's challenges. Leaning against a tree while smoking, at the hospital, within the examination room, a female doctor donned in a mask and gloves remarked, "Miss Jiang, to be candid, your posterior is truly exquisite. In my years of practice, I have seen no fewer than 8,000, and yours is undoubtedly the most beautiful and alluring." Chapter 8. If I were to fancy your ex-boyfriend Jiang Shuer stood by the window, discreetly gazing outside, letting out a soft hum. After standing there for several minutes, she made her way out of the hospital. Upon noticing Jiang Shuer exiting, Zhou Tian rushed over to open the car door, displaying an eager courtesy. Jiang Shuer shot him a glare. Had any other person performed such an act towards her, she would have ensured they regretted it for a lifetime. Yet, it was Zhou Tian, and fate had conspired against her. The car slowly began to move. Zhou Tian soon realized they were not headed back to the company. Ahem. Miss Jiang, where are we going? Jiang Shuer, with a displeased pout, retorted, "Why are you so full of nonsense? Remember your place. What do you fear? Am I going to sell you to the electrical park? With your pitiful state, they might not even want you." Jiang Shuer huffed again, "You wretched thing. If it weren't for my sister, you would be surrounded by burly men by now, and it would be 100 times a day. Letting you know how infuriating it is." Zhou Tian dared not speak, quickly averting his gaze. He could sense that Jiang Shuer's emotions were predominantly a mix of embarrassment and anger, a restless fury simmering just beneath the surface, yet devoid of hatred. Or if it existed, it was minimal. Otherwise, Jiang Shuer would never allow him to see her again, nor would she permit him to sit near her at that moment. Initially, based on Zhou Tian's conjecture, he believed that the most likely course of action for Jiang Shuer would be to hire someone to give him a severe beating, leaving him bedridden in a hospital for a year and a half, after which he would be expelled from the city, ensuring that the two of them would never have any ties again. However, the actions Jiang Shuer was currently taking were indeed perplexing to him. The only silver lining was that both of them had somewhat blurred memories of that night. Otherwise, the awkwardness would have reached unbearable heights. While Zhou Tian was lost in thought, Jiang Shuer suddenly asked angrily, "You scoundrel, why did you break up with my sister? Is it because you couldn't control yourself and did something to betray her?" Zhou Tian blinked, feeling quite wronged. "How could that be? You know very well that my days are consumed with classes and work. Aside from you and your sister, I hardly interact with any other women. It was your sister who proposed the breakup, and I still don't understand why." Jiang Shuer frowned, and she found Zhou Tian's words believable. She snorted coldly. "It must be that your physical condition has declined. My sister probably wants to find someone younger. Don't you know that they say men over 25 can only chat? And you, at just 22, are already failing? What a waste. Men are indeed very sensitive about these matters." Zhou Tian instinctively muttered under his breath, "Am I failing? Am I not capable?" But he quickly silenced himself, though it was too late. A bottle of mineral water had already been hurled at him. It struck his forehead with a painful thud, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Jiang Shuer gritted her teeth, ready to scold him, but then suddenly broke into a smile. "You scoundrel, the toy I bought for you has arrived. I promise it will bring you a refreshing experience." Zhou Tian's eyes widened instantly. "Don't mess with me, Shuer. We've been together for nearly 3 years. This was truly unintentional, a complete misunderstanding. Whatever you want me to do to make amends, I will agree." Jiang Shuer raised an eyebrow. "Make amends? With what will you compensate? Money? You earn less in a year than I do in a day. You have 2 choices now. Either pursue legal avenues and end up in prison, or let me return the favor. I've heard that they treat rapists quite affectionately in prison. And a man like you, with such fair skin and a fine figure, would surely be quite popular in there. After 3 to 5 years of workouts, you might find yourself needing adult diapers upon release. Don't worry. I'll cover the expenses. It'll be like charity for helping the disabled. A rosy hue crept across Jiang Schwenner's beautiful face, resembling a charming yet twisted workplace queen. She envisioned the torment Zhou Tian would endure, and she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Zhou Tian was on the verge of tears. Schwer. Considering I was almost your brother-in-law and our friendship of over 2 years, could there possibly be a third option? Jiang Schwer gradually restrained her laughter, revealing a contemplative expression. In truth, her intention was merely to intimidate Zhou Tian. Had she genuinely wished to imprison him, she could have long since arranged for that, ensuring he would never see the light of day again. As for the second option, she found herself genuinely tempted, yet simultaneously repulsed. Moreover, with her distorted perception of Zhou Tian, she contemplated whether this might even serve as a form of reward for him. In fact, Jiang Schwer had yet to determine the precise manner in which to punish Zhou Tian. If it were not for Jiang Yuer, she might have considered letting Zhou Tian. Jiang Schwer shook her head lightly, casting aside those hypothetical musings, and turned her gaze toward Zhou Tian, offering a cold smirk. Indeed, I could transform you into a eunuch, catering to my every whim for the rest of your life. Zhou Tian blinked. What if I don't want to become a eunuch? Jiang Schwer promptly hurled a bottle of mineral water at him, thinking to herself, you don't wish to be a eunuch, yet you aspire to be my husband. Scoundrel. Wretched creature. Utter fool. Suddenly, Jiang Schwer halted the car at the roadside and, in a fit of anger, commanded, go buy me 2 bottles of water. Zhou Tian glanced at the 2 unopened bottles beside him. But we already have some here. Jiang Schwer glared at him. You've touched them. I find them dirty. Hurry up. You can't use your hands. Zhou Tian pressed his lips together, fully aware that Jiang Schwer was merely toying with him. Yet there was little choice but to exit the vehicle. The moment he stepped out and closed the door, Jiang Schwer sped off, extending her middle finger out of the window while shouting, be back at the company before 11:30. Or else, I'll have your head. At 1:30 in the morning. Having slept for a mere hour, Jiang Schwer awoke with a start. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Beads of perspiration dotted her forehead, and even the strands of hair on her cheeks were dampened by sweat. She stared blankly at the ceiling, unable to suppress her racing thoughts about the dream she had just experienced. Her face visibly reddened further. After a prolonged moment of reflection, the tumultuous longing and disquietude within her remained unassuaged. Even after a cold shower, the heat persisted. Unable to resist, she retrieved a can of beer from the refrigerator, took a hearty swig, and settled by the window, opening it wide. Outside, the night was tranquil, the moonlight gentle, and the evening breeze refreshing yet devoid of chill, imbued with the sense of summer. This delightful and romantic atmosphere only exacerbated Jiang Schwer's outrageous and transgressive thoughts. After another gulp of beer, she dialed a number. The phone rang for an eternity before being answered. Hello? Came the voice of a young man, sounding startled. Who is this, calling at such an ungodly hour? A woman's voice soon followed. Go to the kitchen and make me some noodles. Hey, Xiao Shui, your question is rather amusing. You woke me up with your call and then ask if I'm still awake. Haha, the call came a bit late, didn't it? If only you had reached out an hour ago, it might have added some excitement to my evening. What is up? Are you inviting me out? Jiang Schwer felt a tinge of embarrassment. No, it's not that. I just wanted to discuss something with you. The woman on the other end of the line immediately perked up. Oh, discussing matters with me at this hour? I'm not really into girls. Jiang Schwer felt a bit of a headache. Oh, Qianjia, please don't joke around. What I want to ask is, hypothetically, if I were to develop feelings for your ex-boyfriend, would you be upset and refuse to speak to me for the rest of your life? Chapter 9, Zhou Tian. Are you even human? On the other end of the line, Qianjia was momentarily taken aback. Huh, my ex-boyfriend? Didn't you say you despised those muscle-bound types? But if you suddenly found interest, why would I be angry? My taste has changed. I now prefer younger guys. Jiang Schwer frowned, feeling her explanation was perhaps unclear. Ahem. No, I could never like your gorilla of an ex. Let me rephrase. I have a very close friend who just broke up with her boyfriend. And another dear friend has taken a liking to her ex. Don't you think that's a bit unethical? Qianjia couldn't help but laugh. All right, stop pretending. This is classic I have a friend rhetoric. Just admit you like your friend's ex. Jiang Schwer immediately shook her head, blushing. No, that's impossible. Qianjia chuckled. Please, no need for explanations. I understand what is happening. How could such a clever girl like you make a blunder over something so trivial? First of all, they didn't divorce. They broke up, which means there's no longer a relationship. It's completely normal for each to move on and find new partners. If you like him, why not pursue him? You've waited long enough. Do you really want to keep waiting? Jiang Shuider stubbornly retorted, no, it's truly not me. Don't drag me into this. Fine, it's not you. Enough of the chatter. Tell your other friend to take action. Such precious youth shouldn't be wasted. It would be a disservice to oneself. Jiang Shuider swallowed hard. But my friend feels a lot of psychological pressure because she is extremely close to the other sister. They are practically like siblings. If she were to proceed, how would they face each other afterwards? She doesn't want to lose her sister. On the other end, Qian Jie scoffed. Let me ask you a question. Do sisters sleep in the same bed every day for a lifetime, or do couples? Of course, the answer to this question doesn't contradict what you're saying, as you've already established that they broke up. If it were you, and your ex-boyfriend was with me, how would you feel? I would be terrified of you inviting me to hang out with you both. On the other end of the line, Sister Qian was amused. Oh, come now. Although I change boyfriends as frequently as one changes clothes, I would never engage in polyamorous games. I only relish the sweetness of a duet. Anyway, I've just spent nearly 2 hours practicing yoga with my little boyfriend, and I am utterly exhausted. If there's nothing else, I shall retire for the night. Jiang Shuider hastily interjected. Don't hang up. We haven't clarified everything yet. Sister Qian yawned, huh? We haven't clarified? You usually speak so candidly. How come you're being so fussy over this trivial matter? Quickly, tell me what else is on your mind. Jiang Shuider scratched her head. Before we delve into sisterly matters, let us discuss that ex-boyfriend of mine. He is quite sentimental, and having just parted ways, he will likely refrain from dating for some time. Furthermore, he may not necessarily develop feelings for another sister. Sister Qian immediately exclaimed, your sister, being both alluring and affluent. How could any man resist her? That is simply inconceivable. Unless he is unwell. Jiang Shuider mumbled. He is in perfectly good health, better than your 18-year-old pup. Sister Qian was taken aback. Wait, have you already? Then why the hesitation? Jiang Shuider raised her voice. No. I shall reiterate, this matter is not related to me. Sister Qian, suppressing her laughter, replied, All right, let us focus on your sister. You mentioned that your ex-boyfriend is sentimental and in good health. If your other sister has feelings for him, now is the perfect opportunity to seize. The period immediately following a breakup is the ideal time to make a move. Jiang Shuider pursed her lips. But that sounds rather unethical. Sister Qian retorted, Firstly, there is no ethical dilemma here. Your sister is single, is she not? And your ex-boyfriend is also unattached, right? Jiang Shuider seemed somewhat swayed. That is true. Well then, this is nothing unusual. Forget about the sisterhood. Even brothers marrying sisters-in-law or aunts marrying brothers-in-law happens frequently. Sister Qian continued. Just as Jiang Shuider was about to respond, Sister Qian pressed on, I understand your concerns. It's merely about how the sisters might interact in the future and the external judgments. However, one's mouth belongs to others. But the pleasure of kissing belongs to oneself. People will always gossip. Who is free from scrutiny? Even Confucius was said to have had descendants who were less than exemplary. All right, Sister Qian, you should get some rest. She felt she had chosen the wrong person to discuss this with. After all, Sister Qian was a fierce woman who cared little for societal norms, only for her own sense of justice and vengeance. She was utterly irrational. Subsequently, Jiang Shuider called another female doctor friend, whose perspective was in stark contrast to Sister Qian's. She believed that even after a breakup, the emotional history should prevent one from harboring feelings for a sister's ex. Moreover, the bond with a sister, forged over many years, outweighed that of a boyfriend, or even a husband, which could not be guaranteed. In summary, the words of the doctor and Sister Qian resonated with Jiang Shuider. Thus, by the time the clock struck 4 in the morning, after consuming 7 or 8 cans of beer and swaying as she walked, Jiang Shuider found herself back at the starting point, entangled in that initial state of indecision. Sleep eluded her still, her cheeks flushed. She pulled out her phone and began to scour platforms such as Douyin, Baidu, and Zhihu for answers. However, the more she searched, the more agitated she became, ultimately unable to restrain herself from delivering a slap to her own face, murmuring, I must still be half asleep. I've certainly had too much to drink. Zhou Tian had become somewhat accustomed to the idle state at his workstation, especially since his colleagues were preoccupied with their own tasks and had no time to notice him. To his surprise, He hadn't seen Jiang Shuer throughout the morning, but upon reflection, he understood that as the boss, it was unlikely she would be in the office every day. At precisely 11:20, he clocked out for lunch, with a generous 3-hour break. Jiang Shuer's company was indeed considerate, and the building boasted a shared cafeteria and lounge, a delightful amenity. Opting not to return to his rented room, which would require over 2 hours of commuting, Zhou Tian decided the cafeteria's healthier and more economical offerings were preferable. He settled into a secluded corner and had just taken a bite of his meal when, unexpectedly, someone sat down across from him. Zhou Tian was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the woman before him. She was the buxom lady from their recent interview. Noticing Zhou Tian's astonishment, she shyly took a seat, saying, "Surprised, are we?" Glancing at her name tag, Zhou Tian scratched his head, thinking it was indeed unexpected that she had been hired by Jiang Shuer's company, especially considering her dramatic exit during the interview. They exchanged a few brief pleasantries when Zhou Tian noticed a peculiar expression on the buxom lady's face. Just then, he heard the unmistakable sound of approaching high heels. "Ha ha, Zhou Tian, well done. Already chatting up another woman? Are you even human?" It was Jiang Shuer's voice. Chapter 10. Still want to eat that? Although Jiang Shuer wore a smile, it was unmistakably a cold one. She was incensed, having had only a few hours of sleep. She was irritable and had nowhere to vent her frustration. Upon arriving at the office, she discovered Zhou Tian engaged in conversation with that buxom woman. How could Zhou Tian, that scoundrel, move on so quickly after his breakup with her sister? Humph. Her instincts had proven correct. This lecherous man clearly had a penchant for women with ample bosoms and exhibited no resistance whatsoever. Humph. And here he was, attempting to flirt on just his second day of employment. What an impressive efficiency. Jiang Shuer stole a glance at the woman, thinking to herself, "Is mine really smaller than hers? Not at all. Mine is firmer and rounder. Thank you very much." How could Zhou Tian not see that? The woman with ample bosom was quite perceptive and immediately sensed the jealousy and displeasure in Jiang Shuer's words. Swiftly, she rose to her feet. "Hello, General Manager Jiang. I was just a bit surprised to see this young man at our company. You two continue your conversation. I shall fetch a bowl of soup." With that, she hurriedly departed, leaving Zhou Tian in a state of discomfort. Zhou Tian slowly turned around and managed to force a smile. "Hello, General Manager Jiang." Jiang Shuer sat directly across from him, lowered her voice, and coldly stated, "This is a warning. Should I catch you flirting with female colleagues again, I shall personally ensure your castration. I witnessed the process of pig slaughtering at my grandmother's house when I was a child. They would hang the little pig on a rack, and with a swift motion, it would be done in less than a minute. I hear those things pair well with alcohol. Would you like to taste your own?" Zhou Tian felt a phantom pain already. Jiang Shuer seemed to possess a peculiar interest in such macabre matters. Yet this interest resembled that of a deranged killer towards their prey, truly unsettling. "General Manager Jiang, I have not been flirting with my female colleagues. We merely exchanged a few words about work. I shall go get another dish." As he spoke, he prepared to carry his tray elsewhere, but Jiang Shuer shot him a glare. "What do you mean by that? Do you think you can escape after receiving a reprimand? Put down the tray and fetch my meal." Zhou Tian recognized the trap laid before him. General Manager, I am not quite aware of your preferences or how much you wish to eat." Jiang Shuer's expression grew even colder. "Have you been living in a dog's belly these past 2 years? Hurry up." Zhou Tian had no choice but to comply and silently went to fetch the meal. Jiang Shuer had already devised her next moves. If he brought back dishes that she disliked, she would immediately berate him. Over the past 2 years, he had known her every takeaway order and had accompanied her and her sister to dine out frequently, aware of her dietary restrictions. Moreover, if he brought back too much, she would scold him for treating her like a pig. Conversely, if he brought back too little, she would question whether she had achieved her enviable figure through starvation, implying that she could afford more. Regardless of how Zhou Tian acted, Jiang Shuer had already prepared her grievances. However, Zhou Tian was no fool. He was well aware that Jiang Shuer was waiting for an opportunity to create trouble. Therefore, as soon as he picked up the tray, he pretended to receive a phone call. Turning back, he pointed at his phone, indicating an urgent matter, and casually handed the tray to Manager Song, who was coincidentally getting food at that moment, asking him to prepare a meal for Jiang Shuer before making his exit. Manager Song, oblivious to the underlying machinations, carefully selected the food and approached Jiang Shuer with a pleasing smile. Jiang Shuer maintained a stern expression, her teeth grinding in frustration. for the sensation of her calculations failing was quite irksome. "General Manager, you may leave. I am not hungry. No wasting food." Jiang Shuer stood up in a huff, intent on catching up with Zhou Tian. However, at that moment, Zhou Tian had already descended to the ground floor via the elevator. Luncheon was still a necessity, so he promptly sought out a nearby supermarket. Sitting on a bench by the roadside, Zhou Tian scrolled through Douyin while nibbling on a piece of bread. It must be said, in this era of big data, where is the semblance of privacy? Previously, his feed was filled with content about workplace etiquette, real estate purchases, wedding packages, or various games and gourmet delights. Yet, since the breakup, he found himself endlessly bombarded with suggestive videos, predominantly featuring voluptuous figures that piqued his interest. Additionally, there were advertisements for dating apps, reminiscent of scenes from Japanese films. Even more outrageous were the recommendations for foot massage parlors. For heaven's sake, did he look like someone who could afford such luxuries? He was nearly impoverished enough to consider offering foot massages himself. Under the blazing sun, Zhou Tian felt slightly dizzy from the heat. Glancing at the calendar, he noted that there was still a week until May Day, which should hopefully grant him a 3-day holiday. He remained uncertain whether to return home or head back to school during the break. Just as he pondered this, a message from a friend suddenly appeared on WeChat. The nickname read, "The cool skin-wrapped lady," with an avatar depicting Lin Daiyu wielding dual sniper rifles. The message read, "You have 5 minutes to get to my office." Zhou Tian was taken aback. Had Jiang Shuer removed him from her blacklist? It appeared that she had merely blocked him, without severing their friendship entirely. Otherwise, there would have been a notification indicating a friend request or a message indicating prior communications. He couldn't quite recall the specifics, having only occasionally heard Luo Qiqing lament about his own experiences with being blocked by women. Curiously, he glanced up. Although Jiang Shuer had hidden quickly, Zhou Tian still managed to catch sight of her. Moreover, she had only concealed herself behind the curtains, oblivious to the fact that her figure had betrayed her. Zhou Tian found her clumsy yet endearing antics amusing. It seemed that possessing such an enviable physique could sometimes be quite inconvenient. A few minutes later, Zhou Tian knocked on the door of the general manager's office. "Come in." Jiang Shuer's voice called from within. Zhou Tian now regarded himself as a mere puppet for Jiang Shuer to manipulate. After all, he had nothing to lose, and as long as it didn't involve any serious harm, she could do as she pleased. Her happiness was paramount. However, when he opened the door, prepared to face the storm, he was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Shuer rested her chin on one hand while fiddling with her phone, and several already open takeout boxes lay on the table. Glancing at Zhou Tian at the doorway, she huffed, "Come in, shut the door, and eat my leftovers." Zhou Tian felt a smile creeping onto his face, thinking how stubborn she remained. The food had clearly not been touched, and it was all to his liking. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. There's work for you to do after lunch, so don't even think about slacking off." "Ah, well, thank you, General Jiang." Jiang Shuer pouted, exclaiming, "What a joke. This was originally my dog's responsibility. Now that the dog is gone, it falls to you. Don't leave anything behind. Otherwise, I'll deduct your pay." Zhou Tian understood that this former sister-in-law had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Jiang Shuer huffed, holding her phone with both hands. And then a sound echoed, clearly indicating a battle was about to commence. However, at that moment, Jiang Shuer's chest was completely resting on the table. The contours, the size, not only men, but women too might wish to measure it. Although Zhou Tian had previously witnessed such beauty, the instinct of a man compelled him to glance. But that fleeting glance was precisely what Jiang Shuer noticed. She slammed her hand on the table in indignation. "You scoundrel! Is this food not enough for you? Do you still want more?" Chapter 11. How could Zhou Tian and I possibly break up? Zhou Tian hurriedly lowered his head, shaking it. No, no, no. I can't eat anymore. Go to hell." Jiang Shuer casually tossed a tissue box at him. Then she turned around, sitting back in her chair, and with a gentle push of her foot, the chair slid against the wall. Though Zhou Tian could no longer see the ample chest, Jiang Shuer's slender, fair waist was now revealed. More importantly, her voluptuous and alluring hips were perfectly accentuated in this position. At this moment, even if Zhou Tian wished to clear his mind, the countless films he had seen would uncontrollably flash before him. He quickly focused all his attention on the food. Jiang Shuer appeared oblivious to this, already beginning to vent her frustrations as soon as the selection phase commenced. "What the hell? Why pick a flirty yao? I detest being looked down upon. Damn it, bragging about your jungle skills before the game even starts? You should be proud of your skills with wild dogs. As Zhou Tian listened to Jiang Shuer relentlessly criticize her teammates while simultaneously devouring his meal, he could already imagine the absurdity of the game from her words alone. With your skills, you expect me to switch places with you? What you need isn't a position change, it's a brain transplant. In the first 10 minutes, you sat in the jungle like a pregnant woman, and in the last 10 minutes, you were expecting a second child, right? Which wild monster is the father? Huh? Dude, do you know the difference between you and a bot? It's that you're not a person, you're merely a machine. Of course, although Jiang Shuer had a sharp tongue, most of her remarks were self-directed, and she would only interact with her teammates when absolutely necessary. Those in the company might be unaware of this side of Jiang Shuer, but Zhou Tian had grown accustomed to it. Zhou Tian took out his phone to check, discovering a message in the dormitory group chat. Upon reading its contents, he was instantly taken aback. Luo Qiqing, Tian Gu, come downstairs. I've ordered you a cup of milk tea. Where are you? Why haven't you come to get it yet? It's been half an hour. Tian Gu, you haven't collapsed at your workstation, have you? Goodness, when did you resign? The three of us are currently at your company. They've been saying for several days that you've left. A flurry of messages followed. Zhou Tian quickly picked up his phone. You three have come to Anqing? The group chat responded instantaneously. Yes, Tian Gu, we were going to surprise you. Why didn't you tell us you resigned? Then, Zhu Ping sent a video showing the trio in an internet CAF. Caught off guard, yet undeniably touched. Zhou Tian was surprised that they had traveled such a distance to find him. I changed jobs and thought it wasn't a big deal. So I didn't mention it to you. Send me your location, and I'll come find you. Luo Qiqing replied. No rush, you focus on your work. Once you're nearing the end of your shift, we'll come to you. The fourth one just finished his internship, and now the three of us have plenty of time. Zhou Tian smiled and said, quickly send the location. I should be able to take a leave. How long do you plan to stay? While contacting his roommates, Zhou Tian hastily ate, then stood up to tentatively ask, Director Jiang, I have a pressing matter. Could I take 3 days off? In the midst of an intense battle, Jiang Shuer turned to Zhou Tian with a frown upon hearing his request. You just started work 2 days ago and already want to take 3 days off? What urgent matter could you possibly have? No. Reluctantly, Zhou Tian confessed. Well, my 3 roommates have suddenly come to Anqing, and since I'm nearing graduation, opportunities for us to gather will be few. It's quite a journey for them to come here. Could you possibly make an exception? I'm fine with a salary deduction. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuer's expression softened considerably. Although she had never met Zhou Tian's roommates, she often heard their voices while gaming with him, and their camaraderie was evident from their interactions. Jiang Shuer turned back to her game and said, First, tidy up the table, then wait for me in the parking lot. Zhou Tian, thinking she intended to take him out, hesitated and replied, Xiao Shui. This is really important to me. If 3 days isn't feasible, 2 days would suffice, or could I possibly take my May Day leave early? Without turning her head, Jiang Shuer curtly said, Be quiet. Did you just call me Xiao Shui? Clean up the table and wait for me in the car. I'll drive you. As she spoke, an Audi car key flew towards him. Zhou Tian opened his mouth, a smile breaking through his features. He had thought as much. In his memory, Jiang Shuer had always been quite understanding, albeit a bit tough on the outside. He quickly tidied the table and hurried downstairs. As Jiang Shuer saw Zhou Tian exit the room, she promptly initiated her surrender. All right, $50 each. Is that acceptable? Honestly, playing with you all is more exhausting than manual labor. Although her teammates might question the prowess of her account, they would never doubt her financial capabilities. Thus, the surrender proceeded smoothly. Jiang Shuer immediately stood up, ready to leave, but first dashed back to the mirror to tidy her hair and apply some lipstick before she hurriedly made her way to the elevator. Upon exiting the elevator, Jiang Shuer instantly adopted a composed demeanor. Zhou Tian, oblivious to the outside world, assumed Jiang Shuer would take some time to emerge. The BMW she had driven earlier that morning was unfamiliar to him, but the Audi she was now in was a well-known sight, having been in it no fewer than 70 or 80 times. This Audi 6 was the very one Jiang Shuer had driven when she nearly collided with Zhou Tian, just having returned from the dealership. Typically, a girl's car might be adorned in fanciful decorations, but Jiang Shuer's vehicle was quite simple. The only similarity was the faint aroma within, reminiscent of the subtle fragrance she wore, yet distinct in its own right. As Zhou Tian entered the car, memories of the past flickered in his mind, of Jiang Shuer and her sister, Jiang Yuer, chatting in the front seat while he sat behind, observing them. Alas, Such moments seemed destined to remain mere memories. Startled, Zhou Tian inadvertently glanced up, only to find Jiang Xuan'er's face pressed against the window, peering intently at his phone. She huffed, "What a guilty conscience. A rabble of sycophants. Conniving companions." In his current advantageous position, Zhou Tian refrained from retorting and merely smiled in response. The car headed towards the internet CAF Zhou Tian had mentioned. Both suddenly entertained the thought, if only the three of them could return to the way things once were. Jiang Xuan'er genuinely wished for that. She had even prepared one of the gifts she intended to give Zhou Tian when he married her sister, with the remaining gifts also already planned. If her sister and Zhou Tian continued to cherish each other, she would gladly assume the role of a non-intrusive third wheel. However, she gently shook her head. After approximately 10 minutes, the car came to a halt in front of an internet CAF. As Zhou Tian opened the car door and expressed his gratitude, he readied to wave goodbye, only to be surprised when Jiang Xuan'er exited the car alongside him. Zhou Tian was momentarily flabbergasted. President Jiang, aren't you going back?" Jiang Xuan'er raised an eyebrow. "I granted you a temporary leave and personally drove you here. Is it so unreasonable for me to accompany you? I have yet to meet your friends." Zhou Tian cleared his throat softly. "They're my roommates. We're not in a Chengdu dormitory." A playful smile crept onto Jiang Xuan'er's lips. "Humph, who knows them? Let's go." Although Zhou Tian was unaware of Jiang Xuan'er's intentions, he sensed no malice in her actions and thus allowed her to proceed. The two entered the internet CAF, with Jiang Xuan'er harboring a genuinely amiable plan. She believed that since someone had traveled a considerable distance to find Zhou Tian, it was only proper to extend a warm welcome, especially considering Zhou Tian likely had little money. Although their relationship had evolved beyond that of prospective brother-in-law and sister-in-law, they now stood in a superior subordinate dynamic. Moreover, as the host, she felt it was her duty to showcase the hospitality characteristic of the locals. Upon entering the CAF, Jiang Xuan'er immediately attracted numerous gazes. After all, such establishments typically saw few females, particularly ones as stunning and alluring as her. Many patrons lost their enthusiasm for gaming upon catching sight of Jiang Xuan'er. The CAF was expansive, and after a brief survey, Zhou Tian failed to spot his friends, prompting him to make a phone call. "Hello, I've arrived at the CAF. Where are you?" "Oh, I see. Room 7, right?" Surveying the surroundings, Zhou Tian guided Jiang Xuan'er to the door of room 7. Upon hearing the door open, the trio inside turned to look. The moment they laid eyes on Jiang Xuan'er and Zhou Tian, they eagerly rose to their feet. Their smiles radiated warmth, yet were tinged with an undertone of relief, leaving Zhou Tian somewhat perplexed. Were they concerned about something? Li Wen shyly smiled. "Tian Ge, sister-in-law." Luo Qiqing, brimming with joy, exclaimed, "Sister-in-law is looking more beautiful than ever." "Tian Ge, why didn't you mention you were with her?" "If we had known, we would have." Zhu Ping quickly chimed in, "Exactly. If Yuer was coming, you should have said something. I would have tidied myself up first. As for this fool, Luo, he was so clever to assume you had changed your profile picture and couple name, even suggesting you might have broken up with Yuer, insisting on coming to see you. I don't buy it. Look here, Luo. I told you, if those two split, then love itself would cease to exist." Luo chuckled. "Oh, come on. That wasn't my idea. It was some girls in our class who first noticed. They thought you had broken up, and they wanted to use me to get closer to you." Zhu Ping pulled out his phone. "Our class has few good people. Among the scant dozen girls, all eyes are on the second guy. The remaining boys are just envious of his beautiful girlfriend, secretly waiting for you two to part ways. These sour grapes simply cannot bear to see others thrive. Come on. Let me snap a picture of you two and post it on social media, letting them stew in jealousy for 100 years. Zhou Tian felt a pang of distress in his heart, yet he managed to smile. Just as he was about to clarify the situation, Jiang Xuan'er suddenly beamed. "Indeed. How could I and Zhou Tian ever break up? Zhuge, remember to use the beauty filter." As she spoke, she affectionately wrapped her arm around Zhou Tian's. Chapter 12. No? Zhou Tian stood in a daze, momentarily lost in thought. His astonishment stemmed first from the unexpectedness of the situation. He had never anticipated that Jiang Xuan'er would take such an action. Secondly, at that moment, he experienced a surreal illusion, as though Jiang Yuer had truly returned to his side. Zhu Ping and the others were aware that Jiang Yuer had a younger sister, but Zhou Tian had never mentioned that they were twins. Thus, they had never considered that the person before them was not Jiang Yuer. As Zhou Tian slightly turned his head, he gazed at Jiang Xuan'er, who was lifting one foot, leaning entirely against his shoulder. holding up a peace sign while sweetly smiling at the camera. This feeling of disorientation intensified. However, he quickly regained his composure. If it were Jiang Yue, she would likely be shyly clinging to her arms and gazing at him. Jiang Shui, sensing Zhou Tian's gaze, locked eyes with him, her expression imbued with mischief and a hint of menace. Zhou Tian understood this as a warning for him not to expose her. Yet, what was her purpose in doing so? Was she afraid of losing face? But he truly did not care about others' opinions. Furthermore, how long could such a deception last? Zhu Ping made a gesture, proclaiming, Yue, you look stunning on camera. It would be a pity if you didn't pursue stardom. Clearly, the second brother must have done something extraordinary in a past life to have you by his side. Luo Qiqing immediately chimed in. Sister-in-law, do you remember what I mentioned last time? Look, I've come. Why not introduce us to a few of your friends? In our dormitory, aside from Brother Tian, we are all still single. Jiang Shui raised an eyebrow with a smile. Sure, no problem at all. Just tell me what type you prefer. It was only at that moment that she began to discreetly observe Zhou Tian's 3 roommates. Although she had only heard their voices before, she could now match names to faces, and the trio's appearances were quite distinctive. Firstly, there was the dormitory leader, Zhu Ping, standing approximately 180 centimeters tall. With a robust build, a square face, and wearing black-rimmed glasses, his stubble giving him a rugged appearance. If one were to say he was a university student, especially an active one, few would believe it. Most would assume he was a streetwise individual or a contractor. From her previous eavesdropping, Jiang Shui recalled that he was an avid League of Legends player, lacking in skill, yet enjoying interaction with other players, even chasing after them to add them as friends after matches. The third roommate, Luo Qiqing, had a pleasant appearance, yet his height was likely around 160 centimeters. In stark contrast to Zhu Ping, he possessed a youthful, cherubic face. Coupled with his stature, he resembled a high school or even a middle school student. Jiang Shui remembered that he was an otaku, fond of playing games like Genshin Impact, Azalane, and On My OG, just 2 months prior. He had dragged Zhou Tian into playing Yin Yun 16 sounds with him. Most of the anime Zhou Tian had collected had been sourced from Luo Qiqing. Lastly, there was Li Wen, the 4th roommate, whose name suited him well. He wore half-rimmed glasses and had a gentle demeanor, with a somewhat frail physique. In Jiang Shui's impression, Li Wen was the most inconspicuous and taciturn person in the dormitory, yet he often penetrated to the heart of matters, contemplating aspects overlooked by others. Just like at this moment, he keenly sensed Jiang Shui observing the 4 of them. Although he felt something was amiss, he chose not to reveal it. Zhou Tian, uncertain of Jiang Shui's intentions, feared she might be concocting something significant. Thus, he interrupted Luo Qiqing, who was about to speak, and said, Ahem, Yue, if you have something to attend to, you may leave. We'll be playing for a while, and you needn't wait for me tonight. Although Jiang Shui wore a smile, she couldn't help but dig her fingers into Zhou Tian's side. All right, I'll head back for now. When you finish having fun, remember to call me. I'll take you all out for a meal. Oh, I've recently changed my phone number, so you 3 should take note. Just give me a shout when you're done. So Zhou Tian doesn't forget to include me. The other 3 burst into laughter. Li Wen, with the most delicate sensibilities, observed that Jiang Yue appeared more extroverted and lively than before. After Zhou Tian saw Jiang Shui off, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. Upon returning to the private room, Luo Qiqing and Zhu Ping immediately flanked him, wrapping their arms around his neck. Tiangu, when do you plan to marry your sister-in-law? I've been saving up my New Year's money for 3 years. My contribution will undoubtedly surpass Zhu Guo's. Hey, Xiao Luo, are you challenging me? I'm not afraid of that. We can settle it by tattooing a succubus on the forehead of whoever contributes less. Zhou Tian exclaimed, I can already picture you. A hefty fellow, with that tattoo on your forehead. Absolutely grotesque. I suggest we send you straight to Chengdu and bestow upon you 300 killing chrysanthemums. Curse you. Li Wen disregarded their banter, pulling out a pack of Huangala cigarettes and a lighter, offering them to Zhou Tian. Tiangu, if you need any assistance or anything else, don't hesitate to ask. When Li Wen observed Zhou Tian accepting the cigarettes, his suspicions were confirmed, as he remembered Zhou Tian had quit smoking for Jiang Yue. The sudden return to smoking, along with his abrupt resignation and job change, undoubtedly had ties to her. Nevertheless, he chose not to address it directly, merely hinting that he had noticed and was available should Zhou Tian require support. Zhou Tian lit a cigarette and nodded with a smile. I understand. By the way, weren't you against smoking? How come you've been carrying cigarettes after working for half a year? Li Wen took a cigarette and lit it as well, replying, sometimes. In the course of work, one encounters social obligations and stress. Besides, seeing my partner smoke made me curious about the experience. What the heck? Are you serious? Upon hearing this, Luo Qiqing and Zhu Ping immediately shifted their focus, wrapping their arms around Li Wen from either side. What did you say? You have a partner now? That leaves only me and little Luo, the remaining single dogs in the dormitory. When did this happen? Is it a man or a woman? Li Wen chuckled and scolded. Get lost. You two can engage in your own little escapades without dragging me in. I hadn't intended to mention it, considering the future is still uncertain. But with Tiangu around, I might as well seek his wisdom. Luo Qiqing and Zhu Ping immediately commenced an intense interrogation of Li Wen. It turned out that Li Wen's girlfriend was his supervisor during his internship, a 33-year-old lady from Guizhou. Originally, he had a month left in his internship, but somehow, their affair became known to the company, prompting Li Wen to conclude his internship prematurely. Zhou Tian sensed that this was a relationship destined to face numerous trials. Li Wen and his older sister, hailing from opposite ends of the country, had an 11-year age gap, undoubtedly necessitating the overcoming of certain challenges. Zhu Ping took a sip of mineral water, reclined in his gaming chair, and sighed deeply. 30 is like a wolf. Old C, can your frail body withstand it? Should I have my father send you some Luwei Dihuangwan or something? Luo Qiqing exhaled a puff of smoke and scoffed. Zhuge, whom do you look down upon? Don't you know that in this regard, the slimmer one has greater combat power? It's you hefty types who are small and weak. Just look at your father. You've inherited that. No wonder you started soaking goji berries in your thermos since your freshman year. It seems I must lower my standards and willingly accept the advances of those girls who have been subtly expressing interest in me. By next month, our dormitory shall have but one solitary pig left. Zhu Ping immediately shot him a middle finger. You're lowering your standards? These girls nowadays demand at least 180 centimeters. And even the ones at 150 want 180. With your height and looks, you're more suited to be a male daughter looking for a boyfriend. Hee. I think that is quite nice. That way, we can have a 5-man team against the world. Luo Qiqing returned the gesture with 2 middle fingers. Damn it. If you fancy male daughters, that is your business. Don't you dare encourage me. I'm not into men. Li Wen nodded in agreement. Indeed. Brother Luo prefers mature women. That combination of petite car and grand horse is surely exhilarating. Luo Qiqing couldn't help but laugh and curse. Damn it. I'm just talking for fun. You're the one taking it seriously. Hurry up and show us a picture of your big sister. The three of them immediately erupted into laughter once more. After finishing his last puff of smoke, Zhou Tian pressed the power button on his computer. All right. Let us log in. Today, we'll have a 4-player session at the Internet CAF. We've never lost, have we? Chapter 13. Is sister-in-law finished? Based on Li Wen's rough estimates, their dormitory's 4-man team currently boasted an astonishing win rate of 13.4%. Thus, it was no surprise that in one afternoon, they managed to win only 3 matches, one of which was due to 2 opponents disconnecting. It was not that the 4 of them were particularly inept. The issue lay primarily with their strategy. Zhu Ping, who relished being in the spotlight, always played mid-lane. His skills were generally sound, occasionally even impressive, but the problem was his overwhelming desire to showcase his prowess, often letting confidence overshadow ability, and he had a penchant for taunting his adversaries. Luo Qiqing engaged in a vengeful style of jungle play, fixating on a single opponent with relentless aggression, even diving towers for a double kill. The duo of Zhou Tian and Li Wen, however, maintained a steady performance without issue, yet they could not withstand the might of the opposing powerhouse. After they finally secured a resounding victory, the 4 players harmoniously disbanded their team temporarily. One ventured off to play Wa, calling out for their mother. 2 others headed to the Duel of Souls arena, while one remained, playing chess and watching a drama. The beauty of playing in a group of 4 allowed them to easily shift blame onto their unfamiliar teammate, a pastime that Zhu Ping particularly relished. In the absence of a stranger, the next target for blame would naturally fall upon Luo Qiqing, as the interactions between the two produced a plethora of amusing mishaps. Reflecting on it, it was quite remarkable that 4 individuals, hailing from diverse backgrounds and possessing contrasting personalities, managed to forge such a strong friendship. The vigor of youth allowed them to play games for an entire afternoon without a care in the world, whereas in middle age, one could easily grow weary after just a few hours. As evening approached and dusk settled in, the gentle rays of the setting sun bathed the earth, infusing the air with the unique essence of summer. In this bustling, crowded city, a touch of warmth and liveliness emerged. The quartet from Huada strolled leisurely out of the internet CAF. Luo Qiqing called out, Tiangu, your wife should be free by now. Give her a call, and let us go indulge in a grand feast. Zhou Tian had already devised an excuse. Oh, I just texted her. She mentioned she is still busy. Let us head out first, and she can join us later. Luo Qiqing, not pondering further, replied, Oh, I see. Then how about we play a little longer? We can wait for her to finish and go together. I'm not hungry anyway. Zhou Tian quickly waved his hands, hailing a taxi as he said, No need. No need. Who knows when she'll be done? Let us go first. Come on, the car is almost here. Zhu Ping waved at a distance. Oh, I see it. It's that BYD Qin, right? Should I ask how much he paid for it? That car looks like it's been around for a few years. Li Wen chuckled. Go ahead and provoke him. What if he loses his mind and drives us into the river? True enough. By the way, Ergo, the fourth has already obtained his driver's license. Why haven't you gone yet? Time is running out. Make it a goal to pass this year. Though even if I do, I want to have the money to buy a car. I still envy you too. Once you graduate, you'll be driving BMWs and Benzes right away. The class divide will be quite pronounced, haha. Luo Qiqing grinned mischievously. Let us not point fingers at anyone. Tiangu, your family may be facing difficulties, but your wife is quite affluent, far wealthier than our families. Don't blame me for being materialistic. She has 2 daughters, so you'll certainly inherit half of her fortune. As for the fourth, he really needs to put in some effort. As long as he diligently attends to the older sister, he won't be lacking in funds. Zhu Ping mischievously inquired, What do you mean, old 3? You claim that old 2 and old 4 rely on women, right? Well, you should punish yourself with 3 bottles first. Luo Qiqing instantly raised a middle finger and retorted, Get lost. You think you can rely on women? Do you really think that's possible? Although Luo Qiqing often appeared frivolous, he possessed a clear self-awareness. He remarked leisurely, Our dependence on our families pales in comparison to Tiangu and old 4. They possess both capability and charm, and even if they were to rely solely on themselves, they would undoubtedly fare well. As for us, we merely enjoyed good fortune, having been born into a good family. If not for that, do you believe we would have been high school dropouts working in factories or delivering takeout? Zhu Ping chuckled. Indeed, our smooth graduation owes much to the assistance of old 2 and old 4. I must admit, I spoke out of envy earlier. Tonight, the treat is on me, and no one is allowed to snatch it away. Zhou Tian's expression turned peculiar as he remarked, Brother Zhu, I suspect you are deliberately finding an excuse to pay the bill. Li Wen calmly interjected, All right. Let us see if Brother Zhu can manage to last until the bill arrives with his drinking capacity. Today, I'll showcase the drinking skills I've honed over the past few months in my business endeavors. Perhaps this was the reason these 4 individuals could genuinely be considered friends. They laughed and chatted as they made their way to the car. About 20 minutes later, the vehicle entered a village, weaving through narrow paths until it finally halted in front of a barbecue establishment called King Xianjuan. Upon exiting the car, Zhu Ping surveyed the surroundings and couldn't help but laugh. Old 2, how do you know about this secluded spot? Zhou Tian smiled. Someone brought me here before. The flavors are delightful, and the meat is guaranteed to be fresh. You'll see for yourself shortly. Meanwhile, an Audi A6 had also entered the village. Jiang Shuer, gritting her teeth in anger, exclaimed, You bastard. Going out to eat without me, are you? Fortunately, I was prepared. Trying to play tricks on me? Humph. Heartless scoundrel. Who brought you to this place? Just wait until I deal with you tonight. As Jiang Shuer burst into the private room, the cold dishes had just been served. Meanwhile, the 4 friends, each with a crate of beer at their feet, had just opened a bottle for a toast. The sudden appearance of Jiang Shuer elicited varied reactions from the quartet, though the other 3 were filled with joy and surprise. In their eyes, Jiang Shuer's arrival was a significant honor, prompting them to rise immediately. Sister-in-law, are you done with your work? This guy, Tiangu, didn't he inform us? And we thought you'd be busy for a while. It seems he has set out to surprise us again. Beauty you were, do you find this food acceptable? If not, we can change venues. Hello, sister-in-law. However, Zhou Tian was utterly astonished and perplexed. How did Jiang Shuer manage to find them? Could it be that she tracked their location? That seemed rather implausible. Jiang Shuer observed the astonishment on Zhou Tian's face, a satisfied smirk gracing her lips. She shot him a playful glare before gracefully waving at Luo Qiqing and the others. I'm a bit busy this afternoon, my apologies. After this, I shall have no further obligations. Allow me to coordinate the remaining arrangements with Zhou Tian. There's no need to change venues. This place is quite delightful. Despite its remote location and simple decor, the barbecue here is truly exceptional. You three enjoy your drinks first. Zhou Tian and I will step out to procure some additional delicacies. Zhu Ping and the others immediately interjected. Oh no, please don't be so courteous. We've already ordered plenty. There's more than enough for us. We can wait for a while. Jiang Shui'er covered her mouth, giggling bashfully. Then I shall go order some of my favorite dishes. Zhou Tian, let us hurry. Today you are permitted to indulge in drinks. As she spoke, she grasped Zhou Tian's arm firmly and pulled him towards the exit. Once Zhou Tian turned around, the smile on his face vanished instantly. He thought to himself, here we go again, being tormented by Jiang Shui'er. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder how this young lady had managed to find them. Chapter 14. Zhou Tian's first girlfriend bang. The door to the private room closed gently. The staff in the hall and the patrons placing their orders couldn't help but cast their gazes upon Jiang Shui'er. It was at this moment that Zhou Tian suddenly realized how much Jiang Shui'er resembled her sister. Amused by this thought, he chuckled inwardly, recognizing that they were identical twins. In truth, Zhou Tian meant that Jiang Shui'er's current attire and makeup were entirely different from her usual style, instead mirroring that of Jiang Yuer. Her cascade of long hair flowed elegantly, adorned with a delicate floral dress, and notably, she wore a pair of glasses. It was evident that Jiang Shui'er was indeed imitating Jiang Yuer. Noticing Zhou Tian's gaze upon her, Jiang Shui'er huffed with a complicated expression, "You scoundrel. Are you curious about how I found you?" Zhou Tian had already contemplated several possibilities but feigned ignorance and nodded. Jiang Shui'er, hands on her hips, declared, "I knew you would try to find a way to prevent me from coming, which is precisely why I insisted. What if you all go out for debauchery tonight? Wouldn't you need me to bail you out?" Zhou Tian's lips twitched. "Sister, we are merely university students who have not yet graduated. How could we possibly engage in such activities?" Just as Jiang Shui'er was about to retort, she playfully slapped his arm, her cheeks puffed in indignation. "Why don't you ask me how I found you? Go on, ask." Zhou Tian winced, nursing his arm. Yes, Miss Jiang. Please enlighten me on how you discovered our whereabouts. Your sudden appearance is nothing short of miraculous." "Ugh, you blockhead. I simply left my number at the front desk, instructing them to inform me when you all landed." Zhou Tian nodded slowly, feigning understanding. "Oh, is that so? How did you know we would come here to dine?" If Jiang Shui'er had a tail, it would undoubtedly be wagging triumphantly at this moment. Curious, she inquired, "Do you want to know?" "Yes." Jiang Shui'er beckoned Zhou Tian with her finger. "Then call me mommy, and I shall reveal it to you." Zhou Tian, momentarily at a loss for words, thought to himself that he had no intention of playing along. He turned to shout, "Boss, we're ready to order." "All right, Miss Jiang, you go ahead and order first. I'll be right back. Please refrain from any mischief. They are all honest folks, and it's not easy for them to come all this way." Jiang Shui'er seized Zhou Tian's garment. "Honest folks? Haven't you ever overheard your own conversations?" The owner of the candy internet CAF, with a bosom larger than her head, and the latest release from Colorful Flower. Are these the topics honest people discuss? Zhou Tian nodded earnestly. Indeed, only honest people would converse about such things. The dishonest are too busy acting. Jiang Shui'er rolled her eyes at Zhou Tian's retreating figure. She then dashed to the front desk to order an abundance of food and prepaid 2,000 yuan. When she returned to the private room, the four companions had already polished off a bottle of beer. The attentive Xiao Luo promptly rose to fetch Jiang Shui'er some utensils. "Sister-in-law, what would you like to drink?" "I'll get it for you." Jiang Shui'er smiled playfully. "I'll have whatever you're having." Zhou Tian's cheeks twitched slightly as he thought. If you wish to play the role of your sister, do it properly. Jiang Yuer has never drunk with them. However, Luo Qiqing seemed oblivious to any discrepancies. Or perhaps they considered it inconsequential. Nowadays, it was quite normal for women to enjoy a drink, particularly beer. Moreover, they were aware that Jiang Yuer had her own career, making it entirely reasonable for her to indulge in social drinking. Come, sister-in-law, let me pour you a drink." "Wait a moment. This beer just came out of the fridge. Let us see if it's too cold." One must admit that Xiao Luo was quite considerate. Under normal circumstances, finding a girlfriend would not pose much difficulty for him. Although his height was a noticeable shortcoming, it was nearly his only flaw. He was good-looking, affluent, charming, and articulate, qualities that would likely win over most women. Jiang Shui'er was about to gesture grandly, ready to flaunt. but suddenly remembered that she was currently playing the role of her older sister, prompting her to adopt a more reserved demeanor. It's all right, I'll just have a little. No need to fuss over me. I'm not an outsider. You all enjoy yourselves, but do refrain from overindulging. We have other activities planned later. Zhu Ping chuckled. How could we be so rude? Let us not be overly formal. We are not strangers. Come, Xiao Luo, Lao Si, let us raise a toast to the beautiful Yuer. We'll drink to her, and you can drink as you please. Seeing everyone down their drinks in one go, Jiang Shuer prepared to follow suit. However, after merely 2 sips, she felt a hand tugging at the hem of her skirt. Jiang Shuer gently nudged Zhou Tian with her foot, setting down her cup. Although she felt somewhat displeased, she feigned a cough and said, Ahem, it has been quite a while since I last indulged in wine. Please, have a seat, and let us partake in some food first. Indeed, sister-in-law, do not hold back. We are not merely akin to brothers, but rather closer than kin. We shall be one family from now on. Absolutely. And let the stunning Yuer relax a little as well. The establishment was remarkably efficient, and within 20 minutes, the table was laden with an abundance of dishes. Jiang Shuer listened to the 4 of them drinking and chatting, itching to interject with some amusing anecdotes about Zhou Tian. Yet, in an effort to maintain her sister's persona, she refrained. Furthermore, she was uncertain of what her sister had shared with them, fearing that excessive chatter might reveal something amiss. At that moment, Zhou Tian felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, such a docile and charming Jiang Shuer was indeed a rarity. He suspected her lips had been sealed for far too long. Luo Qiqing raised his glass in a toast to Zhou Tian and Jiang Shuer, jesting, Sister-in-law, Zhou Tian, it seems you two will be settling in Anqing. When do you plan to hold the wedding? Remember, you promised that I and Lao Si would be your groomsmen. Zhou Tian glanced at Jiang Shuer, discreetly tugging at her clothing, signaling her to refrain from saying anything foolish. However, Jiang Shuer paid him no mind and pretended to blush as she replied, Well, I'm not quite sure yet, but I will certainly ensure that each bridesmaid is more beautiful than the last. Zhou Tian let out a quiet sigh of relief. Her response was sufficiently conventional. Zhu Ping scoffed. Why can't I be included? I'm single, you know. Yuer, take this matter seriously. Do not underestimate me based on my appearance, for I possess a heart of gold. Li Wen took a swig of beer, saying, Zhu Ge, consider the feelings of the bridesmaids. If none of them wish to hold your hand, won't that be awkward for you? Besides, if you join the stage, it will diminish the overall visual appeal. Zhu Ping immediately retorted with a laugh, You old goat. My former teacher claimed I brought down the class S grades. And now you say I lower everyone's attractiveness? How cruel. Come, let us share a drink. Do not think that just because you've been on business for a few months and have had a few drinks, you are my match. You would need a decade of practice to rival me in drinking. As the drinks flowed, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. After a few glasses, Jiang Shuer could no longer maintain her facade and began to engage in drinking contests with Luo Qiqing and the others. Although Zhu Ping and Luo Qiqing noticed that the enchanting Jiang Yuer was quite different from their previous dining encounters, they attributed it to her newfound liberation after a few drinks. 1 bottle, 2 bottles. After consuming the 5th bottle of beer, Luo Qiqing was utterly inebriated, not merely in spirit, but physically swaying as he declared his need to relieve himself. He stumbled towards the restroom, where he promptly began to vomit. Nevertheless, he remained somewhat coherent, even considering settling the bill as he passed the front desk. Subsequently, Li Wen and Zhu Ping both falsely claimed they were heading to the restroom, intending to settle the bill, only to discover that Jiang Shuer had already prepaid. This was hardly surprising, as during their previous meals, it was nearly always Jiang Yuer who, unbeknownst to them, had settled the accounts in advance. This only deepened their admiration for Zhou Tian, albeit a sentiment imbued with blessings. From 6:30 to 8:30, the 5 attendees were, at the very least, slightly inebriated. Zhou Tian, although attempting to moderate his consumption to maintain his focus on Jiang Shuer, could not withstand the persistent toasts from his companions. As the evening progressed, and while glancing at Jiang Shuer, who bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Yuer, an overwhelming sense of melancholy washed over him. Unbeknownst to him, he had also imbibed a fair amount, leaving him somewhat dazed. Meanwhile, Jiang Shuer, with her cheeks flushed from the drink, appeared to be increasingly vivacious. During this time, she had even helped Zhou Tian consume a considerable quantity of alcohol, a feat that had earned her much admiration from Zhu Ping and the others. This was not entirely surprising, as this young lady was a regular at various bars and entertainment venues, naturally possessing a commendable tolerance for alcohol. At this moment, Jiang Shue'er suddenly smiled and posed an intriguing question. By the way, do you all know who Zhou Tian's first girlfriend was? Come on, tell me about it. Chapter 15. Zhou Tian's remarkable past. Though Zhu Ping and his companions were inebriated, their minds remained sharp. Their smiles faltered momentarily, only to be quickly restored. Zhu Ping picked up a chicken wing, nibbling on it as he casually remarked, "The second one's first girlfriend? I have a vague recollection. I believe he met her while working part-time back home, but it only lasted about a month. Even he can't recall that girl's name." Luo Qiqing chuckled, raising his glass with an easy demeanor. "Indeed, sister-in-law, those little flings don't hold a candle to you. You know well the depth of Tian Ji's feelings for you." Li Wen remained silent, discreetly glancing at Zhou Tian and Jiang Shue'er across the table. Jiang Shue'er lifted her glass, saying, "I was merely asking out of curiosity. I wouldn't hold it against him." She continued, "I remember Zhou Tian worked part-time at a gas station during his freshman year and got entangled with a girl who even came to your school to find him, singing and crying downstairs. That certainly caused quite a stir, didn't it?" Zhou Tian felt a slight headache coming on. Jiang Shue'er would never inquire about such matters. She was already aware of everything, and more importantly, she understood that those were events of the past. Once Jiang Shue'er finished speaking, Luo Qiqing and the others merely offered polite affirmations, showing no inclination to elaborate. Discussing exes in front of one's current partner was an act only the foolish would commit. Fortunately, these three were not so foolish. Jiang Shue'er inwardly scoffed, realizing she hadn't quite managed to get them drunk enough. "Oh well, hee. Do you have any embarrassing stories about Zhou Tian to share with me?" This topic, the trio approached without any reservations. Zhu Ping immediately nodded. "Yes, indeed. What left the deepest impression on me was during our sophomore year when the second roommate's underwear was frequently stolen. Initially, we thought some infatuated girl had set her sights on him, so we began to stake out the area. And guess what happened?" Jiang Shue'er's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "What happened? Did you catch the thief?" Luo Qiqing interjected with a smile. "We did. We caught him red-handed. That pervert was holding onto Tianji's clothes, attempting to flee with them stuffed in his pants. Zhu Ge seized the moment and pounced on him like a mountain crashing down." Li Wen chimed in with a dramatic flair. "That pervert was a man who had been fixated on Tian Ge for an entire semester." The laughter erupted. "Haha. I can't believe you never mentioned this, Zhou Tian." Jiang Shue'er and the others were in stitches. Zhou Tian's face darkened, clearly unwilling to revisit the memory. However, the others continued to revel in the stories. "Is there more?" "Oh, certainly. There were countless incidents. Whenever Tian Ge took a shower, there were always men lurking behind, fixated on his backside. Eventually, it got so bad that he was too afraid to use the school showers. Do you all remember the sports meet during our freshman year? The second roommate signed up for the long-distance run and ended up vomiting while running, essentially becoming a walking fountain, leaving the audience in shock." Zhou Tian gritted his teeth. "Damn it. If you hadn't dragged me to the internet CAF for an all-nighter, I wouldn't have been like that the next day." Jiang Shue'er waved her hand dismissively, signaling him to be quiet, and then raised her glass. Continue. As Luo Qiqing and Zhu Ping reminisced, Li Wen softly uttered 3 words, "Gym." Zhu Ping suddenly slapped his forehead. "Oh right. Didn't the second roommate work part-time at a gym?" He caught the attention of a muscular man in his 40s who insisted on being his devoted little kitty, offering him 30,000 yuan a month as long as he could give it his all. Jiang Shue'er could barely contain her laughter, nearly slamming her hand on the table. "Zhou Tian, who would have thought you were so sought after in the eyes of men?" Zhou Tian gritted his teeth. "Can we please change the topic?" "No way, we're sticking to this. I want to know everything." Luo Qiqing chuckled. "I just remembered something too. Do you recall when our dormitory's washing machine broke down? Tian Ge said he would give it a try, but his upper body ended up stuck inside. It took firefighters to free him, and there were so many spectators. Even the instructor and vice principal were there taking photos." The laughter continued once. The second roommate had pulled 2 all-nighters for his part-time job, and when he came to class the next day, he pulled out 2 microphones from his bag, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Tian Ge once delivered a package that contained a damaged female adult toy, and the recipient was one of our male teachers. Ever since that incident, we've been too afraid to attend his classes. One time, Brother Tian was overwhelmed with his part-time job and asked me for assistance. Unfortunately, he downloaded the wrong file and, in front of the entire class, opened the version of modified Hillway shared by Brother Zhu. Sister-in-law, you might not be aware, But that is an adult-rated game. Speaking of which, I recall sharing an inappropriate video with Air Loud during class. I had specifically reminded him to wear headphones. Yet despite that, his Bluetooth disconnected. Fortunately, our teacher has a fondness for Air Loud, or else it would have been quite disastrous. Jiang Shuer was laughing so hard, she was nearly in pain. Zhou Tian, I had no idea your campus life was so eventful. Why haven't you shared any of this with me before? You're killing me. As she spoke, she playfully patted Zhou Tian's arm. Zhou Tian, slightly displeased, pursed his lips. I was worried you might actually die laughing. He then turned his attention to the three brothers. Brother Zhu, do you remember confessing to a girl only to discover she was older than you? You almost got yourself into a predicament. Xiao Luo, do you not recall the time on the bus when a middle-aged man mistook you for a child and insisted you sit on his lap? And as for Lao Si, while your tales may not be as numerous, I do remember you mentioning falling into a cesspit as a child and burping incessantly after being rescued. Jiang Shuer was in stitches. It was no wonder these four could bond so well. They were truly good friends. Their dormitory was certainly a unique one. The three brothers felt a bit awkward. Ahem, let us drink. After a few rounds, the usually quiet Li Wen suddenly looked at Zhou Tian with a grin. Brother Tian, does sister-in-law have any embarrassing stories? Li Wen's intent was not to sow discord, but rather to help Jiang Shuer, or Jiang Yuer, feel more integrated into their group. The distance between them would diminish further, creating a shared experience of sorts. Zhou Tian immediately chuckled. Jiang Yuer had very few embarrassing moments, but Jiang Shuer had plenty. Let me think, there are some I can share, and others that are a bit delicate. As soon as Zhou Tian finished speaking, Jiang Shuer audaciously pinched his arm. You dare? Zhou Tian raised an eyebrow. Why wouldn't I? This beautiful Jiang lady, when she first played Honor of Kings, was utterly clueless. After 3 months of matchmaking, she wondered why she was still in bronze. She feared the minions would steal her health packs and would teleport over to snatch them. She refused to buy items during matches, claiming she was saving to purchase heroes. When I told her to win by destroying the enemy's crystal, she ran straight for it at level 1. Initially, she played against bots, unaware that they were computer-controlled, and even praised their skill. There are just too many stories like this. Luo Qiqing and the others were clearly struggling to suppress their laughter. While Jiang Shuer was turning a shade of red, her embarrassment turning to mild anger as she playfully punched Zhou Tian. Let us drink. Half an hour later, the group exited the restaurant, and Jiang Shuer had already arranged for 2 cars. The 3 gentlemen, displaying a keen sense of propriety, gracefully entered a vehicle, thereby affording Zhou Tian and Jiang Shuer a moment of solitude. In Anqing, the nightlife was just beginning to unfold. Neon lights flickered, and the flow of vehicles and pedestrians continued unabated, with numerous stalls offering food and wares scattered throughout the streets. Leaning against the car window, Zhou Tian found the dazzling world outside even more enchanting through his blurred vision. As the car moved sporadically, the effects of alcohol began to surge within him, inducing a pronounced dizziness, though he was fortunate to be devoid of any urge to vomit. He felt for the cigarettes in his pocket, but, realizing he was in the car and accompanied by Jiang Shuer, he refrained from smoking, closing his eyes instead to regulate his breathing. Jiang Shuer, being no stranger to spirits, sensed that Zhou Tian was somewhat inebriated. It was the first time she had witnessed him in such a state. Previously, during their meals together, they would occasionally indulge in a drink, but only in modest quantities. At this moment, Zhou Tian appeared to carry a hint of fatigue and desolation. A thought struck Jiang Shuer. If her sister were present, would Zhou Tian be experiencing this melancholy? How would her sister respond? Would she embrace Zhou Tian's arm, rest her head on his shoulder, or perhaps offer him a sip of water? She pondered these possibilities. Though she and Jiang Yuer were twins, their personalities and thought processes diverged significantly. She understood that despite her current appearance mirroring her sister's so closely that even their parents might momentarily confuse them, she was, ultimately, not Jiang Yuer, nor would she ever become her. Of course, she merely wished to be herself. This afternoon was simply a game for her. As she observed Zhou Tian with his eyes closed, she exhaled softly. He must be quite weary. Although their earlier conversation had been jovial, it was evident that Zhou Tian's university life was inextricably linked to part-time work. Jiang Shuer knew that Zhou Tian's family struggled financially. Yet she could not fathom the depths of their poverty, nor could she imagine the life of one who must toil through every winter and summer break. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly as she inhaled deeply and suddenly called out to the driver. "Excuse me, is it permissible to smoke in the car? I'm willing to pay extra." The driver, taken aback, chuckled. Sure, I've been wanting to smoke myself, but didn't he want to impose on you too? Jiang Shuider smiled. Disregarding Zhou Tian's equally astonished expression, retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, handed one to the driver, and then offered another to Zhou Tian. Go ahead. Just don't let it end up on me. Indeed, she was not Jiang Yue, nor could she predict how her sister might behave towards Zhou Tian. Yet, she would act in her own manner, even if it might be a misstep. Chapter 16. You shall depart only when I allow it. The evening breeze wafted through the car window, amplifying the cacophony of the outside world. After lighting a cigarette, Zhou Tian cautiously glanced at Jiang Shuider. How about a smoke for you? With a scowl, Jiang Shuider playfully struck Zhou Tian's shoulder, admonishing him, be careful with that cigarette. Don't dirty the master's car, and certainly don't smoke inside. If you must vomit, just let me know. As she spoke, she disdainfully brandished a plastic bag from her purse. Zhou Tian chuckled softly before turning his gaze toward the outside world, the smoke wafting swiftly from his fingertips. Jiang Shuider focused intently on his hands, which were strikingly elegant, long and fair, with prominent knuckles. Observing just those hands could lead one to believe their owner lived a life of ease and comfort. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice the thick calluses adorning his palms and fingertips. This, too, seemed to reflect the dichotomy of a privileged appearance masking a life of toil. Jiang Shuider understood well that the calluses on his palms were remnants of arduous labor, while those on his fingertips were the result of years spent playing the guitar. He had taken up the instrument for his sister's enjoyment, often playing for her and occasionally performing at bars. Whenever she requested a private performance, he would insist on payment, claiming he was a professional and could only play for her sister for free. Yet, when she genuinely offered him money, he would decline, refusing to sing. It seemed he reserved a special bond solely for her sister, maintaining a unique connection with her. For instance, as long as she was present, he would never smoke. And eventually, he even quit altogether. Suddenly, Jiang Shuider asked softly, what are your plans for the future? Zhou Tian looked puzzled. What do you mean? I mean your future plans. You're about to graduate, and everything will change. By the way, are you considering pursuing a master's degree? Zhou Tian shook his head. No, it's not worth it. Degrees are losing their value, and I couldn't get into a good school anyway. It seems better to spend this time earning money. For what purpose? Zhou Tian blinked and smiled slightly. To renovate my family's house, buy a second-hand car, and save for my parents' retirement. Jiang Shuider frowned, pursing her lips. Zhou Tian appeared to have meticulously planned his future once more. She recognized him as a planner, someone who liked to organize each year, month, day, and even hour in advance, becoming exceedingly distressed if others disrupted his schedules. Originally, his plans likely revolved around his sister, perhaps even extending across a lifetime. Now, with those aspirations dashed, he must be feeling utterly desolate. Yet, like his sister, Zhou Tian possessed a rational demeanor. Even if the sky were to fall, he would carry on as if unscathed. However, listening to Zhou Tian's current plans revealed that he had not considered his own needs at all. The intention behind buying a second-hand car clearly seemed to be merely for convenience in work or trips home. Otherwise, university students who have yet to graduate tend to harbor high aspirations, unaware of the challenges of earning a living. They would hardly consider purchasing a second-hand car as their first vehicle, especially someone as ambitious as Zhou Tian. Jiang Shuider longed to gently grasp Zhou Tian's hand, wishing to impart her warmth and urge him to think more about himself. Yet, all she could do was ponder, despite her fervent desire. She turned her gaze towards the window. Would she remain in Anqing in the future? Zhou Tian smiled and remarked, I wish to return to my hometown. When you feel that I have atoned for my sins, and it is time for me to leave, I will. Suddenly, Jiang Shuider exclaimed in frustration, Sin, my foot. Although you benefited tremendously, we were both intoxicated that night. I shall consider it as being bitten by a dog. After all, I have encountered more dogs than you have ever seen. This is nothing. You might as well compare it to acupuncture. The driver, puffing on a cigarette, nearly choked. Utterly astonished that such a beautiful young lady would utter such explosive words. Zhou Tian was taken aback for a moment, but soon comprehended, chuckling. So, I can go home in a few days? You need not pay me anymore. Jiang Shuider immediately retorted, No way. You can only leave when I allow it. If you dare sneak away, I will have the police issue a warrant for your arrest. At that moment, Jiang Shuider felt a pang of fear. She understood all too well that if Zhou Tian were to leave just like that, they would become strangers, never to reunite. Zhou Tian chuckled, his eyes clear. Jiang Shuer abruptly shifted the topic. Was your first love beautiful? Zhou Tian was momentarily taken aback. Why ask such a thing? Just making casual conversation, can I? Don't let the alcohol go to your head. Remember, I am your superior now. I'm the one who pays your salary. But no superior would inquire about someone's first love. They would merely ask if one was single or not. Why all this nonsense? Hurry up and speak. Every man should be deeply affected by his first love. Zhou Tian smiled non-committally. All right. Since you have the money, you call the shots. My first love. To be honest, I'm not quite sure how to define it. Is it the first flutter of the heart? Or the first time being in a relationship? Or perhaps the first, you know? Jiang Shuer raised an eyebrow. Aren't those three the same person? Zhou Tian shook his head. 3 different people. Jiang Shuer, irate, punched him lightly. You heartless playboy. You really are something. Zhou Tian feigned innocence. How is that being a playboy? I didn't even experience that with my first girlfriend. How is that being frivolous? It's simply pitiful. Jiang Shuer remained indignant. Then what is my sister to you? The one I love most, Zhou Tian replied nonchalantly, as if it were as simple as asking about his gender. Those 2 words rendered Jiang Shuer utterly speechless. Meanwhile, the driver, thoroughly entertained, was beside himself with curiosity. What was going on? Weren't these 2 in a relationship? And what about an older sister? The one he loved most? The illicit affair between the brother-in-law and the younger sister-in-law? Jiang Shuer suddenly let out a triumphant hum. At least you possess some humanity. Now tell me, who was your first crush? The goddess residing in your hard drive does not count. Just then, a voice echoed within the car. In 20 meters, turn right. And upon arrival, please remind passengers to take their belongings. Zhou Tian chuckled. We've arrived, President Jiang. To be honest, I believe we could skip the singing segment and head straight to the club. After a few drinks, it's the perfect time to unwind. The vehicle made a turn and came to a gradual stop. Ahead, Luo Qiqing and a few others had already disembarked and were waiting by the roadside. Jiang Shuer, without uttering a word, delivered a punch and swiftly tossed a plastic bag at Zhou Tian's face before exiting the car. Zhou Tian followed closely behind and immediately heard the exclamations from Luo Qiqing and the others. Wow, sister-in-law, this place looks quite expensive. Shouldn't we consider another venue? No need. She replied. I have a membership card, and the funds therein are just sitting idle. Yuer, my dear, are you ready? Our trio's singing will be entirely different from that of the second brother. He merely seeks money, while we are playing for our lives. Jiang Shuer stood up with enthusiasm. Hee, my singing could also be life-threatening. Let's see whose prowess is greater. By the way, would you like to join us in singing? The ladies here are exceptionally beautiful. Zhou Tian, isn't that right? I recall your fondness for the singer of room 76. Everyone turned to look at Zhou Tian, who was approaching. Chapter 17. The lethal songstress and the harbinger of death. Luo Qiqing and the others regarded Zhou Tian with a gaze that seemed to convey a mixture of envy and admiration. Brother Tian is impressive. The family heirloom. To venture out with sister-in-law and have beautiful singers as company. Zhou Tian's expression darkened. Please refrain from making baseless allegations. It was your insistence that led to the request for a singer. My choice of room 76 was solely based on her vocal talent. Jiang Shuer smirked slightly. Indeed. Her singing is delightful, and her physical attributes are even more so. Let's go. It was evident that Jiang Shuer was a regular here. Upon entering the lobby, the front desk staff greeted her warmly. As soon as the words left their lips, Jiang Shuer promptly interrupted. Cough. Is the private room ready? Brother Zhu, Xiao Luo. Shall we have a singer accompany us? These 3. Oh wait. It should be Luo Qiqing and Zhu Ping. Were eager to witness the ladies here, but simultaneously shook their heads in unison. Jiang Shuer stifled a laugh. Let's head to the elevator. The group surged into the elevator, heading straight for the top floor. Upon entering the private room, Luo Qiqing and the others were indeed taken aback. Firstly, the sheer size of the room was astounding. Secondly, the equipment was astonishingly comprehensive. In addition to professional singing gear, there were musical instruments, including a piano, electronic keyboard, and guitar, as well as electric guitars and drums. Even a guzheng was present, making it fully equipped for a band performance. Furthermore, the ceiling is a true celestial dome. Through the expansive glass overhead, one can behold the vibrant neon skyscrapers and the clear night sky surrounding them. Pop, pop, everyone loosened up, as Jiang Shuer proclaimed, turning off the overhead lights and activating the ambient lighting. Instantly, the atmosphere transformed into something extraordinary. The walls were adorned with three-dimensional projections of flora and fauna, even displaying birds flitting and soaring among the branches. Wow, this is incredible. Luo Qiqing couldn't help but exclaim. Jiang Shuer chuckled. This is merely the initial feature. When you select a song to sing, the visuals will change in harmony with the music. Zhu Ping gave a thumbs up. Impressive. We don't have such marvels in our small city. This is quite an eye-opener. Soon, a knock echoed through the room. A dozen servers entered the private room, bearing an assortment of beverages, snacks, and fruits. Once the door closed, Jiang Shuer noticed they were still idle and took a bite of watermelon. Why are you all still dawdling? Let us have some fun. Roll the dice, drink, and sing. Luo Qiqing and the others were not ones to hesitate. Promptly taking their seats, Zhu Ping raised his glass. Come, let us toast to the stunning Yuer and our gracious host. Old air. We won't hold back. Cheers. Cheers. Zhu Ping downed his drink and, while scanning for songs, grinned. I'll kick things off. Yuer, brace yourself for the noise. Luo Qiqing scoffed. Don't listen to this guy. He just loves to play the fool. Brother Zhu, you don't need to pretend. Just take off your clothes and lie on the floor. And you'd resemble a pig even more. Zhu Ping retorted, you rascal. Say that again, and I'll flatten you. Music soon erupted, the first notes of glorious years ringing out. As the first line resonated, Zhu Ping's talent was clearly revealed. Jiang Shuer couldn't suppress her surprise. It was genuinely pleasant to hear, even if some of the Cantonese pronunciations were slightly off. Nevertheless, it was quite impressive and heartfelt. Zhu Ping was immensely satisfied with Jiang Shuer's reaction, his pride swelling. Luo Qiqing raised his glass towards Zhou Tian and Li Wan, lowering his voice. Brother Zhu only knows a few songs, but from my observation, he generally sings quite well, which does justice to his stature. Jiang Shuer enthusiastically clapped and cheered. Brother Zhu, that sounds wonderful. Zhu Ping burst into laughter, his pride soaring. Luo Qiqing slowly stood up, causing Zhu Ping's laughter to abruptly halt, as he couldn't help but address the microphone. Hey, old San, don't you dare. Luo Qiqing smirked. What is wrong with our friendship? Our shared glorious years deserve a response. Luo Qiqing has unleashed his voice, or rather, begun to speak. The oysters, steaming with a peculiar sound, remind one of the tumultuous moments shared with Sheng Minglei. The dimness of winter bears only the remnants of oil, and the brilliance of bygone days is hard to grasp. Amidst the storm, a friend is caught off guard, while the doctor navigates the struggles of the bladder. The chicken heart can provide sustenance, and warm water remains a comforting presence. Oh, Zhu Ping's face darkened like the bottom of a pot, wishing fervently to confront Luo Qiqing on the spot. Each time he opens his mouth to sing, leaving strangers in awe, this rascal finds a way to disrupt. Damn it, this is my only advantage. With Luo Qiqing's interference, Zhu Ping soon loses his tune and ultimately gives in to a chaotic rendition. Jiang Shuer, enjoying her fruit, bursts into laughter. Zhou Tian, with a smile playing on his lips, raises his glass to Li Wan and takes a sip. As one song concludes, Zhu Ping is about to take a seat when Luo Qiqing hastily pulls him up again. Brother Zhu, don't leave. Let us perform a duet. Only the second one can sing with you without going off key, Zhu Ping replies, handing the microphone to Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian, chuckling, waves his hand. My throat is a bit scratchy. I'll have some water first. Zhu Ping, grinning, turns to Luo Qiqing. See? No one wants to sing with you. I'll do it. I'm quite fond of this duet. Upon hearing the opening notes, Jiang Shuer eagerly takes the microphone. Luo Qiqing is delighted. See? You guys are not giving me face, but sister-in-law is gracious. You've witnessed my level. Jiang Shuer, with a shy smile, responds, hee hee. My skills might not even match yours. You're just being too modest. Only Zhou Tian realizes that Jiang Shuer is not being humble at all. He watches as she removes her glasses, microphone in hand, struggling to suppress her laughter. He had previously nicknamed her the Deadly Diva. As Jiang Shuer begins her song, Zhu Ping and his companions share a common bewilderment. Who is singing? Could such a beautiful and alluring woman produce these enchanting notes? They are incredulous. Surely, this must be a recording from the previous performer. Who is singing, warming the solitude with lyrics that drift like tears beneath the blue sky? With her eyes closed, Jiang Shuer immerses herself in the performance. Her expression and movements are nearly flawless, but the most astonishing aspect is her voice. Luo Qiqing and Zhu Ping's eyes widen in disbelief. Even the most composed Li Wan wears a look of skepticism. Zhou Tian bursts into laughter, declaring Jiang Shuer's voice to be nothing short of enchanting. In this regard, Fate seems to exhibit a hint of fairness, bestowing upon Jiang Shui'er both wealth and privilege. She possessed a flawless visage and an alluring figure, yet was regrettably tone-deaf. Strangely, Jiang Shui'er remained oblivious to this fact, always believing her singing to be commendable. However, upon listening to the playback, she would blush, doubting that the voice she heard belonged to her. In terms of vocal talent, she was leagues apart from her sister. Jiang Yuer had begun piano lessons at the age of 5, passed the 10th grade by 7, and had also mastered the guzheng and classical dance. With no blemishes in her singing abilities either, Jiang Shui'er firmly believed that if perfection existed in the world, it was embodied solely by her sister. Nevertheless, when it came to singing, the essence lay in the atmosphere. Aware of her vocal shortcomings, Jiang Shui'er remained unabashed, showing no concern for her voice being a source of amusement. Thus, when a group sang, lackluster performances did not detract from the enjoyment. Conversely, an exquisite rendition could create an awkward tension, as it left others unsure of how to follow suit. "Xiao Luo, it's your turn. Sing," Jiang Shui'er called out. Luo Qiqing snapped back to attention, having been momentarily entranced. It must be said, both singers were equally matched in their lack of talent, yet the ambience remained lively. After their performance, the trio clapped energetically. Jiang Shui'er felt a tinge of embarrassment, repeatedly gesturing for them to stop. "Please don't praise me too much. Even I find my singing unbearable." "Li Wen, have you chosen a song yet?" Li Wen shyly waved his hand. "Sister-in-law, you all sing, but I truly cannot." Jiang Shui'er thrust the microphone towards him. "Hurry, pick a song. I see we're running out of options. Don't be shy. Look at me. I'm letting loose." Zhu Ping chuckled from the side. "Ahem, Yuer, our dear fourth brother genuinely can't sing." Luo Qiqing smirked. "Ahem. I'll choose a song for him that he is most adept at and fond of. The theme from the Legend of the Condor Heroes. Hard to recite. Let us give him a round of applause." Upon hearing this, Li Wen's face flushed crimson. As the music began to play, he had no choice but to rise to the occasion. Jiang Shui'er held hope for Li Wen. She believed that his reserved demeanor concealed considerable talent, especially since he was Zhou Tian's roommate. Grasping the microphone, Li Wen took a deep breath. "To mock you, I have squandered my wits." Jiang Shui'er widened her eyes. Unlike her own singing, which was merely unpleasant, Li Wen's performance conveyed an ineffable sensation. His pitch faltered, and his tempo fluctuated erratically. Particularly during the most challenging segment, the song devolved into a mere recitation, akin to a mournful chant. Li Wen's voice dwindled, his initial confidence giving way to profound self-doubt. When he finally completed that segment, gasping for breath, he quickly shifted the focus back to Zhou Tian with a wry smile. Zhou Tian smiled and waved his hand, encouraging everyone to continue singing to unwind and enjoy themselves. Li Wen, panting and shaking his head repeatedly, insisted, No. If we sing any longer, I might run out of breath." Zhou Tian handed the microphone to Zhu Ping, not out of disrespect or fear of poor performance, but because Jiang Yuer had a fondness for the lyrics of this particular song. Zhu Ping accepted the microphone with a smile and resumed singing. His proficiency was commendable. While he could not compare to the original artist, his rendition was still quite enjoyable, which was a testament to his skill given the song's considerable difficulty. Luo Qiqing let out a scream and shouted into the microphone, "No wonder you're my 200-plus-pound brother Zhu. Your breath support is impressive." Zhu Ping responded playfully with a middle finger. As the evening unfolded, the group gradually became more relaxed, engaging in a mixture of truth or dare and singing. Jiang Shui'er, having endured several rounds, finally rolled the dice and landed on a directive for someone to sing a song. With a mischievous smile, she turned to Zhou Tian. "Come on. After sitting there for so long without singing, you must adhere to the rules of the game." Luo Qiqing chimed in. "Yes, Tian Ge, hurry up. We don't want others to think our private room is filled with deathly serenaders. You have to save our faces." Seeing that everyone was staring at him, Zhou Tian couldn't help but chuckle. All right. You all know that I don't sing because I'm afraid you won't want to sing afterward." Li Wen, grinning, handed over the microphone. "When it comes to showing off, it has to be my brother Tian." Laughter erupted among the others. Zhou Tian raised his glass and downed its contents before selecting a song at the karaoke station. The others present were well aware of his capabilities and eagerly prepared to enjoy the performance. Jiang Shui'er discreetly took out her phone, activated the recording feature, and aimed it at Zhou Tian. It was her first time witnessing Zhou Tian sing live. Previously, she had only experienced his talent through her sister Jiang Yuer. Chapter 18. Remember to brush your teeth. Zhou Tian held the microphone tightly, slowly closing his eyes. Jiang Shuer gazed intently at his youthful profile. The music began to play. Years passed by in an instant, the sentiments of youth fleeting, like a fleeting flower, eluding the tides of the rivers and lakes. Unforgettable, a fleeting glance. Alone I draw the curtain, gazing at the few cold stars, unable to escape the relentless passage of time, searching for love entwined with longing, since fate eludes. I seek a peaceful slumber. Zhou Tian's singing transcended mere auditory pleasure. It resonated with the soul and stirred deep emotions. His voice carried the weight of stories, captivating listeners and drawing them into its embrace. Amidst the flickering lights, only Jiang Shuer noticed the glimmer in the corner of Zhou Tian's eye. His hand trembled slightly. She understood. Zhou Tian could not forget his sister. Yet she also knew. On a Sunday, one cannot escape fate. This is something Zhou Tian should understand well. Jiang Shuer turned her face away. On the top floor of Tianyue Community, a young woman clad in pajamas leaned alone against the bay window. In her eyes lay the splendor of the night, the vast emptiness of the dark sky punctuated only by a few dim stars, and the poignant memories that transcended time and space. The gentle breeze tousled her cascading hair like a waterfall. At that moment, her phone at her feet suddenly illuminated. Curiously, she opened WeChat. The mere silhouette in the video took her breath away and made her heart skip a beat. Her gaze was filled with complexity and hesitation, yet ultimately, her pale fingers pressed play on the video. Familiar sounds enveloped her, imbued with warmth, touch, and imagery, though it was merely a figure in the shadows. Her mind vividly reconstructed every gesture and expression of Zhou Tian, for she knew him intimately. Even when separated by a phone call, she could discern what he was doing and how he felt. She gazed into the night sky, her eyes distant and ethereal, as though only a delicate shell remained. In the early hours, Zhou Tian and his companions departed, heading to their next destination, a private club. Jiang Shuer, accustomed to the surroundings, led the four gentlemen into the opulent reception hall. Though Zhu Ping and Luo Qiqing were also second-generation affluent, they had never set foot in such a place. The three of them looked at Jiang Shuer and Zhou Tian with trepidation, akin to children on their first day of kindergarten. Jiang Shuer, with a relaxed smile, waved her hand dismissively. What are you so nervous about? Surely, you don't think anything special is going to happen? Now, follow them upstairs. Even if you wish for it, I won't allow it. Zhou Tian frowned. Isn't it fine if I go with them? Once the elevator doors closed behind Luo Qiqing and the others, Jiang Shuer snorted. You? Among that group, you're the least trustworthy. I fear you might sneak upstairs. I have to keep an eye on you. Zhou Tian muttered. Then there is something special after all. He felt a twinge of anxiety himself. It was his first time in such a venue. Soon, a staff member guided Zhou Tian to shower and change, before leading him into a private room. Upon his entry, Jiang Shuer was already lounging on the sofa. Although her attire was quite ordinary, her exquisite figure was undeniable, and her long, fair legs seemed to radiate under the lights. Captivating all attention, Jiang Shuer shot him a glare, hastily draping a blanket over her legs while angrily rebuking. What are you staring at? Do you wish for trouble? Zhou Tian, looking innocent, replied, I can't be blamed for this. One's instincts naturally gravitate towards the brightest spots in the current scene, especially when they shine. Jiang Shuer let out a disdainful snort. Nonsense. The lights are so bright and luminous. Can't you see? Isn't it rather glaring? Besides, I've seen enough of it. Leave. With that, she ignored Zhou Tian and pressed a button on the sofa. In less than 2 minutes, a knock echoed from outside the door. Come in. As the door swung open, two enchanting women clad in form-fitting kipeos entered. They were truly stunning, with delicate features, alluring figures, fair skin, and long legs. One could easily mistake them for rising stars. Zhou Tian marveled inwardly at the extravagant world of the wealthy. Such exquisite beauties, in their circles, would undoubtedly be destined to marry affluent men, with dowries starting in the hundreds of thousands. Yet here they were, merely offering foot massages. Jiang Shuer remarked sarcastically. Do you like them? They're all voluptuous. Want something special? Zhou Tian immediately shook his head. How about I take them to an internet CAF to play games instead? Jiang Shuer scoffed. If that's what you think, why don't you stand up? Why are you taking off your shoes instead? You absolute fool. Zhou Tian chuckled awkwardly. You are my superior, my boss, the one who pays my salary. I have to comply with your wishes. Jiang Shuer curled her lip in disdain. Let us begin. This guy has a weak constitution. You two take good care of him." The two beauties commenced their services, providing exceptionally professional and rejuvenating massage treatments. Initially tense, Zhou Tian soon relaxed completely. As soon as his feet were finished, he drifted off to sleep. The beauty attending to him gradually ceased her motions. Casting a questioning glance at Jiang Shuer, she waved her hand dismissively, and the two women silently exited the room. Such skill. If they weren't technicians, they could easily make excellent thieves. Their footsteps were nearly inaudible, and the door opened with barely a sound. This was mastery. This was professionalism. This was unparalleled finesse. Jiang Shuer sat cross-legged, frowning at Zhou Tian. It was the first time she had seen him asleep. His chest rose and fell gently, still clutching his phone in slumber. At that moment, she found the sight of the sleeping Zhou Tian rather pleasing. She softly rose, turned off the main light, and left the room. Instantly, the only illumination remaining came from the dim yellow glow of the bedside lamp. Zhou Tian found himself lost in a lengthy dream, one that vividly featured Jiang Shuer. The dream felt astonishingly real, so much so that upon waking, he struggled to distinguish between reality and illusion. He stared blankly for a while before regaining his senses. Checking his phone, he noted that it was only a little past 6 o'clock, while the chat log in the group had stagnated since 2, primarily consisting of exchanges between Luo Qiqing and Zhu Ping. "Wow, Zhu, the legs of the beauty beside me are truly fair. Yours are not bad either. But could you refrain from staring at her chest? After all, we are university students. Get lost. You should wipe your drool first. Oh, and your pants. Can we not be so embarrassing? Nevertheless, this beauty next to me is indeed alluring. Do you think her fragrance comes from shower gel, shampoo, or perfume? Or is it simply her natural scent? Zhu, you clearly misunderstand. Do you think natural scent is so easily achieved? It's likely the result of cosmetics permeating her essence. By the way, what cup size do you think this beauty possesses? Perhaps it's a C cup? Who knows how she developed such proportions? A large bosom is one thing, but her waist is incredibly slim as well." Li Wen silently expressed his disdain. As a result, the two continued to chat with even greater fervor. Zhou Tian glanced at the chat history and couldn't help but chuckle. Wait a moment. Zhou Tian suddenly noticed that Huada 4 had transformed into Huada 5. He clicked to investigate and found an additional member. The profile picture depicted a cross-dressed Sun Wukong. With the username, "Scoot over, you're pressing my 1-meter-long data cable." Although the avatar and name were unfamiliar, Zhou Tian instantly recognized Jiang Shuer. He couldn't help but exclaim, "How did she get in here? What was her purpose?" Moreover, didn't she realize her WeChat profile bore no resemblance to Jiang Shuer at all? Zhou Tian hurriedly clicked into Jiang Shuer's moments for a fleeting glance. Thankfully, the privacy settings allowed only 3 days of visibility, rendering her previous photos and posts invisible. However, this username and avatar were far too uncharacteristic of Jiang Shuer. Never mind. The trio, apart from Li Wen, likely remained oblivious. Even if the truth were to be revealed, he could simply clarify matters. It was no big deal. Zhou Tian reclined once more, feeling at ease. Now he understood why the chat records of Luo Qiqing and Zhu Ping had ceased at 2 o'clock. It was because Jiang Shuer had joined the group at that hour. Wait a moment. Can WeChat usernames really contain so many characters? They shouldn't be able to. How did Jiang Shuer manage that? Furthermore, how did she know where they went after leaving the internet CAF last night? Damn, why dwell on these matters? Time for sleep. Just as Zhou Tian was about to close his eyes, his phone suddenly lit up. "Come down to the lobby and wait for me. Don't forget to brush your teeth." It was a message from Jiang Shuer. Zhou Tian was utterly perplexed. How did she know he was awake? Surely, she hadn't implanted any listening devices on him. Moreover, Jiang Shuer was up so early. Typically, she only woke after 9 o'clock, and it was only 6. What could she possibly want him downstairs for? It couldn't be to kiss him, could it? Zhou Tian, filled with perplexity, washed up and changed his clothes before descending the stairs. As he stepped out of the elevator, Jiang Shuer was already seated on the sofa in the lobby. At that moment, Jiang Shuer had donned a light green athletic ensemble complemented by a white baseball cap. Her upper half was adorned with a jacket layered over a tank top, while her lower half showcased shorts that were characteristically short, in line with her usual style. This outfit transformed Jiang Shuer into a different persona, exuding youthful exuberance while also accentuating her alluring figure. Moreover, she truly lived up to her name, her fair complexion captivating the gaze of onlookers. One might mistake her for a campus belle from a prestigious university working part-time at this private club. Jiang Shui rose and huffed. Why are you so slow? I've been waiting for you for 2 minutes. Zhou Tian, slightly speechless, replied, Sister, is 2 minutes really that long? How much time does it take for the elevator to travel from top to bottom when we used to play games? I never complained when you made me wait for an hour. Jiang Shui immediately shot him a glare, raising her hand as if to intimidate a small cat or dog. Zhou Tian instinctively took a step back, which amused Jiang Shui. Humph, let us go out for a walk. Zhou Tian stared at Jiang Shui's curvaceous silhouette, utterly bewildered. Walk? Where's the dog? Jiang Shui turned around, squinting her eyes with a smile. You are the dog. She then removed the sports headband from her forehead. Crouching down, she waved at Zhou Tian while exclaiming, TSK, TSK, TSK. Tian, come here and put on the leash. Your owner is taking you out for a walk while you do your business. Zhou Tian's face darkened. He felt a strong urge to punch Jiang Shui. He scoffed. President Jiang, dogs tend to relieve themselves anywhere. What if I? Shut it. How disgusting. Before Zhou Tian could finish his sentence, Jiang Shui already anticipated his retort, promptly giving him the middle finger before turning to walk outside. Tian, hurry up and follow your owner. Otherwise, you won't get any snail-flavored dog food for dinner. She added, Oh, and we still haven't settled last night's bill. You probably don't have enough in your account, right? You could consider a loan with your credit. Borrowing over 30,000 shouldn't be a problem. Zhou Tian sighed softly. Being poor certainly dampens one's spirit. Well, he thought, he might as well entertain this young lady. Zhou Tian quickened his pace to catch up. Jiang Shui urged, faster. He complied, increasing his speed. The two maintained a distance of about 2 meters apart. The scent of her Chanel perfume wafted distinctly to Zhou Tian's nose. Through the gazes of passers-by, he could only imagine how Jiang Shui appeared from the front. After all, she was a girl. In truth, Zhou Tian had always felt indifferent towards Jiang Shui. This indifference was neutral, indicating that he harbored no romantic feelings for her. Yet, he undeniably held a fondness for her. He truly regards Jiang Shui as a sister-in-law, a friend, a buddy, and a family member. It is indeed peculiar. The two sisters appear virtually identical, yet Zhou Tian experiences a yearning and impulse towards Jiang Shui that is distinctly different. However, there exists one exception. That is the unique fragrance emanating from Jiang Shui. It is remarkably singular. Zhou Tian had never encountered a scent akin to it before. This aroma instills in him an indescribable sensation. It was only later, when Jiang Shui informed him, that he learned it was Jiang Shui's natural scent, evident since her early childhood. Zhou Tian adores this fragrance, yet he refrains from indulging in it. Hence, he deliberately slows his pace. Upon noticing this, Jiang Shui promptly exclaimed, Zhou Tian, are you a turtle? Hurry up. All right, I understand. What is wrong with you today? Out for a morning jog? You're usually too lazy to even eat breakfast, Zhou Tian retorted. As she ran, Jiang Shui turned around and flashed him a middle finger. I can run if I wish. What is it to you? Aren't you curious how I knew you were awake? Zhou Tian shook his head. You wouldn't tell me anyway. If you beg me, I might, she teased. Not a chance. Put away those perverse thoughts of wanting to be called mommy. If you want to be called mommy, go find 100 sons to suppress in a day. Oh, no need to call me, just beg me. No. Zhou Tian replied. Do you want to die? Hurry up and beg me to tell you. Zhou Tian pursed his lips, thinking how childish she was, despite being 3 years his senior. All right. I beseech you, Miss Jiang, please tell me how you knew. Jiang Shui smirked disdainfully. You don't understand, do you? That wristband of yours is actually a smart health tracker. The back end can monitor your physical condition. And I have access to that room's diagnostic permissions. Zhou Tian expressed his disdain. It's just a massage. What's the big deal? Are they collecting data to see which spots give clients more pleasure? You know nothing. While you are merely getting a massage, some individuals are not. Moreover, there are those of particularly esteemed status and advanced age. If something were to go awry during their massage, it could spell great trouble. Zhou Tian was taken aback, then became even more dismissive. Oh, I see. You're worried those old geezers might die from pleasure, right? Your upper-class society is truly base. Jiang Shui retorted, as if ordinary people aren't base as well. Besides, I am not part of any upper-class society. Zhou Tian pursed his lips. What brings you to our dormitory group? What do you intend to do? Don't you think your WeChat name resembles Jiang Shui too much? Mind your own business. The three of them agreed. So if you have an issue, leave the group. Zhou Tian was at a loss for words. In truth, after Jiang Shuer joined the group last night, the three fellows had also sensed that this WeChat persona did not align with their impressions of Jiang Yuer. However, Li Wen attempted a transfer and discovered that the other party's real name was Jiang Er. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Yuer had a twin sister, and their names differed by only a single character. Thus, they harbored no suspicions, merely attributing the contrast to Jiang Yuer's striking appearance. Meanwhile, the trio of brothers remained sound asleep. Zhou Tian, although trailing behind Jiang Shuer and basking in her aura, found himself panting heavily after running for merely 10 minutes. Jiang Shuer disparagingly remarked, "Your stamina leaves much to be desired. Are you already succumbing to fatigue before reaching 25? Zhou Tian, at a loss for words, retorted, "Sister, that aspect is quite distinct from physical training. Over the past 6 months, I've been working constantly, often burning the midnight oil, with hardly any opportunity for exercise." Jiang Shuer was poised to counter, "You lack opportunities for exercise? It is precisely because you have overexerted yourself that you have drained your vitality. The number of times you and my sister have exercised together in the past 6 months must surely be in the hundreds." She was about to voice this opinion when her brain caught up with her tongue, prompting her to retract the statement. Just as Jiang Shuer was about to find another way to mock Zhou Tian's vitality, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from a distance. Hey, big sister, former brother-in-law." Jiang Shuer and Zhou Tian turned toward the voice, and their hearts sank. They nearly turned to flee. A young man stood in front of a breakfast shop, waving enthusiastically, none other than Jiang family's cousin, Jiang Tao. Had it been just him, Jiang Shuer would have approached to slap him and scold, "You fool! Did you leave your eyes at home this morning? I am your second sister." However, the situation became exceedingly complicated and frightening, for behind Jiang Tao stood a middle-aged couple, Jiang Shuer's parents. Chapter 20. Two sisters competing for one man? Upon seeing the Jiang couple, Zhou Tian was taken aback. He had seen them before, albeit on Jiang Yuer's phone. Jiang Yuer had long wished to introduce Zhou Tian to her parents, but he had always felt unprepared. Little did he expect their first encounter to occur under such circumstances, especially with Jiang Shuer by his side. Zhou Tian hastily averted his gaze, pretending not to see. "What should we do?" Jiang Shuer whispered urgently. "What do you mean, what should we do? Just turn around," she replied. "I intended to treat you to the crab roe buns here, but who would have thought they would be here as well?" The two of them feigned deafness and swiftly changed direction, quickening their pace. Jiang Tao stood there, utterly perplexed. Hey, sister, uncle, aunt, what is going on?" She clearly saw us. The couple behind him exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions growing serious. Their confusion stemmed not from their daughter's abrupt departure, but from the realization that it was not Jiang Yuer, but Jiang Shuer standing before them. They were well aware of Zhou Tian's presence behind them. If it were at any other time, the elder daughter's former boyfriend being with the younger daughter would not raise any concerns, as they were merely companions, knowing full well the closeness between the younger daughter and Zhou Tian. However, it is now just past 6 in the morning. This naturally provokes suspicion. Moreover, they are acutely aware of the deep affection between their elder daughter and Zhou Tian. They had prepared themselves to meet their future son-in-law. Therefore, upon learning of their elder daughter's breakup some time ago, they pondered long and hard, yet remained perplexed. But now, it seems they are beginning to make sense of it. Mr. Zhang's expression darkened. "This is unacceptable. How could Xiaoxua?" Mrs. Zhang gently grasped his hand. "Perhaps we have misjudged the situation or overthought it." Mr. Zhang, remaining silent, immediately took out his phone and dialed the number. Although Jiang Shuer had sprinted far ahead, leaving only her silhouette visible, the couple distinctly noticed her reaching for her phone. Mr. Zhang's fists clenched in frustration. "Nonsense. I usually allow her to play as she wishes, knowing she won't overstep. But how could she take something from Yuer?" Mrs. Zhang signaled for him to refrain from speaking, as their son Jiang Tao, with his big mouth, was nearby. The couple felt a sense of despair. Only families with twins can truly grasp the dilemmas of having a pair of twins. To illustrate, when they were young, if Jiang Yuer fell ill and had to take traditional medicine, Jiang Shuer insisted on taking it too. When preparing meals, they had to divide identical dishes to the smallest detail, almost weighing each portion, as if counting the grains of rice. The couple found themselves in a serious predicament. If Jiang Yuer had something, Jiang Shuer had to have it too, and it had to be exactly the same. Even if Jiang Yuer injured her arm and wore a cast, Jiang Shuer would wail for the same. Fortunately, Jiang Yue always graciously yielded to her sister. And as they grew older, Jiang Shui appeared to start understanding, seeking to differentiate herself in every aspect. While Jiang Yue pursued music, she opted for sports. When Jiang Yue stayed in the south for university, she ventured to the northeast. Jiang Yue dated a boy 3 years her junior, while Jiang Shui chose one 3 years her senior, even if it was just a playful affair. Thus, the Jiang couple finally breathed a sigh of relief. For they had worried since the sisters were 5 or 6 years old that they might vie for the same man in the future. The mere thought of it was distressing. Yet, unexpectedly, at the moment of their greatest relaxation, Jiang Shui executed an unforeseen maneuver, stealthily undermining their assumptions. Jiang Tao, the big fool, looked bewildered. "Uncle, Aunt, what are you talking about?" Mr. Jiang waved his hand. "Go drive. Take us home first." Jiang Tao exclaimed, "Aren't we eating? We were just about to be served." Mrs. Jiang, somewhat irritated, gave him a light slap. "Hurry up. At this time, you're still thinking about food." After Jiang Tao left, Father Jiang spoke in a deep voice. "Let us first return home to confirm with Yue. If Shui has truly committed such an act, I shall not spare her." And that wretched Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian and Jiang Shui, naturally unaware of the turmoil brewing here, had already dashed into a breakfast shop. "Are you sure about this arrangement?" Zhou Tian questioned, sensing a hint of discomfort. What could possibly go wrong? Jiang Shui waved her hand dismissively. "Humph, Jiang Tao. That great fool did not recognize me, but my parents certainly did. My father just called. It was undoubtedly to verify." Zhou Tian's eyes widened in surprise. "What? That is not considered a problem. You must be mindful of our identities, and it's early morning. If your parents misunderstand," Jiang Shui swiftly pinched him. "Enough. Do you think my parents are so narrow-minded? Do you believe they think so little of me that I would steal my own sister's boyfriend?" Her voice grew softer, and her cheeks flushed. She quickly turned to the outside and shouted, "Boss, 1 bowl of 8 treasure porridge and a tea egg. You can order for yourself." "Oh, boss. I'll have a steamer of buns and a bowl of egg soup." Jiang Shui looked at him in disdain. "Are you a pig? Eating so much? What they say online is true. Northerners eat far more than Southerners." Zhou Tian cleared his throat and sat up straight. "Is that really too much? Brother Zhu can devour 3 steamers. And why not mention that Northerners are generally taller?" Jiang Shui scoffed. "Is an extra centimeter considered tall?" Zhou Tian nodded earnestly. "Why not? And what of it? I'll pay for my own meal later." Jiang Shui chuckled lightly. "Just so you know, this shop sells crab roe buns for 24 yuan each. 8 in a steamer." Zhou Tian was taken aback, glancing at the price list. "So expensive? 15 yuan for egg soup. Is there a kuan in it? Eggs are only 50 cents each." As Jiang Shui removed her coat, she remarked, "Do take note of the location. The average price of the surrounding houses is around 60 to 70,000. Zhou Tian pressed his lips together. "It seems that you Southerners have more money. I can't afford this. I miss my little county town, where a steamer of buns costs 8 yuan and egg soup 150, and it tastes quite good." Jiang Shui suddenly asked, "By the way, are you going home for the May Day holiday?" "Do I even have a holiday?" "You do, 7 days. Thanks, President Jiang. I will buy my ticket in advance." "No need. The company reimburses travel expenses for employees. Just send me your ID. Hee, it's still better in the South. I've always said my yearning for the South is justified. I'll buy it myself." Jiang Shui suppressed a smile. "Do you have enough money for a plane ticket? Besides, with the May Day holiday approaching, you probably want to find a ticket if you wait until the last 4 or 5 days. No worries, I'll buy a train ticket. I can claim it at the price of a plane ticket, right?" Jiang Shui maintained a serious demeanor. "You say that, do you? Before the boss, you attempt to exploit his generosity?" Zhou Tian chuckled softly, observing his boss as she brought over a dish. With a feigned innocence, he inquired, "Jiang, are you only having this little? Why not try one of my buns?" Jiang Shui raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean? Do you believe I should be consuming more? Am I that overweight?" Zhou Tian silenced himself to focus on his meal. Jiang Shui sipped her porridge delicately, then sent a message to Manager Song on her phone. "Please check Zhou Tian's train ticket and reserve one beside him for me." Moments later, a reply came. "Boss, I found it. It's for May 3rd, but it's a hard seat on a green train, lasting over 20 hours. This is rather arduous. Shall I switch it for you both?" "No need." Chapter 21. 5 days at work. Debt of 60,000 shortly after 8. The two returned to the club. The others were still asleep, not stirring until past 10. Once the group was ready, Jiang Shui ushered them out, and they boarded a coaster. Another day of indulgence commenced. Jiang Shuer was well-versed in the art of entertainment, having explored nearly all the enjoyable offerings Anqing had to provide. Consequently, the following 2 days were filled with genuine joy for Luo Qiqing and his companions. They were utterly captivated. However, considering their responsibilities and the considerable expenses incurred daily, it was prudent to be mindful of the time they occupied. Thus, on the morning of the 4th day in Anqing, the trio boarded a plane. Luo Qiqing and Zhu Ping returned to school, while Li Wen headed to Chongqing to visit his older sister, a fact that stirred envy in the other two. After bidding farewell to his roommates, Zhou Tian felt a tinge of loneliness, knowing that their next meeting would be for the graduation ceremony. Today was April 29th, with only 4 days until he returned home. A complex turmoil flickered in Zhou Tian's eyes. His family was simple, parents and an older brother. Yet, the relationship among the three of them often resembled that of adversaries, with quarrels erupting at the slightest provocation. In solitude, they could go half a day without uttering a word. His yearning to return home stemmed from a desire to see his mother, the family dog, and childhood friends he hadn't seen in over a year. Zhou Tian harbored resentment towards his father, a man he deemed self-righteous and aimless. His sole passion seemed to be drinking, often leading to nonsensical ramblings and boasting. Even approaching retirement age, his temperament remained volatile, with emotional intelligence bordering on negative. He had a penchant for saying what others least wanted to hear. Strangely, he treated outsiders with more kindness than his own family, lacking the ability to earn but spending money freely. It could be said that his father epitomized everything Zhou Tian disliked. Since high school, every monthly return home had resulted in an argument between them. Curiously, Zhou Tian recalled a different father from his childhood, one who had once played video games with him. In the eyes of his father, Zhou Tian may not have been regarded in the same light before. Presently, the source of his father's pride lies in his elder brother, who is steadily ascending within the bureaucratic hierarchy, rather than in Zhou Tian himself. It seems his father is already prepared for retirement, yet lacks a pension to support such a transition. Although Zhou Tian's brother has started a family, half of the dowry was borrowed. As for Zhou Tian, he is left with nothing but debt. Had the family not been so impoverished, he would not have had to work part-time since high school. Zhou Tian feels somewhat unfortunate. If fate had been a tad kinder, it need not have bestowed great wealth upon his family. Merely a semblance of normalcy would suffice. Yet, the future he envisions is one where he must repay debts and provide for his parents in their old age. As for marriage, that seems quite challenging. In their village, the dowry has escalated to 380,000 yuan, and one must also possess a house and a car. Even for a second marriage, the dowry is simply reduced. He cannot fathom how long it will take to earn such an amount. Hey, why are you dazed? Hurry up and get in the car. Jiang Shuer's voice jolted Zhou Tian back to reality. Oh, you old rascal. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Zhou Tian chuckled helplessly. There was no remedy. Jiang Shuer's vast array of references often led her thoughts astray. The vehicle headed towards the city. Jiang Shuer complained, honestly, I can't understand why those planners decided to place the airport so far out. It's cheaper land. They think it will spur surrounding development. But just imagine how much it would cost to build and secure such a large area in the city center. Shut up, as if I didn't know that. By the way, I've sent you the expense report for the past 3 days. These will be gradually deducted from your salary. What? Zhou Tian picked up his phone and nearly fainted. After 5 days of work, he was nearly 60,000 yuan in debt. At this rate, he would need to take out a loan just to work. His current monthly salary is only 6,000 yuan, which would wipe out a year's worth of earnings. Moreover, he still needs to eat and drink. Jiang Shuer managed to suppress her rising smile. Don't worry, I won't deduct it all. I'll send you 3,000 yuan each month. Roughly estimated, you'll be able to pay it off in less than 2 years. Could you possibly send a bit more? I have student loans to repay. Jiang Shuer blinked, clearly unfamiliar with the term student loans. How about this? I'll promote you to a permanent position. After deducting social insurance and housing fund, your post-tax salary will be 7,000 yuan. I'll send you 500 yuan each month. That should suffice. Enough. Humph. Make sure to work diligently. Yes. But, Jiang Zong, what exactly is my job? You'll be the assistant to the general manager, catering to my every need. Zhou Tian looked perplexed. I can certainly assist with food and drink, but the other 3 aspects may be rather inappropriate. Go to hell. On May 3rd, Zhou Tian awoke early and spent over 2 hours scrolling through Douyin before finally getting out of bed. Although it was a late-night train, the day's busyness was not solely due to the desire to return home, but also because of the impending move. The rented accommodation was far too distant from his workplace, and Jiang Shuer had arranged for him a single dormitory. By the time it was past 4 in the afternoon, everything was finally settled. He had become quite familiar with the railway station in Anqing and the nearby internet cafes. He first made plans in the internet CAF to team up with a couple of friends for some gaming. Li Wen had already embarked on a sweet cohabitation with his older sister, while Luo Qiqing and Zhu Ping insisted on sending him some supplements for his health. As Zhou Tian offered his well wishes, he couldn't help but reminisce about the moments spent with Jiang Yuer, causing him to smoke a bit more than usual. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Tian stood on the platform, waiting for his train to arrive, dragging along his suitcase. Over the years, he had mostly traveled by the green train, primarily for its affordability, and he cherished the feeling of sitting by the window, enjoying the scenery. In this fast-paced modern society, it was refreshing to embrace a slower pace occasionally. Moreover, for someone of his humble means, time was the least valuable commodity. That morning, he had called home to inform them of his arrival 2 days hence. His mother was elated but expressed some disappointment at not being informed sooner, cautioning him not to purchase anything, as they lacked for nothing at home. Finally, the green train arrived at the station. Zhou Tian held his identification card as he joined the queue. Even though high-speed trains and airplanes had become remarkably affordable and convenient, it seemed that many still preferred the train, perhaps a reflection of the enduring presence of those less fortunate. With the May Day holiday in full swing, the crowds were even larger. Each carriage was nearly filled to capacity, with a diverse mix of individuals spanning all ages. Zhou Tian felt the peculiar fondness for trains, even considering them somewhat romantic. Compared to high-speed trains, the atmosphere within a train carriage was much noisier and often accompanied by various odors. Yet, for someone who had even raised pigs, such matters were trivial. He enjoyed listening to the conversations of people from all walks of life and various ages, relishing the opportunity to observe them and imagine their stories. Just as Zhou Tian settled into his seat and was about to put on his headphones, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. Tian, help Mom put the luggage up. Chapter 22, Zhou Tian. Caught in the middle, Zhou Tian wondered if his headphones had somehow connected to play a voice message from Jiang Shuer automatically. He turned around sharply to see, under the lights, Jiang Shuer in jeans and a windbreaker, beaming with delight as she looked at him. Surprised again? Can't quite fathom how I managed to show up? Zhou Tian stood up, bewildered. What are you doing here? What am I doing? I'm coming along to have some fun. I've never been to Hebei. Zhou Tian was even more perplexed. No, I'm going home, not for leisure. Jiang Shuer stood confidently with her hands on her hips. So what? Enough chatter. Hurry up and place my suitcase up there. There are others behind us. Don't block their way. Although Zhou Tian was taken aback, his past experiences had rendered him somewhat immune to Jiang Shuer. Thus, he quickly adjusted and reached for her seemingly adorable, pinkish-white suitcase. To his surprise, he nearly wrenched his back. What on earth? Did you pack dumbbells in here? Jiang Shuer raised an eyebrow. Can you handle it, slim dog? If you can't, there are plenty of big brothers around eager to assist me. She was not mistaken. The moment Jiang Shuer entered the carriage, dragging 2 suitcases, one large and one small, numerous eager gentlemen were poised to lend a hand. Zhou Tian remained silent, lifting the suitcase with both hands. A delicate, pale hand joined in, aiding him in hoisting it up. With a huff, Jiang Shuer breezed past Zhou Tian and took a seat. Zhou Tian pressed his lips together. Sister, that's my seat. So what? I prefer the window. You sit in the middle. That one is mine. Zhou Tian let out a soft sigh. Sister, this is over 20 hours in hard seats. Trust me, you won't last. Sit for a few hours, have your fun, then get off. Jiang Shuer wore a defiant expression. Who do you look down on? You're a liberal arts student telling me, a sports major, that I can't handle it. Zhou Tian rubbed his forehead. Sister, you graduated 3 years ago. Do you even remember the last time you did pole vaulting? Jiang Shuer blinked. I truly can't recall, but that doesn't matter. If you can handle it, so can I. Now sit down, you're blocking the way. Reluctantly, Zhou Tian complied. Many nearby were watching with envy. After all, Zhou Tian and Jiang Shuer resembled a young couple. To have such a beautiful girlfriend was worth 50 years of life. Moreover, she was willing to accompany him in a hard seat on a green train. Such women were rare indeed. It was truly a stroke of luck, a blessing earned over 8 lifetimes. Jiang Shuer had long grown accustomed to being the center of attention wherever she went. She curiously scanned her surroundings, finding everything quite novel. She had rarely, if ever, taken a green train. For long journeys, she typically traveled by first-class flight or in a luxury business vehicle. Zhou Tian, observing her wonderment, felt a chuckle rise within him. His first train journey had been quite similar. Just wait, she would soon discover the discomfort. At that moment, a young girl carrying a backpack and engrossed in her phone approached. She appeared to be around 17 or 18. Glancing at her seat number, then at her phone, she stole a glance at Jiang Shuer and Zhou Tian. Initially, Zhou Tian had maintained a distance, with half of his backside resting on the adjacent seat. But seeing the girl's apparent intention to sit beside him, he had no choice but to shift closer to Jiang Shuer. Now, their arms were pressed together. Although one was clad in a windbreaker and the other in a thin sun protection garment, Jiang Shuer still felt an undeniable warmth of flesh against flesh, causing her petite face to flush slightly. Of course, aside from her arms, the most prominent feature was her truly ample and rounded posterior, inevitably brushing against Zhou Tian. This was Jiang Shuer's perception. However, Zhou Tian's experience was markedly different. The girl beside him also possessed a voluptuous figure, leaving him sandwiched between two women in an exceedingly awkward predicament. He yearned to change his position, but a glance around revealed that most nearby individuals were male, and the few women present were accompanied by children. Thus, Zhou Tian could only attempt to shrink into himself. Suddenly, Jiang Shuer nudged him lightly with her shoulder. By the way, does Hebei have any unique characteristics? Zhou Tian was momentarily taken aback, then quickly understood, shooting her a fierce glare. Is that something you should be asking me? Do you have anything else? Zhou Tian replied with a stoic expression, yes, environmental protection. Unable to contain herself, Jiang Shuer gave his leg a gentle pinch. What kind of characteristic is that? I meant something fun or delicious. Zhou Tian sighed. It was not that he sought to belittle his hometown. Rather, he truly couldn't think of anything particularly enjoyable or delectable in Hebei. Many young people of their generation from Hebei wished to escape that place. If one had visited 2 decades ago, the defining characteristic would have been smog, which could indeed be amusing in its own right. Stepping outside at night would leave one startled, questioning whether they had stumbled into the realm of Silent Hill. As for now, yes, during this season, one could witness the flurry of white fluff in the air. Jiang Shuer furrowed her brow. White fluff? Snow? Snow, my foot. I mean poplar fluff. You'll only comprehend when you endure until we disembark. Humph, who does she look down upon? It's merely a 20-hour journey. Does she think I've never pulled an all-nighter gaming? Zhou Tian glanced at her, suppressing a chuckle. Upon reflection, Jiang Shuer did possess a slight advantage. Having studied sports in university, surrounded by athletes, she likely had developed some immunity to body odor. Just as Zhou Tian contemplated this, Jiang Shuer seemed to catch a whiff of something unpleasant, her brows knitting together in displeasure. She twitched her nose, searching for the source of the foul odor, and then exclaimed in indignation, "What is that old man thinking? This is a public space. How can he take off his shoes? And his socks as well?" Zhou Tian remained impassive. You just referred to him as an old man. What authority do you have over him? It could be worse. At least he is somewhat distant. Last time, I sat across from someone devouring snail noodles, next to someone with body odor, and behind me was someone fond of silent, yet noxious flatulence. Jiang Shuer huffed. How can I not intervene? As she spoke, she retrieved a mask from her bag and donned it. Jiang Shuer had indeed done her homework and prepared in advance. With the mask securely in place, she stood up and made her way toward the exit. In a moment of inadvertence, she accidentally tripped herself, landing squarely in Zhou Tian's lap. The astonishing scale and sensation were entirely in Zhou Tian's grasp. Zhou Tian let out an exclamation. Jiang Shuer's face flushed crimson as she hastily rose. Zhou Tian, you rascal, you tripped me. Zhou Tian, taken aback, replied, Sister, do you see where my feet are? Jiang Shuer glanced down and noticed Zhou Tian's feet were indeed tucked beneath the seat, far from her. Her face reddened further as she shot him a fierce glare, her heart ablaze with indignation. The fact that Zhou Tian had a rather peculiar Japanese name, Buichuan Kucha, only added to her embarrassment, as she had quite literally ended up in his lap. With a sharp slap, Jiang Shuer struck Zhou Tian's arm. The girl seated by the aisle promptly stood to allow Jiang Shuer to pass. It's all right, little sister, you sit, Jiang Shuer said, striding towards the elderly gentleman who had removed his shoes and socks. Zhou Tian sighed, fearing Jiang Shuer might give the old man a piece of her mind. Just as he stood, Jiang Shuer turned and pointed at him. Sit down, don't move. This little matter is something I can handle. With that, she donned her mask and marched over with a fierce demeanor. However, after a brief exchange with the elderly man, she returned, looking rather dejected within mere minutes. This unexpected behavior piqued Zhou Tian's curiosity, as it was uncharacteristic of Jiang Shuer. Hey, why are you back? Did you not just say this was a trivial matter? Chapter 23. In the future, I will illuminate the map. Jiang Shuer shot him an exasperated look. Feeling somewhat defeated, the old man mentioned he has athlete's foot and is in considerable discomfort. He blushed while saying it. I glanced at his feet, and indeed, they were quite calloused. Given his age, it must be challenging for him, especially if he has to work. Zhou Tian's lips curled into a slight smile. Once Jiang Shuer settled down, resting her chin on her palm while gazing out the window, she inquired, Hey, Zhou Tian, what delicious food do you have that you haven't told me about yet? Zhou Tian picked up his phone. The tastiness of food is subjective. I can only share what is common in our area, which might be rare elsewhere, like donkey meat pie. Jiang Shuer looked at him in astonishment. What? Donkey meat? How can you eat such a lovely creature? Sister, you said the same when we had rabbit heads last time. And then you replayed the scene of you devouring them with both hands. Zhou Tian retorted. Moreover, although it's called donkey meat, 90% of it is horse meat. Previously, we had no idea whether we were eating donkey or horse. Now, they no longer disguise it and simply sell horse meat pies outright. Upon hearing Zhou Tian's words, Jiang Shuer expressed her distaste with a dismissive sound. I don't want to eat that. Is there anything else? This truly left Zhou Tian in a quandary. After a moment of contemplation, he took out his phone to search for alternatives. Oh, I almost forgot to mention the renowned Anhui beef noodle, which is delightful. Back when I used to visit the internet CAF with my childhood friend, we often indulged in this dish. Wait a moment, I inquired about Hebei cuisine. Why bring up Anhui? Zhou Tian couldn't help but chuckle. This Anhui beef noodle is actually a specialty of our Hebei. Besides this, there are also beef pancakes and hot pot chicken, some of which I haven't tried. Once you arrive, you'll discover for yourself. Jiang Shuer expressed her discontent. What do you mean by exploring and tasting on my own? You should guide me. I am visiting your hometown. How can you be so dismissive? All right, we'll discuss it later. Even more dismissive. What about the interesting places? Zhou Tian lazily replied. The internet CAF. You must be joking. Something else. A billiards hall. Are you trying to drive me mad? Jiang Shuer slapped her hand in exasperation. Zhou Tian felt wronged. I have no choice. These are the only two places I know, and indeed, Hebei has many such venues. Jiang Shuer slightly furrowed her brow. Now that you mention it, Tangshan is also in Hebei, right? Zhou Tian shrugged nonchalantly. Yes, it is the wealthiest area in Hebei. I haven't been there, but I know there are many nouveaux riches. Hebei is quite a unique province, a patchwork of various regions with significant internal disparities. The areas near Shanhaiguan resemble the northeast, while those closer to Inner Mongolia, Hunan, Shandong, and Shaanxi share characteristics with their neighboring provinces. The central part, particularly the counties near my home, tends to gravitate towards Beijing and Tianjin for any major events, so everyone essentially leads their separate lives. You were thinking about barbecues, weren't you? In Hebei, there are many honest people, as well as many who are not. There are good people and bad people, but this is true everywhere. The ordinary folks are the majority. When you arrive, you'll understand. As for delicious food and fun activities, you have indeed asked the wrong person. My time has been consumed by school and work. I hardly have the time or money to indulge in leisure. To be honest, I hadn't even left that town before high school. And it's not that I never ventured out. I did accompany my father to Beijing once to visit a patient. Until I went to university, I had never left Hebei province, living my life in that small circle. I consider myself fortunate. At least I have left Hebei and traveled to many places. Many, like my mother, have spent their entire lives within that small circle, continuously busy without respite. Jiang Shuer's expression was complex. She had never heard Zhou Tian speak of these things before. Zhou Tian seldom mentioned his hometown, let alone his home. Such matters were perhaps known only to his sister. Zhou Tian suddenly smiled faintly. As for Hebei, I wouldn't deem it a great place, but sometimes, while away, I find myself longing to return and see it again. Once we return, I shall take you to witness the quintessential rural landscape of Hebei, which, in truth, bears little distinction from the countryside of Hunan and Shandong. Jiang Shuer's lips curled into a subtle smile as she replied, "Then in the future, I shall take you to my grandmother's home, where you will undoubtedly adore the quaint bridges and flowing waters." Zhou Tian's expression turned earnest. "Which girl is Xiao Qiao? Is she well endowed? Is her figure soft and curvaceous?" Jiang Shuer was momentarily taken aback, then, in a fit of indignation, delivered a playful punch to Zhou Tian. The young woman seated beside him and the two middle-aged men across could not suppress their laughter. Zhou Tian retrieved his headphones and donned them. In previous journeys home, he would typically sit by the window, listening to music, lost in thought or slumber. Of course, Jiang Yuer would consistently keep him company via text, occasionally sending him intriguing video messages. At this moment, the train had departed the urban confines of a city, and the brightness outside gradually diminished, yielding to an enveloping darkness. Jiang Shuer snatched one of Zhou Tian's earbuds and placed it in her ear, as melodies filled their shared space. "I once found myself ensnared by the vastness of the world, deeply immersed in its dreams, untroubled by reality, indifferent to ridicule." Zhou Tian suddenly smiled. "Do you know why? In my youth, I was so determined to escape that small place. I yearned to traverse the globe, to explore all the destinations I had yet to visit. I refused to exist like the majority around me, trapped in the mundane cycle of life. I longed to wander like the wind, unbound and free. That was my aspiration, and I pursued it vigorously. I worked multiple jobs to earn money, taking the green train to Heilongjiang, Sichuan, Hunan, and Guangdong. My wallet is thick with tickets, and I still plan to visit Tibet, Xinjiang, Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Anhui, among others. I cherish this life, and I think that when the day comes that I can no longer travel, I will find a place I adore and depart this world with grace." A mischievous glint danced in Zhou Tian's smile, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. "Do you know why I first visited those places? Because of some of my former flames." Jiang Shuer shot him a disapproving glance. "You incorrigible flirt. So you lit up the map with your conquests?" She burst into laughter at her own jest. Zhou Tian's gaze drifted past Jiang Shuer, focusing on the swiftly retreating lights outside, his expression growing contemplative. "And then, I met your sister. I suppose she hasn't told you this, but our initial encounter was far from romantic." Jiang Shuer proudly stuck out her rosy tongue. "Huh? You guessed wrong. My sister has revealed everything. She told me that she confessed to you within the first hour of meeting, and you rejected her twice." I was utterly astonished. My sister actually made a confession. Even more surprising was that someone turned her down. Zhou Tian's eyes sparkled with amusement. "Well, after seeing your sister's photograph, I could hardly refuse her any longer." Jiang Shuer raised the corners of her mouth and snorted. "You are the epitome of a superficial beauty enthusiast." Zhou Tian nodded in agreement. "Who doesn't appreciate beauty, especially when it's someone as stunning as your sister? Initially, I believed your sister would become just another fleeting memory like those who came before her. Yet, unexpectedly, I found myself falling in love with her. Consequently, my aspirations and plans for the future have shifted. I continue to work diligently to earn money, but my ambitions no longer revolve around visiting unexplored destinations. Instead, I yearn to provide a better life for your sister and envision a home that belongs to us. I liken myself to a leaf drifting through the sky, gradually descending to the ground, taking root, and beginning to flourish. In those moments, I felt that, like many others, merely striving for the necessities of life, food, shelter, and daily sustenance, could bring profound happiness. Of course, at that time, I was unaware of your family's circumstances. Otherwise, I might have resigned myself to a life of dependency." Jiang Shuer scoffed. Such wishful thinking. She understood that Zhou Tian had never taken advantage of their family's financial resources, nor did he entertain notions of being a kept man. "Throughout my 4 years in university, I endeavored in various ventures, even attempting entrepreneurship a few times, all to no avail. Much like during the college entrance examinations, I was ambitious but ultimately returned empty-handed. Your sister always reignited my determination to try again." Jiang Shuer's gaze held a hint of ambiguity. "This try again surely refers to more than just business ventures, doesn't it?" Zhou Tian leaned back, closed his eyes, and smiled wearily. "Ah, you truly understand. As for what followed, you are mostly aware. You need not worry about your sister and me. We both look forward with hope, albeit with a need to adopt a different way of life." Suddenly, Jiang Shuer noticed the strands of white hair that had begun to appear in Zhou Tian's hair under the light. At that moment, he seemed less like a college senior and more akin to a weary, disillusioned middle-aged man. A wave of emotion washed over Jiang Shuer, her nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation. For reasons unknown, her body felt disconnected from her mind, and she uncontrollably grasped Zhou Tian's hand. Her thoughts became a blank canvas, as if her soul had momentarily departed her body. Yet, she managed to utter those words, "From now on, I will take you to illuminate the map." Chapter 24. Happy birthday. Upon uttering this phrase, Jiang Shuer immediately regretted her impulsiveness, yet she felt that remaining silent would lead to regret as well. She gazed at Zhou Tian, subtly anticipating something. However, Zhou Tian did not open his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Ah, are you taking me to indulge across the nation? That wouldn't be appropriate. I am not that kind of person." Jiang Shuer, gritting her teeth, delivered a firm punch to Zhou Tian's arm. Subsequently, he entered a state of standby. Jiang Shuer returned the earphones to his ears and casually struck up a conversation with the person beside her. This young lady exemplified the quintessential social butterfly. In contrast, Zhou Tian oscillated between being a socialite and experiencing social anxiety. In the beginning, he was the epitome of introversion, often at a loss for words when faced with strangers. However, over time, he gradually honed his social skills in the world outside. Generally speaking, those with a thin skin find it hard to indulge, while the thick-skinned can feast to their heart's content. This principle applies equally in dealings with young women. One must never shortchange oneself. Being perceived as an impatient rogue is certainly preferable to having one's virility questioned. Jiang Shuer was animatedly conversing with others when she noticed someone preparing instant noodles, which reminded her that she had brought along a plethora of snacks. She promptly instructed Zhou Tian to retrieve the small suitcase. Upon opening it, she revealed an abundance of food and drink, including neatly sliced fruits. It was likely that the value of the provisions alone was quite substantial. Jiang Shuer began distributing the treats among her companions. As the clock ticked towards midnight, many passengers in the carriage began to succumb to drowsiness, their faces betraying signs of fatigue. After all, sitting still for 3 to 4 hours is no trivial matter. Jiang Shuer, however, remained quite alert, having cultivated a habit of staying up late. The young girl beside Zhou Tian was struggling to stay awake, her eyelids drooping and her head bobbing. Each time her shoulder brushed against Zhou Tian's, she would quickly pull back. Yet, after half an hour, she inevitably leaned against Zhou Tian's shoulder and fell asleep. Zhou Tian found it inconsequential, just a gentle resting of shoulders, especially since she was merely a girl. However, Jiang Shuer was visibly displeased. It was one thing to rest on a shoulder, but why was she now hugging Zhou Tian's arm? Moreover, the girl was quite ample in figure, dressed only in a short-sleeved shirt, making her proximity rather uncomfortable for Zhou Tian. Jiang Shuer contemplated waking her, but hesitated, feeling it would be inappropriate. Yet, the sight of her taking advantage of the situation stirred discontent within her. Thus, she began to stir the pot, deliberately raising her voice, hoping to rouse the girl and create some distance. But her efforts bore no fruit. "Excuse me, I need to use the restroom." Jiang Shuer finally could not bear it any longer and stood up to leave. The girl, sensing a disturbance, groggily opened her eyes and, realizing she had been leaning on someone, blushed and shifted away. Jiang Shuer feigned a trip to the restroom, and upon her return, she found the girl had also gotten up to go. What a splendid opportunity. "Zhou Tian, I've grown weary of this window seat. Let us switch places." Zhou Tian, well aware of Jiang Shuer's intentions, complied. When the girl returned and discovered that Zhou Tian had exchanged seats with Jiang Shuer, her face flushed even deeper. She wished to explain that it had not been intentional, yet her shyness kept her from doing so. Instead, she sat down obediently and pulled out her phone to rouse herself. However, Jiang Shuer swiftly drew the girl back to her shoulder. "If you're tired, lean on your sister and take a nap. Don't overthink it. He's merely weary and wants to rest against the window for a while, right, Zhou Tian?" "Indeed," he replied. Confronted by Jiang Shuer's threatening gaze, Zhou Tian immediately closed his eyes and leaned against the window, feigning slumber with exaggerated snoring. The young girl's cheeks flushed as she stifled her laughter. Jiang Shuer, with a hint of annoyance, playfully delivered a punch to Zhou Tian. With a smile, he retrieved his phone, reassured by the ample battery life provided by 2 power banks. Meanwhile, Jiang Shuer, her head down, incessantly tapped on her phone screen, shrouded in secrecy, leaving Zhou Tian puzzled about her antics. At 11:50, then 11:55, and finally at 11:59, a notification pinged on Zhou Tian's phone. "Happy birthday. You big fool, emoji, sent by Jiang Shuer." While not entirely surprised, Zhou Tian had anticipated this moment since her sudden appearance in the car earlier that evening. A subtle smile crept across his lips as he opened the chat. The message was adorned with a grand heart composed of cake and various emojis. Turning to Jiang Shuer, he exaggeratedly feigned surprise. What? You remember this? I had completely forgotten. Jiang Shuer beamed with pride. Your intellect cannot compare to mine. Go on, fetch that large box. There is something for you inside, a little company perk. Zhou Tian initially assumed the box contained Jiang Shuer's clothing and cosmetics. However, upon opening it, he discovered a splendid cake occupying a significant portion of the space. The cake was immaculately packaged, showing no signs of damage, likely costing hundreds for such exquisite wrapping. In addition to the words "Happy Birthday," a depiction of a boy, presumably resembling Zhou Tian, was artistically rendered on top. Beside the cake lay 2 red roses encased in glass, accompanied by an assortment of boxes. Jiang Shuer squatted beside the box, her gaze sparkling with delight. Here are 2 packs of cigarettes. If you must smoke, at least indulge in something of quality to uphold our company's reputation. This razor belonged to my father. It's unused, and I've noticed your stubble has been rather unkempt lately. Oh, and this skincare set is also from my father. Just a little something I borrowed. Among the treasures were a 5090 graphics card, a wristwatch, a trinket, a water bottle, and a mouse pad. The onlookers, particularly the young men, gazed at Zhou Tian with envy, as if wishing to inhabit his very being. Goodness! Not only does he have a girlfriend as beautiful as a celestial being, but she is also willing to endure hardships alongside him. Furthermore, her thoughtfulness and wealth are simply astounding. Zhou Tian felt a swell of emotion within, though his expression remained inscrutable, as he had always been reserved. He was, after all, a person of stubborn demeanor. Jiang Shuer's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she fluttered her lashes at him. Zhou Tian finally responded with a nonchalant, "So, do I need to pay for what's in the back?" Jiang Shuer immediately rolled her eyes and remarked, "We'll deduct it from your salary." However, she could sense Zhou Tian's mood. Without hesitation, Jiang Shuer rallied those around her to sing a birthday song. Many young people naturally joined in, while the older individuals watched with amused smiles. Zhou Tian felt a surge of emotion, yet he also experienced an odd sensation reminiscent of celebrating a birthday at Hadaleo. Despite only having worked there previously, the atmosphere in the train carriage instantly became lively, invigorating many. Jiang Shuer produced a cake, lit a candle, and joyfully led Zhou Tian in making a wish and blowing out the candle. A train attendant noticed the commotion, glanced at the flickering candle with hesitation, but promptly feigned ignorance and walked away. Subsequently, Jiang Shuer began distributing cake, snacks, and drinks, reveling in the joy more than she would on her own birthday. Those who had brought their own refreshments quickly reciprocated with offerings for Zhou Tian and Jiang Shuer. In the end, the once empty small box was filled once again, akin to a heart that had gained something amidst its emptiness. Zhou Tian gazed at the scene before him and couldn't help but smile. Celebrating a birthday on a train was indeed a memorable experience. After a while, the commotion in the carriage gradually subsided. Jiang Shuer gently nudged Zhou Tian's arm, asking, "What do you think? Surprised?" "Indeed. I am both astonished and delighted. Thank you, General Jiang." "Humph, no need for thanks. You owe me money that will take you 3 years to repay." By around 2 o'clock, many passengers had fallen asleep. However, sleeping did not equate to comfort. The hard seats of the night train were almost torturous. In a confined space, the air was stagnant, and various smells mingled. The cramped seating, with fixed angles, made it uncomfortable to lean, and legs could not stretch out fully. Jiang Shuer was clearly struggling, though she put on a brave face. A slight relief came just before 3 o'clock when a young girl disembarked, leaving more space as no one boarded in her place. Jiang Shuer chewed gum and wore headphones, lacking the spirited energy she had upon boarding. Zhou Tian had adapted well to the environment and had already settled down, resting his head on the small table while listening to an audiobook he had prepared in advance. At this point, the carriage had quieted considerably. Jiang Shuer began to feel drowsy, her eyelids grew heavy, and her head bobbed intermittently. After a few moments of swaying, she leaned against Zhou Tian. However, she quickly straightened up, glanced at him, and huffed. With a sudden clap, she smacked his back and exclaimed, "Wake up! It's only 3. Why are you sleeping? Come play games with me." Zhou Tian, groggy, opened his eyes in confusion. Fortunately, he did not wake up irritable. Had their roles been reversed, Jiang Shuer would likely have been the one to snap. He sat up straight and stretched his neck. Sleeping in this position is quite uncomfortable. My neck has almost lost all sensation. It is even more distressing than dozing off while studying. The desks at school were considerably larger and exclusively his. Zhou Tian pulled out his phone and connected it to a power bank. What shall I play? Honor of Kings, PUBG, or Gold Shovel? Let us opt for something thrilling. PUBG it is. Ahem, no vulgarities. Let us keep it civilized. Get lost. Zhou Tian. What is the matter? Nothing. Happy birthday. You big fool. Chapter 25. So close, yet so beautiful quick. I need backup. Their teammates are coming. Sis, I've only picked up a frying pan. How can I go? Why can't I move? Oh no, they're coming at us. We entered a tunnel. The network is unstable. I'm dead. Can you see me? See you? I've already been knocked out. Due to the unstable internet connection, the two of them played a single round before switching to Gold Shovel. In this game, aside from strategic skill, luck plays a paramount role. Unfortunately, Miss Jiang was not favored by fortune tonight, failing to acquire what she desired. Frustrated, Jiang Shuer nearly hurled her phone at Zhou Tian's face, as he had led her to defeat in a single wave. I'm done. This is utter nonsense. You think you can defeat me? I'm not playing anymore. Jiang Shuer, fuming, exited the game and began reading a comic instead. 4 o'clock. 5 o'clock. Jiang Shuer finally couldn't endure any longer. She leaned against Zhou Tian's arm and drifted into slumber. At 6:30 in the morning, the world outside was fully illuminated. At that moment, the train halted at a major station for a 16-minute stop, and the influx of passengers began to rise. Jiang Shuer, groggily opening her eyes, glanced outside, and then raised her eyebrows in irritation. Zhou Tian, why did you rest your shoulder on my head? Zhou Tian pursed his lips, gathering his courage to utter 3 words. I'm sorry. Humph. Jiang Shuer straightened her posture but immediately yawned. Where are we now? Wuhan. What? It took so long to reach Hubei? Yes, trains can be quite sluggish, especially this one. Jiang Shuer yawned repeatedly. Unable to suppress the urge to stand up, I can't take it anymore. I feel as if I haven't washed my hair in a week or my face in 3 days. Zhou Tian advised. Why don't you get off first? Find a place to rest, and once you're refreshed, you can come find me? No. Why don't you switch to a sleeper? Just take a nap, and we'll be there soon. Uft. Who do you think you are? If you can manage, so can I. I'm going to brush my teeth and wash my face. Jiang Shuer retrieved her precious toiletries from her bag and hurried to the wash basin. Zhou Tian also stood up to stretch and walked to the smoking area, pulling out a pack of Hongtum Mountain cigarettes. He had been holding back for quite some time. Smoke wafted gently into the air as Zhou Tian's condition improved slightly. The most arduous moments had been endured, and the dawn promised a brighter day. Upon finishing his cigarette and returning to his seat, Jiang Shuer had yet to reappear. After waiting for another 5 or 6 minutes, she approached, her delicate makeup enhancing her vibrant appearance. A splash of water had worked wonders. What was a hard seat was nothing to her now. Zhou Tian stifled a laugh, thinking how she had lamented just 2 hours prior about the ordeal of their journey, forgetting how fatigue had brought tears to her eyes. Sister, we've only traversed half the distance. We still have over 10 hours to go. Bah, it's just a little hard seat. I can handle it. I see there's breakfast being sold. What do you fancy? Not now. Let's discuss it later. Why not? They're selling it for 20 now, but it'll be 10 later. Really? I can't believe that price can change. You don't understand. When you're hungry, just eat. You won't mind those few extra yuan. Oh right. There's a dining car. The offerings there will be more plentiful. Bah, so stingy. I'm not even hungry. The attendant with the breakfast cart called out for 20 servings. And after a few rounds, the price dropped to 15, and soon enough, it truly became 10 yuan. Jiang Shuer blinked in astonishment. It really did drop to 10 yuan. Why haven't you bought it yet? Surely, it won't be free later? Free is out of the question. Even dogs wouldn't receive it for free. I just took a glance and found the fare too poor. It's hardly worth 10 yuan. I'd rather take a nap and have some instant noodles when I wake. Oh, just eat if you're hungry. I'll buy it for you. Let us head to the dining car. I'm not going. You go ahead and enjoy yourself, but don't wander off. Do you think I'm a child? I want to run around. Zhou Tian fell silent, closing his eyes against the seat. Jiang Shuer, unable to remain still, felt the discomfort in her back, legs, and neck. But most pressing was the ache in her rear. She worried whether it might become misshapen. Rising, she began to stroll about, glancing around. Naturally, others noticed her. It was rare to encounter such an elegant beauty aboard a train of this caliber. The train had resumed its journey, leisurely heading northward. The scenery outside was quite pleasant. Yet Jiang Shui'er felt indifferent, her mind wandering to what Zhou Tian's hometown might look like. After a brief exploration, she returned to her seat, finding Zhou Tian fast asleep. Watching him resting there stirred a sense of compassion within her. She wondered how many times he had endured the discomfort of a hard seat, at least this time. He was not alone. Previously, he had only his own company. She rummaged through Zhou Tian's bag, discovering 2 cups of instant noodles and a bottle of cola, alongside various local specialties from Anqing, presumably intended as gifts for his parents. The sun gradually ascended, pouring warm light into the carriage. The faces of those who had endured the night alongside them bore signs of fatigue, even numbness. Jiang Shui'er found this to be quite harsh, yet in truth, it was merely a trifling hardship compared to what they had faced. Around 9 o'clock, Zhou Tian awoke and proceeded to prepare his noodles. As Jiang Shui'er indulged in snacks, she occasionally tossed bits of jerky into his bowl. Join me for lunch at the dining car. I've yet to experience a meal on the train. He had dined there once and found the taste satisfactory, albeit the prices were exorbitantly higher than those outside. Why are you being so miserly? Did I not send you a month's salary in advance? Is that not sufficient? It is, but I refuse to squander my money in such a manner. Is dining considered wasteful? I can stave off hunger with instant noodles just as easily as with braised pork. The former costs 5 yuan while the latter is 35. Hurry and eat your food, you stingy tourist. At noon, Zhou Tian led Jiang Shui'er to the dining car. To her surprise, she found the decor quite appealing. This place looks nice, and the atmosphere is pleasant. Indeed, the prices are rather agreeable as well. Why didn't we come here sooner? If you don't spend, you're not allowed to linger, and after a while, they encourage you to return to your seat. TCH, do I look like I'm short on money? Clearly not. Order whatever you like. During their meal, Jiang Shui'er praised the flavor of the dishes and settled by the window, taking in the scenery outside. Are we in Hunan? So many leeks. Sister, those are wheat. But you're not entirely mistaken. There are indeed more leeks in Hunan than in Hebei. Oh, how delightful. An endless expanse of wheat fields. It seems there are more people here than before. That's because we were in Hunan and Hubei, where there was hardly any light outside. That was at night, and we were in the mountains. Besides, the villages in Hunan, Hebei, and Shandong are typically clustered together, with many farmers. What is the license plate for Hunan? Luoyang. Ah, that's a wonderful place, the Tang Dynasty's eternal city. I've seen it online. Indeed. Luoyang is splendid, but I believe you're referring to Xi'an. Oh, is that so? I've visited so many places that I can't keep track. Have you been to Luoyang? Yes, the peonies in Luoyang are famous, though I went in winter and couldn't see them. You've actually traveled to quite a few places. The places I've visited differ from yours. You've been to Shanghai, Beijing, Macau, Hong Kong, Xiamen, or even Europe and America. I can't afford such high-end destinations, and often, I'm there for work. I can take you to those places in the future. Let us go back now. Why? Stay a little longer. It's so tranquil here. Zhou Tian had already risen. You stay here, I'll watch the luggage. What? Can it really be stolen? They can take your shoes, let alone your luggage. Jiang Shui'er was not particularly worried about losing her belongings. But she didn't want Zhou Tian to leave her alone there, so she quickly followed him. After approximately 10 hours of jostling, Zhou Tian and Jiang Shui'er disembarked at Baiyangdian. The moment Jiang Shui'er stepped off the train, she couldn't help but exclaim, finally, we've arrived. Hee. So close and so beautiful. A weekend in Hebei? Upon arriving at your residence, do take me to indulge in some delectable cuisine. As a token of gratitude, I shall treat you to a night's slumber. Chapter 26. A sip of something unusual. Zhou Tian couldn't help but chuckle. He felt rather indifferent towards the tourism slogan of his hometown, which always seemed to evoke a sense of condescension. The phrasing bore an unmistakably strong inclination. However, there was little to be done. Being a province encircled by city walls, it was what it was. The promotional slogans from other provinces were far more appealing. For instance, phrases like the splendid scenery of the north resides in Heilongjiang, hospitality of Shandong welcomes you, the spiritual homeland, my native Hunan, colorful Yunnan, a paradise for travelers, poetic and picturesque Jiangnan, and scenic Zhejiang all showcase their unique characteristics and advantages splendidly. Zhou Tian chose not to engage with Jiang Shui'er's comment regarding her offer for a night's lodging, understanding that it was her way of arranging accommodations. Nevertheless, he could sense the surrounding passengers casting glances filled with a mix of ambiguity and envy. Dragging 2 oversized suitcases, Zhou Tian suggested, "Please order a ride via your phone." Jiang Shuer blinked. "But there are taxis right outside. Why complicate things? They're expensive. They might charge you 50 for what should only cost a mere 10. Do I really care about that 50? Yet we can't let him overcharge us 30, can we? That's true. It seems taxis everywhere tend to be rather unscrupulous. The ones near stations and airports are particularly so, though not exclusively. I feel the southern regions are slightly better. Let us not kid ourselves, it's all quite similar." By this time, it was nearly 10 in the evening, and the number of people exiting the station was rather sparse. The two stood by the roadside, awaiting their ride-sharing vehicle. Jiang Shuer remained intrigued, glancing about until she suddenly inquired, "Ah? Is this really Xiong'an New Area? Oh, you're aware of that. Uft. Who are you underestimating? I keep up with the news, you know. But I can't believe you're from Xiong'an New Area. I always thought it was in Beijing. You clearly haven't been paying attention to the news. Wait a minute. Does that mean you're a displaced resident? Have you been pretending to be poor all along?" Zhou Tian sighed. "Sister, there are rural areas in Beijing that haven't been relocated. Why wouldn't there be some here? There are plenty." Jiang Shuer rested her chin on her hand. "That's a valid point. So when is your family's relocation scheduled?" Zhou Tian chuckled lightly. "If I had the means to know such matters, would I still be in this predicament? Besides, even if my family were to be relocated, the compensation wouldn't amount to much. Isn't your family involved in real estate? Surely you are aware of current policies. It's no longer called relocation, but rather resettlement. Resettlement essentially means leveling your house and offering you a replacement unit that might leak. And you may even have to pay extra to reside in the leaking accommodation." Jiang Shuer pouted. "Is it really that grim? How was I to know these things? The car has arrived. Shall we dine first? Let us check into a hotel first and drop off our luggage. These 2 heavy suitcases are quite cumbersome. Let me see where we can stay. There's even a 5-star hotel here. What do you think of this one? Any place will do." Zhou Tian did not elaborate much. After enduring a day and night in the hard seat, he indeed deserved a more comfortable place to stay. Although he lacked financial resources, he could not hinder Jiang Shuer from spending her own money. After all, it was her money, given their current relationship, which could at best be described as friends or perhaps superior and subordinate. He would not interfere with how she chose to spend her hard-earned income. Zhou Tian preferred to save, but only when it came to his own expenses. A classic model of a ride-hailing vehicle, the BYD Qin, gradually came to a halt by the roadside. Upon entering, Zhou Tian was surprised to find that the driver was a woman. It then struck him that there was now a feature matching female passengers with female drivers. He wondered which genius had conceived such an idea, a magical solution to counteract a previous dilemma. In fact, in the northern regions, particularly in Hebei, he had seldom encountered many female drivers. The same was true for professions such as delivery and public transportation. Women were almost invisible in those roles. While Zhou Tian did not harbor regional prejudice, he couldn't help but feel that women from southern areas, especially those from Yunnan, Guizhou, Sichuan, and Hunan, tended to be more resilient and capable of enduring hardship. The young wives in his neighborhood primarily relied on their husbands to support the family, and it would be commendable if they could refrain from frivolous spending and chaotic behavior. Zhou Tian struggled to grasp the necessity of marriage. Spending hundreds of thousands to marry a woman who neither earned money nor cooked, yet required daily financial support and constant appeasement, seemed nonsensical to him. Was marriage truly indispensable? Was it merely for the sake of procreation? There was no royal lineage to uphold, and the offspring of cattle and horses were likely to remain just that. Was it solely for the sake of physical relations? With hundreds of thousands in addition to his daily wages, he believed he could sustain a diverse lifestyle well into his 60s. Zhou Tian found himself perplexed, perhaps due to his unconventional and non-traditional views. He had heard that in Jiangxi, there were even dowry loans available. It must be quite burdensome. Jiang Shuer gazed out the window, her brow slightly furrowed. Why does this place feel no different from a small county town? Zhou Tian scoffed. This is essentially a small county town. What difference do you expect? Are you hoping for a twin skyscraper? They do have large projects, but just like building an airport, they are situated in remote areas with fewer people, thus reducing costs. Oh, I see. I thought since it was a national-level new district, it should have some developmental prospects? Zhou Tian shrugged. I am just an ordinary undergraduate without funds or connections. Prospects have nothing to do with me. Come on, have a little confidence. If you lack it, I certainly do not. You mentioned wanting to stay in your hometown, right? Then I'll open a company here. She added playfully. And don't forget the money you owe me. Humph. The new accommodation fee is 3,254. Let us round it down to 3,200. Zhou Tian gritted his teeth. Sister, 3,200 is enough for me to build a doghouse and live in it for a lifetime. I don't care. That's what I calculated. I came to your hometown. Are you going to make me pay? Zhou Tian was too weary to argue further. He understood perfectly well what Jiang Shuer was scheming. Jiang Shuer certainly did not intend to repay her debts. Rather, after a brief journey of about 10 minutes, the two arrived at the hotel. Jiang Shuer expressed her satisfaction with the accommodation. Considering the cost of 1,600 yuan per night, it could hardly be worse. After depositing their luggage, they hailed a cab to seek sustenance. Is this your hometown? She inquired. No, my home is in another county, he replied. A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Jiang Shuer's eyes. Is your county more entertaining? No, it's even less so than here. Jiang Shuer couldn't help but roll her eyes. By the way, has my sister ever been here? Zhou Tian shook his head. The spark returned to Jiang Shuer's eyes as she began browsing her phone for culinary delights. Why are there so many barbecue places? And it seems like the barbecue here lacks distinctive qualities. Well, it's summer, and barbecue has a high profit margin. Then let's sample the barbecue here. Master, please take us to the best place you know. Certainly, beautiful. During the May Day holiday, the number of visitors had increased, likely drawn by the allure of witnessing a city heralded as the future of national significance. However, the actual progress of construction was only around 10%, leaving little of interest to see, which led most to return disappointed. Although Zhou Tian held modest expectations for his hometown, the very essence of home was encapsulated in its first character, and who wouldn't wish for their home to flourish? It was a tale of aspiration hindered by circumstances. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Jiang Shuer expressed her confusion. Jinzhou barbecue? Zhou Tian stifled a laugh. The driver cast an affirming glance. The taste is undeniable. My family comes here often. Jiang Shuer smiled in return, thanking the driver with a generous tip. As they entered the establishment, they noticed a considerable number of patrons, indicating a favorable reputation. Jiang Shuer had a tendency to indulge in extravagance during meals. Regardless of her appetite, she would order everything her heart desired. In truth, this approach was not overly costly and paled in comparison to those who would spend exorbitant sums on a single meal. Suddenly, Jiang Shuer beamed at Zhou Tian. Care for a drink? After all, it's still your birthday. Zhou Tian turned with skepticism. You're not planning to get me drunk and then orchestrate some outrageous scheme, are you? You must be mindful of our respective statuses. Chapter 27, A Mother's Love. Let it be. Zhou Tian's remark evidently reminded Jiang Shuer of the outrageous things he had done. With a furious glare, she punched him lightly. Indeed, I'll get you intoxicated, sell you in Chengdu, and have you tied to a utility pole wearing a thong and bunny ears. Ha ha ha. Zhou Tian immediately raised his hand to signal her to stop. Please don't project your male comics onto me. Humph, boss, bring us a case of beer. Subsequently, the two individuals entered a small private room, awaiting the arrival of their skewers. Although referred to as a small room, it merely featured a modest curtain, barely obscuring their faces, while the sounds of conversation and clinking glasses resonated clearly around them. Naturally, indulging in barbecued delicacies and beer necessitated a lively atmosphere, one that could hardly be described as overly tranquil or refined. Were it not for the flurries of white fluff drifting outside, many patrons would have opted to dine al fresco. Jiang Shuer was evidently witnessing this enchanting sight for the first time. What on earth is this phenomenon? Summer snow? Observing it dance in the light was rather romantic, indeed. Zhou Tian, the unsophisticated companion, explained to Jiang Shuer, Sister, do you know how bothersome this stuff is? It gets all over your hair and clothes, not to mention its propensity to ignite, causing numerous fires. Moreover, this is actually the seed of the poplar tree. One might even liken it to gold. Initially, Jiang Shuer, with her chin resting on her hands, gazed out the window in admiration, but upon hearing his words, she expressed a hint of disdain. Nonetheless, her smile quickly returned. So what? A rose is merely the reproductive organ of a flower, yet people still adore it. Scattering its petals on the sheets, and even using it in baths, beauty and fragrance suffice. Well, the lamb's tail outside must be delectable and aromatic as well. Why not give it a try? Get lost. Jiang Shuer stood and poured Zhou Tian a glass of beer. Zhou Tian, visibly anxious, responded, President Jiang, what are you doing? It's fine. I know this meal will be deducted from my salary. Get out of here. Jiang Shuer filled her own glass and raised it, proclaiming, Cheers to your 22nd birthday. Thank you. Thank you indeed. Zhou Tian retorted playfully. Oh, by the way, I'll need a bowl of noodles later. The two of them drank heartily. The crisp, refreshing beer seemed to dispel the fatigue accumulated over the past 20-plus hours. Jiang Shueter exaggeratedly sighed in contentment, her demeanor delightfully playful. Strangely enough, although the Jiang sisters were merely minutes apart in age, and Jiang Shuer was 3 years older than Zhou Tian, she often appeared to him as if she were 3 years his junior. As Jiang Shuer listened to the surrounding conversations, she suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. By the way, your dialect sounds quite amusing. I don't believe I've ever heard you speak it before. Zhou Tian chuckled. In the north, many dialects can diminish one's charm. Oh, you still care about your image? Come on, say a few words. Suddenly asking me to speak dialect. I'm not quite sure how to. Come on, just teach me a couple of phrases. Jiang Shuer insisted. With no choice but to comply, Zhou Tian, stifling his laughter, slowly replied, All right, I'll teach you one. With great effort to suppress his amusement, he said, Cat cat mama. Jiang Shuer looked puzzled. Huh? Is that it? Cat cat mama. What does that mean? The mother of a cat? A big cat? A female cat? Zhou Tian, unable to restrain himself any longer, lifted his glass and took a sip. Cough. This phrase is specifically meant to compliment women, likening your beauty to that of a charming kitten and your kindness to that of a nurturing mother. Jiang Shuer responded with a soft "oh." Just then, a young female server appeared, balancing a large platter of skewers. Jiang Shuer immediately turned to her, exclaiming, Beauty, cat mother. The server was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing instantly. Huh, me? Zhou Tian, pressing his forehead, hastily clarified. I apologize. She asked me to teach her a dialect, and I was merely teasing her. The server, blushing, nodded and hurried away. Jiang Shuer had already realized that it was not a compliment. She promptly took out her phone to search for the meaning. Upon discovering the answer, her own face turned crimson as she indignantly tossed a tissue at Zhou Tian, exclaiming, Perverted rascal. Disgusting deviant. As the night approached midnight, the streets remained illuminated, bustling with pedestrians and vehicles. The modern world seemed increasingly hectic, with only a few extended holidays throughout the year: May Day, National Day, and Spring Festival. The latter often brought more engagements and unpredictable weather, making the May Day and National Day holidays the most coveted times for travel. However, the sole drawback was the traffic, which could stretch for hours, leaving one surrounded by crowds rather than sights at popular tourist destinations. Zhou Tian's hometown fared relatively well. Although the influx of locals returning home combined with tourists created a noticeable increase in population, the newly developed areas remained sparsely populated, striking a balance that felt serene yet not desolate. As the two exited the barbecue restaurant, the night sky appeared dim, and the wind had taken on a chill. Zhou Tian could sense that rain was imminent or that nearby areas were already experiencing a downpour. Jiang Shuer, who usually had a robust tolerance for alcohol, now sported a rosy complexion after consuming several bottles of beer without rest, swaying slightly as she walked. Suddenly, she clutched Zhou Tian's shirt, playfully asking, Shall we walk back to the hotel? It's not too far, after all. Zhou Tian glanced at his phone. Sister, 3 kilometers is not exactly close. Jiang Shuer huffed. What's wrong? Are your legs too weak to walk? At that moment, a young couple passed by, overhearing her remark, and exchanged knowing glances before hastily moving on. The young man thought to himself that having a girlfriend like that made feeling weak quite normal. Zhou Tian, exasperated, replied, Sister, could you refrain from causing misunderstandings? If you're so eager to leave, then let us go. But don't later claim you can't walk and expect me to carry you. That's out of the question. If you can't manage, then we'll just take a taxi, which would also contribute a little to my hometown. You silly goose. Does ride-hailing count? And what difference does 20 yuan make? You always exaggerate. Zhou Tian chuckled softly, glanced at the map, and memorized the route back before lighting a cigarette and striding ahead. Jiang Shuer hurried her pace a few steps. Are you out of your mind? We're merely strolling. Why are you walking so fast? Wait for me. Dear sister, is this a midnight stroll? There's hardly any scenery to behold. What do you mean there's no scenery? The night is so dark, and the flurries of white are quite romantic. Zhou Tian gestured towards the roadside, and there's the gentleman over there, vomiting and urinating beside the flower bed, right? Jiang Shuer followed Zhou Tian's gaze and rolled her eyes instantly. 2 burly men, shirtless with protruding bellies. One hunched over like a fountain, retching, while the other was adjusting his trousers. Humph, Their manners leave much to be desired. After drinking so much, what manners can one expect? It's commendable they aren't squatting in the middle of the street or lying on a car roof pretending to be pilots. Jiang Shui's disdain deepened upon hearing Zhou Tian's remark, yet she couldn't help but break into a mischievous grin. Your words suggest you've had quite the experience. Have you been in such situations before? Zhou Tian shook his head. No, I've only had a couple of embarrassing moments. The most humiliating was when I said I was going to the restroom, and after they waited for ages without seeing me return, they went out to find me, only to discover I was squatting by the roadside, embracing a dog and singing. Jiang Shui burst into laughter. That's utterly hilarious. Zhou Tian smirked. I consider myself fortunate. I have a friend who, after a night of drinking, couldn't hold it in while in a taxi, and ended up vomiting all over the driver's face, with the windshield looking as if it had been smeared with excrement. EW, that's revolting. I can only imagine the driver wanted to call the police. Call the police? My friend is a cop himself. But of course, he still had to compensate the driver. Haha, that's amusing. Jiang Shui slightly tilted her head, gazing at Zhou Tian's profile, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Zhou Tian continued, and you've never witnessed Li Wen inebriated, have you? Once, he climbed a streetlight, insisting he was going to pluck the moon. Haha, I never imagined Li Wen could be so whimsical. What about Zhu Ge and Xiao Luo? Any embarrassing drinking tales from them? Indeed, quite a few. Once Zhu Ge got drunk on white liquor, claiming it was too hot and that he needed to buy some ice pops. He ended up lying in someone's freezer, adamant that he was now an Arctic penguin. In the end, Xiao Luo had to purchase the freezer and rented a pickup to haul him away. Moreover, when Zhu Ge was intoxicated, he would often mistake tissue paper for a phone, pressing it for ages only to curse at it for having a broken screen. Or before going to sleep, he would try to charge his cigarette box as if it were a phone. As for Xiao Luo, he used to strip down to his underwear and perform military boxing in crowded places when he got drunk. Jiang Shui was in fits of laughter. Zhou Tian's eyes sparkled with nostalgia as he smiled. Eventually, Xiao Luo did change that habit, but instead of boxing, he transitioned to handing out money. After indulging in drunken revelry, he silently dashed off to withdraw cash, distributing it liberally to strangers, earning him the nickname Big Spender among us. The following day, regret washed over him, leaving him to rely on meager means to survive, which made us dread his drunken escapades, particularly in relation to Zhu Ge. Jiang Shui couldn't stop laughing, her cheeks aching from the mirth. She envisioned the vibrant tapestry of life in Zhou Tian's dormitory over the past 4 years. Suddenly, Zhou Tian sighed softly. Yet, all of that is in the past, irretrievable. We must now embrace adulthood. Jiang Shui scoffed, tugging at his shirt. Adulthood? You are merely in your early 20s, still children at heart. Call for your mother. Seek a morsel of maternal love. Zhou Tian chuckled, glancing at Jiang Shui. As for maternal love, perhaps not, but other affections could suffice. Chapter 28. Who is more beautiful, my sister or I? By the time they returned to the hotel, it was nearly 1 o'clock. Each retreated to their respective rooms. Zhou Tian was no stranger to such upscale hotels, although he couldn't afford to stay. Jiang Yue had frequently taken him along before, each visit filled with delightful surprises. Seated by the window, he pulled out a cigarette and lighter. Memories swirled like smoke, intangible yet etched into his very essence. If grievances were to be laid, let them be against fate for its capriciousness. The notion of destiny, intertwined with love, is an inescapable facet of life. How many can truly defy their fates? The saying that one's destiny lies in their own hands is but a fantasy, for reality is a harsh and unyielding force. In the adjacent room, Jiang Shui changed into her sleepwear and donned her headphones, believing she would drift off to sleep shortly after lying down. Yet, after listening to 7 or 8 songs, slumber eluded her. It was perplexing. Her body was fatigued, yet her spirit surged with excitement. Soon, her emotions turned tumultuous with apprehension. What lay ahead? Zhou Tian would surely not allow her to return home with him, and she lacked the courage to err. What future awaited her? The uncertainty loomed large. Confronted by both external realities and Zhou Tian's persona, she felt utterly powerless. The more she pondered, the deeper her sorrow grew. To make matters worse, her phone exacerbated her distress. The song that played in her ears was the one she had listened to most frequently, resonating painfully within her. How much further must I travel to reach your heart? How long until I can draw near to you? The one who remains just out of reach, yet so close. Overwhelmed, Jiang Shui bit the collar of her sleepwear and wept silently. The following morning at 9 o'clock, she adorned herself with care, her makeup immaculate, and wore colored contact lenses to mask her reddened eyes. Zhou Tian was already in the lobby, dragging his suitcase as he awaited her arrival. Upon encountering Jiang Shuer, he tentatively inquired, "Why not stay here? There is certainly much more to enjoy than in my hometown, where even a five-star hotel is non-existent. The finest accommodations merely cost a few hundred yuan per night." Jiang Shuer scoffed, "Having come all this way, aren't you going to invite me to your home for a meal?" Zhou Tian, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "Oh, and in what capacity would you attend? As my ex-girlfriend's sister?" Jiang Shuer pouted, "Why can't I come as your superior?" Zhou Tian's countenance displayed a hint of exasperation. "Is that even reasonable? It would be more plausible if you claimed to be my teacher visiting. Moreover, my parents have seen a photograph of your sister. Oh, how annoying. Can I at least visit your village?" "No. If you accompany me, it would surely attract attention, and within 3 days, half the village would know that the youngest son of the Zhou family has returned with a stunning beauty." Jiang Shuer stifled a laugh, feeling a sense of pride. "How wonderful. Your family would gain so much face. I've already pretended to be my sister once. What's wrong with doing it again?" Zhou Tian glanced at his phone. "Not much, really. The car has arrived. Let us go." So stingy." Zhou Tian was increasingly speechless, pondering how this related to being stingy. You can impersonate your sister once or twice, but surely not for a lifetime. Furthermore, this time he intended to inform his family about his breakup with Jiang Yuer. It was better to address it sooner rather than later. He suspected his father might even be pleased upon hearing the news, as it would alleviate concerns regarding dowries and wedding arrangements for the time being. Zhou Tian and Jiang Shuer boarded the car, one after the other. The weather was delightful. The sky was a pristine blue, the sunlight gentle, and a mild breeze blew. Jiang Shuer appeared to be in high spirits, humming a tune and occasionally asking Zhou Tian questions while gazing out the window. "Wow, there are quite a few luxury cars around here. Even the elderly can drive flashy ones. Sister, did you not notice that the license plate reads electric 110,120? That isn't a grand Benz, but rather a modest old man's vehicle. Goodness, has the old man's car evolved to this extent? Anqing is a large city. You seldom see such things there, but here they are quite common. The traffic police generally turn a blind eye, as they are mostly local old men, stubborn and brash. It isn't worth the trouble to deal with them if an incident occurs. Of course, they mostly drive on national highways or in the village. If they venture into the urban area, they will be stopped. Oh, what are those rows of houses? That's quite an extensive area. Those are resettlement houses for relocated residents. The density, spacing between buildings, and greenery seem acceptable, though it appears that none exceed 20 stories." Zhou Tian chuckled. "You mentioned it seems acceptable, but only those who reside there truly know the reality. Zhou Tian, I've noticed you are rather critical of your hometown. I simply prefer to speak the truth." "Oh, is that so? Then tell me, who is more beautiful, my sister or I?" "Your sister. You old man." "Whoa, Zhou Tian, what is that tallest building?" "It looks like a giant corn cob. I noticed it was lit up last night, and it appears quite impressive." "That place must be remarkable. The headquarters of a state-owned enterprise, but it has little connection to ordinary people." I find this place quite appealing. I searched for it on Douyin last night. Isn't there an enormous park here, larger than an entire county?" Zhou Tian nodded. "Yes, but I have never been there." Jiang Shuer looked at him incredulously. "Are you even a local?" "Well, some Beijingers have never been to the Great Wall or Tiananmen, and some Hangzhou residents have never visited West Lake." "Huh, I don't believe it." Zhou Tian fell silent and lowered his head to book a hotel. Jiang Shuer immediately leaned over to take a look. "Hey, I don't want to stay in a hotel." Zhou Tian glanced at her. "If you don't want to stay in a hotel, do you wish to stay at my home?" "I've told you. Just wait for me in the county town until I'm done and come find you." Jiang Shuer pouted. "I've checked. The county town is quite far from your home. Is there a closer place? Does your village have a hotel? We could pretend to be strangers." "No, that won't do." Zhou Tian's tone brooked no argument. Jiang Shuer turned away in a huff. Meanwhile, the driver, who had been driving, had been engrossed in their conversation since they got in the car. "This young man is quite impressive, truly regal," he thought, unable to resist stealing a glance at Zhou Tian, but then his eyes widened. Tian. Zhou Tian and Jiang Shuer were both taken aback. The middle-aged driver excitedly turned around, removed his mask, his face beaming with joy. Tian, you don't recognize me?" Zhou Tian had been engrossed in his phone earlier and hadn't noticed. Now, upon looking, he felt the situation was rather awkward. Zhou Tian forced a smile. Uncle Biao." Chapter 29. Staying at your home, ah? I thought you wouldn't recognize me. Zhou Tian hurriedly explained. How could that be, Uncle Biao? I was just focused on my phone, and you were wearing a mask. By the way, Uncle Biao, what brings you here? The middle-aged man appeared quite pleased. Well, nowadays, there's not much to do. When the factory is slow, I drive for Didi. You're back for the May Day holiday, right? Zhou Tian had prepared his response. As Uncle Biao had never seen a photo of Jiang Yuer, but Jiang Shui preempted him, smiling sweetly. Hello, Uncle Biao, I'm Jiang Yuer, Zhou Tian's girlfriend. Oh, how wonderful. Ah, Tian, you truly have talent. This girl is so beautiful. Tian, your father mentioned that your girlfriend resembles a fairy. And now that I see her, even that fairy pales in comparison. She is exquisite. By the way, my dear girl, I heard from my brother, who is Tian's father, that you are from Anqing, correct? Jiang Shui nodded obediently with a smile. Yes, uncle. Ah, the grand cities of the south are truly delightful. You two should not return home. Instead, join me for a meal. I shall ask your third uncle to fetch your parents shortly. The enthusiasm and joy emanating from this uncle were genuine. Zhou Tian hurriedly waved his hand. No. Uncle, there's no need. My family is aware of my arrival at noon and has prepared everything. How about this? You come to my house for dinner instead. In truth, Zhou Tian was merely being polite. He had planned to disembark at their county town, intending to feign further courtesy once they reached their destination, hoping the uncle would take his leave. However, he was utterly taken aback by the uncle's subsequent remark. All right, sounds good. On our way past my house, I shall pick up your aunt. Zhou Tian's smile froze momentarily before swiftly returning. Meanwhile, Jiang Shui's lips struggled to suppress a grin. What is this? It is as if fate is lending a hand. The atmosphere in the car shifted dramatically. The uncle promptly canceled his orders, ceased taking new ones, and enthusiastically began to introduce Jiang Shui to the area. He even took a detour to showcase some iconic buildings and scenic spots, subtly conveying that this place was indeed quite admirable. After all, he hailed from a southern metropolis, and the uncle wished to bolster Zhou Tian's standing. Although the unfolding events completely shattered Zhou Tian's plans, he ultimately resigned himself to reality. So be it. Let his parents, Jiang Shui, and the uncle enjoy a delightful May Day. After all, it was merely a few days. Zhou Tian held a fondness for this uncle. He was a dignified man, generous and affable, conducting himself with grace in both business and life, though, as he himself lamented, he had taken a misguided path. In previous years, the uncle had operated a modest plastic factory, yielding a net profit of several $100,000 each year. However, in his youth, with newfound wealth came a sense of invincibility. He indulged in friendships and lavish spending. At first, excessive expenditures posed no issue, as the factory's earnings remained stable. Yet, who could have predicted that the area would be designated as a new urban development zone? Environmental regulations shifted from stringent enforcement to outright prohibition, resulting in the closure of all small to medium-sized factories that impacted the environment. At that time, he had savings exceeding 1 million yuan, which he believed would suffice for his son's future marriage. His child was merely entering high school, so he felt little pressure. After the factory's closure, he took a break, assuming that with the new district established, relocation must be imminent. Thus, he spent his days indulging in leisure. Yet, as time swiftly passed, 5 or 6 years slipped away, and his funds dwindled significantly. Still, news of relocation remained elusive, and with his son approaching marriageable age, the need to purchase a home, a car, and provide a dowry loomed large. The pressure suddenly intensified. Moreover, he was a person accustomed to extravagance. When life suddenly became strained, he found it truly unbearable. Thus, he resolved to take a gamble. He took out a loan and partnered with someone to open a shop. In the end, however, he did not earn any money and instead found himself burdened with debt. At this moment, his uncle gradually brought the car to a halt. Ah, you two wait for me. I'm going to buy some marinated meat for later. The flavors here are exquisite. Every evening when I finish work, I bring some home for your aunt. Zhou Tian attempted to dissuade him. No need, uncle. We have dinner prepared at home. Oh, come on, just indulge a little. Jiang Shui chuckled. Uncle must be a good man, always thinking of aunt. The uncle felt a bit bashful, yet also a touch proud. Oh, what kind of good man am I? Anyway, all these years, ever since your aunt has been with me, whether we have money or not, I've never made her work or cook. All right, I'll be back shortly. Jiang Shui leaned out of the window. Okay, uncle, take your time. But don't buy too much. All right, all right, just close the window. It's hot outside. Watching his uncle enter the marinated meat shop, Zhou Tian immediately adopted a serious expression. So, you got what you wanted, but don't go overboard. You know what I mean. Jiang Shuer huffed slightly. Yet it was clear she absorbed his words. She understood Zhou Tian's character. Despite often being playful, she remained mindful of her boundaries. Otherwise, if she truly angered him, he might not hesitate to cast her aside. Jiang Shuer cheerfully hummed a tune. Your uncle seems like a genuinely good person. It's no wonder he's your uncle. Zhou Tian found her remark somewhat odd. My uncle has always been a good person. Your parents must be wonderful too. My mother is undoubtedly wonderful. As for my father, I'm not so sure. My assessment of him is that he is lazy and gluttonous. Jiang Shuer clearly did not believe him. Impossible. You are nothing like those 4 words. Your parents cannot be that way. A child's character is deeply influenced by their parents. What you say makes sense. But I'm nearly 30. I'm no longer a child. I'm of an age to have children. My childhood friend's son is already in kindergarten. Jiang Shuer's eyes widened. What? Marrying so early? But what do you mean by nearly 30? Are you referring to me? No, but we are indeed both approaching 30. Shut up. I don't want to hear you talk. It's far more engaging to converse with your uncle. His accent is delightful. Shortly after, the uncle returned carrying a large bag, clearly filled with items that couldn't have been inexpensive. Zhou Tian felt a bit embarrassed. We're all family, uncle. Why did you buy so much? We can't possibly eat it all. The uncle waved his hand. If we can't eat it, we can always freeze it and savor it slowly. Jiang Shuer chimed in. It smells wonderful. The uncle smiled as he fastened his seatbelt. I assenti it? Once we get home, I'll slice it for you and prepare some dipping sauce. The flavor will be even better. Originally, the journey to the county seat of Zhou Tian would take no more than 30 minutes. However, due to my cousin's leisurely pace of shopping, it took us an entire hour to arrive. Upon entering the county, my cousin suddenly remarked, it's only 10 o'clock. Why don't you two take a stroll while I go pick up your aunt? She just left home and is just now returning. She always takes her time. And I wouldn't want you two to be left waiting. Besides, the house is often in disarray, and I fear you might mock us. Jiang Shuer immediately responded with a sweet smile. It's perfectly fine, uncle. You go ahead and fetch Andy. Since it's my first visit, I'd love to explore with Zhou Tian. All right then, let me drop you both off at the shopping plaza, my cousin suggested. Sounds good, Zhou Tian replied. A few minutes later, my cousin drove off, leaving Jiang Shuer smiling and waving by the roadside. Once the car was out of sight, Zhou Tian swiftly withdrew his arm from Jiang Shuer's embrace. Humph, he claims to be close-knit. Her embrace is certainly tight enough. Jiang Shuer scoffed playfully. Let us go to the shopping plaza. Zhou Tian chuckled. Where are we going? It's right behind us. Jiang Shuer widened her eyes in surprise. Huh, that's it. Just one street. Where's the plaza? It's right beneath your feet, he replied. Jiang Shuer looked down, then burst into laughter. All right. Your county is as humorous as you are. I've never shopped in a place like this before. You better walk slowly, otherwise you might accidentally reach the end. Zhou Tian teased. By the way, does this mean I'll be staying at your house? If I come all this way and don't stay, won't there be gossip? Jiang Shuer raised an eyebrow at Zhou Tian with a mischievous grin. Chapter 30. Is there a Porsche for sale? Zhou Tian had already anticipated this. Neither of us stays at home. I've already discussed it with my mother. Jiang Shuer's expression immediately fell. Do you think your mother would agree? Do you take me for a mama's boy? I make my own decisions. Now let us go explore. Even if it's just one street, there are plenty of options to see. Zhou Tian hadn't returned home in over a year, and now that he was back, he felt a renewed sense of familiarity and closeness. The county had indeed undergone some changes. The roads were equipped with guardrails, traffic lights had increased, surveillance cameras were more prevalent, and greenery had been enhanced. The once ubiquitous tricycle taxis had vanished, yet the presence of the elderly still lingered. Additionally, he noticed that a park had been constructed on the outskirts of the county, and a viaduct for high-speed trains now stretched southward, likely heading towards Shankyu. Overall, although it remained a small county, it had improved significantly compared to before. People often say that Hebei province is home to many spirited individuals, yet he noticed a scarcity of vibrant young men on the streets. In fact, the county was predominantly filled with ordinary folk, many of whom were students. In Zhou Tian's memory, the boys from this area typically fell into 2 distinct categories. Either they were diligent students with excellent grades who continued their education through university, or they were not. Either it was the mischievous early dropout. In his brother's generation, Many academically struggling rural children would cease their education after junior high, or even before graduation, proceeding instead to factories to earn money in anticipation of marriage and fatherhood. However, in his own era, rural parents began to place greater emphasis on education. Those who were underperforming would start attending tutoring classes in elementary school, and even if their grades remained dismal, they would still aspire to attend vocational schools, subsequently seeking ways to enlist their children in the military. Alas, it seems this newfound appreciation for education came too late. Now, relying on education and military service to change one's destiny proves exceedingly difficult. In their village alone, there are already numerous graduate students. Despite the widespread application of the internet and the advancement of the times, the disparities between ordinary cities, counties, and rural towns have diminished significantly. Yet, one cannot deny that whether one hails from a large city, has received a prestigious education, or possesses a well-off background can still be perceived. Moreover, one must consider the striking beauty and grace of Jiang Shuer. Accustomed to being observed, both Jiang Shuer and Zhou Tian have grown indifferent to such attention. Naturally, those who gaze upon Zhou Tian likely think him exceedingly fortunate to have a girlfriend of such exceptional beauty and alluring figure. Nonetheless, many merely glance discreetly. Only those with thick skins or poor self-control might stare unabashedly. After all, merely looking is not a crime. Incidents of approaching to flirt or behaving lewdly cannot be entirely ruled out, yet Zhou Tian has never encountered such occurrences. Ultimately, we reside in a society governed by law, where individuals and cameras abound. Even the most unscrupulous miscreants are not devoid of common sense. As for the barbecue incident, Zhou Tian surmises that it was merely a few inebriated individuals acting irrationally, driven by their emotions. Otherwise, it would be sheer folly. Such behavior is akin to willingly consigning oneself to prison. Indeed, even the most cunning wrongdoers tend to operate in secrecy. Even if one were to catch wind of their deeds, proving them would be another matter entirely. Zhou Tian has taken note of the recent resurgence of discussions surrounding hospitals on platforms like Douyin. He is not the least bit surprised and considers it a positive development. Even if it does not alter the status quo, certain individuals will at least be compelled to feign decorum. He recalls often falling ill during his childhood. Even a simple fever or cold necessitated a week of injections at the clinic before recovery. Eventually, the owner of that clinic acquired an Audi, while his son pursued a career in medicine, subsequently driving a grand Mercedes-Benz. If a small village clinic can achieve such success, one can only imagine the grandeur of large hospitals. Concerns regarding food safety, educational and medical corruption, and the intertwining of tobacco and electricity will likely fade with time. Reverting to their original states, Zhou Tian contemplates that for an ordinary person like himself, merely surviving is a commendable feat. To do so without disability or serious illness is indeed a stroke of fortune. The world grows increasingly arduous, yet one must make do with existence. Suddenly, Jiang Shuer interjects, "Zhou Tian, please fetch me an ice cream cone. Can't you go yourself?" "Oh, is this how you speak to your superior?" "It is not currently work hours." Jiang Shuer turned her head, glaring at Zhou Tian with indignation. "What's this? Now that we're at your place, you're all high and mighty. Indeed, it's not work hours, but have you forgotten the money you owe me? Moreover, I just celebrated your birthday yesterday. The only ones who remembered your birthday are your mother and me, and this is how you treat me?" Zhou Tian raised his hand, acknowledging his mistake. All right. No need for the sermon. I'll take the plain yogurt, the same as always." Zhou Tian scoffed. "Aren't you worried about a stomachache?" He entered the shop and purchased 2 ice creams for 3 yuan. Given the current prices, Zhou Tian's mood was rather buoyant. This wasn't due to him being stingy over a few yuan. He simply questioned why one would pay more for the same item. Does a higher price confer prestige? Sorry, but he was not yet at a stage in life where he could afford such pretensions. In their dormitory, they didn't concern themselves with such matters. Even Xiao Luo and Zhu Ping, upon learning that Zhou Tian bought 20 pairs of socks for just 3 yuan, praised him enthusiastically and urged him to share the link. Jiang Shuer happily accepted the 2 cones from Zhou Tian's hands. She took a bite from each, then disdainfully handed the plain one back to him. "This one is not tasty. You eat it." Zhou Tian frowned. "Sister, you've already tasted it, and now you're giving it back to me?" Jiang Shuer couldn't help but nudge him playfully with her shoulder. "What do you mean? Are you rejecting me? When we used to eat hot pot, you didn't mind sharing my saliva? Besides, I bit into the ice cream, not licked it. What else with the fuss?" I eat hot pot with you and don't mind your cavities. Hurry up and eat. People are watching. Still not eating? Do you want to get hit? Zhou Tian was on the verge of losing it. Eat, eat, eat. You're so nagging. This is your sister's maternal love. Jiang Shui'er proudly shoved the cone into Zhou Tian's hands. He reluctantly took it, swallowing half of it in one go. Jiang Shui'er's eyes widened in surprise. And then she couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Tian felt a chill surge through him, his entire being numbed, and he instinctively rubbed his forehead, his tongue sticking out. Hee, good dog, quite impressive. Wow, such a long tongue. My sister used to be so happy. Zhou Tian ignored her and quickened his pace. Jiang Shui'er followed closely behind, noticing when he arrived at a stall selling candied chestnuts. Oh right, you love sweets. I've heard that those who enjoy sweet things often lack affection. Zhou Tian remained silent. Jiang Shui'er continued. We'll be home for dinner soon, and you still want to eat this? Plus, you just had something cold. And now you want something hot? This is for my mom. She loves sweets. Although there are vendors in the village, they can't compare to this. And these are softer, which is better for her teeth. Jiang Shui'er was taken aback and immediately rushed to scan the code. Then let's buy more. I'll peel them for your mother when we get back. I'm the best at peeling shells. Zhou Tian stifled a laugh. Is that so? Every time you eat crayfish or crabs, it's either me or your sister who peels them for you. You wouldn't eat them if they weren't peeled. And now you have the audacity to say this? Jiang Shui'er's cheeks flushed slightly. Shut up. Seafood and chestnuts are not the same. Hurry up. I see there's a cake shop ahead, and your mother should like it too. By the way, why not buy her a few pieces of clothing now? No need. You don't know her size. How could I not know? I genuinely don't, and besides, my mother doesn't share my taste. Let's discuss it later. What later? Tomorrow it is. Let me see where we can rent a car. Never mind, I just saw a dealership. Let's buy a car. It will be convenient for tomorrow. Zhou Tian shook his head. Come on, it would be such a hassle to drive it back, thousands of miles. Jiang Shui'er appeared unconcerned. What hassle? Why drive it back? Just leave it for your dad. Your family doesn't have a car, right? Stop joking. Who is joking? Let us go. With a serious expression, Jiang Shui'er grabbed Zhou Tian's hand and hailed a taxi. Driver, I remember there's a dealership over there, right? The driver nodded. Yes, there are two, across the street. The southern side sells BYDs, and the northern side sells Great Wall. Jiang Shui'er inquired, do they sell Porsches? Chapter 31. Just call mom and dad. Zhou Tian nearly sputtered in disbelief. Jiang Shui'er's impulsiveness to suddenly buy a car was something he had tolerated. After all, she didn't bat an eye at spending those several thousand yuan. Buying a small car for convenience was akin to her purchasing a few pieces of clothing or cosmetics. He could always find a way to have her get rid of the car later. But a Porsche? Let us not even mention it. If Jiang Shui'er were to drive a Porsche back to the village the next day, the tale of him living off her would spread like wildfire across 10 miles and 8 villages. The driver was also taken aback. Well, we don't have Porsches, but we have Audis and Benzes. Oh, right, the second-hand dealership might have Porsches for sale. Just as Jiang Shui'er was about to wave her hand and instruct the driver to start, Zhou Tian pulled her back and pushed the car door open. Driver, sorry. We were just joking. Jiang Shui'er instantly stiffened. This was the first time Zhou Tian had taken the initiative to hold her hand. When she regained her composure, she promptly pulled him back into the car. What's wrong? Am I short on cash? We need a car to have some fun, right? Zhou Tian could not fathom the mindset of the wealthy, especially that of someone like Jiang Shui'er. Although Jiang Shui'er was never stingy with him, her spending was always well measured. Her gifts were precious, but never overwhelming to the point that Zhou Tian would hesitate to accept them, and she spent her money thoughtfully and practically. Jiang Shui'er, however, was entirely different. She spent frivolously. Without initially disclosing tomorrow's destination, it suffices to say that regardless of where we might go, there are buses, taxis, and ride-hailing services available. Who drives themselves when venturing out for leisure? Taking a vehicle is certainly more convenient. Jiang Shui'er displayed a contemplative expression. Zhou Tian continued, moreover, do you think I am unaware? When the time comes, you will count the cost of purchasing a car against me, and I would be condemned to a lifetime of servitude to you. Jiang Shui'er retorted with a scoff. Are you unwilling? You have no idea how many people are eager to be my servants. I am resolute. I will buy a car, and it must be a luxury vehicle. By the way, dear driver, what is the most expensive car in your county? The driver pondered for a moment. It seems to be the Cullinan. Jiang Shui'er frowned. That indeed requires quite an investment. Just a moment, I shall call my father. It was evident that she intended to solicit funds from her father. Zhou Tian hastily intervened. Hey, don't. Oh, my uncle is calling me. He must be inquiring about our whereabouts. You can't expect my uncle and aunt, along with my parents, to wait indefinitely for us, can you? Jiang Shuer's actions came to a halt. Zhou Tian sighed in relief. All right, let us head home for dinner. My apologies, dear driver. Please try these freshly purchased chestnuts. As he spoke, Zhou Tian offered the driver a generous handful of chestnuts, then quickly ushered Jiang Shuer out of the car. A few minutes later, they reunited with their uncle. Zhou Tian noticed that the trunk had accumulated a considerable amount of fruit along with 2 gift boxes. His uncle was a respectable man, and so was his aunt. There is a saying, albeit a bit crude, that holds a grain of truth. 2 individuals cannot share the same bed if their values differ too greatly. In a marriage, if the couple's perspectives are too disparate, it is destined to be a tumultuous journey, fraught with arguments and conflicts, even if they manage to coexist. The vehicle gradually ascended National Route 336, bringing them closer to home. Jiang Shuer engaged in conversation with her uncle and aunt, while Zhou Tian accompanied them with a smile, listening attentively, mainly to ensure Jiang Shuer did not misspeak. Nevertheless, the atmosphere was quite comforting. As he matured and attended more weddings and funerals, Zhou Tian began to develop a deeper understanding of familial ties and the concept of family. The road was newly constructed, with sparse traffic. On both sides, an endless expanse of various trees stood orderly and lush, a verdant sight to behold. Here, the drifting catkins were notably fewer, for despite the presence of poplar trees, they had been pruned. Regardless of how his hometown may evolve in the future, Zhou Tian was quite fond of the current changes. He had a penchant for flowers and plants, particularly trees. Several years prior, the trees lining this road were sparse, and a gust of wind would stir up clouds of dust. This also contributed to Zhou Tian's affection for the south, where even in winter, one could witness an abundance of greenery. The vehicle traveled for approximately half an hour. Uncle Biao chuckled and remarked, "Just past that bridge is where Tian Tian and the others reside." Jiang Shuer promptly directed her attention to the window. The village she observed bore little difference from those she had previously passed, yet she noticed a towering structure to the south of the village. She was somewhat taken aback, exclaiming, "It resembles the Canton Tower, doesn't it?" Zhou Tian smiled faintly, responding in a rather plump rendition. Jiang Shuer glanced at it a few more times before shifting her focus to the sides of the national highway. To the north lay the main part of the village, dotted with numerous low and dilapidated buildings. Conversely, the south was lined with large trucks parked along the roadside. The village itself predominantly featured single-story homes, with a couple of apartment blocks at the roadside. Jiang Shuer had often envisioned what Zhou Tian's hometown might be like. Prior to her arrival, she imagined it would be quite backward, perhaps akin to a dilapidated village in an underdeveloped region. However, upon disembarking from the train and learning that this was a new district, her thoughts shifted to envisioning a rural area akin to those in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, which were notably developed. Yet, the village before her neither conformed to the former nor the latter. It was rather ordinary, reminiscent of urban villages in small cities, albeit with very few buildings. As the vehicle entered the village, it marked Jiang Shuer's inaugural experience in a northern rural setting, and she curiously surveyed her surroundings. The houses here were relatively tall, and the yards spacious. There was a pharmacy, though it appeared to be closed. A repair shop was bustling with various electric bicycles and motorcycles. Was that a beauty salon? There was a snack shop selling sesame cakes, a small supermarket, and even a media company, though it merely bore a sign and was housed within a temporary structure. A barbershop caught her eye, as did a tricycle vendor selling rice cakes. Another supermarket appeared, along with shops selling fruits and vegetables, a clinic, and a clothing store. She noticed a tea shop ahead. Oh, not just one. Hey, Zhou Tian, there's a Mishuai city here? Impressive. Zhou Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Look closely. That's Mieshua Water City. Jiang Shuer paused. But the sign still says Snow King. Indeed, but it's a counterfeit. The authentic one has an ice cream cone, while this one brandishes a torch. Jiang Shuer turned back to examine it closely and indeed found it amusing, bursting into laughter. Aren't they afraid of being sued? In this village, who cares? The vehicle turned down a narrow path, where Jiang Shuer spotted a small eatery selling braised chicken and fried skewers. It seems quite nice here. There's food and necessities. Is there a school? There's a kindergarten and an elementary school. You saw the middle school in the other village, about 2 kilometers away. That's rather good. I thought you would have to trek a long mountain path to reach school like children in the mountains. Zhou Tian smiled slightly. I didn't attend elementary or middle school here. Well, let's discuss this later. We arrived home. The vehicle made another turn, revealing a couple standing by the roadside. Upon the sight of the vehicle, the man immediately turned to the woman beside him and uttered something. The woman's expression promptly shifted to one of tension, as she instinctively adjusted her attire. Although the couple appeared more akin to Zhou Tian's grandparents in age, Jiang Shuer was certain they were indeed Zhou Tian's parents. Particularly, the woman bore a striking resemblance to Zhou Tian in her youth. The contours of her features, her expressions, and even her smile at that moment were remarkably similar. While Zhou Tian maintained a stoic demeanor, a flicker of concern stirred within him, apprehensive that Jiang Shuer might inadvertently cause a mishap. In a flurry, Jiang Shuer retrieved her phone to check her reflection. As she tidied her clothes and hair, her voice trembled with anxiety. Zhou Tian. Should I address them as uncle and aunt, or perhaps as uncle and auntie? With a playful smile, his cousin replied, just call them mom and dad. Let my elder brother and sister-in-law reward you with a greeting fee. Chapter 32. I wore safety shorts. A flush of crimson adorned Jiang Shuer's delicate visage, and she shyly smiled. Her slender, tender fingers clutched the hem of Zhou Tian's shirt, her palms already damp with perspiration. Zhou Tian perceived this as a trivial jest, yet Jiang Shuer felt otherwise. Gazing out at his parents through the window, Zhou Tian's emotions grew increasingly intricate. The passage of over a year had rendered his parents' aging more pronounced. When one frequently encounters familiar faces, the subtle changes in their appearance are often imperceptible. However, upon a long absence, the differences become strikingly apparent. The vehicle gradually came to a halt. The four of them disembarked almost simultaneously. Jiang Shuer, feeling the weight of nervousness, offered a slight bow. Hello, uncle. Hello, aunt. The palpable mix of anxiety and delight radiated from Zhou's parents. Ah, yes, come in quickly, they urged. As Zhou Tian's mother fumbled in her confusion, Jiang Shuer sweetly smiled and affectionately embraced her shoulder. Aunt, Zhou Tian resembles you so much. The tension in Zhou Tian's mother eased significantly. Indeed, others say the same. He looked even more like me as a child. People often mistook him for a girl. Fortunately, the dialects of northern China were relatively comprehensible, so even if some words were unclear, Jiang Shuer grasped the essence of the conversation. Zhou Tian's father silently approached the trunk to retrieve the luggage, while his cousin assisted nearby, chuckling, Brother, you must drink a bit more today. It's a joyous occasion. Zhou Tian's mother lightly scoffed. When has he ever drunk less? Zhou Tian's father felt a tinge of embarrassment. Let us head inside. Jiang Shuer linked arms with Zhou Tian's mother as they walked towards the courtyard, but soon realized they were headed in different directions. Yeah, it's not that way. It's over here. Oh, hee. Jiang Shuer playfully stuck out her tongue, glancing back at Zhou Tian, as if to convey, your home appears quite pleasant. As she turned the corner, Jiang Shuer initially assumed that the low, dilapidated houses on the left belonged to Zhou Tian's family, perfectly aligning with the image of his impoverished background. However, to her surprise, it was the row of tall, seemingly new houses on the right that actually belonged to them. While they could not be deemed grand, they at least appeared respectable, entirely contrary to Jiang Shuer's preconceived notions before her arrival. The courtyard gate stood wide open, revealing a meticulously maintained yard with a red brick floor adorned with tiled steps, a balcony, and walls covered in tiles. In the farthest corner, a barking dog was confined to a cage, its noise reprimanded by Zhou Tian's father, only to resume its commotion after a brief silence. Jiang Shuer felt somewhat awkward continuing her observations, fearing that Zhou Tian's parents might misinterpret her scrutiny as an assessment of their financial status. Yet, she neglected to remember that she was merely a stand-in. The living room was modest in size, flanked by numerous potted plants. The coffee table overflowed with an array of fruits and beverages. Since entering the courtyard, a sense of unease had begun to wash over Jiang Shuer. She could sense that Zhou's parents were clean and diligent individuals, the room spotless in its tidiness, contrasting sharply with her own laziness. She had never even made her bed. Would they look down upon her in the future? Unbeknownst to her, her concerns were entirely unwarranted. Please, take a seat. Oh, Tian. This child just told me this morning that you were coming home with him. We didn't have time to tidy up, Zhou Tian's mother chided, casting a mock reproachful glance at her son. Despite her complaints, a dual joy sparkled in her eyes, for not only had her son returned, but he had also brought home such a beautiful girlfriend. Having seen Jiang Shuer's photo before, She had been delighted yet anxious, worried whether such a stunning girl would be satisfied with their modest circumstances, especially coming from a major city in the south. But now, witnessing Jiang Shui's demeanor, free of disdain, lifted a weight from her heart. The group exchanged pleasantries, with Zhou Tian's father's conversational style reminiscent of their first encounter with Zhou Tian's sister-in-law. His inquiries were typical. How are your parents? How many are there in your family? Are your grandparents well? Had Zhou Tian not mentioned that they hailed from a big city, he would have likely asked about the crops grown there. After a brief conversation, Zhou Tian's mother opened the door to one of the bedrooms. Dinner will take a little while. Tian mentioned you two took over 30 trains to get here. That must have been exhausting. Please rest a bit, and I'll call you when the food is ready. Not at all. We're fine. We were just, Jiang Shui began, but Zhou Tian interrupted. All right, uncle and aunt, please sit and have some water. We'll just drop off our luggage. It was only then that Jiang Shui recalled the gifts she had prepared for Zhou Tian's parents still lay in her suitcase. She followed Zhou Tian into the room. Dragging a suitcase behind her, her curiosity piqued as she began to survey the surroundings with excitement. As the door gently closed, her eagerness to explore intensified. The room was pristine and orderly, approximately 20 square meters in size, adorned with pink curtains. A computer desk occupied one corner, its monitor shrouded in fabric, while the main unit and the keyboard remained out of sight. A rather unremarkable double bed was present, piled with several quilts, presumably handmade by Zhou Tian's mother. In vibrant hues of red and green, the bed linens were new, their freshness unmistakable. The wardrobe was spacious, and as Zhou Tian opened it to retrieve some clothes, Jiang Shui noticed garments belonging to another person within. Suddenly, Zhou Tian removed his shirt, prompting her to widen her eyes in surprise and lower her voice as she inquired. What are you doing? Zhou Tian pressed his lips together and replied, Sister, I'm merely taking off my shirt, not my trousers. Why are you so anxious? Humph. Jiang Shui plopped down onto the bed, swinging her legs. Your family isn't that poor, is it? This house seems rather nice. Zhou Tian crouched to open his suitcase, explaining as he retrieved items. Poverty is relative, and you don't understand my family's financial situation. This house was built with borrowed money, and we still owe some of it. Besides, haven't you noticed that the other rooms remain unrenovated? Otherwise, I would be staying there. Jiang Shui slightly furrowed her brow, not fully comprehending, and leaned back, allowing herself to relax. The scent in the room bore a resemblance to that of Zhou Tian, which brought her a sense of comfort. Jiang Shui was quite sensitive to scents and rather discerning, yet upon their first encounter, she found Zhou Tian's fragrance appealing. Indeed, a shared scent often signifies a physiological connection, as every household seems to possess a unique aroma, likely influenced by the bath and shampoo products used, dietary habits, and bodily microbiota. Truly a remarkable phenomenon. Zhou Tian glanced at her, and upon meeting his gaze, Jiang Shui quickly covered her skirt and straightened her posture. You scoundrel, what do you wish to see? I'm wearing safety shorts. Chapter 33. Come help me in the bathroom. Zhou Tian, somewhat exasperated, replied, What are you thinking? Do you really think it's appropriate to lie on my bed during your first visit? Humph, what's inappropriate about it? Should I go ask your mother if it's suitable? Jiang Shui, perceptive and clever, sensed that Zhou Tian had a closer relationship with his mother and tended to be more obedient to her. Zhou Tian sighed in silence, returning to his tasks. Meanwhile, Jiang Shui's attention shifted to the computer desk. You claim your family is poor, yet those truly impoverished don't even own a phone, and you have a computer. Oh, by the way, where's the main unit? Open the computer. I want to see if it hides remnants of your youthful impulses. Without lifting his head, Zhou Tian replied, It's broken, and apart from games, there's nothing else. Jiang Shui surveyed the surroundings and noted a peculiar absence. There were no photographs to be found, neither in the living room nor in Zhou Tian's room. On a seemingly ordinary day, Zhou Tian appeared to sense what she was searching for. Stop looking. Aside from my graduation photos and ID pictures, I have nothing else. My family is genuinely impoverished, so I have no childhood photos. Jiang Shui felt a pang of emotion. Oh, look at your family now. Isn't it quite good? You have air conditioning, and you're earning money now. Things will surely improve in the future. Oh, right, Jiang Shui said as she opened her suitcase. After rummaging through it, she continued, Well, I wasn't sure what to buy for your parents. These 2 bottles of Matai were taken from my grandfather, and this skincare set and handbag were purchased at a boutique. Don't look at me like that. This money is mine. In truth, Jiang Shuer had initially prepared gifts of far greater value, worth hundreds of thousands, but later realized that such extravagance might impose pressure on Zhou Tian's parents. Thus, she opted for more common items instead. Zhou Tian, having organized his belongings, flopped onto the bed, put it away. The more sweetness you offer them now, the more bitterness awaits later. When I graduate, I plan to tell them that I have broken up with your sister. His words clearly shattered the atmosphere and dampened Jiang Shuer's spirits. Yet, she remained unfazed. Mind your own business. It's my money, and I can spend it however I wish. I will give it to them myself later. Zhou Tian did not wish to argue, as the room's soundproofing was inadequate. Upon returning home, Zhou Tian felt somewhat fatigued and desired a brief rest. However, his phone lit up. It was a voice message from his mother. Although she was illiterate, after repeated teaching sessions with Zhou Tian and his brother, she had learned to browse Douyin and send voice messages on WeChat. Zhou Tian picked it up and listened, then spoke with an expressionless face. My mom asked me to explain. We were supposed to go out for dinner, but I said I was tired and insisted on eating at home. Now my dad is at the restaurant, having taken a picture of the menu to show you what you might want to eat. If you don't like anything, he will look for another restaurant. Jiang Shuer burst into laughter. Your parents are wonderful, while you, on the other hand, are quite stingy. Quickly tell Annie that I have no dietary restrictions. I'll eat anything. Just a little is fine. I'm not hungry, and besides, I don't think there's much special about Hebei cuisine. Is there? A notification sound indicated the voice message was sent. Zhou Tian closed his eyes. All right, I told her. Suddenly, Jiang Shuer's face flushed with embarrassment as she rushed over and grabbed Zhou Tian by the neck. You rascal. How could you do this? Quickly take it back. It's too late. My mom has definitely heard it, and I thought the same as you. It's more effective to express it through your mouth. Jiang Shuer felt an urge to punch Zhou Tian, but then her face turned slightly red. Ahem, where's the restroom? She had been holding it in for quite some time. And after Zhou Tian's mother had poured her 2 glasses of juice, she felt she could no longer control it. Zhou Tian stifled a laugh. Oh, it's in the courtyard. What about the toilet paper? It is truly troublesome. Isn't there some on the table? Humph. Jiang Shuer hastily stuffed a few pieces of tissue into her bag and quietly pushed open the door, only to discover that her uncle, aunt, and Zhou Tian's mother had vacated the living room, likely retreating to another chamber, their laughter echoing in the distance. As soon as she stepped out, the dog in the cage erupted into a cacophony of barks. Hearing the commotion, Zhou Tian's mother rushed out to investigate, spotting Jiang Shuer nearly at the restroom, prompting her to call for Zhou Tian to accompany her. Aware that Zhou Tian and Jiang Shuer were cohabiting, she felt no need for discretion. Zhou Tian, somewhat exasperated, remarked, Mom, she's over 20. Does she really need me to follow her to the restroom? His mother, irritated, swatted him lightly, insisting, Hurry up. That dog won't stop barking. We can't frighten Yaya. Besides, the flush isn't working well. If you had mentioned it earlier, we could have had someone fix it. It's fine, we won't be home much. He replied, which clearly displeased her, resulting in a firmer slap. Get going. With a resigned sigh, Zhou Tian sluggishly donned his slippers, hoping Jiang Shuer would expedite her business. Hurry up. You're so slow. His mother was evidently anxious. All right, I'm going, he muttered, making his way to the restroom door. Leaning against the wall, he called out softly, Miss Jiang, may your visit be swift. My mother asked me to keep an eye on you, lest the dog frightens you, and she is concerned you may struggle with the foot-operated flush. Jiang Shuer was taken aback, exclaiming, Are you out of your mind? Get away. Zhou Tian caught a whiff of the stench from the luocefen. Indeed, even the most beautiful women have their unpleasant moments. In fact, it seemed that the more attractive they were, the more pungent the aroma. In this regard, the Jiang sisters were quite similar, and Jiang Shuer often struggled with constipation. Zhou Tian, unhurried, remarked, Oh, but my mother is watching at the door. Jiang Shuer was nearly beside herself. Leave. You must leave. I can't do my business with you here. Lacking any particular fondness for foul odors. Zhou Tian turned back toward the room and casually mentioned to his mother as he passed, She's using the restroom. However, his mother swiftly grasped his arm, urging, Why don't you fetch a fan for Yaya? It's quite warm in there. Zhou Tian's eyes widened, a maniacal grin spreading across his face. Mom, have you never seen a daughter-in-law? You want me to fan her while she... Setting aside the question of whether it would provide any relief, the smell would surely permeate the area. One cannot deny that Zhou Tian's abstract thinking does seem to bear genetic influence. Realizing her oversight, His mother still insisted he wait at the door. Reluctantly, Zhou Tian squatted on the balcony, standing guard. Meanwhile, Jiang Shui'er was slick with sweat, not only from the oppressive heat, but also from exerting every ounce of her strength. Upon reflection, she realized she had not visited the restroom in 5 days. At times, she truly envied Zhou Tian, the king of excretion, who rarely had to relieve himself more than once a day. Zhou Tian had brought a small stool from inside the house and perched upon it, indulging in a cigarette. His gaze drifted ahead. Before him lay an expanse of vacant land, enclosed by a wall of colorful steel sheets. Yet, from his elevated vantage point, he could see the vegetables in the yard and several peach and plum trees. Further in the distance stood a haphazard array of houses, accompanied by towering poplar trees. Zhou Tian's abode was situated at the village's periphery, surrounded by numerous vacant plots, all enveloped by trees, creating a serene cocoon. He rather enjoyed this atmosphere. Just as he was finishing his second cigarette, a message from Jiang Shui'er arrived. Zhou Tian, hurry to the bathroom and help me. Chapter 34. Couples in distress. Zhou Tian felt an ominous sensation wash over him. As he approached the bathroom, even his strong tolerance for unpleasant odors faltered, prompting him to pinch his nose. Miss Jiang, are you expecting me to assist you in cleaning up? Go away. Jiang Shui'er's head poked out from the bathroom, her face flushed with embarrassment. Quick, the toilet isn't flushing. Zhou Tian scowled. Understood. You go inside. I'll take care of it. Jiang Shui'er's face turned even redder as she resolutely declared, No, I'll manage myself. Hurry and fetch me some water, but don't let anyone see. Zhou Tian chuckled. All right, wait here. He turned to fetch a basin of water. Splash. The sound of water flushing echoed. But immediately, Jiang Shui'er's voice followed. There's not enough water. Get more. Is this insufficient? Pray tell, Miss Jiang, just how monumental was your endeavor? Jiang Shui'er felt utterly mortified. Shut up and hurry. Zhou Tian reluctantly went for more water. Yet, it still proved inadequate. Jiang Shui'er's mind buzzed. She had never felt such embarrassment in all her years. Who would have imagined that her first visit to Zhou Tian's home would result in a clogged toilet? This was beyond mortifying. She needed more water, but Zhou Tian refused. Sister, stop flushing. If you do, the smell will waft into the yard. My dog is already drooling. Didn't you hear it stop barking? Zhou Tian's words sent Jiang Shui'er into a spiral of despair. Oh my, just say it was you who did it. All right. I'll take the blame for my leader. You've done enough, now go. Zhou Tian was truly unwilling to watch Jiang Shui'er struggle any longer. He leaned into the bathroom and pulled her out. Jiang Shui'er gasped in a hushed voice. Don't look. Zhou Tian, with one eye signaling disbelief and the other conveying a message, replied, Sister, I'm not even looking at your backside. Why are you so worked up? I've seen excrement before. Back in elementary school, the toilets were filled with strawberry cakes and pastries. I've witnessed all manner of grotesque messes. But truly, I've never seen anything quite so substantial. Sister, are you truly so expansive? Zhou Tian cast a glance, and everyone was astonished. Jiang Shui'er gritted her teeth and delivered a punch. Bastard, what else do you have to say? It's all your fault. Zhou Tian found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, it seemed he bore some responsibility in this matter. All right, it's all my fault. And it's entirely due to the cramped nature of my family's restroom. Please, go inside quickly. My mother has already noticed the commotion outside. If you don't go in soon, the entire family will come to witness this. Hearing this, Jiang Shui'er felt dizzy. Then hurry and clean up. Don't tell anyone. Just say you were using the restroom. All right, go on. Watching Jiang Shui'er flee in a panic, Zhou Tian couldn't help but chuckle. But soon, the smile faded. He had to pinch his nose and deal with the foul odor. It was unbearable. These sisters truly lived up to their reputation as twins. Nevertheless, he had gained considerable experience from Jiang Shui'er and swiftly handled the situation. When he returned to the bedroom, he found the door locked. Knock, knock, knock. Sis, what are you doing? Why lock the door and hide? It's not like it's a big deal. Shut up. Zhou Tian, are you trying to get killed? Jiang Shui'er's flustered voice came from within, followed by the door being opened. At that moment, Jiang Shui'er had changed into comfortable home attire, her hair tied up, exuding a semblance of a virtuous young wife. However, upon seeing Zhou Tian, she immediately pinched her nose. It stinks. Hurry and change your clothes. Zhou Tian was speechless. Sis, you should know why I smell, right? Get lost. Jiang Shui'er shoved Zhou Tian into the room and then closed the door. Settling herself on the sofa in the living room, she sniffed her clothes up and down, relieved to confirm there was only a faint fragrance. This incident was far too embarrassing. She truly wished it had all been a dream. Thankfully, for now, only she and Zhou Tian were aware. The mere thought of Zhou Tian's mother or their relatives finding out made Jiang Shui's neck flush red, and she dared not dwell on it further. Within 2 minutes, Zhou Tian emerged dressed in a short-sleeved shirt, baggy shorts, and flip-flops. Jiang Shui frowned. You look far too casual. Our relatives are still here. Zhou Tian shrugged nonchalantly. So what? They're not strangers, and it's my home. Why shouldn't I dress comfortably? Jiang Shui's gaze slowly drifted down Zhou Tian's attire, lowering her voice to ask, Bastard, are you wearing underwear? Zhou Tian felt perplexed. Of course. What do you mean? Do you think I have some peculiar habit? Jiang Shui scoffed. Please, as if I don't know. You usually go commando. Zhou Tian's eyes widened in shock. What? How do you know? Have you installed surveillance in my room? Jiang Shui scoffed. Am I really that perverse and dull? What could you possibly want to spy on? I heard it from my sister. I previously mentioned buying you and my sister couple's underwear, and she said you hardly wear such things. Zhou Tian's expression darkened. And you claim you're not twisted. What kind of sister-in-law buys that for her brother-in-law? You're utterly abnormal. You're a colossal weirdo. Zhou Tian chose not to respond further. Continuing the argument would be akin to squabbling with a child. Far too juvenile. After approximately 10 minutes, their father returned on his motorcycle, bringing no fewer than a dozen takeout boxes. The family busied themselves preparing for the meal. The dishes purchased by Zhou Tian's father, along with the cooked food brought by his uncle, overflowed the table. Yet, Zhou Tian's parents still deemed it somewhat meager, insisting they would dine out in the city the following day. Throughout this, Jiang Shui continually urged Zhou Tian to keep his uncle company. But Zhou Tian was well aware of her intentions. She merely wanted to ensure that if she drank too much, she could stay over. That was out of the question. As the drinking progressed, Zhou Tian's father's bad habits became evident, repeating questions he had already asked, like inquiring again about Jiang Shui's job after having done so moments earlier. Jiang Shui found it trivial, but Zhou Tian grew increasingly irritated, feeling his father was overly verbose and prone to interrupting others. Nonetheless, with his uncle and aunt present, he felt it necessary to maintain some decorum for his father's sake. Around 3 o'clock, his uncle and aunt bid farewell and returned home. After their departure, Jiang Shui offered to help Zhou Tian's mother with the cleanup, but his mother promptly pushed them back to their room, insisting they take a moment to rest and mentioning plans for dinner later, implying she did not want them to stay out overnight. However, Zhou Tian countered her suggestion. No need. I've made arrangements to dine out with Wang Bin and the others tonight, and we'll stay over in the nearby town. His mother, though disappointed, could only nod in agreement, advising them to stay safe and quietly inquiring if Zhou Tian had enough money on him. Once the door closed, Jiang Shui looked at Zhou Tian with a serious expression. Don't you think you're being a bit excessive? You finally returned home, and you even brought your girlfriend. What is wrong with staying for a few days? Zhou Tian remained calm. If it weren't for you, I would naturally be staying at home. An awkward silence enveloped them. Chapter 35. A chance for redemption. Zhou Tian's words clearly wounded Jiang Shui. After all, she had traveled a great distance, accompanying him on the long train journey, merely to celebrate his birthday and visit his family. Had they been in Anqing, she would have erupted, unleashing a torrent of expletives and perhaps even physically reprimanding him. Yet, they were in Zhou Tian's home. Jiang Shui wished to keep her voice down, not wanting to worry Zhou Tian's parents. To Zhou Tian's surprise, Jiang Shui suddenly broke into a triumphant smile, exclaiming, Is this a tactic to provoke me? Just because you're clever, does that mean I'm dim-witted? You merely wish for us to quarrel, so your parents can overhear and create a pretext for you to break up with my sister, don't you? Well, I refuse to comply. As she spoke, Jiang Shui kicked off her high heels and flopped onto the bed, pulling Zhou Tian's summer blanket over herself. I'm taking my afternoon nap now, so you better behave. Otherwise, I'll tell your mother that you've been tormenting me every day in Anqing, making me drink your foot bath water, eat your leftovers, and live in a doghouse. And you even bring women home in front of me. Humph. Jiang Shui covered her head with the blanket and turned away. Oh, and lower the air conditioning a bit. Zhou Tian, with a sullen expression, thought to himself that she should stop reading those ridiculous son-in-law novels. How could she adapt such plots to her own life? Beep, beep, beep. Upon hearing the sound of the air conditioner remote, Jiang Shui smirked and contentedly closed her eyes. Within 5 minutes, she was softly snoring. She was indeed exhausted, Having endured a bumpy journey and not having rested well at the hotel, now, she finally felt relaxed, enveloped in a familiar and comforting scent. Zhou Tian gently pushed open the door to the room and saw his mother tidying up while his father lay on the bed playing with his phone, instantly feeling a wave of displeasure. This was not the first time such a scene had unfolded. Despite his mother doing the same work as his father and preparing meals daily, his father wouldn't even wash a single dish. This was one of the reasons Zhou Tian preferred not to be at home. Seeing his father made him angry. At this point, Zhou Tian was too apathetic even to argue with him. His father's laziness was inextricably linked to his mother's indulgence. She had spoiled him. Zhou Tian remained silent, assisting his mother in cleaning up before closing the door and sitting in the living room to smoke a cigarette. He had already made plans with his childhood friends for dinner that evening and would stay nearby in another town. Every family has its own struggles. There was no other choice. Around 6 o'clock, Jiang Shuer woke up groggily and pulled out her phone to message Zhou Tian. "Where are you?" Immediately, his voice echoed from the living room. "What is up?" Jiang Shuer smiled slyly. "Oh, nothing. Aren't you going out for dinner with your friends tonight? Are their wives beautiful? How is their figure? Is their style daring?" Zhou Tian knocked on the door and then pushed it open. Jiang Shuer was squatting in front of her suitcase, selecting clothes, her curvaceous figure facing him. Zhou Tian couldn't help but smirk mischievously as he stepped over her, lifting one leg over her head. Once Jiang Shuer realized what he had done, she laughed in embarrassment and annoyance, saying, "You dare to do that again?" Zhou Tian chuckled. "I'm not foolish. If I plant again, it will truly be gone." "Humph, at least you know your place, but you still haven't answered my question. I wonder what I am staring at your wife for. What are your intentions? Do you wish to outshine everyone? There's no need for that, for I am already the most striking presence here." Jiang Shuer rolled her eyes, shameless. Zhou Tian smiled. "You look stunning even without makeup and in casual attire. Many of the wives here have given birth, and some have even gained weight. You were already the most beautiful. Wouldn't dressing up further make them feel inferior?" He was not merely flattering Jiang Shuer. It was indeed the truth. Not only among his childhood friends' wives, but even throughout the entire city. It was challenging to find a woman as well-rounded as Jiang Shuer. She possessed both beauty and grace, a prestigious family background. And though her academic credentials were not the highest, she had earned her place in a 211 university through her own efforts, which was commendable. Zhou Tian was not one to seek the spotlight, nor did he relish being the center of attention. Otherwise, he could have easily flaunted his achievements during his university days, as he had quite a number of admirers. This trait aligned well with Jiang Shuer, for even when traveling, they preferred to visit less crowded destinations at quieter times. Jiang Shuer appreciated Zhou Tian's words, but she was not one to embrace modesty. "You make a valid point, but I will not heed it. This is my first encounter with them, and what if one of them has an interest in you? I must eliminate the competition." Zhou Tian pressed his lips together, feeling exasperated. Men and women are fundamentally different. While women might feud over a man, men would never fall out over a woman. Though Zhou Tian spoke casually, Jiang Shuer was somewhat stirred. After all, the speaker was unintentional, but the listener felt a twinge of insecurity. "Oh, really? Li Shimin murdered his own brother to claim his sister-in-law. And what about Chao Ji and Chao Pai, or that old rascal and his senior brother? Yang Guo and Guo Jing, Naruto and Sasuke, Luffy and Zoro." Zhou Tian's expression darkened. "What on earth are those last three examples? You should watch less of those stories." Jiang Shuer retorted, "Aren't those just examples I provided?" Zhou Tian didn't bother to explain further. There is an essential difference between male and female perspectives. Take the urban rebirth novels that Zhou Tian enjoyed, for instance. In male-centric narratives, rebirth often revolves around pursuing career ambitions, avenging wrongs, and repaying kindness, with women being numerous. After all, having been reborn once, how could one be bound by a single woman when career prospects are paramount? Conversely, in female-centric stories, the focus often revolves around a man competing with other women for his affection, engaging in rivalries akin to palace intrigues. "Sister, we have been reborn. Can't we aspire to something greater?" Not to mention crossover novels. Jiang Shuer picked up a low-cut bodycon dress and posed in front of the mirror. "Zhou Tian, what do you think of this dress?" Zhou Tian frowned. "Not a good choice. Do you want everyone at the dinner to be staring at your northern and southern hemispheres?" Jiang Shuer grimaced in distaste. Have you never encountered the world, my dear friend? Is your self-discipline truly so lacking? Let us not speak of them. Even their wives must take notice. Even dogs would wish to gaze a moment longer." Would it not be preferable to don something more understated? Please, refrain from competing for attention with married women. Jiang Shuer changed into another outfit. What about this one? After all, I must look splendid. This represents southern women versus northern women. I cannot afford to lose. Zhou Tian waved his hand dismissively. Change again. The hem is too short. Rest assured, even if you were to wear a burlap sack and refrain from washing your hair for a month, you would still not lose. The most striking women from Hebei are Li Ying and Kai Hua, and they wouldn't even make it to our gathering. Jiang Shuer smirked. Humph, while you criticize me, perhaps you should watch fewer films yourself. All right, sister, hurry up. My friend departs in half an hour and will arrive here in about an hour. Is that enough time? Humph, the outfit is chosen. As for makeup, I shall defer to you, as I am too lazy to apply it myself. Since we still have time, could you take me out for a stroll? No, it's hot outside. But it's pleasant now. I see the wind has picked up. No, I can't be bothered to move. Come on. There's an electric bike in the yard. I'll give you a ride. No, outside is. Zhou Tian, are you going or not? Don't force me to slap you. Zhou Tian, upon seeing her raised hand, immediately stood up. All right, let us go. Jiang Shuer smiled triumphantly. Now that is more like it. Chapter 36. Should I wear black stockings? After exchanging pleasantries with his mother, Zhou Tian rode the electric bike with Jiang Shuer out of the courtyard. He was not at ease allowing Jiang Shuer to ride herself. Firstly, she was entirely unfamiliar with the road conditions, and secondly, with the holidays upon them, the village was teeming with children. Today's youth are quite audacious. They may be no more than 10 years old, racing electric bikes through the village, some carrying 2 or 3 companions, others playing on their phones while riding. Accidents are all too frequent. Zhou Tian rode slowly, prioritizing safety and ensuring Jiang Shuer could observe her surroundings more carefully. Jiang Shuer maintained her vibrant curiosity, looking around as she tugged at Zhou Tian's shirt. Your village is rather nice. Most roads are paved with concrete, and I see that every household has a small vehicle. There are quite a few, although there are few tall buildings, Zhou Tian explained with a blank expression. These roads were only constructed in recent years. Jiang Shuer frowned slightly. Oh, really? It doesn't appear that way. Zhou Tian smiled slightly. Indeed, the roads do seem to improve with time, and certain individuals in the village are undoubtedly becoming wealthier. In my memory, this village once consisted solely of muddy paths. When it rained, we could hardly venture out. Relatives dreaded visiting during rainy seasons, as they would get stranded. Presently, a new national road borders the village, but previously it was merely a provincial route, riddled with deep potholes from heavy trucks. After a rainfall, ordinary vehicles couldn't traverse for weeks. Regarding your observation that every household possesses a vehicle, this is indeed the case. To begin with, cars have become more affordable. Additionally, nowadays, when it comes to children marrying, lacking a car or a house means one is unlikely to receive any introductions. Among these families, some are genuinely affluent, while others have acquired vehicles through loans to maintain appearances. As for those constructing residential buildings, they indeed possess considerable means, for such endeavors cannot easily be financed through installments. Furthermore, young women are not particularly interested in the village's buildings. They aspire to reside in urban communities. This village, large yet dilapidated, houses approximately 5,000 to 6,000 inhabitants. Employment opportunities were once quite accessible, with a man earning 6,000 to 7,000 a month considered insufficient. However, currently, a stable income of 5,000 to 6,000 is deemed acceptable, as many factories have relocated and roadside eateries have been demolished. Many villagers are now marrying and starting families, with their greatest hope being an early relocation, for more residents equate to increased financial compensation. This is also a significant reason for the bride price reaching 200,000 to 300,000. Regrettably, such prospects seem distant. Many elderly residents have passed away, and there is no news of impending relocation. Zhou Tian's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. If you were to ask them if they desire relocation, many would respond in the negative, claiming that having their own yard is far superior and they do not wish to reside in cramped quarters. Additionally, they would have to pay property management fees and parking fees annually. Yet, should any hint of relocation arise, they become exceedingly animated, hastily wallpapering their homes and partitioning their yards, hoping for a larger compensation. If it were not for the aerial photographs that have been taken, it would be evident that new houses and buildings in the village are sprouting up like mushrooms after rain. They wish to benefit from the government's resources. yet fail to recognize that they themselves are merely the chaff, naively unaware. Jiang Shuer lightly tapped him. Why not? Who wouldn't wish for a better life? Don't you? She added, if you were to receive 5 million as relocation compensation, I bet you could launch a bird into orbit. Upon finishing her statement, Jiang Shuer couldn't help but chuckle. Zhou Tian also smirked. President Jiang certainly understands me. Bah! How dare you? Jiang Shuer playfully punched Zhou Tian again. As their vehicle turned slowly, Jiang Shuer's gaze fell upon an individual. The man appeared to be around 30, tall and slender like a bamboo pole, with one eye clouded and pale. Although it was now summer, he still wore winter clothing, both top and bottom stained. As the two rode past him, Jiang Shuer instinctively leaned closer to Zhou Tian, seemingly seeking a modicum of safety. After they had traveled a short distance, Zhou Tian calmly remarked, there is no need to fear. That man poses no threat. He is merely the guardian of several nearby villages. Jiang Shuer furrowed her brow. It's not that I judge by appearances. It's just that when I was younger at my grandmother's house, there was someone similar who was quite mad, chasing and scolding children, leaving me with a lasting impression. Zhou Tian chuckled. Our village has 3 or 4 similar guardians. Yet none are aggressive, and they can engage in normal conversations, albeit with unclear speech. As Zhou Tian spoke, he made another turn. Jiang Shuer leaned forward to take a look. Wow, there are so many people. Is this a market? Zhou Tian nodded, acknowledging the situation. The evening market occurs daily, and, compared to a remote mountain village, this locale is rather convenient, offering a variety of goods that one might wish to purchase. Jiang Shuer encountered numerous ancient snacks and couldn't resist buying a few to taste. Zhou Tian, disliking crowded places, found the village to be neither particularly large nor small, with everyone connected by kinship. After a brief stroll, he led Jiang Shuer to the riverbank at the village's edge. The riverbank was still under construction, with green, earth-moving trucks continuously passing, raising clouds of dust. Jiang Shuer donned a mask and glanced around, blinking in surprise. Oh, have these houses been demolished? Zhou Tian nodded affirmatively. All houses within 50 meters of the riverbank have been torn down. It's a twist of fate. These areas were once deemed remote and worthless by villagers, yet they were demolished. This caused significant discord within some families. As he spoke, Zhou Tian's gaze shifted to the riverbank. During the summer 2 years ago, heavy rains caused the water to nearly overflow the bank. Villagers were evacuated overnight, leaving the village almost deserted, but fortunately, everything turned out well in the end. Consequently, water conservancy projects proliferated throughout Hebei province. After all, this is a province known for its protective rivers. Previously, flooding was simply accepted, but that has changed. I believe current efforts in improving livelihoods are commendable, though the benefits may not be immediately visible. Although Jiang Shuer found the topic somewhat perplexing and lacked interest, she still inquired, will there be water down there in the future? Will we be able to take a boat? Zhou Tian replied, I don't know. In any case, I wouldn't go. I can't swim, and what if I fell in? Jiang Shuer squinted playfully. I could teach you. Zhou Tian smirked. Teach me how to drink water? There are people who urinate in swimming pools. Who knows what lurks in that wild water? Hey, don't say such terrifying things. She retorted. Zhou Tian grinned. In this vicinity, who knows how many graves there are? They are all occupied by the deceased. All right, let us head back. My friend should arrive in about 20 minutes, he stated, turning the bike around. As they distanced themselves from the dusty riverbank, a refreshing breeze returned. Jiang Shuer tugged at Zhou Tian's shirt and suddenly asked in a hushed tone, Zhou Tian, should I wear black stockings later? Chapter 37. My father-in-law is annoyed black stockings? Zhou Tian hadn't even allowed her to wear a skirt. When Zhou Tian met up with his friend, Jiang Shuer was dressed in loose, casual pants that did little to accentuate her figure. They were greeted by a young couple. The man behind the wheel appeared slightly younger than Zhou Tian, while his wife, tall and slightly plump, sat beside him. The young man, Song Ning, was a brother to Zhou Tian, a bond forged through the trials of time and shared experiences. Although it is not uncommon for brothers to fall out over a woman, such instances are relatively rare. More often, it is disputes over money that cause rifts. Song Ning smiled as he spoke to Jiang Shuer, recounting how, despite being impoverished companions with Zhou Tian, it was during times of difficulty, particularly around his wedding, that Zhou Tian had lent him financial assistance. While brothers may not express gratitude verbally, they should always cherish each other's kindness in their hearts. Zhou Tian, in turn, shared with Jiang Shuer that every time he returned home or resumed his studies. It was Song Ning who had seen him off or welcomed him back. Instantly, Jiang Shuer felt a surge of affection for the couple before her, leading to a gradual unfolding of conversation. As the vehicle continued its journey, it traversed beyond the borders of Baoding and reached Langfang, Zhou Tian's place of elementary and secondary education. This clearly illustrated the strength of their friendship. Normally, after moving and attending university in the south, one might expect such bonds to weaken over time. However, their camaraderie endured, albeit with a slight cooling. Song Ning engaged Zhou Tian in conversation about the recent developments among their circle of friends. One had a wife expecting their second child, while another had changed jobs. The two women listened quietly, with Song Ning's wife occasionally praising Tian's wife. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at a restaurant where they entered a private dining room. Inside, 3 couples were already seated, one of whom had brought a child. Upon seeing Zhou Tian, they immediately rose to greet him with warm smiles. Their reaction upon noticing Jiang Shuer mirrored that of Song Ning's wife, as they were equally taken aback by her beauty, with several women offering spontaneous compliments. Jiang Shuer, feeling a tad bashful, clung to Zhou Tian, smiling shyly as she greeted them. Prior to their arrival, Zhou Tian had briefly prepared her, advising her on which topics to avoid. After about 10 minutes, the majority of guests had arrived, filling the room with over a dozen attendees. Aside from one friend's wife who was absent and a single individual, nearly everyone was paired off. At this moment, Jiang Shuer began to perceive the differences between Zhou Tian's friends and those of Luo Qiqing. Primarily, these men had not pursued higher education but had entered the workforce early. Now, having established families and careers, their discussions predominantly revolved around work and life, with a smattering of conversation about games or current events. Unlike their counterparts, these men were more reserved, rarely engaging Jiang Shuer in conversation. When they did, their nervousness and shyness were palpable. The wives, on the other hand, spoke of married life and parenting experiences, often discussing the latest fashionable clothing. Fortunately, the emotional intelligence of these young wives shone through, as they would deftly redirect the conversation towards Jiang Shuer, ensuring that she was included in discussions that everyone could partake in. Overall, the atmosphere was harmonious. And as Zhou Tian and his friends consumed several bottles of beer, the energy in the room became increasingly lively. Thus, it can be said that, at times, alcohol indeed serves a beneficial purpose. A rotund man with a northeastern accent, cradling his son, beamed at Zhou Tian. "Brother, when do you plan to marry? You're graduating soon. You must catch up with us, or our children will never play together." Zhou Tian stood and lifted the chubby little one into his arms. "That seems unlikely. Perhaps you should consider having a second child. Come, call me daddy." The man chuckled and retorted, "Curse it, when your son marries, you'll be ready to pay the bride price." Zhou Tian waved his hand dismissively. "That won't be necessary." He then turned to Jiang Shuer. "Would you like to hold him? He is delightfully plump and fun to play with." Jiang Shuer immediately shook her head. No, I can't. I've never held a child before, and I'm afraid I might drop him." Nearby, the child's mother rose promptly. "It's all right, I'll teach you. Holding a baby is quite simple. Come." Several women then gathered around the child, engaging in playful antics. Zhou Tian and the others resumed their seats, raising their glasses. Look how swiftly time passes. In the blink of an eye, we've all become fathers, and soon enough, we might even be grandfathers. Don't say that, brother, for those of us with sons. Such talk is a headache. Indeed, our eldest brother is fortunate, having just one daughter. He merely awaits the bride price. Oh, come now. As if raising a daughter doesn't incur expenses. Do not speak so. Hasn't he, the eldest, also been contemplating a second child? Enough of that. Let us drink. Hey, Lei. What are you doing? Is your glass filled? Are you trying to be sly again? Exactly. Where's your wife? Brother has brought sister-in-law, yet your wife is absent. Oh, she was supposed to come, but my elderly father-in-law acted up this afternoon, claiming he had a stomach ache and insisted we take him to the hospital. I can't believe it. My wife had to take him with her brother. Don't speak nonsense. At his age, still complaining about a stomach ache? Huh. Without your wife here, you fabricate tales about your father-in-law, don't you? Even if she were here, I'd still say the same. You have no idea of the pressure I face. Even before he passes, he has already tasked me with looking after my brother-in-law. Good heavens. I don't even know how my son will turn out, and he is already expecting me to manage the arrangements for his funeral. Ha ha. That S faith in your capabilities, Lay. The supermarket by your school must be raking in profits. When will you upgrade to a luxury car? Upgrade? I'm still hoping to swap my car for a van. Let us not get sidetracked. Let us drink. Unlike the relationships with Luo Chiching and others, Zhou Tian had known these individuals since they were 5 or 6 years old, growing up together, and thus understood their histories and true natures. Generally speaking, they were a group of honest children from ordinary families, devoid of malicious intent or complicated thoughts. This camaraderie was a significant reason why their bonds remained strong. During this time, someone discreetly stepped out to settle the bill, only to discover that Jiang Shuer had already paid in advance. Originally on Sunday, the intention was merely to enjoy a meal and engage in light conversation before returning to our respective homes. After all, these gentlemen had spent the entire day at work and were to continue their labors the following day. However, the warmth of camaraderie proved irresistible, especially with the arrival of a friend accompanied by a partner. Thus, the evening must continue. The group deliberated on various activities, such as singing, massage, or internet browsing in the county town. Ultimately, 3 sober wives volunteered to drive, yet prior to departure, a playful argument ensued among the group. Second brother and sister-in-law. You're riding with me, I declared. That car of Lazy's reeks of foot odor, the last time I went out with him. I nearly succumbed to motion sickness from the stench. Goodness, that's your own foot odor from when you took off your shoes. What does that have to do with me? Lazy retorted, a hint of indignation in his voice. Come on, Lazy, you can't deny it. Every time we go for a foot massage, the technician has to wear 3 layers of masks when sitting next to you. And Huzi, don't think you're off the hook. You two are equally guilty. Second brother and sister-in-law, you're riding with me. My car is driven by your elder sister-in-law and is absolutely odor-free. Hey, come with me. Tiange is used to riding in my car anyway, right, Tiange? After some playful banter, the group finally set off towards the county town. Zhou Tian, slightly tipsy, leaned against the window when suddenly his phone lit up. It was a message from Jiang Shuer. Tomorrow I'm going to buy a car. The money is on me. Chapter 38. You say you didn't know. Zhou Tian had deeply experienced the inconveniences of being without a car, especially in rural areas. For instance, during the spring festival visits, he always had to rely on relatives for transportation, often finding himself split among different vehicles with family members. Each time he returned home, it was always a friend who came to fetch him. In summary, the troubles and inconveniences of not having a vehicle far outweighed those of owning one. In fact, 2 years prior, Zhou Tian had saved enough money to purchase a modest vehicle for commuting, thanks to his part-time jobs. However, his mother had urged him to delay the purchase since his brother was about to get married. And acquiring a car might lead to an awkward situation when borrowing money from relatives. After all, how could one justify spending on a car while lacking funds for a child's wedding? Thus, the plan was postponed. Subsequently, due to various circumstances, Zhou Tian lent out a portion of his savings, and with his brother's wedding expenses, his funds dwindled further. He had long since realized that he was destined to be perpetually short of money. Whenever he managed to save some, an inevitable expense would arise to deplete his reserves. Noticing that Zhou Tian had merely glanced at his phone before putting it away, Jiang Shuer discreetly tugged at his sleeve, lowering her voice to ask, "Did you hear that?" To which Zhou Tian simply closed his eyes. Jiang Shuer felt her blood pressure rising. Had they not been in someone else's vehicle, she would certainly have given him a piece of her mind. Approximately 20 minutes later, the car entered the county town. Zhou Tian felt a mix of familiarity and unfamiliarity. To him, the nearby county towns all seemed alike. Observing the current state of affairs, this particular county town appeared less developed than his own, which at least boasted a high-speed train station and a railway station. In contrast, this county town had only a bus station, and any plans for high-speed rail or expressways seemed to have overlooked this otherwise charmingly named locale. In truth, the leisure activities available for ordinary individuals post-meal are rather limited. This group of friends exhibited little interest in singing. Thus they commenced a voting process, ultimately favoring a trip to the Internet CAF with 3 votes, surpassing the 2 votes for karaoke and 2 for a massage. After all, they were all married, with their wives accompanying them. They were well aware that in this county, there were establishments offering massages with a certain level of discretion, though they were certainly fewer than those with less decorum. The group began to split into smaller factions. The women drove off to indulge in shopping, leaving their subsequent activities to their own discretion. Meanwhile, Zhou Tian and his companions proceeded to the internet CAF. With 7 individuals engaged in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds or League of Legends, forming balanced teams proved challenging, leading them to opt for Crossfire instead. Their exuberant shouts echoed as if they had truly stepped onto a battlefield. However, upon reviewing their performance, it became evident that each player was underwhelming, likely due to the effects of their prior libations. Fortunately, there was no friendly fire, otherwise my teammates would have surely faced my wrath. After some time, one suggested they abandon such competitive gameplay, as they were not there for rivalry, but rather for amusement. Thus, this motley crew of men resorted to playing hide and seek, their enthusiasm reaching new heights. You little cheat, are you screen peeking? I swear I'm not. How can you claim that? I hid so well that I couldn't even find myself, yet you shot me down. You say you're not peeking? Get lost. You've been cheating since childhood. Screen peeking will give you hemorrhoids. They bantered as they turned the monitor away. Playing games, particularly in one's youth, could be a solitary yet fulfilling endeavor. However, as one ages, the need for companionship in such activities emerges. The male species is fascinating in this regard. Even the simplest game of Minesweeper can become immensely enjoyable when played in a group. They reveled in their playful antics until just past 1 o'clock. 3 of them suggested it was time to return, as work awaited them the next day. This highlighted the difference between students and those who are married with children. Around 2 o'clock, the group began their journey homeward. Several wished to invite Zhou Tian and Jiang Shuer to stay at their homes, yet Zhou Tian politely declined. His friends hesitated to insist. Had it been only Zhou Tian, they might have forcibly taken him along. However, with Jiang Shuer present, a young woman from a big city, it was uncertain whether she would find their living conditions agreeable. They agreed to reconvene the following day, with 3 of them having secured leave from work, while the others promised to finish early to continue their gathering. By approximately 2:30, Zhou Tian and Jiang Shuer checked into a hotel in the town. Jiang Shuer, still brimming with energy and lacking sleepiness, insisted on dragging Zhou Tian out for a stroll and a late-night snack. This town was quite lively, boasting numerous 24-hour barbecue or snack establishments. They ordered some skewers by the roadside before entering a restaurant specializing in braised chicken. While waiting for their meal, Jiang Shuer suddenly inquired, "By the way, Zhou Tian, why is your name Zhou Tian? Did your parents choose it? Were you born on a Sunday?" Zhou Tian wore a blank expression. "No," he replied. Jiang Shuer furrowed her brow slightly. "Then why not name yourself Zhou Yi, Zhou Er, Zhou San, Zhou Si, Zhou Wu, and Zhou Lu? Why specifically Zhou Tian?" Zhou Tian, somewhat at a loss for words, responded, "Sister, my name is Zhou Tian." "Ah, right. But why Zhou Tian?" "Because my cousins have already claimed the names Zhou Yi through Zhou Lu." Jiang Shuer couldn't help but widen her eyes in disbelief. "Ha ha ha, no way. Is it true that the Zhou family names their children so abstractly and randomly? Do your younger cousins go by Zhou Ba, Zhou Jiao, and Zhou Shi?" Zhou Tian suddenly broke into a smile. "You actually believe that?" Jiang Shuer paused, then playfully kicked Zhou Tian under the table in mock indignation. "You rascal. You're teasing me." Zhou Tian thought to himself, why not amuse a fool, though he dared not voice it. "Let us eat, let us eat." "Humph. Do you know how my sister and I got our names?" "I do." This answer clearly did not satisfy Jiang Shuer. "You should say you don't know." All right. I don't know. Let me guess. It must have snowed heavily that day, and your parents found you in a trash bin." Thud. Jiang Shuer delivered a more forceful kick this time. "Nonsense. You were the one abandoned. Talking to you is infuriating." "Oh, where did you go earlier?" "What else?" "Shopping. Buying milk tea, singing." Did you sing?" "Of course. Everyone was singing. I couldn't just sit there. But I played it smart and chose to sing the fruits of midsummer and in July. Those songs are a blessing for the tone deaf." "Indeed, you've gotten clever." Jiang Shuer offered him a skewer of pork belly. "Let us buy a car tomorrow." Zhou Tian declined, focusing on his chicken nuggets and rice. "Tomorrow? I've already made plans to hang out with them." Jiang Shuer persisted. "Then the day after tomorrow. I'll advance the money from your salary for the car." As she spoke, she brought the grilled meat closer. Zhou Tian remained silent. However, Jiang Shuer directly pried his mouth open and stuffed the pork belly inside. "The day after tomorrow. If you don't come with me, I'll go by myself. If I go alone, I'll buy a Cullinan." "Forget the Cullinan. You should focus on your pants first." "You're ridiculous. Just one word. Will you go or not?" Zhou Tian chewed on the pork belly and replied with a single word. "No?" Jiang Shuer, frustrated yet amused, suddenly burst into laughter, evidently struck by a thought. Chapter 39. Skills must not be lost. When Zhou Tian lay back down on his bed, he instinctively glanced at his phone, only to discover that Xiao Luo and the others were still awake, chatting away in their group. However, this was a new group, and Jiang Shuer was not among them. Luo Qiqing exclaimed, "Brothers, are you awake? I just worked out again." 10 minutes later, Zhu Ping replied, "You idiot. So this is what you do when you stay in the dormitory instead of going home. If I return to the dorm and smell something off, you're done for." Luo Qiqing sent a smug emoji. "Brother Zhu, not only do I use your toilet paper, but I also watch the videos on your computer. You truly have a peculiar taste, favoring pregnant women. You seem to be straying further down a rather bizarre path. I can only hope you don't end up transitioning." Zhu Ping responded with anger, "You bastard. When I return, I will beat you to a pulp. Didn't you previously mention seeking a girlfriend? Why have you reverted to such a lack of self-discipline?" Luo Qiqing sent an expression of triumph. "I've recently had an epiphany, even with a girlfriend. One must not neglect their skills. Consider this. If one could only derive pleasure from women, how dreadful would this world be? They would have us at their mercy, demanding exorbitant bride prices and charging a fortune for a simple shampoo." At that moment, Li Wen suddenly chimed in. "No, you can actually derive pleasure from men, or even from Brother Zhu." Zhou Tian couldn't help but chuckle. As he continued reading, he noticed Zhu Ping and Luo Qiqing ganging up on Li Wen. Li Wen, now with a girlfriend, seemed to radiate newfound confidence. No matter how Zhu Ping and Luo Qiqing berated him, he ultimately shared a picture of himself holding hands with his girlfriend. "You son of a gun, Li Wen, are you flaunting your happiness? Just remember, when your vitality wanes, don't come looking for me for those herbal pills. Brother Zhu, look at this guy, all smug just because he has an older sister figure. When he returns, we must give him a taste of his own medicine." Zhou Tian remained silent. Otherwise, the three would undoubtedly question him about why he was awake so late, cautioning him to take care of his health and not to inadvertently become an uncle or something of that sort. Zhou Tian let out a soft sigh and prepared for sleep. However, at that moment, a creaking sound emanated from the adjacent room. "Wait, that's Jiang Shuer next door. What on earth is she doing?" Just as Zhou Tian pondered, he heard a knock on the wall. "Knock, knock, knock. Zhou Tian, are you asleep? Come help me." It was Jiang Shuer's breathless voice. Zhou Tian approached the wall. His expression darkened as he whispered, "Are you insane? If you're feeling lonely, go find a male model. I'm your former brother-in-law." Bang! Jiang Shuer banged her fist against the wall, then yelped in pain. "Bastard! What kind of delusions are you having? I need you to help me retrieve my phone from under the bed." "Ah, did you accidentally turn your phone to vibrate? Should I call 120? I'm not a medical student." Silence ensued on the other side, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Soon after, there was a knock at Zhou Tian's door. "Zhou Tian, open the door." When the door swung open, Jiang Shuer barreled in, kneeing Zhou Tian in the stomach, and continued to shout, "Bastard! Filthy scoundrel! My phone fell under the bed, and I can't reach it. Go help me get it." On that fateful Sunday, Zhou Tian had no choice but to follow Jiang Shuer into the room. The space offered little of interest, being quite similar to the other room, and Jiang Shuer had yet to remove her shoes. However, the innkeeper, who was on duty downstairs, heard the commotion and promptly made her way upstairs, eavesdropping on the conversation between Zhou Tian and Jiang Shuer. "Quick, help me," Zhou Tian urged. "Wait, I must first assess the situation. This is quite troublesome." "So, did you see anything?" "Yes, I saw it, and it's glowing," Jiang Shuer replied, her voice laced with urgency. The innkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? It glows?" She pressed her ear against the door, straining to catch every word. "Come on, hurry up. Why are you taking so long, Zhou Tian?" The innkeeper, standing outside, wore a knowing expression, contemplating how the girl appeared ethereal yet was, in fact, a rather impatient temptress. "This one do, I can't reach it." "Why is it so short? Do you have any tools, or can you try to stretch your foot in?" Her eyes nearly bulged out with excitement. Having run her establishment for many years, she had encountered numerous legends. Yet this particular scenario was entirely unexpected. "Let us hope nothing goes awry. This isn't convenient. Lift the bed a bit so I can see if I can fit in." "Why don't you lift the bed instead?" Zhou Tian retorted. All right. I shall do it. Hurry." Upon hearing the footsteps inside, the innkeeper dashed downstairs, filled with doubt, momentarily regretting her conscientiousness for not installing cameras in the room. Her curiosity about the unfolding events was insatiable. In reality, Zhou Tian merely lifted the bed, allowing Jiang Shuer to retrieve her phone. However, The innkeeper's imagination conjured a far different narrative. Thus, the tale of the foot god began to circulate from her lips. When Zhou Tian returned to his quarters, ready to retire for the night, a message from Jiang Shui'er pinged on WeChat. Humph, don't forget me when you all go out to play tomorrow. Zhou Tian replied. Are you coming along for the escapade? Jiang Shui'er sent a playful emoji of a man struggling to contain himself. Of course. I'll count to 3 for you and cheer you on. How does that sound? Zhou Tian was left speechless. You should get some rest. I can't sleep. By the way, your friends aren't too shabby. Zhou Tian sensed a deeper implication in her words. And Jiang Shui'er responded with a frowning emoji. Well, 2 of them are married, rather gossipy, asking when we plan to wed, the amount of my dowry, what I'm doing for work, how much I earn monthly, whether I'll stay in Anqing or return here, and if you found a job yet. They mean no harm, Zhou Tian reassured her. Jiang Shui'er sent a shrugging emoji in response. Zhou Tian replied with a mere 2 characters. Sleeping, Jiang Shui'er suddenly sent another message. Tomorrow I shall indulge in a lazy slumber. See you in the evening. Yet, Jiang Shui'er was not asleep at all. Instead, she placed a call. Hello, Manager Song. Please arrange for a vehicle to be sent over from the Beijing headquarters. I will send you the address. What kind of car? Let me think. All right. My mother's big treasure should be available. Let us go with that. Chapter 40. Sighing for the present. Reminiscing the past, Zhou Tian awoke to find it nearly 11 o'clock. His childhood friends had been waiting for him. The bond among childhood friends is truly remarkable, as they have witnessed each other's transformation from youth to adulthood. When they first met, they could barely recognize a few characters, and now some of them have become fathers of 2 children. There is a saying that holds much truth. One can discern a child's future at the age of 3 and their character at 7. In Zhou Tian's memory, this group has not changed significantly in terms of either personality or appearance. He likely appears the same to them. During lunch, with their wives absent, Wang Bin, Lei Zi, and Song Ning felt more at ease. Naturally, the conversation turned more personal. It was during this meal that Zhou Tian learned that during his absence of over a year, this group of childhood friends had, without realizing it, split into 2 factions. Zhou Tian felt powerless regarding this situation. They were no longer children who could resolve conflicts with a straightforward discussion or a drink together. The development of such divisions indicated that the issues at hand must be quite serious, and undoubtedly, the involvement of their wives played a role. Oldest among them, Wang Bin waved his hand dismissively. Let's drink, let us not dwell on this. We are here to enjoy ourselves, those petty individuals who count every meal. Can we rely on them for anything significant in the future? Song Ning expressed some disdain. Then why bother with all this comparison? Our second brother has returned after such a long time. Let us not add to his troubles. Wang Bin sighed. I merely wish to reveal their true nature to the second brother. It's not just that they earn some money. They now look down on others. The more money they have, the more miserly they become. The meal they treated us to during the new year hardly qualifies as a feast. Even the leftovers from my home are more plentiful. Song Ning waved his hand. All right. Enough of that. Drink up. Soon we shall head to the Internet CAF and let me have some fun. Lei Zi chuckled. The only reason I'm going to the Internet CAF is because you are back. Otherwise, I can hardly be bothered to turn on my home computer. Those were the days when it was fun. We would walk over an hour just to go to a cheaper CAF. Zhou Tian laughed. I recall one time when we finally arrived, only to find there was a power outage, and we ended up grumbling all the way back home. Only for the power to come back on just minutes after we arrived. Ha ha ha. Then we trudged back for over an hour again. Damn. I remember the owner telling us the network was down when we got there. It was infuriating. Well, we couldn't let the trip be in vain. We played offline games instead. Goodness, when Lei Zi played Meteor Butterfly Sword, he would always ambush me with hidden weapons. If you hadn't chased me with your sword, would I have had to ambush you? Of course, you were the weakest link. Who else would I target? In a lively exchange, the group bantered about their old acquaintances, reminiscing with a mix of humor and incredulity. The mention of the second brother elicited laughter as they recalled his gaming prowess and academic achievements, even managing to secure a place in university, alongside his stunning partner who outshone celebrities. Lei Zi, with a calm demeanor, expressed his lack of surprise, having recognized the potential in Tiange since their childhood days spent together. As they raised their glasses in a toast, Song Ning cast a scornful glance at Lei Zi, accusing him of playing tricks, to which Lei Zi retorted with a cheeky gesture. Song Ning defended his sobriety due to his responsibilities and a known allergy to alcohol. promising to join them later for a few bottles. The conversation shifted to an old classmate, Sun Chao, whose misdeeds in their youth had seemingly caught up with him. Song Ning recounted how Sun Chao, who had bullied others and flirted with female classmates, had abruptly left school in 5th grade, only to return last year with a pregnant woman, who turned out to be his wife's younger sister. The shocking revelation of his recent misfortune left everyone aghast. Lazy interjected with a reminiscent tale of Gao Wei, whose privileged upbringing and subsequent downfall left a lasting impression. The narrative took a darker turn as they discussed the corruption and misdeeds of their youth, highlighting the stark contrast between their innocent pasts and the chaotic present. As the conversation flowed, stories of former classmates revealed unexpected twists, such as Wang Qing, whose transition from a seemingly innocent child to a scandalous adult shocked them all. The revelations about Zhao Qian, now embroiled in a scandalous affair, further underscored the unpredictable nature of their past acquaintances, leaving them to ponder the complexities of life and the choices that shape it. Last New Year, she had just returned home when the old man's original wife came knocking at the door. Zhao Qian is quite a formidable character. She pinned the elderly woman, who was over 50, to the ground and beat her mercilessly, proclaiming that she, being charming, deserved to take precedence as the older woman should step aside. Remarkable. A few individuals began to gossip. Many occurrences truly reshaped Zhou Tian's impression of some classmates. Just as they settled the bill and were about to exit, Zhou Tian's phone illuminated. It was Jiang Shuer. Where are you? I'm coming to find you. Zhou Tian clearly did not wish for her to come. Did you not say we would meet in the evening? It's only noon. Zhou Tian, you guys aren't really going to indulge in debauchery, are you? Standing nearby, Song Ning and Lei Zi overheard this remark. Song Ning immediately flashed a mischievous grin at Zhou Tian, arching his eyebrows, while teasingly saying, "Yes, beautiful. You are his wife, right? Why don't you keep an eye on him? He insists on getting a Supreme membership." Lei Zi chimed in, shouting into the phone, "Sister-in-law, hurry over. He insists on ordering a lavish feast, leaving no one out." Jiang Shuer burst into laughter. "Let him order. Just remember to take pictures for me." Zhou Tian chuckled softly. "If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. We're heading out to have some fun." Lazy gave a thumbs up and mouthed, "Impressive. Such status." Jiang Shuer huffed. "Where are you going to play? I'll drive you all. This car can easily fit all 7 of you." Zhou Tian surmised that she had purchased a vehicle. "Oh, did you get a van? A Jinbei or an Iveco?" Jiang Shuer bit her teeth in frustration from the other end. "You wish. Where are you? This car will scare you all." Chapter 41. Get in the car. The group stood by the roadside. Lazy pulled out cigarettes and offered them to the others. Song Ning joked, "Hey, Lei Go. You run a supermarket and don't even bring us some good smokes to enjoy?" Lazy scoffed. "What level are we at to be smoking fine cigarettes? I usually roll my own. Just having some Ziyun is already good enough." Wang Bin directly cursed. "Get lost, you idiot." Lazy looked aggrieved. "Hey, you don't believe me? I'm telling you, my supermarket is losing money. The nearby stores seem to have conspired to roll me." Song Ning laughed. "Of course. You're situated right next to the school. If you don't do well, who will? Besides, you always claim you're losing money yet never close down. You must be the boss, Lei." Lei Zi grinned mischievously. "By the way, Tian, your partner's family must be wealthy, right? With her designer wardrobe. You've struck gold. You'll be able to live off her in the future." Song Ning nudged him playfully. "Hey, it's one thing to watch young mothers pick up their kids at the school gate, but why are you eyeing your sister-in-law's clothes?" Lazy looked disdainful. "Don't throw dirt on me. I'm just observing, and I'm merely advising Tian from the perspective of someone with experience. So beautiful, with a rich family, and treats you well, you must seize that opportunity. Otherwise, like me, just married and already burdened with supporting my wife's entire family. Last year, my unemployed sister-in-law even went through a divorce, and lo and behold, I had to take care of that as well." Song Ning chuckled mischievously. "Isn't this splendid? Both sisters belong to you now." Lei Zi, filled with excitement, retorted, "Belong to your granduncle. My sister-in-law has hair shorter than yours and weighs nearly 200 pounds, adorned with a plethora of tattoos. Just sitting next to her makes me fear she might burn me with her cigarette." Zhou Tian shook his head with a smile. "Wealth has nothing to do with me. The future remains uncertain. Nowadays, breaking up or divorcing is as casual as washing one's hands. Women can change their minds just as easily." Zhou Tian subtly laid the groundwork for his separation from Jiang Yuer. Lazy responded, "While that's true, one must strive to seize opportunities. I have a source that sells all kinds of goods. Let me find you some secret weapons. As he spoke, a lewd grin spread across his face. Can you guess why I dare to refer to my father-in-law in front of my wife? Of course. Besides the fact that I contribute financially, it's also because once you conquer a woman's body, her soul will eventually follow. Would you two be interested? I'll give you a 20% discount. Song Ning and the elder brother looked at him with disdain. Get lost, get lost. Do you think we're like you? Relying on substances and props? Indeed, and a 20% discount? We break your bird instead. Song Ning waved away the drifting smoke. Although Boss Lei is somewhat calculating, he does make a valid point. Second brother, work hard, and if you need help, just speak up. Though I'm currently burdened with debts and can only offer labor, Boss Lei and the elder brother can contribute financially. However, when you get married, I will definitely be the one who contributes the most. Wang Bin laughed as he draped his arms around their shoulders. Hey, you granduncle. It's as if we're earning money together now. But he's right. In our relationship, if there's a need for money, I'll lend it to you. Unlike those others. Damn it, when my mother-in-law needed money for surgery, they wouldn't lend a penny. Who was it that treated them to meals and took them out when we were 16 or 17? Lazy chuckled. This is where distance reveals strength. Time reveals weakness. Weakness? What on earth does that mean? Are we preparing for battle? Has an armored vehicle arrived? Wang Bin's shout immediately drew the attention of the others, who followed his gaze. A massive, dark mechanical beast was slowly cruising down the road ahead. The vehicle was undeniably imposing and colossal, resembling an armored car more than anything else. Nearby cars hastily steered clear. In comparison, even a BMW 5 looked like a toy. Goodness, I must snap a shot for my social media. Is that a George Patton? I wonder how much it costs to fill that beast's tank. This outing must cost me 2 days' wages. That's not a George Patton. George Patton doesn't have something this grand. Damn, the elder brother even recognizes this vehicle? I do not recognize him, but I once encountered George Patton while delivering takeout in Beijing. The three of them were chatting away, simultaneously pulling out their phones to capture photos and videos. Numerous passers-by nearby exhibited similar behavior towards the vehicle owner. Although luxury cars are not an uncommon sight, one seldom witnesses such an imposing armored vehicle. Lei Zi, while filming, exclaimed, "It's absolutely magnificent. This is the car of my dreams. If I had one, I would gladly let my wife drive it." Song Ning smirked slightly. "Do you really think your wife is worth that much?" The eldest, holding up his phone with a mischievous grin, remarked, "If you want to switch wives, just say so. I'm recording this. Once I post it online, your wife will surely hear about it." Lei Zi shrugged nonchalantly. "So what if she hears? I'm not afraid of her. Besides, she wouldn't dare say anything to me. You believe that if I gave her a gleaming Benz, she wouldn't trade me for it?" Song Ning gave him a thumbs up. "It's truly a match made in heaven for you two." The eldest continued recording, marveling. "Wow, it's coming closer and getting larger. It could easily accommodate a dozen people. Just imagine, if I were driving this car with Teacher Kaiwa, Teacher Maria, Teacher Hashimoto, Teacher Murakami, Teacher Yia, Teacher Kitano, Teacher Fukada, Teacher Sangwa, Teacher Amami, and Teacher Nana in the back seat. How blissful I would feel." Zhou Tian couldn't help but chuckle. "Whether you'd be happy or not is uncertain. I just fear you might die in that car." Lei Zi looked at him disdainfully. "Look at your lack of ambition. If it were me, at the very least, I'd have Lu Yifei, Yang Mi, Tang Yin, Lu Yin, Fan Bingbing, Gao Yuanyuan, Daraba Dilmarat, and Guli Naza in the back. You two should stop daydreaming. Combined, you probably couldn't even afford a single tire. A George Patton costs around 3 to 4 million, right? This vehicle must be worth at least 5 million. Setting aside the price, just look at the impressive license plate. Jing Shunzi number. This is not the kind of car an average wealthy person would drive. Fools, why not just look it up?" Lei Zi said as he snapped a photo and began searching online, his eyes widening in astonishment. "What the heck, Night 15. This name is quite remarkable." The others immediately gathered around, and upon seeing the vehicle valued in the 8 figures, they fell into a stunned silence. Goodness, this car could sustain me for 8 lifetimes. How enviable the lives of the wealthy are. But why is he here? Perhaps just passing through or wandering aimlessly. As they continued their conversation, they suddenly noticed something amiss. The vehicle gradually came to a stop right in front of them. The 3 men were visibly excited, while Zhou Tian sighed in bemusement. Just as he anticipated, the window rolled down. The graceful Jiang Schwetter smiled as she removed her sunglasses, waving her hand. What are you looking at? Hurry, get in. Chapter 42. You smell wonderful. A man remains youthful at heart until his last breath. Once the three of them boarded the vehicle, their excitement escalated even further. The eldest, who had squinted his eyes for over 20 years, now possessed bright, shining eyes. Even the most composed Zhou Tian experiences a surge of exhilaration upon entering the vehicle. Which man does not yearn to operate an aircraft or a tank? Yet, how many have actually had that opportunity? If one cannot drive a tank, then piloting the Night 15, which resembles an armored vehicle, would undoubtedly be an exhilarating experience. Sister-in-law, this vehicle is astonishingly large and impressive. What kind of license do you need to drive it? Surely, it requires at least a Class 1? Jiang Shuer shook her head and chuckled. Haha, I have no idea. Regardless, I first took a few spins in an unoccupied area to familiarize myself before daring to hit the road. I had never driven such a large vehicle before. Lazy craned his neck forward. Who cares? With this license plate, no one would dare to say a word even if we run a red light. Sister-in-law, ahem, haha. Could I possibly take this for a spin? I've driven large trucks before, and my skills are decent. Of course, no problem. But let us find a spacious area with fewer people, okay? Although Jiang Shuer enjoyed having fun, she never overlooked safety concerns. She was uncertain about the driving skills of the three men, but she knew they had just come from a restaurant. All right, thank you, sister-in-law. Just go forward, turn right, and keep driving until you see a vast expanse of wasteland. This vehicle deserves more than just the road. Jiang Shuer smiled. Why the formality? You're not outsiders. Feel free to enjoy it for a few days. Hee, just for a bit will suffice. If I drive it too long, I might grow fond of it and neglect my own, much like a wife. Though the allure of others is tempting, it's best to admire from afar to avoid restlessness. Finally, you've spoken some sense, lazy. Get lost. Zhou Tian, seated beside Jiang Shuer, lowered his voice. Is this truly your vehicle? Don't you dare hold me accountable for any mishaps. Are you trying to get me to gamble with my life? Jiang Shuer scoffed as if, Sister-in-law, may I inquire how much you purchased this vehicle for? I'd like some material for my dreams. Jiang Shuer smiled. Honestly, I'm not sure. It's not mine, but belongs to my mother's company. I merely had someone bring it over for a bit of fun. I don't have the funds for such a vehicle. Song Ning and the others exchanged glances, wondering how this differed from ownership. Initially, they assumed Jiang Shuer's family was simply wealthy, but now it seemed that, to them, money was merely a number. The mechanical beast rolled into a wasteland, drawing the attention of onlookers who trailed behind, capturing the moment on their phones. The group parked and switched positions. As soon as Lazy settled into the driver's seat, he couldn't contain his excitement, exclaiming, Wow, this is incredible. Sitting here feels like ruling the world. Big brother, drive your vehicle over here so I can crush it for fun. The eldest couldn't help but laugh. Crush your grandfather. Why don't you have your father-in-law lie down in front and drive over him? Lazy's eyes lit up. Great idea. Go pick him up. Get lost. Can you even drive? It can't be me. Why not? Look, it's already moving. Song Ning urged. Hurry up, it will soon be my turn. The leader waved his hand dismissively. You two wouldn't comprehend this vehicle. It requires my expertise, having operated an excavator before. Are you out of your mind? Are you trying to deceive children? Why not claim you've driven a tank? Well, to be fair, I have indeed piloted a tank weighing over 200 pounds. Goodness. You are talking nonsense. Ah, now you deny it. But back then you boasted about that tiger tank, claiming you could just hop in. Enough. Close that foul mouth of yours and hurry up. I'm timing you. 3 minutes, and it's my turn. Why isn't it my turn next? Come on. Let us play rock, paper, scissors. The winner goes first. Zhou Tian observed the group, feeling a nostalgic resemblance to childhood days when they would compete for video games. Jiang Shuer, brimming with pride, nudged Zhou Tian lightly with her shoulder. What do you think of this car? Zhou Tian suppressed his smile. It's too ostentatious. It's not suited for ordinary people on regular roads. Jiang Shuer pouted. Is that what I asked? I'm inquiring whether it's handsome or not. Zhou Tian remained expressionless. How much would it cost to fill up a tank? And it certainly isn't something a Class 1 license can handle. It would require at least 2 parking spaces. Jiang Shuer, unable to restrain herself, punched him lightly. I'm just asking if it's stylish. Zhou Tian muttered a non-committal sound. Well, that settles it. Even my dad, the old fossil, thinks it's cool. What Zhou Tian didn't realize was that this very vehicle was originally on Jiang Shuer's list of wedding gifts. Zhou Tian grew even more silent. At that moment, he acutely felt the stark class divide between himself and Jiang Shuer, as well as the Jiang family as a whole. It felt as if they inhabited entirely different worlds. He struggled to afford a second-hand car worth a few thousand, while they casually wielded luxury vehicles worth millions as mere toys. The disparity felt profoundly jarring, to the point that his past with Jiang Yue seemed like a distant dream. He began to question why Jiang Yue had ever taken a liking to him. He felt akin to a hapless character in a rural novel, while the Jiang sisters appeared to be the epitome of flawless protagonists from a Mary Sue narrative. Yet here he was, sitting alongside Jiang Shuer, and he had nearly walked into marriage with Jiang Yue. Zhou Tian had never felt such surrealism, such artificiality, such a facade. It must have been Jiang Yue's careful protection of him in the past, and Jiang Shuer's deliberate attempts to remain understated. They had truly gone to great lengths. Otherwise, with his fragile heart, he likely would have fled long ago. Thankfully, it seemed that everything would soon be behind them. Noticing Zhou Tian's furrowed brow and silence, Jiang Shuer suddenly grew concerned and tugged at his shirt. "What's wrong? Do you think I'm being too flashy? I'm only having it brought over for a day. It will be returned tonight. Rest assured, I won't drive it to your place." Zhou Tian shook his head. However, this only heightened Jiang Shuer's anxiety, evoking an unmistakable sense akin to that of a child who has erred before their parents. "How about, once they finish, I send the car back? Don't you dare remain silent," she suggested. Zhou Tian shook his head, smiling gently. "It's nothing. You are my superior. How could I meddle in your affairs? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have even known such a handsome car existed. And my friends would never have had the opportunity to test drive it. We owe you our gratitude." Although Jiang Shuer couldn't fully grasp Zhou Tian's sentiments, an unsettling feeling began to stir within her. Gratitude for what? What superior? Even without my sister, aren't we good friends? We've battled through thousands of games together. Zhou Tian nodded in agreement. Indeed, their relationship was merely that. Without Jiang Yue, they should be strangers. Moreover, given what had transpired between him and Jiang Shuer, how could they be so close now? Since Jiang Shuer had abandoned any thoughts of vengeance, everything should come to an end, allowing them to return to their respective worlds. Observing Zhou Tian's quiet demeanor, Jiang Shuer felt increasingly uneasy and gently punched him. "You mustn't secretly plot anything sinister. If you have any thoughts, just share them with me." Zhou Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Shuer huffed. "Then tell me what you're thinking right now." "What to have for dinner tonight," he replied. "I don't believe that. It's definitely not that. How stunning this car is. It's a pity I can't drive. I believe that even less." "Speak the truth." Zhou Tian took a deep breath. "I was thinking about how fragrant you smell, how soft and ample your chest is, and whether your proximity means you're about to pass gas." "You can go to hell," Jiang Shuer retorted, laughing after her outburst, as she playfully tugged at Zhou Tian's shirt. "Anyway, no secret plotting, and absolutely no sneaking away. Do you hear me? You still owe me money. For some matters. I'll heed your advice, but this one must be followed my way." Zhou Tian smiled and nodded, having already devised a plan in his mind. Chapter 43. What car to buy? The trio of brothers reveled in excitement for over an hour, capturing more photographs than they had in their entire lives. Each moment shared on social media in rapid succession. Their exhilaration surpassed that of becoming a parent for the first time. The gathering crowd swelled, predominantly composed of men. While they might glance at sports cars, the imposing armored vehicle held their gaze indefinitely. Moreover, Jiang Shuer was exceedingly generous, encouraging casual photography and group shots, even allowing them to stand atop the car without a care. This was, in fact, a testament to their confidence. The Jiang family was unafraid of exposure. Around 2 o'clock, the group finally departed, as lingering any longer would likely lead to a queue of admirers stretching into the evening. With nowhere specific to go, they first played a few rounds of billiards before making their way to an internet CAF. To their astonishment, Song Ning and his companions discovered that this enchanting young lady was willing to join them in their gaming endeavors, which indeed broadened their perceptions. They had previously assumed that someone of Jiang Shuer's stature would indulge in more refined and extravagant pastimes such as horseback riding, surfing, diving, or golfing. As the 5 of them engaged in their game, Jiang Shuer's gaming prowess proved to be unexpectedly impressive. She was both inexperienced and audacious, a healer who fervently wished to vanquish the opposing team. With Jiang Shuer present, her male companions exhibited extraordinary performance, as if they were invigorated by some elixir. Employing strategies such as ambushing, stealthily raiding bases, and sowing discord in the public chat. Consequently, they secured victories throughout the afternoon, reveling in their triumphs. As evening approached and dinner time neared, Jiang Shuer and Zhou Tian boarded Lei Zi's vehicle. Although Night 15 did not make an appearance, the others had certainly glanced through social media. Thus, the dynamics of tonight's gathering felt markedly different from the previous evening. Jiang Shuer and Zhou Tian emerged as the undeniable focal points of the dinner party. The others, particularly their wives, adopted a more cautious demeanor, subtly attempting to cultivate a closer rapport with Jiang Shuer. While such pragmatism was not inherently flawed, Lei Zi and his friends regarded the gathering with disdain, finding the meal rather insipid, leading them to depart prematurely. However, while the others returned home, Lei Zi and his companions, accompanied by Zhou Tian and Jiang Shuer, sought out a venue to engage in card games and mahjong. It wasn't long before Jiang Shuer was inundated with notes. They continued their revelry until the early hours, when Jiang Shuer and Zhou Tian finally returned to the hotel. Just as Zhou Tian unlocked the door, Jiang Shuer remarked, "Let us rise early tomorrow to purchase a small vehicle for our travels home. I shall cover the expenses, as I prefer not to trouble others for rides." Zhou Tian offered no rebuttal, much to Jiang Shuer's delight. After finishing her nightly routine, she could not resist sending Zhou Tian a WeChat message. "Have you gone to sleep?" "I have," he replied. Jiang Shuer bypassed the pleasantries and directly inquired, "What type of car do you think we should buy? You're funding it. You should drive." "Why ask me?" "Humph. You must drive as well. Are you merely going to collect your salary and avoid actual work? You will have to moonlight as my chauffeur." "All right. I'll apply for a driver's license soon." "Soon. You should go within the next couple of days." With the holidays concluding, the driving school's students will be returning to campus. Aim to obtain your license within 20 days. "Very well. When will you return, General Jiang?" Jiang Shuer, unable to contain her excitement, responded, "You will drive me back to Anqing once you acquire your license." At this, Zhou Tian's composure faltered. "What? Are you implying you intend to remain here for over 20 days? "No. My stay depends on how long it takes for you to obtain your license." Zhou Tian was left speechless. "What if I fail the exam? Are you going to stay?" Are you foolish? Even those with disabilities can pass. Why can't you?" "Fine. Even if I manage to pass, and you have the audacity to ride in a novice's car, I still lack the courage to drive. I believe you should hastily book a flight back to Anqing tomorrow." Lying in bed, Jiang Shuer turned over, her face brimming with pride. "Does it concern you? I have already informed your mother about your intention to obtain a driver's license and buy a car. She suggested we return to live there, and I agreed." Zhou Tian's expression darkened. "When did you tell my mother?" "I spoke to her via WeChat." "Huh. When did you acquire my mother's WeChat?" Jiang Shuer's pride swelled even further. "The day you were busy changing clothes in the restroom, I asked your mother for it." Zhou Tian pursed his lips, his mind in turmoil. He typed a line in the chat window, hesitated for a long moment, then ultimately deleted it, altering it to, "Fine. Once you pass the driving test, we shall return. If you wish to do anything else in the meantime, please inform me in advance." Jiang Shuer's eyes sparkled like crescent moons. "All right, Assistant Zhou. What kind of car should we buy?" Zhou Tian replied, "Since you won't be driving when you return to Anqing, the cheaper, the better. A second-hand car will suffice." Immediately, Jiang Shuer sent a dame emoji. "That won't do. What if it's a clunker? I certainly do not wish to play mahjong alone in the car. Especially since we have to drive back to Anqing. It's quite a distance, and an unreliable vehicle would be troublesome." Her point was indeed valid. "Then let us purchase the least expensive new car." Jiang Shuer continued with her dame emoji. "If it's too inexpensive, the safety will be compromised, particularly with those flimsy Japanese cars. Moreover, overly cheap vehicles reek of plastic, which I cannot tolerate. It must be an automatic, otherwise, driving will be exhausting." Zhou Tian pursed his lips. "If you've already decided, why are you even asking me?" Jiang Shuer laughed. "Because you will primarily be the one driving. I have made my decision. The car must be automatic. You should just take the test for level 2. It's simpler." Zhou Tian refused. "I want to take level 1. Jiang Shuer raised an eyebrow. "Why? Is it because online it said that Sigma men only take level 1, and level 2 can be passed by anyone? Not at all. Is it because level 1 is cheaper, and that it allows for a broader range of vehicles in the future, which you find more practical? Not that either. Then what is it? Because our village driving school only offers level 1. Jiang Shuer was momentarily defeated by this reasoning, but soon broke into laughter. "Level 1 is quite acceptable. It's better that the driving school only offers level 1. After all, there are more women taking level 2. What if Zhou Tian runs into an old classmate or childhood friend at the driving school? No way. One must accompany him to the driving school. Jiang Shuer typed a reply. Well, I'll follow your lead. After all, it's a paid driving test, and I have no pressing matters. Take your time with the exam. Have you decided on which car to purchase? I can suggest a price range of 200,000 to 500,000. This vehicle will serve as our company car. In truth, Jiang Shuer was deceiving Zhou Tian. There was no way she would allow him to drive the car back to Anqing. Setting aside safety concerns, the journey would be exhausting for Zhou Tian, a novice driver. Moreover, this was intended as a birthday gift for him. Zhou Tian responded, "You are the boss. It's your decision. However, I would prefer a more economical option." Jiang Shuer huffed, "You're such a procrastinator. Let us just go and take a look tomorrow. We must drive it home." Chapter 44. What if you turn out to be a creep? The following morning, Jiang Shuer surprisingly woke up early once more. Although she had only been in Hebei for 2 days, she had already experienced one of the benefits of the north. In Anqing, every time she returned home, she would need to take a shower to feel comfortable. Otherwise, she would feel sticky and uneasy. However, here, that sensation was absent. The trade-off, of course, was the dryness of the air. Jiang Shuer could already feel a slight discomfort in her throat, and her lips were beginning to chap, but fortunately, she had come prepared. After a quick freshen up, she adorned herself with an exquisite makeup look and donned a dress that reflected her usual style, a pink, low-cut, body-hugging dress that accentuated her curves. The generous expanse of her décolleté showcased her openness and confidence, while her alluring silhouette highlighted her graceful waist and shapely figure. Her long, fair legs, accentuated by high heels, certainly drew attention. However, she hesitated for a moment before adding an oversized white shirt as an outer layer. When she descended the stairs, Zhou Tian was already waiting for her. Jiang Shuer relished the feeling of his anticipation. As for Zhou Tian's attire, he still resembled a programmer as always. Jiang Shuer shook her head in mild disappointment. "Can't you change your style? It's such a waste of your looks and physique." Zhou Tian replied expressionlessly. "What difference does it make?" Jiang Shuer pouted, but soon broke into a smile. "Well, this way, you look even more like my son standing next to me. Let us go, my dear. Today, Mommy is taking you to buy a car." Zhou Tian, with a sullen expression, climbed into the car with Jiang Shuer. Naturally, there were no taxis in the vicinity. They had arranged for a vehicle to be at their disposal for half the day. Once inside, Jiang Shuer furrowed her brow and suddenly remarked, "Have you noticed that the hotel owner's gaze towards us seems a bit peculiar?" Zhou Tian dismissed her concern. "Perhaps she mistakenly thinks we are a couple and cannot fathom why we are in separate rooms." Jiang Shuer shook her head with conviction. "No, that's not it. Her eyes do not convey that meaning." Zhou Tian, "Did you seek out special services while I was asleep? And did you specifically seek that proprietress?" Zhou Tian nearly choked on his own words. "Sister, that proprietress appears to be at least 40 years old, and her physique resembles that of Zhu Ge. What do you take me for? Even if you insult me, you ought to consider who my ex was." Jiang Shuer snorted dismissively. "What if you become perverse after breaking up with my sister, indulging in peculiarities? Besides, I've heard from your dorm mates that older women can be quite fervent and uninhibited." Jiang Shuer remained unperturbed, while Zhou Tian felt his face flush. He lowered his voice. "Sister, could you please be a bit more discreet? We are not alone here." Yet, the driver was evidently a lively and gossipy man. "No worries. You two chat away. We're not acquainted, right? I relish hearing young people converse. It broadens my horizons." Zhou Tian was left speechless, opting to mute his microphone and disregard his teammate. However, Jiang Shuer was accustomed to talking continuously, having done so during gaming sessions as well, and thus continued unabated. "Zhou Tian, look over there. 2 dogs seem inseparable. What do you suppose is the cause?" Zhou Tian retrieved his phone. Jiang Shuer continued, "Wow, there are more dogs. Wait, how come they are both male? Could they have come from Chengdu?" Zhou Tian sighed. "Indeed, the prejudices held in one's heart can be as formidable as Mount Shu. Oh, by the way, Zhou Tian, you have yet to take me to savor any donkey meat hot pots or authentic Hebei-style Anhui beef noodles. Stop scrolling through Douyin with your headphones on. Instead, why not download the driving test app and practice the questions for the first and fourth sections?" Zhou Tian pressed his lips together. All right, just talk less and don't distract me from studying." Yet, Jiang Shuer leaned in closer. "How can that be? I need to supervise you. I am a master who passed the first section on my first attempt. I have valuable experience to share." Zhou Tian could no longer contain himself and slowly raised his head. Wait a minute. I recall your sister mentioning that you failed the first section 5 times. The second 4 times, and you spent money on the third and fourth sections. Jiang Shuer interrupted him abruptly. Be quiet. I simply couldn't bear to leave that little kitten at the driving school. I wanted to spend more time with it. You have no idea how adorable it is. As soon as it sees me, its tail stands up like a wire, and it purrs like thunder. Oh, and what happened later? Eventually, I gave it to a friend to care for. Why didn't you keep it yourself? Isn't it obvious? I can barely keep a turtle or a cactus alive. How could I manage a cat? Do you have any sense of compassion or responsibility? Zhou Tian was left speechless, thinking to himself that her past failures had nothing to do with him. Jiang Shuer continued to chatter endlessly, transitioning from pets to food, from food to monsters, and from monsters to gifts for Mother's Day a week later. It wasn't until they reached the outskirts of the city, at the 4th dealership, that the conversation shifted back to the matter of purchasing a car. They began their exploration at the first establishment. You desire something more affordable, don't you? Let's take a look at the 4 rings, she suggested. It was evident that their differing social standings rendered their perceptions of what constituted an inexpensive vehicle vastly distinct. For Zhou Tian, the notion of an affordable car included models such as the BYD Qin, Wuling Xingguang, Geely Emgrand, and Chang'an Yidong, all priced under 100,000. In contrast, for Jiang Shuer, an Audi was considered a budget-friendly option. This marked Zhou Tian's inaugural visit to a dealership, and it was only natural for him to feel anxious and ill at ease, especially given his financial constraints. However, Jiang Shuer exuded a sense of comfort, akin to strolling through a bustling market. The staff were typically discerning and experienced, particularly one elegant woman clad in stockings with long legs, who immediately recognized the handbag Jiang Shuer carried. That bag was no trifling expense. It likely surpassed the price of most vehicles on display. Consequently, the staff member approached with fervent enthusiasm. She certainly did not suspect the bag could be counterfeit. With Jiang Shuer's striking visage and graceful demeanor, it could be said, albeit bluntly, that even if she were to resort to selling her charms, she would command a handsome price. Moreover, her clear, vibrant eyes, tinged with a hint of naivete, unmistakably suggested she hailed from a genuine affluent background. Regrettably, Jiang Shuer declined her attentions, instead requesting a young male salesperson to assist Zhou Tian. The rationale was reminiscent of a prior encounter during a job interview at her company with a rather voluptuous woman. As Zhou Tian had lingered his gaze a moment too long, to assert that Zhou Tian lacked interest in automobiles would be a falsehood. What man is not captivated by cars? The reality was that Zhou Tian seldom focused on them, fully aware of his own limitations, unlike a certain childhood friend who, burdened with debt, began contemplating such matters. Jiang Shuer gestured towards a nearby vehicle. What do you think of that one? It has a decent appearance and is reasonably priced. Zhou Tian cast a glance at the rear of the car. An Audi A5. What about a Mercedes? Let's skip the BMW. Its ostentatiousness is rather overwhelming, she inquired after exiting the dealership. Once outside, Jiang Shuer turned to Zhou Tian, tentatively asking his opinion. He shook his head. Given that you've been driving around my neighborhood these past few days, I believe we should opt for something less extravagant. Jiang Shuer smiled in agreement. Very well then. Let's explore other options. Just the fact that Zhou Tian had accompanied her brought her immense joy. The specific choice of vehicle was of little concern to her. After visiting several dealerships, Zhou Tian's focus remained on older, more affordable models. At this point, the driver had been dismissed by Jiang Shuer, leaving just the two of them. She playfully nudged him with her shoulder. You like it, don't you? Zhou Tian replied with a slight affirmation. I suppose so. It offers greater practicality and appears to provide more of a sense of security. Jiang Shuer's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Oh, is that so? How is it that I sense you find the space more ample and convenient for, shall we say, certain activities within the vehicle? If you possess such inclinations, I could certainly recommend a few options. Some vehicles feature rear seats that fold down to create a spacious bed, while others are equipped with a center console armrest, complemented by a panoramic sunroof, which would undoubtedly cater to your peculiar taste. Zhou Tian, perplexed by the reference to the center console armrest, replied with exasperation. Sister, you have already stated that this is a company vehicle. What relevance does that have to me? Moreover, if I harbored such a proclivity, could I not indulge on a bus, subway, or train, where there is even more space? Perhaps I could even do so in the great outdoors. Jiang Shuer let out a prolonged "oh" as realization dawned. I understand now. You enjoy exhibitionism. In that case, you should consider a pickup truck or a convertible. Zhou Tian closed his eyes and took a deep breath. I am famished. Let us dine. You may choose the specific vehicle. Observing Zhou Tian stride ahead, Jiang Shuer quickly caught up. If you fancy it so, you could purchase them all, alternating them daily, or even tie one to travel like a train. Zhou Tian gave a thumbs up. Impressive. No arguments here. Let us eat. What do you think of that? Jiang Shuer followed his gaze and smiled sweetly, evidently pleased that Zhou Tian remembered her previous remarks. All right, I shall heed your suggestion. Upon entering the establishment, Zhou Tian called out, Boss, 2 donkey meat pastries. 1 pure meat, and 1 with additional stewed innards, and a bowl of egg soup, please. The proprietor promptly responded, Certainly. And what will the lovely lady have? Jiang Shuer blinked and directed her attention to the kitchen counter, where an array of donkey meat and assorted innards was displayed, alongside an entire donkey tail. Raising her eyebrows at Zhou Tian, she teased, Would you care for a supplement to reinforce your vigor? Zhou Tian retorted, Is that so? Then you should indulge in some tofu pudding. Jiang Shuer pouted, Boss, I shall have the same as him. After taking a seat, Zhou Tian commenced peeling garlic. Jiang Shuer swiftly snatched it from him. Allow me. I must admit, I find it perplexing that you northerners consume raw garlic so readily. Is it truly palatable? Zhou Tian replied with an expressionless demeanor. And what of you southerners, who partake in cats, dogs, mice, and snakes? Can you truly stomach that? Uft. That is only a minuscule fraction of the population. It is not nearly as widespread as your penchant for garlic. Zhou Tian remarked casually. There is a saying, eating meat without garlic diminishes the flavor by half. Jiang Shuer furrowed her brow slightly. I seem to recall it as eating noodles without garlic diminishes the flavor by half. How did it become about meat? Zhou Tian felt as though he were conversing with an inquisitive child. It is all quite similar, is it not? You did attend university in the Northeast, so you should be familiar with the North. Jiang Shuer shook her head. The Northeast is still quite different from here. Regardless, after you finish with the garlic, you shall need to brush your teeth. Sister, I am not kissing anyone. Why would I need to brush my teeth? It is merely midday. There will be an odor. If you don't brush, at least chew some gum. All right. Let us cease the chatter and enjoy our meal. On Sunday, Zhou Tian eagerly began his meal. Jiang Shuer curiously gazed at the items on the table. Is this the renowned donkey meat fire cake? It arrived rather swiftly. Doesn't it seem like a pre-prepared dish? Zhou Tian, while savoring his food, explained, That's about right. The meat is readily available. And the fire cake is also prepared in advance. It's merely heated before being served. Of course, there are freshly baked options as well. In fact, there are 2 kinds of fire cakes in Hebei. One is this rectangular variant from Hejian, which is more commonly found in Hebei, though it seems to appear in other regions too. The other type is from Baoding, circular in shape, resembling a sesame seed cake, but the meat is warm and juicy, akin to a meat sandwich. However, I must admit, I'm somewhat of a faux Baoding native, as I have only ever tried the rectangular kind. Jiang Shuer furrowed her brow and blinked. Oh, I see. But what distinguishes a fire cake from a sesame seed cake? Zhou Tian took a hearty bite and replied, his words somewhat muffled. The sesame seed cake contains sesame, while the fire cake does not. I cannot elucidate further. So perhaps you should taste it yourself and savor it slowly. The donkey meat is somewhat pricey, over 100 per pound, and I rarely indulge. Oh. Jiang Shuer mimicked Zhou Tian's actions and took a bite, earnestly enjoying the specialty from his hometown. Do you find it delicious? Zhou Tian shook his head. I cannot say. I do not perceive things as particularly delicious or particularly unpalatable. I'm not a picky eater. Jiang Shuer took a few more bites, unable to determine if it was tasty or not, yet found the texture novel and not unpalatable. Thus she continued to eat. Zhou Tian consumed his meal swiftly, a habit he developed during high school and while working part-time. After finishing, he settled the bill and requested a bottle of cola. Once Jiang Shuer had finished, the pair walked out side by side. She noticed Zhou Tian taking a large gulp of cola and expressed mild discontent. I've noticed you have a penchant for beverages, especially carbonated ones. This is detrimental to your health. Your dental issues are likely related. Zhou Tian nodded seriously. Indeed, that is true, but I enjoy it. Much like you relish staying up late to apply makeup. Isn't water an option? It lacks flavor, making it unpalatable. Cut it out. You seem quite immature. Only children favor sugary drinks. Zhou Tian smirked slightly. Perhaps that is the case. Both Song Ning and I enjoy soft drinks. As we were deprived of them during our childhoods, watching our classmates indulge while he was forbidden by his family, and I could not afford them. Thus, this serves to compensate for my lost childhood. Jiang Shuer pouted. Well, you should limit your intake. By the way, once you complete your first exam, I shall take you to the dentist. The sooner, the better. Otherwise, delays can lead to substantial expenses and considerable pain. Zhou Tian instinctively licked a back tooth and immediately shook his head. No way. Visiting the dentist feels akin to enduring torture, especially with the sound of that dental drill. Jiang Shuer tugged at his shirt. Oh, it's not painful. Even if it were, anesthetics can be administered. I'll accompany you. Be good. Zhou Tian shifted the topic. What kind of car do you wish to purchase? Let us arrange to head home early. Jiang Shuer nodded. I've made up my mind. Let's go. Mom will take you to pick up the car. Chapter 46. This song is unlucky in truth. Jiang Shuer could identify numerous flaws in the cars Zhou Tian had considered, the most significant being their affordability. Yet, since Zhou Tian had a penchant for them, Jiang Shuer could only select the best among the lesser options. She ultimately chose the most expensive model, the Tank 300, paid in full, top spec, and available immediately. However, this sum barely constituted a fraction of Jiang Shuer's balance. For Zhou Tian, over 200,000 was a substantial amount, but to Jiang Shuer, it felt akin to spending 20 yuan on a cup of milk tea, and she regarded it as quite a bargain. Each year, she would treat herself to a new toy, previously favoring foreign or joint venture brands. Thus, she perceived the domestic vehicle priced at over 200,000 as comparably economical to the foreign brands costing 4 to 500,000. During the paperwork, Jiang Shuer justified registering the vehicle under Zhou Tian's name, citing her already extensive collection of cars and the fact that Zhou Tian would be the one driving it. With that settled, Jiang Shuer drove the new car with Zhou Tian on their way home. Oh, wait, they needed to stop by the hotel to collect their belongings first. With one hand on the steering wheel and the other connected to Bluetooth, music began to play. When a ship sinks to the ocean floor, when a person becomes lost. Jiang Shuer nodded. It seems I ought to pay more attention to domestic cars from now on. With that, she joyfully joined in the singing. When a car disappears into the horizon, when a person becomes a mystery. Following the original tune, it was hard to discern any off-key notes from Jiang Shuer, indicating that her lack of pitch might still have hope. She glanced at Zhou Tian beside her. Come on, sing along. Zhou Tian pursed his lips. This song is unlucky. It sounds like it's about car crashes and fatalities. Jiang Shuer stifled a laugh, her lips curling in disdain. Puffed, superstitious. How could it be unlucky? Despite her words, she switched the song to something else and began to sway her body to the rhythm. With a smile, Jiang Shuer looked at Zhou Tian. Surely, you can't claim this song is unlucky. She knew it was one of Zhou Tian's favorites in the past when they played games together. If Zhou Tian executed a particularly impressive move, he would hum this very tune. Zhou Tian relaxed in his seat, a smile gracing his lips. Jiang Shuer increased the volume, pressed down harder on the accelerator, opened the windows, and let out a joyful scream. Hooray! Long live life! As they sped along, Zhou Tian reveled in the sounds of the wind and music, momentarily casting aside his worries. He felt as if he had returned to a few years prior. Standing on a train platform, awaiting an unknown journey and future. He was anxious yet hopeful. Although he was poor, he was free. Alone, yet unburdened. People often yearn for a past that cannot be revisited. Years later, he would likely reminisce about this moment as well. She cherishes this moment with Zhou Tian, who radiates confidence, his face adorned with the youthful audacity and vigor of a young man. Jiang Shuer is unaware of his thoughts, yet his happiness brings her joy. Even amidst her longing for her sister, she can't help but imagine how delightful it would be if they were on a highway right now, or perhaps by the tumultuous sea, or on a windswept prairie, where the atmosphere would be nothing short of extraordinary. She is determined to take Zhou Tian to such places, though ideally, it would be he who leads her there. Amidst the music, she shouts, Zhou Tian, you will undoubtedly carve out your own niche in the world. I believe in you. Zhou Tian chuckles and shakes his head, his lips forming words that remain inaudible. Jiang Shuer yells joyfully, speak louder. I can't hear you. Zhou Tian raises his voice. You believe in me? I don't even believe in myself. I have no idea what I want to do. Jiang Shuer, with fervor, exclaims. It doesn't matter. You're only 22. The road ahead is long. You will find your path, even if it's at 50. Zhou Tian merely smiles, remaining silent. Jiang Shuier says something else, but the music drowns her voice, and Zhou Tian doesn't inquire further. She captures a photograph with her phone. In the picture, neither she nor Zhou Tian is visible. However, besides the flowing traffic and the sky, a sign indicates their current location. Jiang Shuier posted on social media, limiting visibility to her sister. Will her sister see it? Surely she will. She will know where she is, wouldn't she? And perhaps she might guess who she is with? What would her sister think? Jiang Shuier is uncertain. Zhou Tian furrows his brow. Sister, can we please not use our phones while driving? I'm scared. Jiang Shuier lowers the music, retorting, what are you afraid of? If an accident happens, we'd both be in it together. And please trust my driving skills. Zhou Tian sulks. Sister, you're 25, and I'm 22. Even if we were to perish, you'd have 3 years on me. What nonsense. You think I'm at a loss? You've had so many girlfriends already. Well, I'm still your elder. So you can just perish, Zhou Tian. Jiang Shuier intended to assert that she remained a single woman, but then realized she was no longer in that category, which left her feeling mortified. Zhou Tian, sensing the awkwardness, swiftly changes the topic. President Jiang, although I'm staying at your home, there's only one bed in my room. Surely we can't share it? Jiang Shuier huffs, absolutely not. You'll sleep on the floor. Zhou Tian hesitates. Isn't that a bit much? Though it's already summer, the ground is still quite chilly. Jiang Shuier rolls her eyes. Just lay down more bedding, and it will be fine. Zhou Tian nods. Oh, that's reasonable. Then it seems President Jiang will have to endure sleeping on the floor. Jiang Shuier doubts her hearing. What? Are you out of your mind? Me sleep on the floor? Do you believe a single punch could send you to hell? Go ahead and try. I certainly intend to sleep in my bed. Zhou Tian tentatively inquired. You won't sneak out of bed at night, will you? Jiang Shuier, with a composed expression, slowly turned her head and squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. If you want to die, just say so. I can open the car door for you to jump out. Zhou Tian stifled a laugh. Although the topic had shifted, the matter of sleeping remained a genuine concern. And presently, it was not easily resolvable. Sleeping in the living room? That would undoubtedly worry his parents. But sharing a bed with Jiang Shuier brought forth its own uncertainties. Jiang Shuier left the car window slightly ajar and remarked leisurely, doesn't your family have another house? Why don't we sleep there? It's not furnished. There's nothing to live in, Zhou Tian replied. Jiang Shuier raised an eyebrow. We can just renovate it. I'll cover the expenses. Zhou Tian shook his head. Setting aside the money, there isn't enough time. Moreover, while renovations can be swift, moving in immediately would turn us into living beings inhaling formaldehyde. Rubbing his chin, Zhou Tian suddenly exclaimed, however, once it's renovated, we could invite Song Ning and the others over for a visit, let them stay there for a few nights. It would be fantastic to have the boss and Zhu Ge join us as well. Those two hefty fellows have robust lung capacity. Chapter 47. Help me take off my shoes. Jiang Shuier couldn't help but chuckle. You're truly wicked. Having a friend like you ensures a lifetime of excitement. Zhou Tian smirked. Nonetheless, we could indeed invite Zhu Ge and the others over for some fun. I'll check with them when we return to see if they're available. Sounds good. Jiang Shuier delightedly thought that if Zhu Ping and the others came, along with Zhou Tian's childhood friends, it would undoubtedly be a great deal of fun. The two returned to the hotel to retrieve their belongings, and at this moment, they were approximately half an hour away from Zhou Tian's home. Although Zhou Tian had frequently ridden in Jiang Shuier's car in Anqing, he now discovered a rather impressive trait of hers. She could flawlessly remember any route she had traversed once. This ability might not be rare among men, but it was certainly remarkable for women. Jiang Shuier spoke sweetly into her phone. Andy, Zhou Tian, and I will be home in about 20 minutes. Zhou Tian had every reason to suspect that Jiang Shuier was exaggerating. Perceiving Zhou Tian's gaze, Jiang Shuier quickly reverted to her true self. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a stunning beauty with fair skin, exquisite features, ample bosom, slender waist, and a shapely figure? Zhou Tian shook his head. I've seen one. But I've never encountered one with such thick skin. Jiang Shuier raised her middle finger. What do your parents enjoy eating? We're going out for dinner tonight. Zhou Tian replied, I'm not sure. How can you not know what your parents like to eat? Jiang Shuier exclaimed. My parents are quite like me, with no particular favorites or aversions. Oh, but my dad doesn't eat potatoes. Jiang Shuier found it rather intriguing. It was her first time hearing of someone who did not consume potatoes. What was the matter? Had her father indulged in them excessively during his youth? That couldn't be the case, for in Guizhou, potatoes were quite abundant. Zhou Tian continued to shake his head. I have no idea. I'm not very close with my father. Jiang Schwerer chuckled softly. It appears that most men are somewhat at odds with their fathers. That fool Jiang Tao was no exception. When he was a teenager, he insisted on joining the military. When asked why, he declared that once he had a gun, his first act would be to shoot his father. Consequently, he ended up being suspended and beaten for quite some time. However, the lad's bravado quickly faded. After enduring a couple of strikes, he began to plead for mercy, though it was to no avail. Shortly thereafter, he enrolled in medical school. And on his first day as a doctor, he discreetly confided in me and my sister that when his father eventually required hospitalization, he would be there to oversee his care. Zhou Tian was both amused and slightly surprised to learn that the slick-haired, affluent youth had become a physician. Nonetheless, gratitude lingered for him. Zhou Tian asked pensively, "By the way, Jiang, were you truly planning to run me over that day?" Jiang Schwerer shot him a fierce glare. "Indeed. Not only did I intend to run you over, but I also planned to drive a steamroller over your lifeless body repeatedly, crushing you into a state fit for feeding to dogs." Zhou Tian's lips curled into a smile. That sounds like something out of a Tom and Jerry episode. Such a demise would surely make the news, which is a silver lining, I suppose. Jiang Schwerer huffed softly. In truth, the speed of the vehicle had not been particularly fast. Otherwise, the slick-haired man would not have had time to react. Thus, while Jiang Schwerer appeared reckless and impulsive, she had maintained her rationality. This was also the reason her father had allowed her to act as she pleased. A few minutes later, Jiang Schwerer parked the car in front of the Zhou residence. Before they even exited the vehicle, the family dog, a Belgian Malinois, had already begun barking. Jiang Schwerer frowned slightly. "Does this dog bite?" Zhou Tian shook his head. "It's like Schar Dinger's dog. If unrestrained, it won't bite, but if tied up, it might. It has bitten me once, but that was merely an accident. We weren't familiar yet, and it thought I was going to kick it, which resulted in it tearing my pants." "Oh, can we keep this dog? Shouldn't we inform Pan Hong?" Zhou Tian laughed as he got out of the car to retrieve their luggage from the trunk. "I've mentioned we weren't familiar at that time. It only came to our home when it was 2 or 3 years old, having been abandoned. My parents brought it back. It's both dull and clever. And you'll see in a couple of days." As the dog barked, Zhou Tian's parents hurried out to greet them. Naturally, they were delighted that their son and his girlfriend would be staying at home. Although Jiang Schwerer had already informed Zhou Tian's mother that they were purchasing a car that day, she was still taken aback upon their arrival. Firstly, she had not anticipated that they would return with a vehicle so soon, and secondly, she was astonished by its size. "Uncle, Auntie, this car seems quite decent, doesn't it?" Jiang Schwerer affectionately approached Zhou Tian's mother, smiling as she embraced her shoulders. The elderly couple nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "Yes, indeed, it's quite large." Their understanding of automobiles was limited. They could only gauge a vehicle's worth by its size. At that moment, their apprehension was palpable. Zhou Tian's uncle had previously mentioned that Jiang Schwerer's family was quite affluent, yet the couple now grasped the implication more acutely. Such a grand vehicle, procured in a mere afternoon after a morning discussion, indicated a substantial fortune. However, their imagination and perspective were clearly constrained. Indeed, even Zhou Tian was unaware of the true extent of the Jiang family's wealth. Upon entering the house, Jiang Schwerer inquired, "Uncle and Aunt, have you eaten yet? If not, Zhou Tian and I will take you out for a meal." "We have eaten. We had our meal earlier." "You two should come inside," they replied. "We've dined as well. Zhou Tian took me out for a meal," she giggled. The four of them entered the living room, and after a brief conversation, Zhou Tian's mother suggested that Jiang Schwerer, having driven for a long stretch, should rest. She had already prepared the bedding in advance. With a sweet smile, Jiang Schwerer flopped onto the bed as soon as the door closed, calling out, "Zhou Tian, take off my shoes." Zhou Tian's eyes widened in surprise. "Huh? What are you planning to do? You're not thinking of licking my feet, are you?" Jiang Schwerer raised her head to look at Zhou Tian, promptly throwing her bag at him. "I meant for you to help me take off my shoes. I've been driving in these high heels the entire way. Ungrateful brat. And don't project your peculiar preferences onto me. Don't think I'm unaware of what you did with my sister." Zhou Tian was at a loss for words. How could she possibly know about that? Surely, it wasn't Jiang Schwerer who told her. Ignoring her, he turned to sit at the computer desk and began fiddling with his phone. Jiang Schwerer, feeling frustrated, had no choice but to sit up and remove her shoes herself. She rubbed her delicate, porcelain-like feet before slipping on the slippers Zhou Tian's mother had placed by the bed. "Come on, accompany me to wash my face." "Dear sister, it's only a few meters to the sink. Can't you go by yourself? Zhou Tian protested. Oh, what if your parents see me? Hurry up. She insisted. Oh, are you shy now? She teased. Go away, hurry. Zhou Tian had no choice but to rise and accompany Jiang Shuer to the bathroom. Once in the restroom, Jiang Shuer glanced around and lowered her voice, suggesting, why not have your dad take the driving test with you? Chapter 48. Come in. Zhou Tian immediately understood that Jiang Shuer intended to leave the car at home. That is not feasible, he replied. Jiang Shuer looked at him quizzically. Why not? He is just over 60. People in their 70s and 80s drive too. Besides, your father seems quite intelligent. Obtaining a driver's license shouldn't be too challenging for him. It's different. He enjoys drinking. When he used to drive the farm vehicles for business, he would drink and drive. Are you hoping he dies slowly? Zhou Tian retorted. Jiang Shuer pouted. Then just tell him not to drink while driving. Zhou Tian asserted without a hint of doubt. He doesn't heed my words, and if he could quit, he would have done so already. This car cannot remain at home. This topic is concluded. Upon returning to his room, Zhou Tian spread out his blanket on the floor and lay down. Jiang Shuer, with her long, snow-white legs elegantly crossed, resting her chin on her hand, gazed at Zhou Tian, who was preparing to take a nap, and smiled. I believe you must have some Shanxi heritage. Zhou Tian, eyes closed, turned over. There's indeed a possibility. If 3 beautiful women were to lie beside me, I would surely be from Jincheng. Jiang Shuer rolled her eyes. 3. Aren't you afraid of exhausting yourself? Zhou Tian, still with his eyes shut, replied languidly. That's none of your concern. I am now off to slumber. Amuse yourself. Jiang Shuer let out a gentle hum and turned to lie on the bed, engaging with her phone. She understood Zhou Tian's penchant for afternoon naps. He had to rest for a while daily, and even if there was something pressing, he would still steal a few minutes of sleep. If all went well, Zhou Tian could sleep until 4 or 5 o'clock. Rumor had it that high schools in Hebei were particularly competitive, so it must not have been easy for Zhou Tian to gain admission to a respectable university. After about 10 minutes, Jiang Shuer noticed that Zhou Tian had succumbed to sleep. With a mischievous grin, she picked up her phone and aimed it at him. She recorded a series of comical effects, sending them to Zhou Tian's Douyin account. As she observed the 800-plus days of sparks, she inwardly cursed Zhou Tian, lamenting that had it not been for that incident, the sparks would now perfectly be at 888 days. The chat history was predominantly filled with videos Jiang Shuer shared with Zhou Tian, while his messages were rather mundane, often consisting of an emoji or a simple numeral followed by a period. Zhou Tian's profile picture was blank, devoid of a signature, and other details remained inaccessible. Yet, Jiang Shuer speculated that his likes must be filled with alluring beauties. When Zhou Tian finally awoke, he found Jiang Shuer had changed into a different outfit and donned a light makeup. Ah, you've finally awakened. Do you realize how frightening your sleep can be? Grinding your teeth, passing gas, snoring, tossing and turning, and even talking in your sleep. Zhou Tian, still recovering from his slumber, took a few deep breaths before replying with a dark expression. Do you think I would believe that? I've shared beds with others before. Jiang Shuer perked up, leaning closer, her face mere centimeters from his. Her delicate and beautiful visage bore no flaws, and a unique fragrance wafted distinctly to Zhou Tian's nostrils. With a playful smirk, Jiang Shuer inquired, Oh, I almost forgot. Why don't you tell me how many women you've slept with? Zhou Tian swiftly shifted his body and sat up. Miss Jiang, don't you think your thoughts are a tad indecent and rather narrow-minded? Can't I have shared a bed with men as well? Jiang Shuer's eyes widened in surprise. What? You're bisexual? I'm a trisexual, you know. What? You've even been a third party. Zhou Tian sighed in exasperation. All right, let us put this topic to rest. I'm off to wash my face. Oh, hurry back to change your clothes. We will be leaving for dinner shortly. Uncle and aunt are ready. And do remember to brush your teeth. Around 5 in the evening, Jiang Shuer drove off with the Zhou family. Learning that Zhou Tian's mother suffered from motion sickness, she kindly offered her the front seat, opting for a gentle drive instead of her usual speed. The two women engaged in casual conversation, while Zhou Tian occasionally acted as a translator. Naturally, there was little for Zhou Tian and his father to discuss. Jiang Shuer had pre-booked a table at a 5-star hotel several dozen kilometers away for a buffet. The elderly couple had never ventured to such an upscale establishment, and upon arrival, they felt quite out of place, constantly worrying about not wanting to burden Jiang Shuer financially. Although she had already settled the bill online, after being lazy for over 20 years, Jiang Shuer was now more attentive than the waitstaff, leaving the elderly couple to simply wait for their meal. Even accompanying her mother to the restroom was a necessity. If her parents had witnessed this, their emotions would have been quite complex, as at home. Even asking Jiang Shuer to wash some fruit required a monetary incentive, and the results were often less than satisfactory. After the four enjoyed their meal, they did not rush home, but instead strolled around and bought a plethora of fruits. By the time they returned home, it was already 11 o'clock at night, and they discussed going shopping for clothes together the next day. After Jiang Shuer finished her evening routine and closed her door, she began to change into her pajamas. Knock, knock. Fortunately, Zhou Tian was polite. He always knocked twice before entering, regardless of whether the door was locked. Just as he grasped the doorknob, Jiang Shuer's voice rang out. Do not come in. I am changing. Had it been Jiang Yue, Zhou Tian would have rushed in without hesitation. However, faced with Jiang Shuer, he quickly retreated. A couple of minutes later, she called out, You can come in now. The three words were laden with implications, as Jiang Yue had uttered them to Zhou Tian countless times. When Jiang Shuer saw Zhou Tian enter with a red basin, her face flushed. What are you doing? Zhou Tian felt somewhat embarrassed. My mother insisted I bring this to you, saying it would be cold outside if you needed to go to the restroom at night. Jiang Shuer quickly waved her hands. I don't have a habit of waking up at night. By the way, your parents are of an age where going outside for a bathroom break isn't convenient, especially with such high steps. If it rains or snows, it could be quite dangerous. I'll arrange for someone to renovate the bathroom tomorrow. Zhou Tian felt a stirring in his heart, but shook his head. It's all right. In rural areas, toilets are typically outside. My parents have gotten used to it over the years. They wouldn't know how to use a modern toilet. Humph. There are squat toilets available as well. As they age, a proper toilet will certainly be necessary. Enough of the excuses, just listen to me. It won't cost much. Jiang Shuer said as she burrowed into her blankets, revealing only her eyes. Make sure to turn off the lights later. The two individuals seemed to harbor no aversion or anxiety about sharing a room. Zhou Tian believed it was akin to sharing a dormitory with Luo Qiqing and Brother Zhu. He had no ulterior motives. Around 1 o'clock, Jiang Shuer called out to Zhou Tian, Wake up, get up and turn off the light. Zhou Tian was in the midst of a delightful dream, on the verge of achieving a pentacle, when Jiang Shuer jolted him awake with a pillow. He sat up, momentarily dazed, and frowned. Sister, the switch is only 2 meters away. Can't you turn off the light yourself? I can't. I'm not wearing any clothes. Zhou Tian's expression turned peculiar. What? What are you doing? Why aren't you dressed? Obviously, I prefer to sleep in the nude. You can't possibly be without even your undergarments. Don't tell me you've started your period unexpectedly, or else you're the one who isn't dressed. Stop talking nonsense and turn off the light. Still groggy, Zhou Tian stumbled to turn off the light. The room fell into a silence so profound that one could hear the breaths of the two. Moreover, Jiang Shuer exuded a fragrance that soon permeated the entire space. Suddenly, Jiang Shuer asked, Zhou Tian, do you consider yourself a beast or something worse? Zhou Tian gritted his teeth. Should I sleep outside? My parents are asleep. If they ask in the morning, I'll say you were practicing martial arts in your sleep. Absolutely not. Do you genuinely think I'm not wearing anything? As if. I brought 4 sets of pajamas. Zhou Tian sighed. He had grown somewhat accustomed to her antics, as Jiang Shuer had always enjoyed making him her errand boy. When he was with Jiang Yue, he felt a sense of relief, for typically, being close to a girlfriend would trigger various tasks, such as fetching water or snacks. Jiang Yue, however, had no such habits, while Jiang Shuer was entirely at ease in commanding him. Just as Zhou Tian prepared to drift back to sleep, Jiang Shuer softly said, I can't sleep. Zhou Tian, tell me a bedtime story. All right, once upon a time, there was a mountain, and on that mountain stood a temple, where an old monk lived with a young monk. Stop. Are you trying to fool me? Can you be a bit more sincere? Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't finished yet. Then continue. I want to hear something I've never heard before, exciting and novel. One night, the young monk couldn't sleep. So the old monk told him a story, and the young monk ended up crying loudly. The room fell into an eerie silence. But soon a roll of toilet paper was hurled at Zhou Tian. Are you out of your mind? What kind of ridiculous story is that? Zhou Tian stifled a laugh. Just admit you've never heard it before. Isn't it thrilling? It's both novel and curious. If you think it's insufficient, I could add in monks from Chengdu and Africa. Shut up. I don't want to hear stories about monks. Then how about adding 2 nuns? Get lost. Is that all that occupies your mind? I want to hear something refreshing, like a fairy tale. Zhou Tian sighed deeply, expressing his exasperation. Sister, do you take me for a kindergarten teacher? If you can't sleep, just play on your phone. If that fails, you might as well mine for gems. I won't be peeking. This time, the phone has indeed come flying over. Blast it all. I wish to sleep early. Tomorrow, I must accompany your parents to buy clothes. He tossed his phone back onto the bed. Why not listen to some crosstalk or something? I truly lack the ability to induce sleep. Jiang Shuer huffed and turned over. Then tell me stories from your childhood. Zhou Tian displayed a look of utter disinterest. What tales can I recount from my youth? It was merely school, eating poorly and dressing inadequately. I played cards with Lei Zi and, as I grew older, frequented the arcade and internet CAF. Jiang Shuer quirked her lips. You had no money, yet you went to those places? Zhou Tian chuckled. You clearly do not understand the life of the less fortunate. While others feasted, I merely watched. While they played, I stood by. If I couldn't indulge, I at least observed. Moreover, Lei Zi and his friends often treated me. Jiang Shuer blinked. Your childhood friends sound rather generous. But consider this. If you had focused solely on your studies instead of engaging with those distractions, wouldn't you have had a chance at Tsinghua or Peking University? Zhou Tian shook his head. Why don't you say I could touch the sky? Indeed. My grades suffered due to gaming, but I am no prodigy. True geniuses can play around and still gain admission to the top universities. I was never one to immerse myself solely in studies. If not with Lei Zi, I would have been with others. Besides, steering clear of games might have led me to early romantic entanglements, possibly resulting in significant troubles. Jiang Shuer nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. You must have been quite charming as a child. Surely many girls were fond of you, right? Share some tales. Zhou Tian scoffed. Not at all. During that time, I hardly spoke to girls. You should know, little boys were ridiculed for playing with girls. It was deemed shameful. This revelation delighted Jiang Shuer. What about later? In middle school or high school? He pondered. Well, there were some, but by then, I was already engrossed in gaming and had no interest in girls. That you didn't stray is quite impressive, she remarked. Zhou Tian inhaled deeply. This is Hebei, not Chengdu. I have never encountered any boys who were openly gay in my vicinity. Jiang Shuer asserted confidently. I refuse to believe that. They must be hiding well. Zhou Tian shrugged nonchalantly. That remains uncertain. People will like what they like. As the saying goes, love goes east, not west. How vulgar. Enough of this chatter. Time for sleep. Jiang Shuer promptly interjected. No sleeping allowed. I am not yet tired. By the way, what do boys discuss in the dormitory at night? We girls gossip about various things. Like which boyfriends appear untrustworthy or who has undergone cosmetic surgery. Zhou Tian expressed mild disdain. Your topics are rather risque. Is that even considered risque? Those with boyfriends would share the details of their relationships with us. You have indeed gone a bit too far. And what about you? Us. We merely discuss games, rarely touching upon matters concerning women. When intoxicated, we delve into topics such as the situation in Palestine and Israel, the specifications of the next aircraft carrier, or when China will ascend to the status of the world's foremost power. Jiang Shuer clearly did not believe this. Surely, you ought to be talking about the goddess of hard drives, no? Zhou Tian let out a scoff. Some men may have their minds filled with frivolous thoughts. Yet most do not. Discussions about women serve merely as a distraction, devoid of genuine interest. When it comes to history, weaponry, or warfare, that is when men truly become animated. Jiang Shuer appeared contemplative. What does that have to do with you? You cannot participate or affect any change. It's as if your gossip could be of any significance. Jiang Shuer asserted with conviction. Of course it does. Our late-night conversations in the dormitory have led to several couples in our class breaking up. Naturally, I only listen and do not disclose anything. It is all their confessions. This left Zhou Tian at a loss for words. Let us end this conversation. I'm tired and wish to sleep. No, Zhou Tian. Allow me to pose one final question. Once I ask, I shall retire for the night. Ask away. Will you, in the future, seek a girlfriend? What kind are you looking for? Chapter 50. Your brother is named Zhou Lu? Of course I will seek one, preferably an 18-year-old with ample bosom, legs that stretch a meter long, and hips broader than her shoulders. Go to hell. The conversation was unequivocally concluded. Zhou Tian's sleep had recently been remarkably restorative. Scarcely had he closed his eyes when slumber overtook him. However, Jiang Shuer found herself tossing and turning, ultimately letting out a soft hum. Reflecting that aside from the age requirement, she fit all those criteria. Moreover, she believed she bore little difference from an 18-year-old. Time to sleep. Tomorrow, I shall procure a new outfit for Zhou Tian. The following day, when Jiang Shuer awoke, Zhou Tian had already vacated the room, even having neatly arranged the bedding. Habitually, she contemplated closing her eyes for a brief return to slumber, but she promptly sat up instead. In an unprecedented manner, she even folded the blanket, albeit in a rather peculiar fashion. As she donned her clothes and made her way to the living room, she discovered the purchased breakfast on the coffee table was still warm. Hearing the door open, Zhou Tian's mother hurried to peek in. "Ah, yeah, is awake. If you're tired, feel free to sleep a little longer. It's still early." "Good morning, Annie. I'm not tired anymore. I awaken this early every day." "Where is Zhou Tian?" "Oh, he has gone out to walk the dog. He'll be back shortly. Please, have your breakfast. I am unsure of your preferences. We have buns, fried dough sticks, sesame cakes, rolled pancakes, tofu pudding, and millet porridge. If you don't fancy any of these, I can ask your uncle to purchase something else, or I can prepare something for you." "Ah, no need, no need. I rarely eat breakfast, so a little will suffice. No need to buy anything next time." Just as they were conversing, Jiang Shuer noticed a Belgian Malinois bounding into the yard with a stick in its mouth, closely followed by Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian secured the dog, washed his hands, and entered the house, ready to partake in breakfast. However, Mother cast him a sidelong glance, urging him to allow Yaya to eat first. Zhou Tian, at a loss for words, retorted, "There's so much. She's not a pig. She has enough to eat." Mother, with a hint of irritation, gave him a light slap, insisting, "Let Yaya choose what she likes first." She then turned to Jiang Shuer, saying, "Yaya, you all go ahead and have breakfast. Try everything, and if it's not to your liking, you can leave it for Zhou Tian." Jiang Shuer chuckled softly. "All right, Annie." Mother then retreated to her room, leaving Zhou Tian slumped on the sofa with a sigh. Jiang Shuer approached him, remarking, "Your mother is truly wonderful. If all mothers-in-law were like hers, there would be no conflicts between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law." "Yes, but can a son endure that?" he scoffed. "Anyway, what do you like to eat? My mom said you can choose first." "Oh, by the way, she mentioned she wants to accompany us to shop for clothes. She feels a bit carsick and wants us to go alone." As he spoke, he produced a red envelope, saying, "Here, there's 8,000 yuan inside. A gift for our first meeting and money for your clothes." Jiang Shuer's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she playfully punched Zhou Tian, exclaiming, "How can you accept this? Your parents work so hard at their age." Zhou Tian wore an innocent expression, replying, "Sister, what does this have to do with me? It was my mother who insisted I give it to you, not for myself. Take it back and say I appreciate the gesture." "Fine. I'll tell my mother that you certainly wouldn't want it." As Zhou Tian tucked the envelope back into his pocket, Jiang Shuer was taken aback, exclaiming, "You're ridiculous. I meant for you to return it to your mother. If I take it back, she'll surely worry that you think it's too little. So I'll hold on to it for now. This way, everyone is happy. Happy my foot." Nevertheless, Jiang Shuer refrained from further argument. Returning the envelope directly might indeed prompt Zhou Tian's mother to overthink, so it was better for him to keep it. "Oh right." Jiang Shuer suddenly stood up. "Isn't Annie feeling carsick? How about I take her to the hospital?" "Oh please, that's just an excuse. She doesn't want to go." "Why not?" "She's reluctant to spend money on herself and finds the clothes in the mall too expensive. Every time I come back, I take her with me. But even if she goes, she only looks and never buys." As Jiang Shuer absorbed this, tears welled in her eyes. She couldn't fathom the hardships Zhou Tian's mother had endured throughout her life, yet she could perceive the difficulties and frugality that marked her existence. At just 60 years of age, she appeared nearly 70, her skin weathered and darkened by the sun. Though her clothing was clean, it was all inexpensive. Moreover, she possessed not a single piece of jewelry. In the bathroom, Jiang Shuer observed only shampoo, body wash, hand soap, and toothpaste. There were no skincare or cosmetic products whatsoever. Astonishingly, Zhou's mother didn't even have a wardrobe of her own. The more she contemplated, the more heart-wrenching it became, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. This startled Zhou Tian, prompting him to lower his voice as he handed over the tissues, saying, "Sister, why are you suddenly crying? Please keep it down, or my mother will see me, and I'll be in big trouble." Jiang Shuer sniffled, wiped away her tears, and immediately delivered a punch to Zhou Tian. Yet, she found herself at a loss for words to blame him, for Zhou Tian had indeed made considerable efforts and faced his own challenges. Jiang Shuer questioned, "Aren't your brother and sister-in-law both civil servants? Their salaries in Tibet should be quite substantial." Why aren't they contributing to the family? Zhou Tian shook his head. Of course they do, don't think otherwise. Although my relationship with my brother isn't as close as it used to be, he is still my brother. And I see everything he does. My brother buys things for the family almost every week, food and necessities. He covers the summer electricity bills and the winter gas fees as well. My sister-in-law is wonderful too. The betrothal gifts here can be 200,000 or 300,000. But she only asked for 100,000 and used it to help my brother with the mortgage. She bought all the wedding essentials herself. Even arranged for the air conditioning in my parents' house, among many other things. Both my brother and sister-in-law are great. They have their own struggles, bearing the burden of a mortgage and car loan, and they are both nearing their 40s without children yet. Jiang Shui'er fell silent, sniffed again, and suddenly asked, Is your brother named Zhou Lu? Zhou Tian was taken aback. No, your brother is Zhou Lu. What is his name? Why do you ask? Never mind. It's none of your business. You should eat breakfast first. We'll head out soon. After speaking, Jiang Shui'er knocked on Zhou Tian's mother's door and walked in. 10 minutes later, she emerged with a beaming smile, her phone displaying the height, weight, and measurements of Zhou Tian's parents. She glanced at Zhou Tian, who was still enjoying breakfast while fiddling with his phone, and huffed, Why are you eating so slowly? Go change your clothes and eat in the car. Actually, let's just head out. With that, she pulled Zhou Tian out the door. Jiang Shui'er was impulsive. Whatever came to her mind, she would act on immediately. Although this sometimes led to mistakes, her execution was undeniably commendable. This contrasted with Zhou Tian, who would ponder for a long time before taking action. Sitting in the passenger seat with a youtiao in his mouth, he asked, Sister, where are we going? Jiang Shui'er replied with 2 words, Beijing. Chapter 51, Internet Celebrity? Beijing. Sister, we're just going out to shop for clothes. We don't need to go that far, do we? Clothes are available everywhere. Zhou Tian clearly found it too much trouble. Jiang Shui'er dismissed him. It'll only take an hour. It's not far. Some people even fly abroad for shopping and dining. While clothes may be available everywhere, the quality can differ greatly. Zhou Tian wanted to argue further, but Jiang Shui'er wouldn't hear it. He sighed. All right then, let us go early and return early. But don't buy too many clothes. Most of the time, they just end up sitting and used. Zhou Tian did not elaborate much, as Jiang Shui'er was none the wiser. He was neither unfamiliar nor particularly acquainted with Beijing, having spent 2 months working there during the summer of his senior year in high school. Like many laborers, although he found himself in a bustling metropolis, his existence was confined to a narrow routine, rendering iconic sites like Tiananmen Square and the Forbidden City unexplored. The sentiments of Hebei natives towards Beijing are invariably complex. For many, the capital represents an aspirational destination, with the ultimate dream often revolving around obtaining a Beijing residency permit and becoming one of the new Beijingers. Conversely, there exists a pervasive sense of grievance, as many from Hebei feel they are treated like mere cattle in comparison to the capital. Zhou Tian remained indifferent to these sentiments. He was an ordinary individual. While the broader environment undoubtedly influences one's life, it was merely a backdrop. In both Beijing and Shanghai, poverty coexists with untold wealth. A matter of fate. Moments later, the vehicle ascended onto the Jingxiong Expressway. This road was exceptionally well maintained, newly constructed with a sparse flow of traffic, allowing for a carefree drive. Jiang Shui'er suddenly turned to Zhou Tian and asked, Will you return here in the future? Zhou Tian nodded. What's up? Nothing. I just asked Zhu Gu and the others in the group chat, and they said they would come to find us in a few days. Oh, then should we renovate the nearby house? Jiang Shui'er could not suppress a laugh. You really want them to help you with formaldehyde absorption, huh? Zhou Tian scratched his head. Forget it. Let's just stay at a hotel. As he spoke, Zhou Tian took out his phone to check the chat history. Jiang Shui'er had informed the 3 others in their 5-person group about the situation. Luo Qiqing almost instantaneously replied, Let's go. Zhu Gu and Lao Si haven't returned to school yet, and I'm feeling bored alone. I'll book a flight right now. Zhu Gu responded with an eye-roll emoji. Don't you have any sense? Let Lao Er and Mei Yu enjoy their time together first. No need to worry about Mei Yu. I'll book tickets for the 2 brothers, and we'll coordinate our arrival. Luo Qiqing replied. Hee, Zhu Gu is showing some compassion for once. Remember to book first-class tickets. By the way, where's Tian Gu? Still sleeping? Sister-in-law, make sure Tian Gu eats well. By the way, sister-in-law, are there many beautiful women in Hebei? Northern beauties must have long legs, right? Zhu Ping responded. Indeed. When you go, you'll only reach their shoulders. You'll need to look up. So you might as well give up on that notion. Luo Qiqing protested. Come on, it's not that exaggerated. Zhu Ping retorted, oh it is. Even the Shandong scallions are taller than you. Suddenly, Li Wen chimed in, Zhu Gu, please book 2 tickets for me as well. I'll transfer the money to you later. Zhu Ping exclaimed, what? Your girlfriend is going to Hebei with you? Luo Qiqing lamented, damn it. 2 couples and 2 dogs sitting together. This is too heart-wrenching. I need to find someone nearby to accompany me. Below, an avalanche of chat records continued. Far too much to peruse in its entirety. As the arrival of his friends drew near, Zhou Tian's spirits lifted considerably. After more than an hour, the car descended from the expressway. Unlike Zhou Tian, a native of Hebei, Jiang Shuer, a southern belle, was far more acquainted with Beijing. During her studies in the northeast, she would frequently visit Beijing for a few days, and many of her family's businesses and acquaintances were based there. Hence, she was well versed in the world of luxury boutiques, some of which required membership for entry. The opulence of Beijing left Zhou Tian feeling somewhat out of place, as he sensed a disconnection from the city's grandeur, feeling he did not belong. However, Jiang Shuer thrived in such an environment. She first took him to a salon for a haircut. Upon exiting the vehicle, Zhou Tian was taken aback. Is this a barbershop? It resembles a palace. The lavishness of the establishment was indeed a revelation for him. In the parking lot, even the most modest vehicle was an Audi A6, and the license plates were anything but ordinary. Such cars could be considered symbols of wealth and prestige in Beijing. Jiang Shuer informed him that each guest had a private reception room and a dedicated stylist, with bespoke tools for every patron. It was rumored that the scissors used by the stylists were quite expensive, likely of a luxury caliber. The cost of services remained unknown, as Jiang Shuer did not proceed to settle the bill. Following the haircut, Jiang Shuer efficiently led Zhou Tian to purchase several outfits and then encouraged him to explore on his own, believing that his presence would be an inconvenience to her shopping experience. Zhou Tian stood still, surveying his surroundings. Dongdan Park, Tongren Hospital, and further ahead, Chongwenmen. Initially intending to stroll through the park, he suddenly recalled that there were many gay men, particularly older ones, frequenting parks in Beijing. He quickly checked on Douyin and decided to steer clear of that area. Zhou Tian possessed a commendable appearance and charm, as Jiang Shuer had remarked. Aside from lacking wealth and a few minor flaws, he was indeed exceptional, a sentiment not merely superficial. At that moment, having been polished and groomed by Jiang Shuer, he stood out vividly even amidst a crowd of handsome men and beautiful women. In fact, a street photographer approached him, offering to take his picture for free, which Zhou Tian declined. Yet, a middle-aged man with long hair seemed particularly interested in Zhou Tian. Don't worry, handsome, I'm not a bad person. I have a Douyin account with excellent reviews and feedback. You can take a look. Zhou Tian shook his head. I'm sorry, but I don't like being photographed. And I don't photograph well. The man smiled. I can take a picture for you to review. If you're not satisfied, I can delete it. No need. Zhou Tian replied. How about this? I mean no offense. I'll pay you 200 for a single photo, if that is agreeable. The long-haired man expected Zhou Tian to refuse or even become upset. However, Zhou Tian suddenly smiled. Really? Then by all means, take as many as you like. The long-haired man was momentarily taken aback, pleasantly surprised, and then chuckled. Ah, wonderful, truly splendid. Following his lead, Zhou Tian began to pose against various backdrops. 20 minutes later, Zhou Tian received a payment of 1,800 yuan via WeChat. The man also added Zhou Tian on WeChat, indicating that he could continue to compensate him for future photo shoots. Zhou Tian checked his balance and glanced at the man's social media, confirming that he was not a local from Chengdu and had photographed both men and women. He let out a heavy sigh of relief, having previously experienced unwanted attention from men, which left him cautious. After wandering for a while, Zhou Tian found himself lacking a destination and opened a map to locate the nearest internet CAF. Upon learning from the attendant that the fee was 28 yuan per hour, Zhou Tian turned on his heel without a moment's hesitation. He thought that even 8 yuan would be excessive, considering many people's hourly wages fell short of that amount. Zhou Tian settled onto a bench, basking in the sun and allowing his mind to wander. As his phone had not been charged the night before and the battery was down to 12%, leaving him reluctant to use it. At 11 o'clock, then 12, and finally at 12:30, Jiang Shuer called. Zhou Tian initially thought she had finished her shopping and was ready to take him home, but upon answering the call, he was taken aback. Hello? Wow, Zhou Tian. You've struck a stroke of luck and are about to become an internet sensation. Zhou Tian was bewildered. Have you lost your mind from reading too many novels? What do you mean I'm becoming an internet celebrity? I don't even have a single post on Douyin. Jiang Shuer was brimming with excitement. Wasn't there a long-haired man who took your pictures? Zhou Tian remained perplexed. Yes. How do you know? He even paid me 1,800 for 9 photos. Beijing is quite a place. I must visit more often. I was initially worried about him being. What? You actually got paid? Do you know who he is? Many internet celebrities pay him to take their photos, but he often declines. Jiang Shuer was evidently more excited now. Zhou Tian raised an eyebrow. Really? He asked that impressive? No wonder the photos turned out well. Not just decent. You don't recognize him? He has over 10 million followers on Douyin. Zhou Tian shook his head. No, I don't know him. I'm not interested in photography, but with 1 million followers. He must earn a fortune. Had I known, I would have charged 500 per photo. Jiang Shuer was utterly speechless. Are you out of your mind? You should search for his account. You're in his latest work. You're about to be famous. Do you have any idea how many likes it has already received in just 1 hour? Why didn't you let him tag you? Zhou Tian was filled with questions. Huh, is that for real? Do Douyin users have such poor taste? What do I have that is worth looking at? He asked for my Douyin ID, but I turned him down. You complete fool. How could you refuse? What a missed opportunity. You must check it out. I can't talk to you anymore. I'm so frustrated. Jiang Shuer was practically pounding her chest in despair. After the call ended, she couldn't resist watching that video again. As Zhou Tian appeared on the screen, a flurry of comments erupted in the barrage. Wow, so handsome. I would be willing to marry him for the friendship between Jing and Lu. Sister, you've got the wrong place. Look closely, he asked from Hebei. Ladies, just watch for now. I'm off to the Temple of Heaven to, encounter him. Isn't my husband handsome? Ladies, feel free to look. The photos that follow are even more dashing. Indeed, especially the last one. Who would have thought this gentleman is a money enthusiast? Here comes the first one to collect a portrait fee from Teacher Han. Darling, do you fancy men? Jiang Shuer watched with a smile of amusement. The video nearly captured the entire dialogue between Zhou Tian and the photographer. Although a few viewers suggested that Zhou Tian was motivated by money, the majority found him practical and endearing. Especially when he beamed at the prospect of receiving money, many viewers felt a sense of relief. As a photograph was frozen in time, the barrage surged even higher. Zhou Tian, dressed in a white shirt, leaned against the wall, holding his jacket with one hand. His expression neutral as he gazed ahead, calm, yet concealing a hint of concern. Only Zhou Tian knew that his worry stemmed from the thought of what to do if the long-haired man refused to pay him later. Would it be inappropriate to snatch his camera? At that moment, someone recognized Zhou Tian. Wow, I know him. He is from our university. I've seen him working in the cafeteria. Yes, he's from our university. He once delivered food to me, incredibly polite. Even more handsome in person than in the video and photos. The comments section overflowed with information about Zhou Tian. This is Zhou, a senior from our college. He is very kind and takes care of us juniors. Our instructor mentioned that he comes from a modest background and has been working part-time since freshman year. He has even rescued many stray animals on campus. It's heart-wrenching. So please, don't say he is only after money. He is truly a good person. I noticed his backpack was frayed with many visible repairs. Hello, I'm a classmate of the guy in the video. I can attest to what the previous commenter said. Everyone, you wouldn't believe it, but this handsome guy in the video once jumped into the water to save someone, even though he can't swim. Don't ask who I am. I was just a bystander. You can check my work. He looks even more charming in it. These 3 comments garnered a surge of likes. Meanwhile, the likes, shares, and evaluations of Zhou Tian in the video also skyrocketed. Jiang Shuer, gazing at the series of photos, felt her cheeks flush. Especially with the last one, her heart raced. The final photo, with the simplest background, showcased Zhou Tian in the most delightful manner. Standing beneath the azure sky, with one hand in his pocket, he wore a smile that was radiantly bright, reminiscent of melting spring waters. Bullet comments. Ladies, I am pregnant. How can I make him take responsibility? This reminds me of the time before I became a bitter woman. The delayed monthly visitor has surged forth with overwhelming vigor. My tail has been healed. Hey, you pervert in front, don't run. A considerable number of people have already adopted the last photo of Zhou Tian as their profile picture and wallpaper. Some even claim that this smile perfectly embodies the resplendent early summer of this year. However, only Zhou Tian and the photographer are aware that his radiant smile is a result of the photographer asking him to retrieve his phone for a money transfer. Meanwhile, Zhou Tian's other hand is busy fiddling with his phone. Nevertheless, This segment of audio was deleted by the photographer, replaced by a piece of instrumental music that harmonizes beautifully with summer. Just as Jiang Shuer was savoring the video, the number of likes surged by tens of thousands. Yet at this moment, Zhou Tian remains blissfully ignorant of it all. Just as he took out his phone, opened Douyin, and prepared to search, a notification alerted him that the battery was critically low, with a mere 10 seconds to shut down. Damn it, it still had 4% left. How can it shut down so suddenly? Zhou Tian cursed as he hurriedly opened Jiang Shuer's WeChat, intending to share his location with her. However, the phone was lagging so badly that the chat box barely opened before the screen went black. Come on. Zhou Tian slumped into his chair, pondering that perhaps the external heat was draining the battery faster than usual. He resolved to find a place to charge his phone and reach out to Jiang Shuer. Rising to his feet, he sought a kind soul who might carry a power bank. Oh, right. He could approach a delivery person. They are likely to have power banks on hand. However, Zhou Tian soon sensed something amiss. Why were there more people in the crowd gazing at him than before? Some even watching him while glancing at their phones. Could it be due to that video Jiang Shuer mentioned? Meanwhile, Jiang Shuer, observing the skyrocketing likes and comments, felt a sense of urgency. Some comments from her friends were rather alarming, suggesting they wanted to capture Zhou Tian and make him a star. Images of Zhou Tian being lured back home and drained by women flooded her mind. No, she must hurry to fetch him. That scoundrel has little resistance against women with ample curves. What if such a voluptuous temptress lured him into a restroom for a clandestine liaison? Chapter 53. Your mother's surname is Jiang. Why is no one answering? That scoundrel Zhou Tian hasn't he already retreated with some random woman to a hotel room? Has he? Of course, Jiang Shuer only mused irrationally. She knew Zhou Tian's character well. If he were so careless, he would have likely been drained dry or caught some disease by now. Yet, with neither calls nor messages answered, her concern inevitably grew. Jiang Shuer analyzed the multitude of possibilities. The most likely scenario is that Zhou Tian has gone to an internet CAF to play games, and his phone has been on silent mode, so he hasn't seen any notifications. He should be calling soon. In truth, if it weren't for the exorbitant prices at the CAF, Zhou Tian would indeed be there. After waiting for 5 minutes, Jiang Shuer's patience had worn thin. Zhou Tian's mind was clear. Although there were many delivery drivers speeding by, approaching one to borrow a power bank seemed rather presumptuous. Moreover, it would be inconvenient if it delayed their delivery schedule. Therefore, Zhou Tian decided to visit some shops to find those waiting for orders or meals, hoping to borrow a phone for just a minute to power up. Of course, the simplest solution would be to ask a kind passerby to lend him a phone. However, he could only recall 4 phone numbers: his father's, his mother's, his own, and Jiang Yuer's. Calling his mother and asking her to contact Jiang Shuer would also be troublesome, as she likely wouldn't remember the place's name. As for his father, he had no desire to reach out to him. As Zhou Tian walked, he was suddenly approached by someone. Hey, handsome, is your surname Zhou? Zhou Tian looked at the unfamiliar girl in front of him, bewildered, and nodded. The girl instantly became excited and jumped up. Wow, it really is you. You're even more handsome than in the videos and photos. Can I take a picture with you? But I don't have any money. After saying that, she covered her mouth and giggled playfully. Zhou Tian was taken aback for a moment, but then shyly scratched his head. Oh, you saw that video, right? Is it really that popular? The girl blinked. Don't you know? When I just saw it, it already had over 400,000 likes. And the views must be in the hundreds of millions. Zhou Tian shook his head. I didn't know, my phone is turned off. Really? I just happen to have a power bank with me. By the way, handsome, can I ask you something? Do you have a girlfriend? While handing the power bank to Zhou Tian, the girl pointed her phone at them. Can I take a picture? Yes. Thank you for the power bank. Hee, you're welcome. Can you come a little closer? Can I tell my mom that you're my boyfriend? Zhou Tian smiled and was about to respond when another passerby approached. In less than 2 minutes, more and more people gathered around him. Zhou Tian felt as if he were in a surreal scene. He had a fleeting sensation of being a minor celebrity. Just because of a video, so many people recognized his face and wanted to take pictures with him. Zhou Tian, somewhat numb, took photos with each of them. And some even offered to transfer him money, claiming they were touched by his kindness in helping small animals despite his own struggles. This left Zhou Tian even more bewildered. How did they know about these things? However, he certainly refused to accept any money, as he was not the type to be swayed by material gain. Originally, Zhou Tian thought he could slip away after a few minutes, but he was taken aback as the crowd grew larger. Even those unfamiliar with him mistakenly regarded him as a minor celebrity, gathering to take photos or approach him for autographs. People, it seems, have an innate tendency to follow the crowd and revel in the excitement. Zhou Tian, who was never adept at turning others down, found himself relishing the moment as admirers enthusiastically declared how handsome he was. However, at that moment, a police car came to a halt at the roadside. Two officers struggled to weave through the throng, and upon catching sight of Zhou Tian, they promptly flanked him on either side and began escorting him away. The bewilderment on Zhou Tian's face was mirrored by the astonishment of nearby fans. Police? I haven't committed any crime. Who said you did? Your mother reported you missing and asked us to find you. Zhou Tian was even more perplexed. My mother? Well, her surname is Jiang. Zhou Tian's expression darkened instantly. The very girl who had first approached him rushed over, her concern palpable. Officers, what are you doing? What's wrong with him? Simultaneously, she aimed her phone at Zhou Tian and the two policemen. The officers smiled and explained, it's nothing serious. His family reported him missing, and we're just taking him to reunite with them. Everyone can disperse now. Once inside the police car, Zhou Tian recalled that he still hadn't returned the power bank to that girl, but it was too late. The vehicle had already departed. 20 minutes later, Zhou Tian stepped out of the car and spotted Jiang Shuer. During the ride, he had already communicated with her via phone. Jiang Shuer seemed completely unfazed by the presence of the police, in stark contrast to Zhou Tian's anxiety. Moreover, this was his first experience in a police car. I'm so sorry for the trouble, officer. Oh, don't worry about it. I just graduated myself. I'm only a couple of years older than you. Oh, my apologies, officer. The policeman, visibly annoyed, retorted, all right, off you go with your mother. Try not to wander off again. Zhou Tian followed Jiang Shuer into her tank 300. Bemused, thinking that she must have used her special abilities to summon the officers. Otherwise, why would they come looking for him? He glanced back at the rear seat and trunk, which were nearly overflowing. Sister, it's only May, and you're already stocking up for the new year? Jiang Shuer huffed. If it weren't for you, I could have shopped longer. And this isn't everything. Some items are on the way. Expected to arrive in a day or two. What else did you buy? Maintain some suspense. You'll find out when it arrives. But Zhou Tian, you're really becoming famous. You're on the verge of becoming an internet sensation. Hurry and turn off the feature that allows strangers to search for you on Douyin. Zhou Tian pouted. What is the benefit of that? You have no idea. I was just surrounded by a bunch of people. Jiang Shuer raised an eyebrow. Don't you want to be a celebrity? Don't you want to become an internet influencer? Consider the fact that some individuals earn substantial sums in mere minutes, and others generate impressive profits in the millions during a single live streaming event. Aren't you the one who cherishes wealth the most? Zhou Tian sighed. Even if that video goes viral, I cannot become an internet celebrity. Many people have had a single video explode in popularity without becoming influencers. You are oversimplifying the situation. Well, you could at least give it a try. Quickly search for your name. There are countless things about you that have surfaced. She laughed. I spent quite some time browsing and even stumbled upon Zhu Ge and Song Ning. Zhou Tian furrowed his brow and searched. As he scrolled down, his eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth have I been exposed? Chapter 54. The more they dig, the more famous he becomes. The first video that appeared was posted by a long-haired cameraman, astonishingly garnering over 600,000 likes. He also noticed the most liked comments beneath it. Furthermore, there were videos of him rescuing people, feeding stray cats at school, fishing dogs out of ditches, singing at university welcome parties, performing at bars, serving food in the cafeteria, and even distributing flyers at a mall during high school. However, there was a realization that these videos had always existed, but now, with the surge in likes and views, they were being seen by a broader audience. Zhou Tian was taken aback to discover how many times he had been secretly filmed. He continued to browse for a while longer, but suddenly frowned. This is peculiar. Why are there no videos of me with your sister or you? Surely, someone must have captured those moments. Jiang Shuer nodded in agreement. I've noticed something amiss too. My sister has visited your school and accompanied you to various places. It is certain that someone must have filmed you both, yet there is no evidence of it. Instead, there are only photos and videos of you with your ex. Haha. It seems your ex is rather youthful. Her figure is quite impressive, especially that first love of yours. She's only a tad younger than I am, right? Jiang Shuer teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Zhou Tian's expression darkened, feeling somewhat speechless. Is that really the crux of the matter? The focus should be on the video's popularity, comments. And the other videos, which are evidently being manipulated. It's not me. I suspect it must be your sister. Your sister, they both echoed simultaneously. Zhou Tian was not particularly surprised by the comparison. Jiang Yue, disliking the spotlight, certainly wouldn't wish to be embroiled in this situation. Yet, Zhou Tian felt a sense of oppression within himself. He discreetly glanced at the hidden works in his Douyin account and let out a soft sigh. Indeed, Jiang Yue was more rational than he was. Jiang Shui, sensing Zhou Tian's mood, swiftly shifted the topic. Zhou Tian, look, many comments are urging you to debut. If you were to post a video now on Douyin, the likelihood of it going viral is quite high, even with just a few thousand followers. One can still earn a living, for many of them are captivated by your charm. Female fans possess considerable purchasing power and might even send you alluring photographs, inviting you to partake in yoga or indulge in seafood together. Zhou Tian pursed his lips, thinking that such an invitation, involving yoga and seafood, sounded rather frivolous. He waved his hand in refusal, saying, "Enough of this. It's merely a video that garnered some attention. I'm heading home." His demeanor remained tranquil, not taking the matter too seriously. Firstly, becoming an internet celebrity is not as effortless as it seems. Secondly, he had little interest in such pursuits, viewing it merely as a serendipitous event, a small interlude in the tapestry of life. Seeing Zhou Tian's disinterest in the topic, Jiang Shui blinked and deftly shifted the conversation. "Let us go grab a bite. It's already past 1, and you surely haven't eaten yet. I'll take you to try some homemade dishes." Zhou Tian shook his head. "I'm a bit tired. I want to go home." Jiang Shui noticed his low spirits and understood the reason behind it. "Oh, all right. Let us head back. I'll drive faster. Next time, we'll bring uncle and aunt along." Zhou Tian nodded and glanced back. "I'm sorry for the expense. I'll repay you slowly." "Repay you? Nonsense. Just take a nap," Jiang Shui replied, adjusting the air conditioning vents and raising the temperature slightly. Soon, music filled the car as they sped down the highway. Unbeknownst to them, Zhou Tian had already dozed off, his brow still furrowed. Just as Jiang Shui lowered the music, she suddenly noticed Zhou Tian's distress. His expression was one of torment, as if caught in a nightmarish vision, his body thrashing violently. Alarmed, she quickly reduced the speed of the vehicle. Steering towards the emergency lane, Zhou Tian, what is wrong?" Jiang Shui grasped his arm tightly. Zhou Tian abruptly opened his eyes. Concern etched on her face. She inquired, "What happened? Did you have a nightmare?" Zhou Tian numbly nodded. Jiang Shui swiftly took hold of one of his hands, softly reassuring him, "It's all right. It's all right. You might just be tired. We'll be home soon." Zhou Tian remained silent, turning his head as his mind involuntarily revisited the haunting dream, trying to comfort himself. It was just a dream, merely a dream. Meanwhile, the music continued to play within the car. "In this life adorned with flowers, you were a blossom of spring, free from sorrow throughout the ages, with a horse-faced skirt and floral shirt, forever maintaining a pure visage. Are you still waiting? That person has vanished. One day, someone will enter your heart, taking root and blossoming." Suddenly, Zhou Tian turned to face the screen. He recognized the song, but the subsequent lyrics did not align with his memory, creating an unsettling feeling within him. He found the words distasteful. After a brief moment of hesitation, he discreetly took out his phone and accessed a certain individual's social media feed. Upon noticing that the latest post from that individual had been shared merely an hour ago, a profound sense of relief washed over me. It is said that dreams often reflect the opposite of reality. Hence, it seems that Jiang Yue must be thriving at present. Upon returning home, Zhou Tian's spirits remained notably low. Jiang Shui, sensing his mood, kindly suggested that he retire to his room for some rest, assuring him that she was not fatigued. Zhou Tian did not protest. He merely nodded and pushed open his bedroom door. The elderly Zhou couple, oblivious to the events that had transpired, gazed in astonishment and delight at the multitude of items Jiang Shui had procured. Beyond the usual attire, bags, shoes, and skincare products, there were also a mobile phone, a fitness tracker, and various pieces of jewelry. The couple's apprehension grew as they beheld the golden necklace and other such treasures. They had heard that gold prices were soaring, and they feared that even their entire savings might not suffice for Jiang Shui's generosity. Little did they know, the clothing and accessories far surpassed the value of the gold jewelry. Naturally, they were reluctant to accept such extravagant gifts, feeling an overwhelming sense of indebtedness. However, Jiang Shui, possessing both wisdom and eloquence, managed to persuade the elderly couple with her words. By the time Zhou Tian awakened, his parents had cheerfully donned the new garments purchased by Jiang Shuer, leaving him utterly astonished. Previously, when his sister-in-law had gifted their mother a gold ring, she had never worn it, instead contemplating how to combine funds for a bracelet for her daughter-in-law. Jiang Shuer, noticing Zhou Tian's incredulity, playfully nudged him with her shoulder, exclaiming, "What do you think? Am I impressive? Would you like to know how I accomplished this?" Zhou Tian nodded and shook his head simultaneously, replying, "I am not a disciple of the school of flattery. I do not possess the habit of casually addressing others as mother." Jiang Shuer huffed, "Then let us alter the terms. If you assist me in washing the clothes I have changed out of, I shall divulge my secret." "That's reasonable, but it doesn't include undergarments, right?" he queried. "It does," she retorted. Chapter 55. Zhou Tian, I am not too shabby either. What do you think? Is this suitable? Zhou Tian's countenance darkened instantly. Reflecting on the many relationships he had experienced, only Jiang Yuer had ever enjoyed such privileges. Jiang Shuer, seldom flustered, blushed slightly and declared, "Fine. If you want to wash them, then forget it. Oh, by the way, your parents plan to dine on buns this evening and mentioned they would like you to prepare something, or perhaps we could eat out. Why can't we just enjoy buns at home? Why venture out?" Zhou Tian pursed his lips, collapsing onto the sofa to retrieve a cigarette. That was a local expression, implying a feast was to be had. A feast? Has someone passed away? Why aren't we attending? Zhou Tian replied with exasperation, "Sister, feasts aren't solely for funerals. They are also for weddings, childbirth celebrations, and other occasions. However, if we were to go out this evening, it would likely be for a wedding or a funeral. What purpose would it serve for us, other than to be mere spectators? Moreover, with our modest appetites, we would likely leave unsatisfied. It would be far better to stay home, prepare some instant noodles, and retire for the night." With a puff of smoke, Zhou Tian felt his spirits lift somewhat. And only then did he find the inclination to check his phone. However, the messages on my phone have exploded. Missed calls, 99. Unread messages, 99. And the red dots on WeChat are overwhelming. Zhou Tian felt as if the sky was about to fall. Opening Douyin, the notifications were similarly overflowing. Most of these messages were from Zhu Gu, Luo Qiqing, and Song Ning, along with several classmates and teachers. Zhou Tian glanced once more at that video. Astonished to find it still gaining traction, he cast a suspicious glance at Jiang Shuer, who sheepishly smiled. "I merely invested a little in Dojia." Zhou Tian, with a solemn expression, inquired, "How much is a little?" Jiang Shuer raised her palm. Zhou Tian pondered whether it could be 500, but deemed that too paltry, not befitting Jiang Shuer's spending habits. He thus ventured a larger guess, 5,000. Jiang Shuer's smile took on a somewhat obsequious quality. Zhou Tian's expression darkened further, 50,000. Zhou Tian nearly toppled onto the coffee table in utter disbelief. "My goodness, 50,000 just like that?" Jiang Shuer leaned closer. "What do you mean just like that? This is an investment. Once you become an internet sensation, a single live stream or a few endorsements will recoup it all. You can pay me back then." Zhou Tian extinguished his cigarette in silence, pondering how easy it would be to become an internet celebrity. Even the elderly in the village and kindergarten children are aware of the lucrative nature of becoming an online star. To gain traction, one needs at least 200 to 300 million viewers. Yet, how many truly become internet sensations? China is not lacking in handsome men and beautiful women, nor in talented individuals. Far from it. The videos he scrolled through were filled with alluring figures and captivating faces, enhanced by filters and edits, but undeniably showcasing genuine beauty and physique. And as for those with talent and skill, the online world in China is teeming with exceptional individuals, making it impossible to count them all. Discussing this with Jiang Shuer would be futile. She surely knew this and likely possessed even more insider knowledge than he did. Zhou Tian's expression hardened. No more investments. Jiang Shuer had braced herself for a storm of fury, prepared to endure Zhou Tian's wrath. Yet, to her surprise, he remained calm. She cautiously probed, "Aren't you angry?" Zhou Tian reclined on the sofa. "If your parents cannot manage your spending, how could I?" This remark made Jiang Shuer feel somewhat guilty. "This shall not happen again. I promise to inform you before spending in the future." Zhou Tian did not respond. Rising to his feet, "I'm going to walk the dog. Feel free to make yourself at home. Oh, and it would be best to take advantage of the absence of others to wash those hidden underwear stashed in your suitcase, along with the plastic bag. Although the odor is faint, it still exists. And oh, those socks. The smell is quite potent." Jiang Shuider blushed visibly, exclaiming, "You old rascal. You're the one with an odor. My socks are not smelly. If you don't believe me, take a deep whiff. I fear fungal infections." With a flushed face, she playfully punched Zhou Tian, saying, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? It's not that exaggerated. I want to accompany you for a walk with the dog." In truth, Jiang Shuider wished to wash them, but she lacked the skill. Having grown up, she had never washed clothes. Even fruits had always been cleaned and cut for her by others before she would eat them, let alone garments. Zhou Tian smirked. "Aren't you afraid it will bite you? It has bitten me before." Jiang Shuider proudly laughed. "Puffed. Just wait and see me put on a show." She promptly walked toward the yard. Normally, upon her exit from the room, the dog would begin barking. However, silence prevailed. Standing at the door, her lips curled in triumph, she declared, "How about that? The dog isn't barking anymore, is it?" Zhou Tian's expression darkened. "Did you silence my dog?" In that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Jiang Shuider's smile initially stiffened, then gradually faded, ultimately transforming into a fierce scowl. "Bastard. Do you think I'm a witch? Come out and see." Without her prompting, Zhou Tian had already emerged. To their surprise, the dog was joyfully wagging its tail and panting at their feet, clearly in a state of delight. Zhou Tian raised an eyebrow. "Oh, did you bribe my dog while I was asleep?" Jiang Shuider stuck out her pink tongue playfully. Zhou Tian lifted his hand. "Thanks. But retracted. I don't fancy pig tongues. Get lost. You're insufferable." "What do you mean bribe? I merely fed Daodu," Jiang Shuider said, picking up a small stick and tossing it. The dog immediately leapt to catch it, wagging its tail even faster, kicking up dust beneath its hindquarters. Zhou Tian looked at Jiang Shuider skeptically. "You've learned this too? Did your mother teach you?" "Oomph, it was your father. Now let us go walk the dog," Jiang Shuider replied, pulling a sausage from her pocket, biting it open, and tossing it to the dog. Zhou Tian sighed. "You'll spoil my dog. It's already picky enough." Refusing to eat buns, Jiang Shuider shook her head. "You needn't worry about that. I just bought 500 yuan worth of ham. Enough for Daodu to last a long while." Zhou Tian paused, unable to suppress a chuckle. Ever since Jiang Shuider arrived, his household had indeed been elevated. Even the dog's diet had improved, not to mention his own. "All right, let us go." After the dog finished the ham, Zhou Tian handed it the stick again. Once the dog clamped down on it, he unclipped its collar. The dog instantly dashed around the yard like a wild stallion, then bolted out of the gate. Zhou Tian followed closely behind Jiang Shuider, who suddenly remarked, "Zhou Tian, truthfully, I am rather commendable, don't you think?" Chapter 56. The call from Jiang where Zhou Tian's steps betrayed a barely perceptible hint of anxiety. "Indeed, you are quite admirable, endowed with curves, affluence, limbs, and a voice. Daodu, slow down, come back." Jiang Shuider glanced at Zhou Tian, who was striding ahead, then at the dog racing back, stamping her foot in frustration and letting out an indignant huff. After accumulating a considerable reserve of energy, she finally unleashed a significant outburst, only for Zhou Tian to effortlessly diffuse it. She had no choice but to remain there, simmering in silence, as the pair of them had already distanced themselves, seemingly oblivious to her feelings. "Ungrateful creatures. Who do you think has been feeding you so well? Have you forgotten your mother after a mere meal?" With nowhere to channel her irritation, she kicked the wheel of a tank 300 with force and shouted towards the front, "Hey, Zhou Tian, the door isn't locked yet." Without turning around, Zhou Tian waved dismissively. "It's fine, no need to worry. The most valuable thing at home is already secured. Best to lock the door." The most precious items in his home were indeed the motorcycle and electric bike. Everything else was not easily stolen. As for cash, it existed, but he was unaware of the exact hiding place his mother had chosen, only that it was buried somewhere in the yard. He doubted any thief could find it. However, the situation had changed. Jiang Shuider had acquired numerous luxury items and jewelry. While outsiders were oblivious, the presence of a brand new vehicle parked outside did raise the risk slightly. Zhou Tian returned with the dog to secure the front door, placing the key beneath a brick by the drain. Jiang Shuider blinked. "You leave the key here?" "Yes. It's always been here." "Let us go." A decade ago, there might have been a risk of burglary, but such incidents are rare now. Firstly, there is hardly any cash left in the house, and secondly, surveillance cameras are everywhere, making it easy to apprehend criminals. "Oh," Jiang Shuider's mood shifted quickly. Watching Daodu frolic with a stick in its mouth, she began to skip along, reminiscent of a 5- or 6-year-old girl. "Your dad says whenever he takes Daodu out, it should carry a stick, so it can't bite anything. Your father is quite clever." Zhou Tian scoffed, just a petty trick. If he were truly wise, would our family be in such dire straits? Jiang Shuer pouted. How can you measure a person solely by their wealth? Zhou Tian dismissed her perspective. What else matters? In today's society, money is paramount. I call it keeping up with the times. My father has been left behind by the current era. Jiang Shuer disagreed. But she found herself at a loss for words against Zhou Tian's arguments. Thus, she longed to bite back at him, seeking to vent both her frustration and her feelings. The splendid weather today also meant that the drifting catkins were more abundant, densely blanketing the ground as if it were snowing. Zhou Tian had always found this thing quite bothersome since childhood. There were even tales that if one were to consume it, they would become mute, which led him to evade it incessantly. However, Jiang Shuer relished this scene, completely unbothered by the cotton-like fluff clinging to her hair and garments. In fact, she found it rather romantic, especially when the fluff danced around her and Zhou Tian's heads. Look how beautiful it is. Unlike snow, which falls downward, this is lifted by the wind, floating upwards. It's delightful. I heard your mother say that in the past, people used this to replace cotton in their clothing, she remarked. Zhou Tian shook his head. That must be from a long time ago. The two of them, along with a dog, strolled along a narrow path behind the Zhou residence. The May Day holiday had passed, and after the students returned to school, the village had become noticeably quieter. Most of the able-bodied young adults had gone to work, leaving behind the elderly, who were not gathered for their usual exchange of news at this hour. He was not particularly concerned about being discussed, for the old folks were unfamiliar with him, a man who had spent years away. Yet, occasionally, he would encounter acquaintances. Zhou Tian greeted them politely, and Jiang Shuer followed suit. While the villagers expressed surprise at her beauty, they were not astonished by her presence. As word of Zhou Tian bringing home a fairy-like girlfriend had circulated widely, especially with the sudden appearance of a new vehicle at the Zhou household, villagers, more gossipy than city dwellers, were particularly attentive to such matters. Suddenly, Zhou Tian called out, Daodu, come back, let's go the other way. Although Daodu was not aggressive, his size could be intimidating. Therefore, Zhou Tian typically chose times when few people were around to walk the dog along secluded paths. After turning a corner, they reached the edge of the village, where lush green wheat fields and various low trees lay before them. The once vividly green wheat was now veiled in a layer of white fluff, creating a different kind of scenery. On one side, along the riverbank, green dump trucks were lined up in an endless procession, kicking up clouds of dust. On the other side, houses were scarce, with the landscape dominated by wheat fields and woodlands. The tallest structure in sight resembled a miniature version of Guangzhou's Canton Tower. Upon reaching this point, Zhou Tian let the dog explore freely. Jiang Shuer took out her phone to capture photographs, finding this scene quite novel. By the way, what is that tallest building? Is it an observation tower? She inquired. Zhou Tian chuckled. It's a waste treatment plant. Ah, Jiang Shuer was taken aback by this revelation. A waste treatment plant looks like that? Quite impressive. Indeed, it is rather remarkable. Our village has seen quite a few affluent individuals emerge because of this waste facility. During its construction, there were substantial profits hidden in land acquisition, earthworks, and hiring processes. The compensation for land acquisition is still held by the village committee, and the annual interest alone is at least in the 7 figures. Jiang Shuer widened her eyes. Is the village this dark? Zhou Tian did not pursue the topic further. Phew, I've contacted the driving school. I'll go for a physical examination tomorrow morning. Jiang Shuer blinked. Hee, great. I'll go with you. No need. They will take us there. But I want to join you. I'll drive myself. As long as you're happy. Jiang Shuer, holding her phone, walked over to Zhou Tian. Let us take a photo. We've known each other for so long, yet we don't have a single picture together. Zhou Tian raised an eyebrow. How come we don't? Jiang Shuer huffed internally, thinking that those were all group photos. They were not the same. She wanted one with just the two of them. Oh, come on. What is the harm in taking one? I can boast about it later after taking a picture with a big influencer. Zhou Tian chuckled. People might think I'm the kept man of yours. Though he said this, he did not refuse again. As he took out his phone, intending to include Dodo in the picture as well, he suddenly froze. Zhou Tian's mind went blank. His body felt as if it had lost all sensation, because that number belonged to Jiang Shuer. Chapter 57. Xiao Shui is wonderful. Jiang Shuer gently stroked the dog's head, pulling Dodo into position for the photo. Just as she was about to say something to Zhou Tian, she immediately sensed that something was amiss. Zhou Tian, usually so emotionally stable, rarely wore his feelings on his face, But at this moment, he stared at his phone, his expression grave. Jiang Shui's heart sank, as if she had an inkling of what was happening. Zhou Tian's mind raced with myriad possibilities. Yet among them, the probability of Jiang Yue calling to reconcile was the least likely. After a brief moment of distraction, Zhou Tian adjusted his breathing, and seeing Jiang Shui gazing at him, he candidly stated, "It's your sister." At that moment, Jiang Shui felt an overwhelming complexity of emotions, yet she suppressed her tumultuous feelings, blinking her eyes and feigning excitement. "Quick, answer it. Perhaps my sister is waiting for you in a sensual water bedroom, dressed in a split cheongsam." Zhou Tian found it somewhat amusing yet exasperating, thinking, "Isn't a cheongsam supposed to be without a split anyway?" Jiang Shui reached to retrieve the stick from the dog's mouth, threw it forcefully into the distance, and then both she and the dog dashed away. Though she was filled with anxious curiosity, she still left Zhou Tian with a private space. Zhou Tian stared at that incredibly familiar number, his emotions equally complex. "Hello?" The background noise on the other end was quite loud. Jiang Yue must be in a crowded place. The other party remained silent, seemingly without anything pressing to say. According to Jiang Yue's character, she would get straight to the point if there were something urgent. Zhou Tian swallowed hard. For the first time, he felt at a loss for words with Jiang Yue. This sensation was disheartening. Once, they had been the closest of companions, both physically and emotionally intertwined. "I have returned to my hometown, where Xiaoxue is playing with Dodo a few dozen meters away. If you remain silent, I shall take it as if nothing is amiss." As Zhou Tian spoke, he had already lit a cigarette. In the past, upon hearing the flick of a lighter, Jiang Yue would undoubtedly urge him to quit smoking. However, at this moment, there was still silence from the other end of the line. Yet, it was evident that the person holding the phone was walking, moving towards a more secluded area. As the background noise gradually faded into tranquility, Zhou Tian felt a sense of helplessness. Jiang Yue was irreplaceable to him. She was his partner, his sister, his beloved, and his kin, the only one with whom he could reveal his innermost self entirely. "I have resigned and now work at Xiaoxue's company." Zhou Tian briefly recounted recent events, followed by silence. After several long minutes, the familiar voice finally spoke, still gentle as water, causing Zhou Tian's heart to race with both anxiety and comfort. "I'm fine. You should smoke less. Goodbye." The call ended just like that. Almost immediately, a text message arrived. "Xiaoxue is doing well. Take good care of her." However, it appeared that Jiang Yue's input method was similar to Zhou Tian's, as she promptly sent another message, "Shui Shui." Zhou Tian, initially feeling somewhat downcast, suddenly found himself in a state of bemused laughter. Although Jiang Shui seemed engrossed in playing with the dog from a distance, she was always attentive to what was happening here. When she saw Zhou Tian putting his phone back into his pocket, she hurried over with the dog. Her cheeks flushed and mischievous smile gracing her lips. She asked, "So, how was it? Should I rush you to the hotel?" Zhou Tian regained his composure, his expression tranquil. "Aren't you supposed to be taking pictures? After that, we'll go home for dinner." Jiang Shui was momentarily taken aback, her eyes fixed on Zhou Tian. "What did my sister say?" Zhou Tian shook his head. "She said nothing." Jiang Shui's brows furrowed deeper. "Then what did you say?" "I merely mentioned that I've changed jobs, that you are in my hometown, and that I plan to obtain my driver's license, among other things." Jiang Shui's frown deepened further. "Shouldn't you be making an effort to win my sister back? Tell her how much you miss her, how you look at her photos every day, how you take her high heels and soar 8 times. Mention how you've matured and are now more formidable than before. Declare that you are on the path to becoming an internet sensation and earning a fortune. Assert that you have become a better version of yourself." Zhou Tian hung his head, exasperated. "Stop. That sounds less like improvement and more like obsession. Besides, don't you understand your sister? Would she treat a breakup as a trivial matter?" Jiang Shui pouted and huffed. "Can't my sister occasionally throw a little tantrum? What if she simply wants to test you, to experience the feeling of being pursued and won back? Moreover, the reunion after a brief separation can often rekindle the flames of romance. Surely, you two must possess an invigorated connection. After all, your previous escapades were quite abundant. And perhaps now, you have become a part of my sister's narrative." Zhou Tian's expression darkened slightly. "Please stop. Does that even make sense?" He turned on his heel and strode towards home. Jiang Shui gazed at his retreating figure and waved her hand repeatedly. "Hey, wait. We haven't taken the photo yet. Let the dog accompany you for that." Zhou Tian replied without looking back. Jiang Shui fuming, glanced at Zhou Tian and then at Dodo, who was wagging its tail at her. She thought to herself, I'm not eager to take a photo with this dog. My main desire is to capture one with that dog. Speaking of which, did my sister truly say nothing? It's certainly plausible. Then why did she suddenly call? Was she longing to hear Zhou Tian's voice? Or was it something else? Regardless, the two of them undoubtedly have their secrets. I surely cannot fathom their thoughts. At the very least, I trust that neither would bring harm to themselves. With a smile curling at her lips, Jiang Shui hurriedly chased after Zhou Tian, accompanied by her dog. Upon returning home, Zhou Tian busied himself in the kitchen. As Jiang Shui munched on a piece of watermelon, she suddenly inquired, by the way, I recall my sister mentioning that you had a cat for 8 years. She even said you treated it like a daughter for over a year until you realized it was male when you saw it grooming itself. That had me in stitches. Couldn't you see its 2 little bells? Zhou Tian turned to wash vegetables in the sink. It ran away. Jiang Shui's smile faltered. Oh, I'm sorry. Ahem. If you wish, we could get another one. After all, when it comes to pets, separation is inevitable. Their lifespans are limited, and 8 years is quite a stretch. Jiang Shui was aware of further details. For instance, when that cat was brought home, it was no larger than the palm of her hand, refusing to drink milk. And Zhou Tian had to nourish it with a syringe, raising it through its infancy with great care, thus forming a profound bond. Zhou Tian, however, evaded the subject. Do you like spicy food? Jiang Shui bit into her watermelon, clearly displeased. Are you heartless? Don't you remember that my favorite is spicy food? I adore cilantro, and I detest onions. Zhou Tian ignited the gas stove. What I meant is, if you want it spicy, you'll need to buy some. There's none at home. Jiang Shui responded with a drawn-out "oh." Then no need. Just cook it with care. This is my first time tasting your tofu. Zhou Tian, with a grim expression, replied, should I put extra effort into it? Your words can easily be misinterpreted. Do you think cooking requires affection? Jiang Shui narrowed her eyes at him, gritting her teeth as she asked, requires affection for what? Chapter 58. Treasures within the phone for what, you ask? For writing a graduation thesis. Zhou Tian stated with utmost seriousness. Jiang Shui paused. Oh, right, you're about to graduate and need to return for your defense. But when it comes to the thesis, can't you just copy and modify it? Or perhaps pay someone to do it? Zhou Tian replied with a hum. Jiang Shui watched Zhou Tian, who was diligently cooking, feeling a wave of joy wash over her. After all, she was currently sleeping in Zhou Tian's bed and enjoying his meals. Hee, but isn't this a bit unfair to my sister? Humph, for now. I'm merely using the bed, not sharing it with a person. What is there to feel guilty about? Besides, I am, in a way, helping my sister take care of Zhou Tian, her former brother-in-law. Zhou Tian, when you and my sister were intimate, did you ever call her sister or mother? Surely you did, right? Were there any more thrilling titles as well? Zhou Tian, stirring the shredded potatoes with a spatula, had a face as dark as the pot itself. Even if you're being nosy, you shouldn't lack boundaries. Don't you think this topic is too private? Jiang Shui smirked. So what? Your silence implies consent. Humph. I knew you two were quite unconventional. Why didn't you ever involve me before? You're being rather inconsiderate. Zhou Tian gritted his teeth. Involve you? That would be illegal. Jiang Shui raised a delicate, slender finger. What are you imagining? I meant having me around to watch. Surely that can't be unlawful. All right. Miss Jiang, do be quiet and wait in the living room for your meal. To Zhou Tian's surprise, Jiang Shui complied and left. However, when he returned to the living room with the dishes after a brief interval, he understood her sudden cooperation. Due to the uproar caused by that video, his phone notifications had become overwhelming, prompting him to retrieve an old phone from years past for temporary use. At that moment, Jiang Shui was amusing herself with that outdated device. Seeing Zhou Tian approach, she could not help but laugh. I never realized, little Zhou, that you were quite the selfie enthusiast back in the day. You were rather adorable and fresh-faced. Moreover, this phone contains quite a treasure trove, what with a little story after the rain, the mature woman and the principal, and tales of less than stellar high school grades. And look at these snippets of videos. Click on them, and they're quite revealing. TSK. Zhou Tian immediately snatched the phone back, gritting his teeth. This was the very phone he had used in high school. Despite his youthful mind being consumed by games, his body had other desires, and he was, after all, a curious boy eager to explore the unknown. Noticing Zhou Tian's cheeks flush, Jiang Shui laughed even more joyfully. Don't be shy. Everyone goes through that phase. However, The videos we girls watch are always rich in plot. By the way, little Tian, I've heard that men watch movies by fast-forwarding through the scenes. Is that true? You haven't gone all these years without watching a single one in its entirety, have you? Zhou Tian took a deep breath, thinking to himself that Jiang Shuer was far too knowledgeable. Zhou Tian sat down with an impassive expression. Steamed buns or rice? Jiang Shuer propped her chin up and exclaimed, "Wow, you even specially cooked rice for me. I feel so fortunate. Then I shall have rice." Zhou Tian chuckled softly. "Oh no, there are only steamed buns." Jiang Shuer shot him a glare. "Are you playing tricks on me? Let me taste the dishes you've prepared. My sister says they are delectable, so they must be good. If they aren't, then you did that on purpose." Jiang Shuer picked up her chopsticks and sampled each dish. Not bad, Zhou Tian. I think you could cook for wealthy ladies. With your presentation, your skills, and your physique, if you just wore an apron in the kitchen, you would surely captivate a host of affluent admirers along with a mountain of steel wool. Zhou Tian ignored her and opened a drama to begin his meal. Jiang Shuer leaned closer. "What are you watching? Let us watch together." The long season? Is this from last year or the year before? Why are you only watching it now? He quickly begged me. "Just call me sister and I won't spoil it for you." Zhou Tian remained impassive. "I've already watched it 3 times. If you forget any plot points, feel free to ask me." Jiang Shuer, thwarted in her scheme, pouted. "You've already seen it but are watching again? That's so pointless. I only watch a drama once." Zhou Tian, engrossed in his viewing, replied, "There's nothing good to watch now, and a great drama is like a good book. It can be enjoyed numerous times." Jiang Shuer, munching her food, remarked, "That seems reasonable and aligns with your character. My sister says you can eat from the same takeout place for a year. If the shop hadn't closed, you'd still be eating there. I truly admire you. I can barely stand eating the same dish twice in a row." As Jiang Shuer lowered her head to eat, she found her earrings a bit bothersome, so she casually removed them and tossed them aside. Zhou Tian glanced over. "Those earrings wouldn't be worth over 2 million. Would they? Take care of them. If you lose them, don't blame me." Jiang Shuer laughed lightly. "I don't wear such expensive jewelry. Some people need luxurious accessories to elevate their status, while others only need to utter their name to be enough. Oh, by the way, the earrings you mentioned are generally sold as a set, worth around 20 million, with the earrings being the least expensive." Zhou Tian raised an eyebrow, genuinely clueless about such matters. "Miss Jiang seems to know some insider information?" Jiang Shuer smirked. "Of course. If you call me Mom, I'll tell you everything I know." Zhou Tian couldn't fathom Jiang Shuer's peculiar obsession. Why did she constantly want him to call her Mom? If her maternal instincts were overflowing, she should just have a child. Then there would be someone calling her that every day. Jiang Shuer immediately shook her head. "That's not as good as raising a parrot. Taking care of a child is too troublesome." Zhou Tian chuckled. "You have plenty of money. Having a child wouldn't require your direct involvement, would it?" Jiang Shuer scoffed. "Isn't pregnancy and childbirth a struggle? Moreover, one must ponder the burdens that accompany parenthood, concerns regarding a child's education, social interactions, and eventually, their marital prospects. The mere thought of it can be exhausting. Additionally, are you not aware that the likelihood of twins giving birth to twins is somewhat heightened? Particularly in my family, where my cousin has brought forth quadruplets. My goodness, can you fathom the chaos wrought by 4 rambunctious boys aged 5 or 6? Their mere voices unsettle me." Zhou Tian appeared somewhat gleeful, poised to utter something, when a phone call interrupted. Jiang Shuer instinctively cast a glance at him. Upon noticing that Zhou Tian had labeled the caller as cousin, a wave of inexplicable relief washed over her. However, once Zhou Tian concluded the call, his expression betrayed a sense of unease. Jiang Shuer blinked. "What's the matter?" Zhou Tian inhaled deeply. "My cousin is going on a business trip for a few days and has asked me to look after her daughter. She'll be here shortly." Chapter 59. "Annie, will you feed Uncle?" Zhou Tian and Jiang Shuer stood by the roadside, watching as a pink Hongguang vehicle gradually slowed. The woman behind the wheel appeared to be in her mid-20s, strikingly beautiful. In the passenger seat sat a little girl, approximately 5 or 6 years old, clad in a floral dress, exuding charm and cuteness. She bore a resemblance to both Zhou Tian and his mother, and when she smiled, a small dimple graced her cheek. "Uncle, Uncle." The little girl clearly adored Zhou Tian, and as the car came to a halt, she promptly flung open the door and dashed out. However, while she called him uncle, her eyes were solely fixed on Jiang Shuer, and her body instinctively ran towards her. "Uncle, is this your girlfriend? She's so beautiful." How did you manage to win her over? The child's bright eyes sparkled as she looked at Jiang Shuer, one tiny hand clutching Zhou Tian's shirt. Though Zhou Tian's expression was somewhat exasperated, the affection in his gaze was undeniable. He feigned seriousness. What do you mean by win over? Am I such a notorious liar? The little girl nodded earnestly. Yes. You promised to come back for the new year, yet all you did was call and send a red envelope. At that moment, the woman in the driver's seat had retrieved an infant from the back seat. This revelation genuinely surprised Jiang Shuer. After all, Zhou Tian had mentioned that his cousin was only a year older than her, yet here she was, a mother of two at such a young age. The cousin approached Zhou Tian and Jiang Shuer with the baby in her arms, greeting them with a smile. Hello, hello. Yeah, the beauty. I have seen your photos. You are even more stunning in person, truly breathtaking. My brother is indeed fortunate. Jiang Shuer felt a tinge of shyness. Hello, cousin. Zhou Tian, maintaining his serious demeanor, walked up to his cousin and pinched the baby's cheek. TSK, why did you not greet your uncle or offer him a cigarette? Whenever I encounter your grandfather or uncle, I do not behave as you do. His cousin chuckled and playfully swatted Zhou Tian. Always so unruly. He can't even speak yet. But just wait until he soils you. Then you'll be delighted. Subsequently, she glanced at Jiang Shuer and said, I apologize, Yaya. This little one will be a bother for a few days. I want to go inside, as I must rush to Beijing to catch a flight. When I return, you and Tian can come to our home for dinner. With that, she headed toward the car. Tian, please help me with my belongings. This small suitcase contains Miao Miao's clothes, and this bag holds her medication. The nebulization for today has already been done. Tomorrow, you should take her for 2 more sessions, and that should suffice. These fruits are freshly bought. You both should eat them quickly. It was indeed a rather unfortunate coincidence, as a significant issue suddenly arose with clients from the south. And with your uncle and aunt absent, I had no choice but to leave Miao Miao here. You need not worry too much about her. She can stay at home by herself. Her tone was filled with regret. Under normal circumstances, it would not be so concerning. But it was the first time Zhou Tian had brought his girlfriend home, and she felt rather guilty for adding to the inconvenience. Zhou Tian pursed his lips and replied, Sister, why say such things? It is a joyous occasion that Miao Miao can come. Go on and attend to your matters. You often took me with you when I was little, after all. At this moment, Jiang Shuer had come over to assist with the items. The cousin felt even more embarrassed and repeatedly waved her hands. No, let Tian handle it. I shall be on my way. Zhou Tian nodded. Go ahead, travel safely. The cousin, holding her son's small hand, waved goodbye to Zhou Tian and Jiang Shuer. Say goodbye to Uncle and Auntie. Miao Miao must listen to Uncle. And Mama will return no later than 5 days. Zhou Tian watched the car depart, and then turned to the little girl and Jiang Shuer. Let us go inside. Hee. Uncle, do you have ice cream? The little girl bit her finger, her eyes sparkling with desire as she looked at Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian gently tapped her head. We have that to eat. Do you want more? Oh, by the way, did you take your medicine tonight? The little girl immediately nodded. I did. Zhou Tian smirked. Is that so? I shall ask your mother later. The little girl's lips immediately pouted in response. The 3 of them entered the house, and the little girl displayed no signs of shyness, clearly accustomed to the place. Even the dog did not bark upon seeing her. After sitting for a while, she raised her hand and exclaimed, Little uncle, I need to go number 2. Zhou Tian waved her off. Go, there's paper in the bathroom. The little girl dashed out immediately. Zhou Tian couldn't help but call after her. Don't run. Take your time. The little girl did not look back. I can't hold it anymore. It's already poking out. Zhou Tian couldn't help but smile. Jiang Shuer stood up. Should I follow her? Zhou Tian shook his head. No need. She can manage on her own, and like you, she finds it hard to go when someone is nearby. Jiang Shuer acknowledged with an O. Glancing at the little girl's medications, which appeared to be for respiratory issues. No wonder Zhou Tian had just moved the ashtray to the kitchen. What about the little girl's health? Zhou Tian shook his head, expressing his confusion. I don't really understand the specifics. It's just that there are some issues with the respiratory system and lungs. The doctor mentioned that as one ages and their constitution improves, with stronger immunity, everything should be fine. Jiang Shuer nodded in response. Your cousin has it quite tough, managing 2 children on her own while also having to travel for work. What about your brother-in-law? What of the little girl's grandparents? Zhou Tian's expression darkened significantly. They divorced. He is nothing but scum, indulging in alcoholism, domestic violence, infidelity, and gambling. Can you believe that this scoundrel, having just divorced my sister, has already brought another woman into his home? What is wrong with women nowadays? Do they enjoy being mistreated? Jiang Shuer was taken aback. Oh, how did your sister ever fall for him? With her figure and looks, she could be considered the belle of the village. Zhou Tian scoffed. I once drank with that scoundrel, thinking he was a decent person. Who knew he would change after marriage? Jiang Shuer shook her head. No, he didn't change. He merely revealed his true self. Many men are like that, especially after having children. They feel they can control women. Zhou Tian clenched his fists, about to say something when he noticed the little girl had already exited the restroom. Don't run off, Miao Miao. Why are you back so soon? Miao Miao looked slightly embarrassed. I couldn't stay in there. It was hot. I'll go when I feel ready. She then tugged at Zhou Tian's sleeve, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Jiang Shuer. Auntie, can I sleep with you and uncle tonight? Just as Jiang Shuer was about to agree, Zhou Tian interjected. No. You should sleep with your great-aunt and great-uncle. The little girl pouted, fidgeting with her fingers, clearly reluctant. But great-uncle doesn't like to wash his feet, and he smells of smoke. Zhou Tian felt a bit awkward. Tell him to take a proper bath. He surely won't smoke when you're here. The little girl looked at Zhou Tian with pleading eyes. But great-uncle snores when he sleeps, and I move around a lot in my sleep. I'm afraid great-aunt won't sleep well. Jiang Shuer scooped the little girl into her arms. Ignore your uncle. You can sleep with us tonight. The little girl instantly beamed, wrapping her arms around Jiang Shuer's neck. Thank you, Auntie. You're so kind. Auntie, you're even prettier than my mom. You're the most beautiful person I've ever seen. Auntie, you smell so nice, and you're so big. Do you need to feed a baby? But you don't have children, do you? Are you feeding Uncle? Chapter 60. Uncle, you mustn't hit Auntie. Awkward. Extremely awkward. Jiang Shuer's face flushed. No, that's not it. Jiang Shuer found herself at a loss for words. Surely, she couldn't say she had always been well endowed. Zhou Tian, with a dark expression, approached and gently placed the little girl on the ground, lightly patting her head. Little mouth. Talk less and eat more. Have you had dinner yet? The little girl nodded, climbed onto the sofa, and began counting on her fingers. I ate a lot. 2 big bites of cold noodles, a small piece of watermelon, half a steamed bun, and some mung bean soup. Zhou Tian responded with an mm. Then you can play here with your aunt while I take a shower. Your great-aunt and the others will be back soon. The little girl blinked. Isn't Annie going to shower with you? Jiang Shuer couldn't help but chuckle, thinking that the little girl not only resembled Zhou Tian, but also shared some of his traits. It seemed there was indeed truth to the saying that nephews resemble their uncles. Zhou Tian gently pinched her cheek. Stay put, don't run around the house. And definitely don't go outside. He took his change of clothes and headed to the bathroom. Jiang Shuer sat beside the little girl and asked with a smile, Your name is Miao Miao, right? Are you in kindergarten? The little girl nodded. Yes, Auntie. My name is Gu Miao Miao now. I have the same surname as my mother. You probably didn't know, but I share a surname with my little uncle's mother. Jiang Shuer smiled and patted her head, feeling a twinge of affection. Is there any snack or toy you would like? Auntie can take you to buy some. The little girl's eyes lit up at first, but then she shook her head. My mom says I must eat well and not have snacks, and she said I shouldn't let you buy me things. By the way, Auntie, I remember in the photos you wear glasses. Where are your glasses? Jiang Shuer was momentarily taken aback, but smiled. Auntie's eyes are better now, so I don't need to wear them anymore. The little girl blinked, appearing very pleased. That's wonderful. You know, there are quite a few kids in my kindergarten who wear glasses. There's one girl I get along with really well. Her name is Yu Yu, and her glasses are very thick. She says her eyes are sick, but I don't quite understand. By the way, Auntie, are you a university student? Were you classmates with my little uncle? How did he pursue you? Jiang Shuer had never been particularly fond of children, but perhaps due to her affection for Zhou Tian or a sense of sympathy for the little girl, she found herself feeling more warmth towards her. Moreover, having a delightful and charming little girl hold her hand and chat felt quite magical, instilling in her a sense of inexplicable tranquility. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Zhou Tian returned, dressed in fresh clothes and drying his hair. The little girl immediately turned to him. Little uncle, how come you're back so quickly? Are you clean now? Did you wash your bottom? Zhou Tian, somewhat helpless, was about to respond when a dog barked outside. He glanced out. Meow meow. Your great-aunt has returned. It's time to brush your teeth and get ready for bed. No. Auntie said I could sleep with you. No way. Your uncle snores when he sleeps and grinds his teeth and farts. Hee hee, it's all right, little uncle, I don't mind you. I bet my farts are definitely louder than yours and Auntie's. Zhou Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, your aunt must be feeling quite sharp now. Jiang Shui's gaze turned as keen as a blade. Meow meow, why don't you go play with your great-aunt for a while? I need to discuss something with your uncle. It was around 9 o'clock in the evening. Zhou Tian sat in his bedroom, engrossed in his phone, when the door slowly creaked open. Jiang Shui returned with the little girl after washing up. Uncle, what are you looking at? I want to see too. The little girl immediately snuggled up beside Zhou Tian, who quickly turned off his screen. The little girl mischievously declared, Auntie, I bet my uncle is secretly looking at beautiful women. He might even be chatting with them. Jiang Shui climbed onto the bed, preparing it for the little girl, and smiled. Is that so? Then you must help me teach your uncle a lesson. Her posture, kneeling on the bed, accentuated her figure even more. The little girl's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow. Auntie, your backside is so big. You're definitely going to have many sons in the future. Uncle, you're not allowed to look at beautiful women anymore. Can the beauties on your phone compare to Auntie? I'll punish you. Give me your phone. Jiang Shui found the situation both amusing and exasperating, quickly adjusting her position. Zhou Tian diverted his gaze from Jiang Shui's striking curves. It wasn't out of ill intent, but simply because they were too noticeable. Dressed in a light summer nightgown, the pronounced roundness of her figure was strikingly apparent, even revealing the outline of her undergarments. He waved his hand at the little girl. Go play. Let your aunt help you sleep. The little girl pouted. Aren't you going to sleep, uncle? Staying up late will make you lose your hair. Just look at great uncle. He is bald now. Be careful, or you might end up like that. Zhou Tian did not appreciate those words, for there was a kernel of truth in them. Their essay saying, if the mother is bald, the father may be too. Currently, he noticed his brother was already thinning, and in a few years, his own fate remained to be seen. Go on, sleep. Once you're asleep, I'll sleep too. Fine, the little girl said, removing her shoes and climbing onto the bed. Just as Jiang Shui was about to cover her with a blanket, she sat up again. Auntie, if I fall asleep and uncle hits you, you must call for me. Jiang Shui looked bewildered. Huh? Why would he hit me? The little girl replied earnestly. You said that every time she falls asleep, her father hits her mother without clothes on, and her mother cries. But sometimes he hits her only a little. And then he stops, and her mother scolds him. Isn't that strange? Jiang Shui turned visibly red. Zhou Tian covered his forehead. Sleep? What are you children talking about? You must never discuss such things again, especially not with anyone else. The little girl, still puzzled, nodded. Oh, but you're not allowed to hit Annie while I'm asleep, and you mustn't make her cry. Otherwise, I'll tell great aunt. Zhou Tian could not resist the urge to approach and forcibly cover the little girl with a blanket. Sleep now, refrain from speaking. The little girl let out a soft grunt, but obediently closed her eyes. Auntie, would you tell me a story? Jiang Shui found herself in a predicament. It was not that she was unwilling, but rather that she lacked the ability to do so. Yet, she could not bring herself to refuse and began recounting the tale of the old monk and the young monk. Naturally, the narrative would diverge from what Zhou Tian had previously described. Zhou Tian sat nearby, idly touching his cheek. He had noticed a significant swelling on his gums that morning while brushing his teeth, and it seemed to have enlarged slightly during his shower. A brief search on Baidu left him feeling quite vexed. Consulting Baidu about an ailment only leads one to thoughts of cancer, he mused. By the time he finished reading, he felt as though he had only a few days left to live. Damn it, are all those who respond on this site 44? The little girl fell asleep rather quickly. Just as Jiang Shui was narrating the episode of the two monks fetching water, another monk appeared, and the little girl drifted off. Jiang Shui exhaled softly, carefully slipping out of bed and gesturing for Zhou Tian to follow her. Zhou Tian raised an eyebrow, puzzled. What is going on? Does Jiang Shui's maternal instincts run amok, making her want to have children? And does she expect me to accompany her to the car to cry it out? Chapter 61. You actually did that while I was showering. The two exited the bedroom, Jiang Shui donning her coat and grabbing her bag as she headed outside. Zhou Tian could not help but lower his voice as he called out, Sister, where on earth are you going at this hour? You can't possibly be asking me to accompany you to the restroom, can you? He noticed that her gait was somewhat peculiar, as though she were walking with her legs squeezed together. No way. Could it be that her primal instincts have surged, and she intends to relieve herself with me? Jiang Shui, her tone irritable, replied, Shopping. Just follow me. Must you ask so many questions? Shopping. Are we seeking something particularly sheer? Although it was just past 9, the rural landscape differed greatly from the urban environment. The streets were nearly deserted, and the streetlights were few and far between, casting the surroundings into a profound darkness. enveloped in silence. During her studies in the Northeast, Jiang Shuer had often heard her classmates speak of supernatural entities and folk beliefs. As the chilly night breeze swept past, she could not help but glance about, feeling as though something lurked in the shadows. She tightened her coat and called back to Zhou Tian. "Why are you trailing behind? Are you hoping to catch a whiff of my fragrance, you pervert? Hurry up, walk alongside me. Oh, by the way, is there a supermarket nearby?" Zhou Tian had no choice but to quicken his pace. "Yes, there's one 200 meters ahead, but they do not sell that. If you truly cannot hold it, you might as well take care of it in the car yourself. If you're interested in any particular type of film, I can find some for you. I assure you, it will be of the highest quality." Jiang Shuer was taken aback. Already irritable, she became even more so. "What kind of ridiculous dream are you having?" With that, she delivered a swift punch to Zhou Tian's chest. "Having perused the forum extensively regarding Liu Bei, it seems the time has come for me to confront you. It is utterly your fault. I am utterly enraged." Jiang Shuer, filled with a blend of embarrassment and fury, unleashed her frustration with fervor, wishing fervently to vanquish Zhou Tian in a single, decisive blow. Zhou Tian raised his hand, brandishing his knife. "Wait a moment. How long have you been gone that you've returned so soon?" Jiang Shuer gritted her teeth, her hands aching from the intensity of her actions. Her monthly cycle had been consistent for over a decade. Were it not for Zhou Tian, would she be in this state? "Silence. Lead the way." Zhou Tian ceased to speak, having pieced together that this was likely a side effect of the contraceptive pills, a notion he was somewhat familiar with due to previous experiences. He couldn't help but recall the message Jiang Yue had sent him: "Take good care of Xiao Shui." It had become imperative for him to indeed look after Xiao Shui, as he was the architect of this predicament, or rather, this calamity. Within a mere 200 meters, they swiftly arrived at their destination, only to find the supermarket shuttered. Zhou Tian scratched his head. Why don't you return home for now? I recall a supermarket that stays open until midnight. I can go there." Jiang Shuer felt a sense of foreboding, fearing that if they continued on, they might create a path of blood. If someone with a weak heart were to witness this in the dead of night, it could truly lead to a frightful situation. Then come back home with me." Zhou Tian blinked. "Can't you just return on your own?" Jiang Shuer, feeling somewhat embarrassed, hesitated to admit that she was a bit frightened. "I can't remember the way." "Oh, all right." Zhou Tian understood the implication. The two turned back. Zhou Tian cautiously inquired, "So, which brand do you use?" Jiang Shuer, maintaining a serious demeanor, named 2 brands of sanitary pads. Zhou Tian appeared perplexed. "The supermarket might not have those, you know. I only know of Safi and 7 Days Space." Jiang Shuer rolled her eyes. "Buy whatever you can find." After escorting Jiang Shuer home, Zhou Tian sped on his electric bike to a supermarket a kilometer away, purchasing 2 large packs of sanitary pads before hastily returning. Upon receiving them, Jiang Shuer took a black bag containing the sanitary pads and hurried to the restroom, followed by a trip to the bathroom. Zhou Tian sat in the living room, sifting through unread messages. He had always had a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder, unable to tolerate the sight of red notification dots, yet now he could not keep up with the influx of messages, even after reading them. New notifications would come flooding in. He glanced at a video posted by a long-haired photographer, which had long surpassed 1 million likes, with many searching the comments for his TikTok handle. While unattractive individuals might be oblivious to their lack of appeal, those who are pleasing to the eye are generally aware of their allure. Zhou Tian was certainly cognizant of his somewhat handsome appearance. After all, since elementary school, numerous female classmates had sought his companionship, inviting him to their homes and showering him with snacks. Of course, while Zhou Tian enjoyed playing video games and indulging in treats at their homes, he had never entertained any notions of responsibility. Such a naive young boy is unaware of the concept of early romance. His daily thoughts revolve around indulging in spicy snacks and gaming at the arcade. The superficial allure of a woman can be perilous. A man's path, provided he avoids being financially supported by a wealthy woman, engaging in unsavory activities, or relocating to Chengdu, tends to be relatively secure. Zhou Tian first encountered male companionship during his summer job at Foxconn in Chengdu. The supervisor, displaying an unusual concern for his well-being, frequently invited him to dine and drink, even suggesting they share an apartment. However, upon discovering unusual items such as cucumbers and bananas in the supervisor's refrigerator, Zhou Tian hastily departed. Although he harbors no animosity towards homosexuality, he does not identify as such. He is indifferent to two men kissing. But the idea of a man kissing him is utterly unacceptable. No amount of money could persuade him, not even the most exquisite of male beauties. It is likely that Zhu Gu would relish such encounters, given his previous daily visits to the little orchid and generous gifts he bestowed. He rationalized that as long as someone is attractive, it suffices. After all, he is not genuinely engaging in any intimate competition, merely appreciating beauty. Furthermore, men possess a deeper understanding of one another, a charm that effeminate men often do not comprehend. Zhou Tian opened their dormitory group chat. Aptly named Zhu Gu only has 4 centimeters. It was evident that this title stemmed from yet another bet lost between Zhu Gu and Luo Qiqing. These two need not concern themselves with graduation. Their daily exchanges consist of game screenshots or an array of captivating images and videos of women. Luo Qiqing, having sourced an endless stream of chat records, inundated the group chat with them. Zhou Tian glanced around and clicked to check. Unsurprisingly, the content was either a popular influencer reveling in joyous moments with a wealthy patron or the latest scandalous gossip. Men, after all, often indulge in such topics, and Zhou Tian was not averse to broadening his knowledge. A particular video caught his eye, a stunning female teacher engaging with a student in the equipment room, absolutely authentic. Another one read, surveillance footage from a snack shop, female manager with male owner. Zhou Tian retrieved his Bluetooth headphones, preparing to scrutinize the murky depths of contemporary society with a critical eye. As he delved deeper, a frown etched itself upon his brow. Bizarre and peculiar videos began to emerge. Goodness, Luo Qiqing had become increasingly depraved. He actually shared this. Zhou Tian felt a surge of urgency to see something more wholesome, perhaps to cleanse his eyes with a glimpse of something pure. Just then, one of his earbuds was abruptly removed, startling him. The sultry voice of Jiang Shuer floated into his ear. "Oh, you engage in this while I'm in the shower? A cup size that's absolutely stunning? Open it. Let me see if you have what I have." Chapter 62. The distinction between two sisters. Zhou Tian immediately locked his phone screen, exclaiming, No, 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 no need to look. She certainly doesn't compare to you." Jiang Shuer pinched his arm firmly, forcing a single word through gritted teeth. "Look." Zhou Tian's expression contorted in pain, yet he refrained from uttering a sound. Tightly clenching his fists, "Stop, stop, stop. Look, isn't this enough?" Slowly, Zhou Tian picked up his phone, and just as he unlocked it, Jiang Shuer snatched it away. So you fancy married women, do you?" Zhou Tian immediately shook his head. Jiang Shuer glanced at the phone and scoffed. "It's just mediocre." Zhou Tian furtively cast a glance at Jiang Shuer, thinking to himself that her sister was not nearly as exaggerated as she was. Humans are acutely sensitive to where others direct their gaze, especially women. They are well aware of where you are looking. Noticing Zhou Tian's gaze, Jiang Shuer arched an eyebrow. "Do you want to lose your eyeballs?" She plopped down onto the sofa and began to sift through the chat history Zhou Tian had viewed. As she scrolled, her brow furrowed in distaste. What on earth? Why does Xiao Luo fancy Lolis? Does he want to end up in prison? Zhou Tian remained silent. It was true that Luo Qiqing had a preference for younger girls, a significant reason why he remained single to this day. Zhou Tian, however, found nothing wrong with it. It was quite normal for someone who had never been in a relationship to seek a blank slate. Unfortunately, in today's fast-paced society, finding an adult blank slate is challenging. A plethora of colorful newspapers abound. Jiang Shuer glanced at the group name. She was not surprised that Zhou Tian and the others had established a new group. With her presence, many topics would undoubtedly be inconvenient to discuss. Much like in their dormitory, where previously there were 3 groups for 4 girls. There was likely another group she was unaware of. This was still relatively few. Some girls' dormitories had even more groups. The previous group for Huada 4 was not one she had voluntarily joined. Initially, she intended to create a group to invite Zhu Gu and the others in. As they were all in Anqing at the time, thinking it would be easier to communicate directly if anything arose. However, Zhu Gu and Luo Qiqing, having had too much to drink, directly added her to the dormitory group. Although Jiang Shuer had never formally dated, she understood well that women should ideally not meddle in the affairs of men. In this regard, both sisters performed admirably. The difference lay in their approaches. Jiang Shuer maintained a respectful distance from Zhou Tian's friends, engaging only politely and never initiating contact. In contrast, Jiang Shuer preferred to blend in, forging friendships with them. Her demeanor towards Zhou Tian was also distinct. Jiang Shuer resembled a dutiful wife by Zhou Tian's side, soft-spoken, obedient, and gentle, only stepping forward in critical moments. Jiang Yue had formally told Zhou Tian that he need not work for a living. He could pursue whatever he desired, and she would offer her full support. However, Zhou Tian had no intention of living off her, at least not at that moment. He was determined to strive and toil for himself, accustomed as he was to spending his own earnings. Jiang Yue respects and complies with his choices, intervening only in his unhealthy lifestyle. In contrast, Jiang Shuer is more assertive and fervent, directly providing him with what she believes is beneficial and necessary. She indulges him, shielding him like a cub, ensuring he suffers no hardships or losses. However, when it comes to matters of romance, the sisters seem to have reversed roles. Jiang Yue, bespectacled and appearing refined, sparks a tempestuous connection with Zhou Tian, while the athletic Jiang Shuer, with her bold and somewhat eccentric demeanor, appears carefree and unconcerned with trivialities. Yet, until recently, she had never even shared her first kiss. It must be said, this pair of twin sisters is truly remarkable. After casting a few disdainful glances at her phone, Jiang Shuer tossed it to Zhou Tian, exclaiming, "What's so captivating about that? Just looking without touching? Is that all you seek?" Zhou Tian scratched his head. "Well, it's a man's instinct, isn't it? Haven't you noticed how many men enjoy playing ball?" Jiang Shuer shot him a glare. "You better be referring to proper balls." "Of course," he replied. "Just look at how many people love soccer, basketball, and table tennis. I suspect the sizes of basketballs and soccer balls are designed with men's preferences in mind." Jiang Shuer raised a middle finger. "Shut it. Do you even know what the average cup size of Chinese women is?" Zhou Tian chuckled. "I do know. There's data indicating that Xinjiang has the largest, while Heilongjiang has the smallest. This is likely linked to climatic conditions." Jiang Shuer's expression darkened. "So this is what you study every day? Do you know where the women hit the hardest?" Zhou Tian immediately replied with seriousness. "Hey, that's not me. This data comes from Xiao Luo and the others. As for where women possess the highest combat skills, it must be Xinjiang, considering it houses the only domestic violence rescue center for men." Jiang Shuer smirked slightly, letting out a dismissive huff. "Then you must know where I spent my 4 years in university." Zhou Tian sprang to his feet. "The valiant heroine speaks." "I'm off to sleep." Jiang Shuer swiftly pulled him back. "Where do you think you're going? It's only 10. Sleep can wait. Play a few games with me first." Zhou Tian blinked. "Huh? What game?" Before he could finish, Jiang Shuer struck decisively. "Shut up. Log in and let us fly. If you lose, you owe me 500 yuan. Zhou Tian exclaimed. "What are you doing? You'll end up hanging from a streetlight. You need to understand that no matter how strong I am, I can't carry 4 coughs and 3 phony teammates." "Silence. Keep your voice down. Don't wake Meow Meow. Relax. The soundproofing is excellent, and that little girl sleeps like a log. Not even thunder can wake her." Thus, the two embarked on a perilous duo queue. Losing 3 consecutive matches, Zhou Tian was ready to give up, but Jiang Shuer insisted on winning at least one before calling it a night. The moment of selection arrived, and the bedroom door swung open. A little girl, clad in her pajamas and rubbing her eyes, mumbled, "Annie, are you all right? Uncle won't drag you onto the sofa to hit you, will he?" Chapter 63. Time for bed. The meaning behind the girl's words was clear to both Zhou Tian and Jiang Shuer. Zhou Tian found himself at a loss for words, thinking about the carelessness of that parent. The child was already at an age where such matters should be shielded from her. Did they not realize she might share these stories with her classmates in kindergarten? With a frown, Zhou Tian asked, "Why are you awake?" The little girl pouted and glanced at the two of them, confirming that Zhou Tian was fully dressed, and Jiang Shuer bore no signs of distress before she replied, "Uncle, I dreamed I needed to go to the bathroom, but I couldn't find one, and I was really anxious, so I woke up." Zhou Tian immediately stood up. "So? You wet the bed?" The little girl huffed. "No way. I'm 5 years old. How could I wet the bed?" Zhou Tian nodded, feeling relieved. But the next statement from the little girl left him dumbfounded. She shyly tugged at her clothes and said, "Though I didn't wet the bed, I did have a bowel movement." Zhou Tian was shocked. "You pooped the bed?" Jiang Shuer was equally stunned. They both set aside their phones to check the little girl's clothing. However, to their surprise, the girl quickly covered her mouth and giggled. "Hee hee, I was just teasing you." Zhou Tian took a deep breath, suppressing a smile. "Don't tell me. Even though you didn't poop the bed, you did it in your clothes?" The little girl blinked innocently. "Uncle, how did you know what I was going to say next?" Ignoring her, Zhou Tian gently tapped her on the head. He knew his niece all too well. She was quite mischievous and abstract in her thinking. Previously, Her conversations had revolved around imaginary swords and unseen battles. And now she was throwing feces at them. Jiang Shuer couldn't help but laugh, thinking how this little girl spoke just like Zhou Tian. He entered the bedroom to fetch a garment for her to wear, woken up by the urge to pee. Huh? Hurry and go wash up. Jiang Shuer tossed her phone to Zhou Tian. Help me choose Dianwei. She then took the little girl's hand. Come on, it's dark outside. Auntie will accompany you. By the time the two girls returned, the match had already begun. Jiang Shuer's Dianwei stood motionless at the base of the tower, with teammates already beginning to express their concern for her absence. Jiang Shuer took the phone, her fingers flying across the keyboard, immediately engaging in conversation with her teammates. The speed at which she typed was almost a blur. A woman during her menstrual period, especially one who had experienced two within the span of a month, was not to be trifled with. Jiang Shuer fervently checked on her teammates' immediate relatives and formed stimulating bonds of extraordinary friendship with them. Fortunately, the little girl is illiterate. She merely focused on the screen, her gaze shifting to Zhou Tian's side. Uncle, why is your screen darker than Auntie's? Zhou Tian pursed his lips, thinking to himself, with 4 people targeting me, how could it not be dark? At night, the phone's brightness ought to be lowered for the sake of one's eyes. The little girl responded with an "Oh, then why is there always a countdown in the middle of the screen?" Zhou Tian replied, once the countdown concludes, I shall unleash my ultimate move. Is that so? Then why aren't you moving, uncle? Zhou Tian maintained a calm demeanor. I am too formidable. It is not yet time for me to take action. Just watch as I single-handedly take on 5. A few minutes later, the screen displayed the word failure in bold letters. The little girl blinked. Did you win, uncle? Zhou Tian nodded. Indeed. It took me merely 10 minutes to resolve the battle effortlessly. Jiang Shuer shot Zhou Tian a glance, thinking to herself how he lied without batting an eyelash. The little girl gazed at him in admiration. Uncle, you are truly amazing. Can I play for a while? Play what? Go to bed. The little girl pouted and immediately ran towards Jiang Shuer. Annie, do you have the egg party game on your phone? Jiang Shuer smiled at Zhou Tian, who promptly interjected. Gu meow meow. Off to bed. Otherwise, I shall inform your mother that you kept us awake all night begging for the phone. Humph. How annoying. The little girl turned and dashed into the bedroom. Jiang Shuer followed suit, and Zhou Tian prepared to enter as well, but casually glanced back, his expression slightly peculiar. Their sofa, worn with age, had lost much of its resilience, and coupled with Jiang Shuer sitting there for an extended period, a noticeable indentation had formed. So round and ample. No wonder the little girl remarked that Jiang Shuer could certainly bear many sons. However, had this been on the beach, one might have speculated about the layout of the house. Upon entering the room, the little girl noticed Zhou Tian laying the blanket on the floor and immediately inquired, Uncle, why are you sleeping on the floor? Do you enjoy inhaling Auntie's shoes while you sleep? Zhou Tian covered his face. The bed is too small. We cannot all fit. The little girl pouted. You're lying. There is clearly enough space. Are you trying to drag Annie to the floor to hit her while I'm asleep? Zhou Tian's expression remained stoic. Gu meow meow. Whether I hit her or not is uncertain, but if you utter another word, I shall hit you. The little girl showed no fear. Humph, you wouldn't dare. If you hit me, then what? You will what? You will soil the bed? I will cut my hair during the new year. Go, sleep now. Uncle, how about I sleep on the floor, and you and Annie take the bed? Zhou Tian waved his hand. Close your eyes and sleep. The little girl had already jumped down and walked over to take Zhou Tian's hand. Uncle, come to bed with me. If you don't come, I want to sleep. All couples cuddle while sleeping. Am I too much of a bother? I can sleep on the sofa instead. My dad made me sleep on the sofa at Grandpa's house before. Zhou Tian's expression darkened momentarily. He adjusted his emotions and squatted down to gently touch the little girl's cheek. It's all right. Uncle prefers to sleep on the floor. It's cooler that way. Besides, what if I roll over and crush you? Quickly go to sleep. Uncle likes to sleep alone. You're lying. Then I want to sleep. Jiang Shuer walked over and picked up the little girl, gently touching Zhou Tian's leg with her delicate foot. Let us go to bed. Just let meow meow sleep between us. Zhou Tian looked at the stubborn little girl and, without further ado, nodded in agreement. A few minutes later, the lights in the bedroom dimmed. The little girl snuggled up to Jiang Shuer, chattering about her kindergarten and her little brother. Zhou Tian kept a respectful distance from them, close enough to the edge of the bed that he might tumble off if he turned over, yet he indeed slept soundly. Listening to the tender voice, Jiang Shuer felt the warmth of the little girl's arm and a sense of warmth enveloped her. At that moment, it truly felt like they were a family of three. Unbeknownst to them, silence fell over the room, and all three drifted into slumber. The first to awaken in the morning was Jiang Shuer. She had dreamt many strange dreams, like a collage of various movie scenes, devoid of any logic. Yet, in her final dream, she found herself soaking in a hot spring. Suddenly, she felt something else in the hot spring. When she jolted awake, she was taken aback. At some point, Miao Miao had crawled to the wall, and she was in Zhou Tian's embrace. Even more perplexing was the absence of her sleep shorts. Chapter 64. Zhou Tian, are you all right? When Zhou Tian woke up, he realized Jiang Shuer was no longer in the room. The little girl lay sprawled in the middle of the bed, sleeping soundly. He sat up and glanced at his phone. There was still some time before they needed to leave for the health check. Just as he was about to get out of bed, his eyes widened in shock. Oh no, had he started his period? Zhou Tian quickly checked his shorts, noticing that the blood had begun to congeal. He immediately lifted his shorts to take a look. Phew, it's still there. He wasn't dreaming. He reached back to feel his bottom. No issues with hemorrhoids either. And even if there were, it shouldn't be from the front. That could only mean it was Jiang Shuer. What had she done? Surely she hadn't lost control. That was impossible. Jiang Shuer was no beast. Moreover, he couldn't have been unaware of it. Zhou Tian hastily arose, changed his attire, and emerged from his chamber, clutching a pair of blood-stained shorts. Upon his exit, he found Jiang Shuer seated on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. Her makeup already flawlessly applied. For reasons unknown, today she donned an ensemble of green hues. The upper garment was a light green knit sweater, revealing one shoulder, accentuating her fair collarbone, rounded shoulders, and the ample curves enveloped beneath, a sight most alluring. Below, she wore a deep green pencil skirt, perfectly sculpted to her waist and hips. Her long legs, both voluptuous and straight, exuded a sensual allure. Just as Zhou Tian was about to voice his inquiries, Jiang Shuer stood with a look of concern. You're awake. Are you all right? Zhou Tian, bewildered, responded me. What is wrong with me? Jiang Shuer lifted a trash bin, stating, when I woke up, I noticed you had a considerable amount of nosebleed. I helped you clean up for quite some time. Gazing into the bin filled with blood-stained tissue, Zhou Tian instinctively touched his nose. Indeed, the dry climate of the north could easily lead to such occurrences. He had experienced similar episodes in his youth. However, he distinctly recalled waking to find blood splattered across his clothes and sheets. Why was there only a stain on his shorts now? Shaking his shorts slightly, he questioned, is this reasonable? Why is there nothing on my clothes, pillow, or blanket? Yet it's only on these? Jiang Shuer paused, then gently sighed. Well, I had hoped to keep this from you, but now I must reveal it. Prepare yourself. Don't be alarmed, but you may have blood in your urine. Zhou Tian's complexion shifted dramatically. What? Don't jest with me. Jiang Shuer hurried to reassure him. Fear not. I consulted with my doctor friend, and she mentioned it might be related to kidney stones. Since you have a physical examination today, it's a perfect opportunity to check. It shouldn't be serious. Look at you, so young and strong. You're unlikely to have any major illnesses. Zhou Tian couldn't help but glance at his shorts. How could I possibly have kidney stones? Jiang Shuer patted his shoulder, urging him to sit. Calm down. Keep your voice down so your parents don't worry. My friend merely suggested it could be a possibility, and I concur. Think about it. You often sit for prolonged periods, stay up late, and neglect hydration. This could indeed lead to kidney stones. Of course, it could also stem from other reasons. Have you not engaged in sexual activity for quite some time? At your age, one typically needs to relieve oneself every couple of days. You've gone at least 10 days without. Haven't you? Zhou Tian nodded in a daze. Jiang Shuer turned her back, trying to suppress a smile. You know what they say, a drop of gold, 10 drops of blood. If the gold accumulates too much, it might just transform into blood, so perhaps it's merely a simple nocturnal emission. Do not fret, we shall examine it shortly. Oh, and by the way, I bought you a cup earlier. From now on, you should take care of yourself periodically. There's no shame in it. You're an adult now, and it's beneficial for your health. Zhou Tian remained silent. Although he harbored doubts regarding Jiang Shuer's claims, the presence of blood was undeniable, and he sensed something was amiss with his friend. He promptly washed his shorts and hurried to the restroom for a thorough inspection. Once he confirmed that everything was normal, he exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Despite Zhou Tian's lingering disbelief in the possibility of illness, the situation had escalated, leaving him somewhat unsettled. This time, he dared not consult Baidu. What if it suggested something dire? The mere thought was terrifying. Typically, Zhou Tian, like most men, dismissed minor ailments such as fevers or colds as trivial. However, this particular matter was different. As for the upcoming driving school medical examination, it merely followed a procedural formality and did not entail a thorough checkup. No, he resolved to contact someone to take him to the hospital. Noticing Zhou Tian's anxiety, Jiang Shuer felt a pang of sympathy, yet the morning's incident had indeed been quite awkward. She was aware that Zhou Tian was a sound sleeper, just as she knew her own sleep habits were rather restless. It was likely that she had rolled into Zhou Tian's embrace during her dreams the previous night. Observing him attempting to hail a taxi, Jiang Shuer quickly interjected, "Let me take you to the hospital. Don't worry too much, you look quite well." Zhou Tian remained expressionless. Replying, "Let us go now." Jiang Shuer responded with an affirmative, "All right, let us go." They promptly set off for the county hospital. What was originally a 30-minute journey was completed in mere minutes. Upon reaching the hospital entrance, Zhou Tian suddenly turned to Jiang Shuer, asking, "Given my situation, should I consult urology or andrology? Surely, I can't opt for the reproductive department." Jiang Shuer paused momentarily before replying, "Perhaps a comprehensive checkup would be best. It's a perfect opportunity for a physical examination." Zhou Tian then contacted his instructor, who, upon learning of Zhou Tian's predicament, rescheduled the medical exam to the afternoon. By the time Zhou Tian and Jiang Shuer exited the hospital, it was nearly noon. Zhou Tian's mood had considerably lightened, although some test results were still pending. The seasoned female andrology doctor had conducted a meticulous examination and confidently assured him of his good health. She even expressed a desire to connect on WeChat for future discussions regarding health matters. While hospital tests might yield errors, the doctor's demeanor was reassuring. He was indeed healthy. Even if there were minor issues elsewhere, they were inconsequential. Jiang Shuer observed Zhou Tian comfortably lighting a cigarette, stifling a laugh. Earlier that morning, Jiang Shuer had arranged for several items to be delivered to her home, including various furniture and appliances. At the time, Zhou Tian's mind had been preoccupied with his own concerns, leaving him little bandwidth to pay attention, so he had entrusted the matter to his parents. However, now that he was at ease, he recalled, "Oh right, what did you buy? My parents mentioned a wardrobe, refrigerator, television, and what else?" Jiang Shuer smiled mysteriously, saying, "Regardless, there's a surprise for you. You'll know when you return." Zhou Tian shook his head, expressing his concern. "I hope this money isn't counted against me, right?" Jiang Shuer playfully nudged him with her elbow, retorting, "Humph, you're only thinking about money. Come on, let us go eat. By the way, the cup I bought for you will arrive this afternoon. I'll drive it to the field tonight. You can try it out. I haven't seen this type before. It'll all be fun to think about." Chapter 65. Zhou Tian, answer me. Zhou Tian looked exasperated. "What is so fun about that? You can use it yourself." Jiang Shuer raised an eyebrow. "But I don't have one. How can I use it?" Zhou Tian followed her into the car. Although he didn't respond to Jiang Shuer's banter, he couldn't help but ponder the matter. When it comes to intimacy, Zhou Tian held no reservations. He regarded it as a natural part of life, akin to eating and sleeping. While not a daily necessity, it is nonetheless a fundamental human desire. He did not deny that his initial interest in dating stemmed largely from curiosity and desire for intimacy. He was a carnivore in this aspect. Once he was in a relationship, he intended to indulge fully. Recently, there has been talk online suggesting that once men reach the age of 25, they might as well be 60. From that point on, they are relegated to mere conversation. Zhou Tian found this difficult to comprehend. Yet with so many voices echoing this sentiment, there must be some truth to it. Experienced pilots Luo Qiqing and Brother Zhu had begun to pay more attention to their health. They spoke of soaking goji berries in thermos bottles, jesting that if their wives didn't seek affection from them, they would find it elsewhere. They also enjoyed sharing recipes believed to enhance vitality. Just yesterday, Zhou Tian noticed Li Wen suddenly inquiring about dietary supplements from the duo, perhaps indicating a sense of inadequacy. This seemed quite normal. As a 20-year-old man encountering a 30-year-old woman could indeed be quite taxing. Naturally, the two older men teased Li Wen mercilessly, suggesting that after only a short period of cohabitation, he had exhausted his vitality and jokingly implied he might need to rely on pills to regain his strength. Li Wen, however, maintained his composure and swiftly silenced them with a single remark. "You two are more pathetic than I am, and you're still single." The thought of being single and experiencing vitality issues indeed sounded rather disheartening. Subsequently, Li Wen, rarely verbose, began to elaborate. According to research, approximately 90% of divorces stem from discord in marital intimacy. Desire does not vanish, it merely shifts. When your wife finds no satisfaction with you, someone else will quietly step in to fulfill that need. Cherish your health. 2 old virgins. Don't let your first relationships end because your girlfriends leave you due to vitality issues. True to Li Wen's characteristic style, he concluded with a strikingly real and impactful statement. Brother Zhu and Xiao Luo immediately launched a counterattack against Li Wen, but soon declared their need for self-discipline and fitness, prompting them to begin their training regimen. Luo Qiqing remarked, "I've worked out for 2 hours and feel absolutely no desire. Hugo, please refrain from sharing those filthy images in the group. You cannot disrupt my tranquility. My heart is as steadfast as iron. My will is resolute as a dragon." Half an hour later, Hugo, did the image you sent earlier have a link? A friend of mine wishes to critique it. I just ordered you a cup of bawang cha ji. The other 3 were utterly unsurprised. For in the 4 years of university, Luo Qiqing had faced countless failures. Zhou Tian, while unable to fully empathize, could somewhat grasp the sentiment, likening it to the struggle of quitting smoking, though he could not ascertain which was more challenging. Jiang Shuer glanced at Zhou Tian, who was grinning foolishly at his phone, her expression one of confusion. "Hey, what are you looking at? You're not secretly watching something inappropriate, are you?" Zhou Tian snapped back to reality, somewhat exasperated. "Sister, have you ever seen someone grinning while watching adult films? That would be rather sordid." Jiang Shuer's lips curled into a playful smile. "What if you are that kind of person? What do you wish to eat for lunch?" "Anything is fine." "Anything is fine means what exactly?" "Anything means anything is fine." "Would you eat excrement?" Zhou Tian's sentence trailed off. Jiang Shuer squinted at him, teeth clenched. "Continue. If you dare, I shall let you taste something novel." Zhou Tian expressed his distaste. "You're too grotesque. Let's keep it down. We still have to eat." Jiang Shuer scoffed, a smile breaking out as she felt victorious. The two casually resolved their lunch. Zhou Tian sought the location for the physical examination from his coach and arranged to meet there at 3. With time to spare, Jiang Shuer dragged Zhou Tian along to play the claw machine. Zhou Tian found no joy in this pastime, and Jiang Shuer had little interest in the game. Thus he had never participated. From Zhou Tian's observations, Jiang Shuer managed to snag a doll approximately every 5 or 6 attempts, spending around 10 yuan each time. Given that a doll could be procured in bulk for less than 5 yuan, it seemed an unwise investment. Nevertheless, Jiang Shuer, like most women, likely did not share Zhou Tian's perspective. Half an hour later, Jiang Shuer had Zhou Tian carry a large bag of dolls as they strolled into the park. There, she arranged the dolls in a heart shape on the grass and handed her phone to Zhou Tian. "Quick, take a photo for me." Jiang Shuer promptly squatted among the dolls, striking a pose. Zhou Tian, with an impassive expression, pressed the screen to capture the moment. When Jiang Shuer approached to retrieve her phone and peruse the album, her smile vanished instantly. "What is this rubbish you've taken?" Zhou Tian, with utmost seriousness, replied, "I captured you." Jiang Shuer delivered a swift punch to Zhou Tian's arm. "Look at what you've shot. It's hideous. Your face is a blur. You're even closing your eyes. After spending so much time with my sister, hasn't she taught you how to take a proper photo? This is a crucial skill for a man." Zhou Tian glanced at the photographs. "This is quite nice. Your sister doesn't usually enjoy taking such pictures." Jiang Shuer immediately raised her eyebrows. "Oh, I see. My sister prefers capturing those risque moments, doesn't she? I knew it. You two must have taken quite a few of those naughty shots. Hurry, show me." Zhou Tian chose to ignore her. However, there indeed existed some private photographs and provocative videos. Jiang Shuer, with a mischievous grin, tugged at Zhou Tian's clothing. "Come on, let me see. Don't be so stingy. If it's absolutely necessary, you can just blur your face and show them to me." Zhou Tian found himself at a loss for words. "Go play elsewhere. If you aren't going to take pictures, I'll just sit down. It's scorching hot." Snap, snap. "It seems I can't rely on you anymore." Jiang Shuer shoved her phone into Zhou Tian's hands, helping him find the right angle, then hurriedly struck a pose. "All right, go ahead and take the picture." Zhou Tian couldn't comprehend why women seemed to regard photography, especially selfies, as an essential part of life. After half an hour of fussing, once Jiang Shuer had finished her photo shoot, her cheeks were flushed with a rosy hue, and her bangs were dampened with sweat. Compared to Jiang Shuer was more sensitive to heat and perspired more easily, which might also explain her more pronounced body odor. The two settled on a bench. surrounded by lush flowers and trees, their shade nearly obscuring all sunlight. Jiang Shuer began selecting images while Zhou Tian, cigarette in mouth, stared blankly at the passers-by. She nestled closer to him, nudging him with her shoulder. I think this one looks the best. What do you think? I feel the same, he replied. You haven't even looked. Jiang Shuer felt a sudden urge to bite him. Zhou Tian replied nonchalantly. Firstly, I trust in your beauty, no matter how you photograph. You will undoubtedly look stunning. Secondly, I have faith in your photography skills. Lastly, I believe in your aesthetic sense, so there's no need for me to look. Jiang Shuer's lips curled slightly upwards. Humph, flattering words can't disguise your indifference. If I were that splendid, how come you have no thoughts about me? After saying this, Jiang Shuer felt a twinge of regret, wondering why she had spoken so candidly. But then she quickly shifted her mindset. If it's been said, so be it. Now she would see how Zhou Tian would respond. This time, he shouldn't think he could evade with humor. Jiang Shuer stood up, crouched before Zhou Tian, and turned his face toward her. Zhou Tian, answer me. Chapter 66. Capture me, and my sister Zhou Tian was utterly unprepared for Jiang Shuer to pose such a question so suddenly and so formally. What are you doing? There are so many people watching. He turned his face away as he spoke. But Jiang Shuer extended her hands, firmly holding his face. Zhou Tian, answer my question. A slight tremor was evident in Jiang Shuer's voice. Zhou Tian parted his lips, his gaze instinctively seeking to evade, yet after a moment of hesitation, he found himself locking eyes with hers, those pools of sincerity. From the very first moment he laid eyes on Jiang Shuer, he discerned that her eyes sparkled with light. They were vibrant, brimming with vitality and beauty, much like Jiang Shuer herself, a proud plum blossom, defiantly blooming and unafraid of the tempest. In her gaze, there was never a hint of darkness, nor a trace of sorrow. However, at this moment, there lingered an indescribable essence. The warmth and dampness of Jiang Shuer's palm graced Zhou Tian's cheek, setting his heart aflutter and causing him to swallow nervously. He opened his mouth, pondering how best to articulate his thoughts. Some matters were best clarified, especially since he had harbored certain sentiments for quite some time. Shuer, you are remarkable. You lack nothing in comparison to your sister. I cherish you deeply, yet this affection is distinct. More significantly, I find myself unable to surmount the barrier within my heart. And you face an even greater challenge in bridging that chasm. Zhou Tian had never spoken to her with such tenderness before, but anguish flickered in Jiang Shuer's eyes. Zhou Tian's words rang true. Should they truly become entwined, the burden would primarily rest upon her shoulders. He could merely be labeled a heartless scoundrel, and the pressure from friends and family would not be overwhelming. Yet Jiang Shuer was different. How would she confront her sister, her parents, her kin? When ordinary friends encounter such a predicament, they often become strangers. How much more so for sisters? Jiang Shuer's head gradually bowed, and Zhou Tian reached out, yearning to offer solace, but he hesitated. He was no fool. Having had numerous relationships, he understood Jiang Shuer's feelings for him all too well. He was acutely aware of his own ordinariness. Countless men were more handsome, more intelligent, more diligent, and more exceptional than he. The fact that Jiang Shuer was willing to lower herself, to forgive that fateful night, to accompany him to this distant locale, and to treat him with such regard, indicated that her feelings transcended mere affection. He was not devoid of emotion. He had experienced moments of wavering and tenderness. Yet, he found himself unable to reciprocate those feelings. For doing so would sever Jiang Shuer's ties with her family. Moreover, the Jiang family, whether motivated by kinship or concern for reputation, could never allow such an absurd scenario to unfold. Zhou Tian could not accept being the catalyst for such turmoil. It was a scenario destined for failure. Life, after all, is governed by a myriad of invisible rules, and everyone encounters their share of disappointments. To cast aside distractions, to disregard the mundane, to pursue one's desires, perhaps only a madman could achieve that. Jiang Shuer's body trembled ever so slightly. Her next words made Zhou Tian's heart tremble. But I have only ever liked you. Jiang Shuer sniffled, slowly lifting her gaze to Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian, I'm sorry. Could you pretend I didn't say anything just now? This declaration only deepened Zhou Tian's heartache. He longed to say that there was no need for her to feel this way. However, he understood that emotions can sometimes be uncontrollable. Shuer, every matter will eventually reach a conclusion. Jiang Shuer suddenly lifted her head. You are right. Once I return to launching, I will confront my sister and the others. Zhou Tian was taken aback. He had originally thought Jiang Shuer would rationally accept reality, but he found himself exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? Your father might disown you." With her eyes reddened, Jiang Shuer radiated a brilliant smile. "He won't. My parents are not that kind of guardians. Zhou Tian, please answer me seriously. If my sister and my parents allow me to be with you, would you accept it?" Zhou Tian felt a twinge of panic. "Be more rational." Jiang Shuer, with utmost seriousness, replied, "I am being rational. You are right. Everything has its conclusion. What is the point of continuing in such an ambiguous manner?" Zhou Tian furrowed his brow. "If they disagree, you should remain in Anqing obediently." He was certain that Jiang Shuer's parents would never permit such a thing to occur. Jiang Shuer blinked. "All right, but what if they agree?" Zhou Tian shook his head. "You know, in my heart, it is your sister." Jiang Shuer fixed her gaze on his eyes. "I know. If you had just broken up with my sister and immediately sought another woman, I wouldn't have looked twice at you. Right now, your sister still occupies a place in your heart, but that may change over time, don't you think? Even if it doesn't, I wouldn't mind sharing some space with my sister. After all, your heart isn't meant to hold just one person. Think about your first love, your exes. You surely liked them a great deal at the time, yet later you found someone else, and then my sister? I have patience and confidence. Moreover, when we return, I will ask my sister why she broke up with you. You would want to know that too, wouldn't you?" Zhou Tian frowned in silence. Jiang Shuer stood up and sat closely beside him. Then, with stiff and slow movements, leaned her head against Zhou Tian's shoulder. "Perhaps I could help you two reconcile? Maybe the three of us could coexist. But then, I fear you might not be able to handle it." Zhou Tian's expression darkened. "Stop. You may be out of your mind, but your sister and I are not. Everything you've said is absolutely impossible." Jiang Shuer grasped Zhou Tian's hand. "Don't move. Let me lean for a moment. There are many impossibilities in this world. Can you imagine someone winning the lottery 7 or 8 times in a row? Can you envision someone being struck by lightning multiple times throughout their life and still surviving? Can you imagine someone tripping over a toilet while riding a bicycle in the desert? Ah, yes, you must have seen Zhou Chu eliminates the 3 evils. Chen Gillen has even cast the Holy Grail 9 times. Jiang Shuer's eyes sparkled once more, and with a hint of pride, she declared, "The probability of any event can never be 0. Even events with a probability of 0 may not be absolutely impossible." Zhou Tian, you adore the 3-body problem, don't you? Just contemplate how insignificant humanity is in the vast cosmos, so diminutive and fleeting. Why shouldn't we embrace more freedom, spontaneity, and audacity? Zhou Tian remained silent. Jiang Shuer gazed up at the leaves above and earnestly inquired, "Zhou Tian, tell me truthfully, have you ever considered pursuing both me and my sister?" Chapter 67. Your first time. Zhou Tian, with a serious expression, retorted, "Do you think this is a film? Moreover, having watched numerous films, I have yet to encounter one featuring twins. Mind you, I am a pragmatic individual and do not indulge in fantasies." Jiang Shuer stifled a laugh. "That only suggests you haven't seen enough." "I have. I will share one with you later." Zhou Tian rubbed his face. "There's truly no need." Jiang Shuer felt considerably lighter in spirit, preparing herself to face the impending storm from her parents. "Regardless, I refuse to believe you haven't thought about it. My sister and I are both stunning. Twins, no less. How could a lecherous man like you not imagine it? Surely, my sister and I must haunt your thoughts." Zhou Tian remained silent. Suddenly, Jiang Shuer recalled something of importance. "By the way, where is Miao Miao's father from, and what is his name?" Zhou Tian was taken aback, but quickly surmised her intentions. "Stay out of this. It's my sister's family matter. If you get that scoundrel dealt with, they might place the blame on my sister." Jiang Shuer nodded. "I understand. Haven't they yet finalized their divorce? You mentioned that scoundrel has been utterly shameless in dividing assets and child support. I can enlist help from my cousin to secure her rightful entitlements. For instance, ensuring that brute leaves with nothing and even serves a year or so behind bars." Zhou Tian, not one to be rigid, hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Then, thank you." Jiang Shuer smirked. "Humph, merely expressing gratitude without any tangible action?" Zhou Tian shot her a glance. "What tangible action? Such matters are out of the question." Unable to contain herself, Jiang Shuer turned and playfully bit Zhou Tian's arm. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Zhou Tian hurriedly stood up. Jiang Shuer wore a satisfied expression. "What's the fuss? I hardly bit down hard. If you truly wish to thank me, consider it a debt owed for now. We should be setting off soon." Jiang Shuer stretched, and arched her back, her alluring curves becoming even more enticing. Her figure was undeniably astonishing. The two boarded the vehicle and set off. The health examination site was located in a quaint town in another county. Upon their arrival, they waited for over 10 minutes before the coach, accompanied by 3 individuals, arrived in a vehicle. Jiang Shuer cast a glance from the car, 2 women and 1 man. The women appeared to be in their 30s, evidently married and with children, while the man seemed to be merely 18 or 19 years of age. Although this was ostensibly a medical examination, it was merely a procedural formality. Zhou Tian was unaware of practices elsewhere, but in their vicinity, some driving schools were exceptionally proficient. Even illiterates could obtain their driving licenses through this school. Zhou Tian had always harbored a certain apprehension regarding driving, and this revelation only heightened his anxiety. The coach, in his early 30s and a fellow villager of Zhou Tian, had previously assisted him in obtaining his own driving license. Noticing the waiting individuals, he prioritized Zhou Tian, believing that as a university student, he would demonstrate greater intelligence and thus could serve as a preliminary example for the 3. The process was straightforward, requiring only an online queue, and was completed in less than 10 minutes. Zhou Tian descended to make the payment and subsequently transferred 600 to the coach. The fees at this driving school were reasonable. Should one pass all the tests on the first attempt, the total cost could be around 3,000. Moreover, the requirements were simpler, with only 5 tasks for the second test, compared to 9 in some provinces, which included driving in tunnels and on slippery surfaces. The coach provided Zhou Tian with a receipt and added him to a group, inquiring if he would be ready for the first test in a week. Zhou Tian nodded, exchanged a few words with him, and then climbed into Jiang Shuer's vehicle. Regarding the first test, Zhou Tian felt no trepidation. As a candidate from Hebei, he excelled at practicing test questions. The vehicle slowly started moving when Jiang Shuer suddenly suggested, "Why don't we find a deserted place so I can teach you how to drive?" Zhou Tian shook his head. "Though you might teach me to drive, it would not ensure my success in the examination. Your driving habits are quite poor, and you often engage in dangerous behaviors, like using your phone while driving or wearing high heels at times." Jiang Shuer scoffed. Many seasoned drivers in the past didn't even possess a license, yet they drove without incident. Can a license truly signify skill? Does education represent capability? Does marriage equate to love? Zhou Tian found himself at a loss for words. "Sister, you've strayed far from the topic. I believe I can manage the driving test without concern." Zhou Tian had never felt nervous about examinations and often performed beyond expectations. Regrettably, despite his consistent extraordinary performances, he had only achieved mediocre results in the college entrance examination. In stark contrast, his deskmate had an unexpected surge, scoring nearly 30 points higher than usual. Rumor had it that the undergraduate cutoff in Heilongjiang was over 200 points, the veracity of which remained uncertain. These occurrences, perhaps, were simply part of fate. On their return journey, they passed through the county town once more. Jiang Shuer insisted on buying a plethora of snacks, even ordering a substantial takeout from KFC. Only after their purchases did she remember to ask Zhou Tian if the young lady could partake in such food. "Yes, but in moderation," he replied. Jiang Shuer blinked her eyes and inquired, "Surely, the food safety at KFC is guaranteed, right?" Zhou Tian shook his head. "I'm not certain. In any case, it's best to consume it sparingly." Jiang Shuer appeared puzzled. "Why is that? Are you concerned that Miao Miao might become a little chubby? Or perhaps you worry she will become picky with her food?" Neither of those reasons sufficed. It stemmed from the fact that he had never dined on such fare during his childhood. Jiang Shuer was momentarily taken aback, but quickly broke into a smile. Playfully tapping Zhou Tian, "Eat, eat, eat. From now on, whatever you desire, I shall ensure you have your fill." "Oh right. It seems you didn't eat enough when you were younger, did you?" Zhou Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Why does your sister divulge everything to you?" Jiang Shuer arched an eyebrow. "Isn't it true that my sister has shared quite a bit about me with you?" Zhou Tian fell silent. This was indeed the case. For instance, when he previously asked Jiang Shuer if there were any other differences between the two sisters aside from their slight disparity in figures, she had been nestled in his embrace, smiling as she replied, "Yes, but it's something you would find difficult to see." Zhou Tian retorted immediately, "You'll never see it." Jiang Shuer continued to smile. "There are no events in this world with a probability of 0. For example, you should still be capable, right? Brother Zhou Tian?" Fond memories were bittersweet, and the act of reminiscing itself carried a hue of melancholy. Zhou Tian instinctively reached into his pocket, only to remember that since the little girl's arrival, he had stored away his cigarettes in the refrigerator. Jiang Shuer noticed Zhou Tian's gesture. Just hold on. Once the little girl returns home, you can smoke 3 at once. Zhou Tian's expression turned peculiar. Aren't you worried I might faint from a single puff? Jiang Shuer blinked. Oh, by the way, Zhou Tian, how old were you when you first smoked and when you first became a man? Chapter 68. Zhou Tian. Awakened from his reverie, Zhou Tian felt somewhat exasperated. Sister, your leaps in conversation are rather excessive. How do we transition from smoking to such matters? You always label me as perverse and lecherous. Yet, it is you who steers the conversation in this direction. Jiang Shuer appeared unconvinced. So what? These are all firsts in life. Quickly, tell me with whom, where, and for how long. Zhou Tian turned his gaze toward the window, clearly unwilling to engage with her. Jiang Shuer huffed. Don't be so stingy, just share. By the way, Zhou Tian, I've heard that if both partners are novices, it may take quite some time to succeed. Is that true? Just as Jiang Shuer was about to elaborate, her phone rang. She glanced at it and immediately answered with a mischievous grin. Hello? Yes, that is correct, but I'm not at home right now. Could you place it somewhere? I'll retrieve it later. Oh, that is fine. Thank you. After hanging up, Jiang Shuer's eyes sparkled with delight. Little Tian, your precious item has arrived. They said it's been placed at a supermarket called Quanjiafu. Zhou Tian was momentarily stunned, but soon his eyes widened in disbelief. What? You actually bought that thing? Jiang Shuer nodded earnestly. Indeed, why not? Moreover, it is the most expensive and finest. It seems to be the same model as that of some celebrity. I read in the comments that it can absorb one's soul. Too bad I am a woman. Otherwise, I would love to try it. It sounds like a magical artifact from a fantasy novel. Zhou Tian's face darkened at the thought. Fortunately, that item comes in discreet packaging. No one needs to inquire about its purpose. Brother Zhu has even brought in a life-size toy to the dormitory. At that time, the entrance was crowded with onlookers eager to witness Brother Zhu unbox it for his sister-in-law. Some even wanted to see the usage process. However, it became evident that people's thoughts had strayed, including Zhou Tian's. After purchasing the doll, Brother Zhu merely admired it without ever using it, instead dedicating his days to buying it clothes and styling its hair. Luo Qiqing found this rather unsettling and, seizing the opportunity when Brother Zhu was out shopping over the weekend, discreetly gifted the doll away. Upon discovering this, Brother Zhu felt as if the sky had fallen. He believed this predicament was more tragic than being rejected by a cow. Reflecting on Brother Zhu's romantic history is indeed a tale fraught with complexities, as he has never truly been involved with a legitimate woman, from dolls to medicine women, and from medicine women to male counterparts. The other 3 in the dormitory worried that Brother Zhu might soon transition from an affinity for male counterparts to an attraction to men. Zhou Tian was uncertain about how women perceive such relationships. If a lesbian were to emerge in their dormitory, it would undoubtedly disrupt any possibility of peaceful slumber that night. At that moment, melodious music began to play softly within the car. In a northern village lives a girl from the south. She always loves to wear flowered dresses. Standing by the roadside, Jiang Shuer suddenly turned to Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian, this song is quite eerie upon reflection. Just think about it. A woman traveling alone from south to north, always clad in a dress, standing by the road in the urban village. Zhou Tian had intended to immerse himself in the music and relax, but the atmosphere was immediately shattered. Couldn't he once simply enjoy the song? Jiang Shuer beamed brightly. For no matter what the future held, she would steadfastly uphold her choices. When they returned home, Zhou Tian's parents were busy in the kitchen preparing a meal. The little girl, spotting Zhou Tian and Jiang Shuer entering with numerous bags, immediately lit up, rushing over to hug Zhou Tian's leg with her phone in hand. Uncle Andy, what delicious treats have you bought? Is that KFC? Zhou Tian suppressed a grin. No, that packaging is merely what we use to carry our leftovers. Who gave you that phone? Hand it over. The little girl promptly turned and dashed behind Jiang Shuer, peeking out with her little head, shaking the phone gleefully and playfully sticking out her tongue. Annie said I could play with it. I Haven T just used it for games like Egg Waffle and Mini World. I even called Mom just now. Zhou Tian scoffed. Recognizing that this little girl was destined to be a gaming enthusiast, he imagined that as she grew older, she would surely be engrossed in games like PUBG, Honor of Kings, and Identity V. Zhou Tian even envisioned himself playing games with Jiang Shuer and the little girl, a notion that undoubtedly promised to be quite torturous. 1,000 miles away, in Yang, Hunan, nightfall quietly descended, accompanied by a gentle drizzle. A woman clad in white trousers and a blue shirt, adorned with a cap and glasses, slowly emerged from the airport. Although her figure and visage closely resembled Jiang Shuer, her demeanor and gaze exhibited a stark contrast. If Jiang Shuer embodied the vivacious, alluring beauty typical of Korean comics, igniting feelings of restlessness and desire, then Jiang Yuer appeared as a celestial maiden from traditional Chinese paintings, exuding an air of serene detachment and unworldly grace, evoking a sense of tranquility and pure admiration. Yet, only Zhou Tian grasped the magnitude of her disparity. Jiang Shuer may have been a verbal champion, yet Jiang Yuer was a genuine pragmatist. Jiang Yuer hailed a taxi by the roadside and was about to state her destination when her brow furrowed in sudden realization. Had she forgotten something? Ah, yes, her suitcase. Hastily, she apologized to the driver, explained the situation, and promptly returned to retrieve her belongings. Once back in the vehicle, she glanced at her phone and uttered the name of a guest house. An hour later, Jiang Yuer alighted from the taxi, under the streetlight. She slightly lifted her head and murmured softly, "No changes at all." She recalled her previous month spent here with Zhou Tian, during which she had ventured outside merely 6 times. This place was known for a spicy hot pot, which Zhou Tian consumed daily. Dragging her suitcase inside, Jiang Yuer informed the front desk of her prior reservation, collected her room key, and ascended the stairs. Upon entering her room, she surveyed her surroundings. Compared to their previous stay, everything remained largely unchanged. The bathtub still stood, adult items purchased via QR code lay on the table, and the sofa remained adjacent to the bed. Through the curtains, the outside world was faintly visible. Jiang Yuer sat on the bed and tested its softness. Yes, still as plush as ever. She then removed her cap and reclined back. The ceiling and lights were just as she remembered. Yet, in her recollections, this perspective should have included Zhou Tian. A radiant smile bloomed on Jiang Yuer's face as she rose to search for the takeout restaurant Zhou Tian frequently ordered from. After dining, Jiang Yuer opened her suitcase. Besides the usual clothes for change, there were several unopened sets of unique garments. She donned her pajamas, settled by the window, and listened to music while lost in thought. When she finally returned to bed, she glanced at her phone once more. It displayed her itinerary for each day, spanning from south to north across many provinces, yet notably avoiding Hebei. According to the schedule, by the end of May, she would be heading to the city where Zhou Tian's school was located. Zhou Tian, wake up. Zhou Tian was roused from his slumber, albeit groggily, by Jiang Shuer's gentle nudging, or rather, shaking. Why are you waking me up? I had just fallen asleep. The glow from the mobile screen illuminated Jiang Shuer's slightly flushed cheeks. I need to change my underwear. Chapter 69. Do you want twin daughters? Zhou Tian, looking bewildered, replied. Well, I can't see anything while I'm asleep. If you want to change, just go ahead. Jiang Shuer replied softly. It's not that I don't want to, but I don't have anything to change into right now. Zhou Tian began to regain his senses. Although Jiang Shuer had packed several sets of underwear, the ones she had changed out of were hidden away in her suitcase, unwashed, considering it was her menstrual period. And recalling how she had complained earlier about the inadequacy of her supplies, he understood her urgency. Zhou Tian sat up. At this hour, the supermarket is closed, and they don't sell underwear anyway. With a blush, Jiang Shuer whispered, Then could I borrow one of yours? Zhou Tian was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to suggest she manage for one night, but he suddenly realized that given her current predicament, that was not a feasible option. It had been a long time since he had worn underwear, and the pair he had on was only donned after he learned she was coming over. He was not typically like this. However, every man knows how challenging it is to tame a pair of underwear. After the 2 pairs he had once tamed were completely worn out, and with his body maturing, he had ceased wearing them altogether. All right, I'll see what I can find, he said, rising to rummage through the suitcase. Jiang Shuer followed closely behind, murmuring, It has to be unworn. Zhou Tian pursed his lips. There isn't any. I haven't bought new ones in ages. Jiang Shuer looked at him with a pitiful expression. It can't be something that hasn't been washed, right? Zhou Tian rolled his eyes inwardly. Sister, do you think I'm like you? I may not wear them often, but I ensure they're cleaned every time I change. Jiang Shuer, her cheeks still flushed, explained. It's just that I'm worried about wearing something you haven't washed, and then getting pregnant. Zhou Tian, feeling exasperated, rubbed his face and casually pulled out a pair of boxers to hand to her. Sister, how could you get pregnant while on your period? Do you think I'm Superman? Or do you possess some sort of supernatural ability to conceive from a distance? Jiang Shuer shyly responded with a soft "oh," carefully grasping a corner of the boxers. Zhou Tian waved his hand. Just change quickly. I'll wait outside. No need. I'll change in the bathroom, Jiang Shuet said, clutching the sanitary pad and Zhou Tian's boxers as she stealthily exited the bedroom. She suddenly felt like a thief of underwear. How strange. Once in the bathroom. Jiang Shuer took a sniff. Indeed, they had been washed. Zhou Tian had bought them in a large size, and on a woman of average build. They would appear quite baggy. However, Jiang Shuer was sufficiently curvaceous, which allowed her to wear them with a hint of allure. Upon her return to the bedroom, Zhou Tian was sprawled out, engrossed in a novel. Why are you still awake? Jiang Shuer inquired. Zhou Tian sighed in mild exasperation. I'm not sleepy. He belonged to the type that found it exceedingly difficult to fall back asleep once awakened. The clock had just struck 1. Attempting to drift off now would likely mean he would not rest until dawn. The bedroom had acquired a customized computer desk, 2 high-end computers, and a pair of ergonomic chairs, all of which Jiang Shuer had previously ordered. Had this abode belonged solely to Zhou Tian, Jiang Shuer would undoubtedly have designed an opulent esports room for him. However, as this residence belonged to Zhou Tian's parents, she took the liberty of adding furniture and appliances without consulting anyone. Jiang Shuer gently climbed onto the bed and exhaled in relief upon seeing the little girl still deep in slumber. It was her first time wearing such men's shorts, and she was pleasantly surprised by how comfortable they felt. After finishing the latest chapter of his novel, Zhou Tian expressed his dissatisfaction with the brevity of the author's work while tapping a request for an update. He had been reading various genres since elementary school and felt that the novels from that time were far superior, primarily due to their expansive themes and diverse content. Back then, he would often find his cheeks flushed, as if an ancient power surged within him. How unlike the present, where even a mere kiss seemed fraught with impropriety. It was truly perplexing. Despite the advancement of the times, why did the boundaries continue to tighten? As he prepared to don his headphones and scroll through Douyin, a message pinged on WeChat. Are you asleep? Emoji. It was from Jiang Shuer. Zhou Tian, somewhat speechless, lowered his voice. Sister. You could simply peek your head out from under the blanket to find out. Chill. Don't wake meow meow. Zhou Tian turned around and had just opened Jihu when another message from Jiang Shuer popped up, this time containing a chat log. He glanced at it. Twin sisters queued up to be toyed with by a benefactor. So envious. Stunning twins have a wild night in the pool with their younger brother. Zhou Tian couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Jiang Shuer usually indulged in such content. How outrageous. How perverse. Ahem. He was curious just how depraved it truly was. However, when Zhou Tian clicked on the chat history, he realized he had been tricked. It was a collection of photos showcasing the 2 sisters, Jiang Yuer and Jiang Shuer, from childhood to the present. Zhou Tian found himself unable to resist examining them more closely. At first glance, one could not discern any differences between the 2 sisters based solely on their appearances. Yet, their expressions revealed their identities. It was easy to distinguish which was the elder sister and which was the younger. Jiang Shuer had always been the more vivacious and extroverted of the 2, reveling in her playful antics. One photo captured them on a carousel. Jiang Yuer sat calmly atop her steed, smiling serenely at the camera, while Jiang Shuer stood, making a silly face, one hand gripping the pole, the other flashing a peace sign. In the background, their mother could be seen, her face etched with concern as she hurried towards Jiang Shuer. There are numerous photographs of a similar nature. Occasionally, one can spot a young boy, presumably Jiang Tao. In every instance he appears in the images, he resembles a fool without exception. Whether he is squatting in a corner poking at his own excrement with a stick, or being chased by dogs and battered by cats, he seems to be a target of ridicule. It is likely that Jiang Shuer has deliberately selected these moments. During her 2nd year of high school, Jiang Yuer donned glasses. At this juncture, Jiang Shuer exhibited a fashionable wardrobe, frequently altering her hair color. After a while, Zhou Tian noticed that Jiang Shuer had shared a video of herself on Douyin. The cover photo featured him, though it remains a mystery when Jiang Shuer captured it. Upon clicking, the video began to play. In the footage, Zhou Tian gradually appeared younger, first transforming into a teenager, then a young boy, ultimately freezing at an age of merely 3 or 4. Haha, didn't you say you never had photos taken as a child? Look at how much you resemble your younger self. I think it's quite similar. And look at this, Jiang Shuer sent another composite image. In it, The two Jiang sisters appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, while the 3 or 4-year-old Zhou Tian stood between them, significantly shorter than the sisters. A smile gracing his lips. Jiang Shuer messaged, Zhou Tian, do you prefer boys or girls? Girls. Oh, wouldn't you prefer twin daughters then? My family has a high probability of having twins, you know. Would you like that? Chapter 70. Jiang Shuer's first kiss? Not really. I fear they might both fall for the same boy in the future. Just imagine how terrifying that scenario would be. Jiang Shuer, completely enveloped in her blanket, was momentarily taken aback upon reading this message. Just envisioning it is indeed quite troublesome. It seems that the storm from their parents may be even more intense. If that were the case, I would leave it to the sisters to sort it out themselves. Zhou Tian raised an eyebrow at her response. It's easy to say that now, but once you become a mother and face such a dilemma, your perspective will surely change. Sleep now. Humph. Not a chance. Don't go to sleep just yet. Say goodnight to me. Hurry up. If you don't, I'll sprinkle water on your face while you're asleep. Zhou Tian was at a loss for words. Fine, good night then. Humph. Good night, sweet dreams. The following day, after breakfast, Jiang Shuer drove Zhou Tian's family, along with the little girl, out for a day of fun, returning home only after 9 in the evening. On the 4th day, her cousin returned from the south, inviting Zhou Tian's family over for a meal. Before long, a week had passed. When it was time for Zhou Tian to take his first driving test, he felt quite confident. After all, he had simulated the test 5 times on the driving exam app, scoring above 95 each time, with 3 perfect scores of 100, thus making the probability of failure exceedingly low. However, a minor incident occurred during this period. Originally, Zhu Gu and his companions were supposed to fly to Hebei yesterday. However, unexpectedly, Luo Qiqing received the news of his grandfather's passing in the middle of the night. As the eldest grandson of the family, he had to rush back home from school immediately. With Luo's absence, Zhu Gu hesitated. For now he was left as the sole singleton, which surely created a sense of awkwardness. After some discussion among the group, they decided to postpone the trip. Life, after all, is often filled with unforeseen events that catch us off guard. Zhou Tian was also required to return to school to prepare for his defense. Moreover, the instructor strongly urged Zhou Tian to perform a piece during the graduation showcase, aiming to create a cherished memory of his 4 years in university. Zhou Tian politely declined, but his reasoning was rather blunt, stating that he was going through another voice change. Yet, the instructor informed him that he had already registered him for the performance. This left Zhou Tian feeling somewhat helpless, as if he were being coerced into singing. However, since the instructor had always taken good care of him, he felt obliged to comply. Singing a simple song was not such a hassle, after all. Jiang Shuer had already booked his flight ticket. The next day, Zhou Tian would return to school, while Jiang Shuer would head home to confront her family. Zhou Tian felt that he might not see Jiang Shuer again. At 7:30 in the morning, Zhou Tian set off in the coach's van, accompanied by a few others, 2 of whom were retaking the 4th driving test. Jiang Shuer did not join them, which surprised Zhou Tian, as he suspected she was plotting something. Zhou Tian's first test went smoothly, scoring 96 points, and he finished in just a few minutes. However, the others were much slower. Some had not passed the first attempt and were attempting it a second time. Zhou Tian found himself outside with the coach, smoking and watching others practice the second test until nearly 11 o'clock when the group finally returned. The coach was in a rather poor mood, as apart from one failure in the first test, both of the retakers had not passed either. Zhou Tian sent Jiang Shuer a message. I'll be home in about 40 minutes. At that moment, Jiang Shuer was in the kitchen, frantically preparing. And upon hearing the notification sound, she quickly picked up her phone to glance at it, replying, "No rush. It's best if the coach drives slowly." Zhou Tian responded, "What are you up to? I hope when I get home, there won't just be a big iron door left." "Nonsense. You'll find out when you return." When Zhou Tian arrived home, he was greeted by a table laden with dishes. Jiang Shuer proudly pointed out several of them, saying, "I made all of these. Come, try some." As she handed him chopsticks, Zhou Tian took a bite. Jiang Shuer watched him with eager anticipation. Zhou Tian responded with a simple, "It's not bad." The flavor was indeed acceptable. It wasn't exquisite, but palatable enough, especially for Jiang Shuer, who had never even washed vegetables before. However, it was clear that Jiang Shuer was not satisfied with this response. What does not bad mean? It simply means quite good. And what does quite good imply? Just say whether it's delicious or not. It's delicious. Hee hee. Then quickly wash your hands and let us eat. Jiang Xuan'er smiled contentedly. In the afternoon, Zhou Tian tidied up the room a bit and allowed Jiang Xuan'er to drive the car into the courtyard. Jiang Xuan'er was unusually quiet. Although she claimed she could handle things at home, a sense of unease was inevitable. After dinner, Jiang Xuan'er asked Zhou Tian to take a stroll around the village with her. They walked side by side, in silence, from dusk until nightfall. "Let us head back," Jiang Xuan'er said, her body stiffening as she extended her delicate hand to grasp Zhou Tian's. In that moment, her mind went blank. Feeling as if her body was beyond her control, Zhou Tian sensed the warmth of her sweaty palm. After a moment's hesitation, he quickened his pace, not letting go of her hand. Jiang Xuan'er smiled sweetly and matched his speed. After the little girl returned home with her mother, Zhou Tian naturally laid on the floor for the night. That evening, they exchanged few words, yet both understood that the other would be awake for quite some time. The next day, the moment of parting arrived, which could very well be a final farewell. Zhou Tian had arranged for a taxi to take them both to the airport in Beijing. Upon entering the vehicle, Zhou Tian's mother was visibly teary-eyed. Jiang Xuan'er immediately opened the window and said, "Uncle and Auntie, you should go inside. Zhou Tian and I will finish our business and return." Zhou Tian's mother wiped her tears. "All right, take your time on the road and call us once you land." "Okay, Auntie." As the car began to move slowly, Zhou Tian's mother seized the opportunity to toss a plump red envelope into the vehicle. Jiang Xuan'er instinctively called for the driver to stop, but Zhou Tian restrained her. "Let us go. This will make them a bit happier." The car gradually accelerated, disappearing from the sight of the elderly couple. About an hour later, they arrived at the airport and began the check-in process and baggage drop-off. Jiang Xuan'er's flight was 20 minutes earlier than Zhou Tian's. He urged her to get ready to board, but she insisted there was no rush and wanted to spend a little more time with him. It was only when the announcement called Jiang Xuan'er's name that she stood up. "Zhou Tian, I'm leaving?" Jiang Xuan'er's eyes brimmed with reluctance. Zhou Tian remained composed. "Yes, safe travels." Jiang Xuan'er pouted slightly. "I'm really going. Don't you have anything else to say to me?" Zhou Tian shook his head. "No. Hurry along. They're waiting for you. I should prepare to board as well." As he turned away, his feet remained rooted to the spot. After a moment of hesitation, just as he was about to say something to Jiang Xuan'er, a warm, soft pair of lips pressed against his. Zhou Tian was taken aback. Jiang Xuan'er stood on tiptoe, her head raised, tightly closing her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling incessantly. In the next moment, Jiang Xuan'er fled in disarray, waving her hand as she ran. "That was my first kiss. Zhou Tian, wait for me at school. I will come to find you soon." Zhou Tian opened his mouth in surprise. "First kiss?" Jiang Xuan'er turned back with a laugh. "Humph. Of course. That night doesn't count. Nothing counts. Just wait for me to seek you out." Chapter 71. Returning to school, the airplane began to taxi, ascended, and then broke through the clouds, heading southward. Zhou Tian was quite familiar with first-class cabins. Although he usually took the train to visit Jiang Yuer, she always booked him a return flight in first class in advance. He gazed out the window. The sky was high and the clouds thick. The world stretched out, desolate and boundless. In his childhood, whenever a plane flew overhead, he would be unable to look away for long. He often wondered what it would be like to look at the sky and the ground from an airplane. Could they see themselves? Where did the people above come from? And where were they headed? What kind of people could afford to fly? Surely, they must be wealthy. It wasn't until he grew up and took a flight in the economy class of Spring Airlines that he realized some plane tickets were comparable to the price of a hard sleeper train ticket. And some were even cheaper. Due to family circumstances, Zhou Tian lagged behind many of his peers in various aspects. It wasn't until after the college entrance examination, when he left that small county, that he encountered familiar yet unseen things, such as the youth palace and the subway. Upon entering university, he discovered that Zhu Ge and Xiao Luo had traveled extensively across the country and even ventured abroad from a very young age. Zhou Tian felt envy, but no inferiority. Every child had their own way of living and growing. He felt content reminiscing about his childhood adventures with friends, climbing hills, and exploring the sea. Even if the hills were mere mounds of earth and the sea was just a small river. When Zhou Tian recounted tales of sneaking into relatives' homes to roast corn or picking peaches in orchards, Zhu Ge and the others would envy his wild and free spirit. In matters of affection, Zhou Tian struggled to express his inner thoughts, but through gradual experiences, he learned how to interact with his significant other. Someone once said that precocious children often mature later. Zhou Tian found this to be quite true. The concept of growing up, once filled with curiosity and longing during childhood, felt bewildering in reality. Had he truly grown up? He sensed that only his body had matured, his circumstances and the activities he engaged in had changed. He was uncertain about others, especially those who were already married with children. He observed that Song Ning and their peers seemed to have undergone little change. The most apparent difference being their diminished playfulness and a greater focus on work and making money. As for his own future, who can say? Zhou Tian took a deep breath and glanced at his phone. He had activated flight mode as soon as he boarded the plane. Suddenly bereft of Jiang Shui'er by his side, he found himself somewhat disoriented by the absence of her messages. Around 1 in the afternoon, Zhou Tian dragged his suitcase out of the airport and boarded the bus heading to school. Strangely, upon turning on his mobile data after disembarking, he found no messages from Jiang Shui'er. This inevitably led his mind to wander into uncertainty. He had a tendency to anticipate the worst in every situation. Lost in thought, he couldn't resist checking Jiang Shui'er's flight status. It had arrived smoothly, without delays. Well, that was that. He would not dwell on her any longer. The last time Zhou Tian returned to school was in spring. At this moment, the campus was flourishing with vibrant flowers and lush greenery. Shortly after entering the school, he was spotted by someone. He was already somewhat of a local celebrity, and with the recent popularity of that video, an increasing number of people recognized him, particularly the younger female students. While managing the attention, he hurried back to his dormitory. The instant he opened the door, he was greeted by the cacophony of keyboard clattering and Brother Zhu's furious tirades. Damn it! What the hell? You think you're so great? You're just a loser. You can eat all my minions, but not in front of me. Why don't you show off in front of your girlfriend instead of your roommate? And you? You can't even handle your support character, and you blame me? If you want to flaunt your affection, go film it. I remind you, there are plenty of girls online nowadays. Don't let them outshine you. Mid laner, shut up. I've already said I'm playing mid. Don't blame me for your position swap. Are you going to blame me if your wife can't conceive in the future? Brother Zhu's 200-pound frame vibrated as he passionately played on the keyboard, his sweet nothings continuing unabated. It appeared he was in the midst of a heated match, albeit against his own teammates. It was only when Zhou Tian closed the door that Brother Zhu noticed his arrival. Oh, the star has returned. Damn, I can't take this anymore. Gaming is infuriating. Brother Zhu, fuming, tossed aside his headphones and approached Zhou Tian. Hey, where's you are? Why didn't Tishi come with you? Aren't you worried about being devoured by the younger girls? Zhou Tian, while unpacking, replied. She had some matters to attend to at home. What about Li Wen? Didn't he return last night? Brother Zhu handed Zhou Tian a cigarette and a lighter. Oh, he just left a while ago to print his thesis. By the way, I ran into Lao Tai at noon. He asked you to find him when you got back. Zhou Tian took the cigarette, furrowing his brow. What does he want with me? Didn't I already agree to embarrass myself on stage? Zhu Ge chuckled softly, who knows? Just don't mess around, or you might end up on stage singing the Roman table. Zhou Tian couldn't help but laugh as well. I'm not that bold. My buddy would surely rush on stage to deliver an elbow strike. Zhu Ge burst into hearty laughter. That is quite possible. Aside from being stingy, he is also quite formidable. I heard that when some ruffians caused a ruckus downstairs, he dispatched one with a flying kick. Rumor has it he has been practicing martial arts since childhood, though I can't say for certain. At first, I mistook him for a northern lad from Inner Mongolia, only to discover he hails from Jiangsu. His nickname, Lao Tai, is derived from Iron Rooster, a moniker reflecting his frugality. During our freshman year, Zhou Tian heard countless tales about their instructor's miserly ways. There were stories of him tricking Duo into purchasing 10 pairs of underwear for 10 yuan, wearing them for 6 days, and then returning them on the 7th without reason. It was said that he remained unmarried due to his stinginess. When accompanying a woman to a hotel, she would pay for the room while he pocketed the deposit. On a date, he would send a red envelope of 52 yuan for her birthday and later request reimbursement for the phone call. There were even rumors that he never fueled his car, instead carrying a tube to siphon gas from other teachers' vehicles. In summary, the tales were absurd to the extreme. Zhou Tian quickly gathered himself. All right, I'll go find Lao Tai. Go ahead. Xiao Luo said he would return to school in a few days. Good. As Zhou Tian took out his phone to contact their instructor, unexpectedly, Jiang Shui'er sent him a video call notification. Chapter 72, Jiang Yuer in the hospital. Could it be that Jiang Shui'er has already spoken with her parents and is now ready to share the outcome with him? It seems too soon for that. In his opinion, the The Jiang parents are not so naive as to let their younger daughter take over for the elder. As Zhou Tian hesitated whether to step into the restroom to take the call, Zhu Ge caught sight of his phone. "Oh, I'll head down to buy a bottle of water and check on Li Wan. Hee, I want to disturb your passionate video chat with your beloved. Is 1 hour sufficient?" Zhou Tian waved his hand with a smile. "Go on, it's just a regular video call." Zhu Ge grinned suggestively. "Oh, just a regular video call? Didn't you always seek a secluded spot to converse with the beautiful you wear?" With that, Zhu Ge gently closed the door. Zhou Tian answered the video call, and Jiang Shui's voice immediately filled the air. "Why so slow? You didn't just sneak off to smooch with some upperclassmen in the woods, did you?" In the video, Jiang Shui scrutinized him closely, almost invading his personal space. Zhou Tian frowned slightly. "You're home?" Jiang Shui remained silent, pulling the phone back a bit. Now, Zhou Tian could clearly see that she was in her own room. Jiang Shui chuckled. "Upon disembarking from the plane, I rushed straight home, only to find it empty. When I called, my parents informed me they were in Shanghai, and my elder sister mentioned she was on a business trip." As she spoke, her lips gradually pouted, and her brow furrowed. My father's tone seemed rather off. "I suspect they might be aware of something. They mentioned they would return in a few days and have matters to discuss with me." I refrained from addressing the issue over the phone, as it felt rather informal. "Zhou Tian, shall I come to your school now?" Zhou Tian promptly declined. "You ought to remain in Anqing for the time being. Besides, you've been away for quite some time. Isn't your company concerned?" With an air of indifference, Jiang Shui replied, "The company doesn't require my oversight, and even if it were to go bankrupt, it wouldn't matter. I want to visit you. I've yet to see your school." Zhou Tian shook his head. "Wait until you've settled your affairs. I have other commitments as well. I must take my leave now. Our instructor is looking for me." "I'll hang up." "Don't hang up just yet," Jiang Shui exclaimed, pressing her face closer to the camera, her full, glistening red lips gently kissing the screen. "All right then, go on with your tasks. By the way, Zhou Tian, your lips are so soft. Next time, I want to kiss you enough. Let's south go to the grove, to the rooftop, too." Zhou Tian abruptly ended the video call. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a slight flush on his cheeks. How peculiar. After changing his attire, Zhou Tian reached out to his instructor. A mere 15 minutes later, he stepped out of the dormitory building. A weathered old Jetta was parked by the roadside. He waved his hand, and a stout, imposing man disembarked from the vehicle. Dressed in long pants and a short-sleeved shirt, his muscular arms were unmistakably defined. Standing at about 190 centimeters tall, exuding an air of authority. However, his face contrasted sharply with his physique. He bore handsome features and sported a pair of glasses. He appeared to be in his mid-30s, yet was actually 43 years of age. This was none other than their esteemed instructor from a scholarly family. Still unmarried and often referred to as the Iron Rooster, Ding Yulei. Ding Yulei smiled and waved. "The handsome fellow has returned. I see you've slimmed down. Take care of your health." Zhou Tian chuckled. "Teacher Ding, your muscles have grown larger. Are you attracting more male students?" Although Ding Yulei was no longer youthful, he kept abreast of trends and quickly grasped Zhou Tian's implication. "I'm unsure about the number of male students eyeing me, but it seems your female classmates are increasingly captivated by you. Just be careful not to make any mistakes. By the way, do you have any cigarettes? I could use one." This instructor had a penchant for bumming cigarettes off Zhou Tian, and if others didn't offer, he would boldly ask without a hint of embarrassment. Zhou Tian produced a cigarette and handed it to him, saying, "Teacher Ding, you know I am a person of integrity." He instinctively wanted to mention that he had a girlfriend, but halfway through, he changed his words. Ding Yulei chuckled. "Well, I do know, straightforwardly, huh? It should be quite straight, right?" Had their conversation been overheard by other classmates, more people would undoubtedly have believed Ding Yulei's claims. However, Zhou Tian was aware that Ding Yulei was not homosexual. He once had a childhood sweetheart, a girlfriend who accompanied him from middle school all the way to university graduation. Regrettably, his girlfriend met with a tragic accident caused by a flash flood while volunteering in the mountains. This was the true reason behind Ding Yulei's continued single status. As for his frugality, it stemmed from his commitment to support many impoverished students, honoring the wishes of his late beloved. Thus, although Zhou Tian enjoyed teasing him, he held a deep respect for this man. Ding Yulei could easily lead a life of comfort. He came from an affluent background with both parents holding prominent positions in academia, and he himself was exceptionally talented, being a graduate student at one of the top 3 universities in the country. Moreover, he was the sole heir in his family. It was evident that he had borne tremendous pressure to remain alone until now. Ding Lauscher, did you seek me out regarding the thesis? Ding Yulei took a deep drag from his cigarette and replied, that's not my concern. Let's get back to that matter. If you wish to stay at the university, I can help you navigate through it. It shouldn't be a problem. Xiao Dian. Although university is a microcosm of society, it is still softer compared to the real world, as you well know. Plus, with your temperament, you may face difficulties in society, and you might easily attract the attention of older female or even male leaders. Zhou Tian laughed. Well, being valued by leadership isn't so bad, right? It's a shortcut. Ding Yulei seemed to catch Zhou Tian's implication. Be careful. That might be the shortcut. Think it over. There's nothing more, mainly because you haven't been at school for quite some time. And it's strange to have one less person to share cigarettes with. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Zhou Tian felt a bit puzzled. This was not typical of Ding Yulei. Since he had sought a face-to-face meeting, there must be a more significant matter at hand. Yet, he remained silent and did not press for details. Teacher Ding, Zhou Tian called out. You can forget about the cigarette, but please don't forget the lighter. Ding Yulei slapped his forehead. Oh, I almost forgot. He pulled a lighter from his pocket and tossed it to Zhou Tian. But just as he was about to get into the car, he suddenly added, by the way, Zhou Tian, I visited a hospital in Shanghai 2 months ago while on a business trip and happened to see your girlfriend there. How is she? Is everything all right? If she needs assistance, I still have some connections. Chapter 73. Are you ill? Zhou Tian's heart tightened instantly. Wait a moment, Teacher Ding. Which hospital and which department was she in? Ding Yulei looked somewhat puzzled. You weren't aware of this? It is Ruijin Hospital. But I am unaware of the specific department. She did not notice me. Do not rush. Perhaps she is also visiting a patient. You should inquire first. Understood. Thank you. Teacher Ding. Zhou Tian watched the Jetta depart, his brow gradually furrowing. Upon returning to his dormitory, he immediately called Jiang Yue. Beep, beep, beep. Hello? Zhou Tian got straight to the point. Are you unwell? Jiang Yue paused for a few seconds. Does constipation count? Zhou Tian felt a surge of frustration. Teacher Ding mentioned he saw you at the hospital. Jiang Yue replied with a simple I see. I'm fine, no need to worry. Zhou Tian clenched his fist. You cannot deceive me. Suddenly, Jiang Yue chuckled. Of course, I am well. Are you and Xiao Shui still at home? How are your parents? Zhou Tian had always placed immense trust in Jiang Yue, as she was a woman who detested lying. Although he was not currently with Jiang Shui, certain events had unfolded, and Jiang Shui was preparing to confront her family. Thus, he could not merely await the outcome, remaining an outsider. I've returned to school. Xiao Shui has gone back to Anqing. Does she wish to be with you? I knew at the moment she laid eyes on you. In fact, I might understand her better than she does herself. Jiang Yue's words astonished Zhou Tian, yet they were not entirely shocking. In his mind, Jiang Yue was an astute and perceptive woman, seemingly capable of discerning everything. Her tone was calm. Zhou Tian, you once said that aside from life and death, everything else is trivial. I share that sentiment. You should also recall my belief that a man should not expend too much energy entangled in emotions. You understand my meaning, and I can be more explicit. You two can be together. Zhou Tian's expression turned peculiar, his teeth clenched. Are you truly so magnanimous? We have only just parted. Jiang Yue smiled softly. Of course not. But what kind of person do you think Xiao Shui would be drawn to? Who do you believe is worthy of her, or suitable for her? In my view, you are the most fitting, perhaps even more so than either of us. Though she has had boyfriends in the past, we all know they were merely placeholders. Such actions are irresponsible, squandering both her and their time and emotions. Besides, I do not like those men and certainly do not wish for them to be Xiao Shui's lifelong partner. It is entirely normal that I like whom she also likes. Furthermore, our breakup was due to my personal issues, not because I intended to relinquish you to Xiao Shui. I am not so foolish, nor am I that magnanimous. You know, I feel jealous even when other women merely touch your hand. Zhou Tian could no longer contain himself. Then what was the reason? Jiang Yue took a deep breath and said, Zhou Tian, if I wished to tell you, I would have done so long ago. Please cease dwelling on this matter. Rest assured, I am well, and I hope you are too. Zhou Tian remained silent. Jiang Yue chuckled lightly. All right, Zhou Tian. Do not overcomplicate matters or take them too seriously. You tend to place excessive importance on many things, and that worries me. I would prefer you to be more carefree like Xiao Shui, to speak freely and act as you wish. With a hint of melancholy, Zhou Tian softly uttered 3 words. I miss you. Jiang Yue responded playfully, I know. Now that Xiaoxua has returned, do you find yourself missing her even a little? Even if it's not so much missing, perhaps you feel somewhat out of sorts? Zhou Tian hesitated, but chose not to lie. Jiang Yuer's inquiry indicated she already knew the answer. A little, but it's different from missing you. Indeed, I understand it's not the same. For we are both soulmates and physical companions. Should you grow closer to Xiaoxua, it might become similar. After a moment of hesitation, Zhou Tian refrained from revealing what transpired that night. All right, Zhou Tian, take good care of Xiaoxua, especially in the near future. This statement furrowed Zhou Tian's brow in confusion. What do you mean? You will find out soon enough. I want to be in touch with you for a while. I have matters to attend to. Goodbye. The call ended abruptly. Zhou Tian lit a cigarette, believing Jiang Yuer would not deceive him. What, then, was the reason for their breakup? Was it truly as Jiang Xiaoxua claimed, that this was Jiang Yuer's doing? He found himself perplexed, questioning the authenticity of the world around him. Could it be that Jiang Yuer had become an embodiment of forgetfulness? Just then, the dormitory door swung open. What the hell? Such a thick cloud of smoke. Are you all right, buddy? Did the beautiful Yuer say your health is not what it used to be? Or has our friend developed some wicked thoughts about you? Fear not. Tell me, even though I might not be able to take him on, I will surely protect your rear. Zhu Ping opened the windows while speaking. Zhou Tian, frowning, retorted. Get lost. Didn't you go to finally one? Where is he? Oh, he went to refuel our car. Zhou Tian raised an eyebrow. You trust him to drive after just getting his license? Zhu Ping appeared unconcerned. It's fine. That old clunker can't go fast enough to cause any real harm. It'll just get crushed by a dump truck. You bastard. Zhou Tian exclaimed in frustration. Zhu Ping chuckled. Rest assured, I've been in his car. He drives so slowly it's not even as fast as a wheelchair. There's no danger, just some scolding. Now tell me, what's wrong? Why the sudden chain of cigarettes? Zhou Tian waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Didn't you say you had something to announce? Zhu Ping smiled mysteriously. I'll tell you once that fool Xiao Luo returns. You certainly won't guess what it is. Zhou Tian raised an eyebrow. Are you bent? Your grandpa is bent. Though I have a round face and a shaggy beard, I am certainly not. So you have a boyfriend now? Damn. Is there a difference? Of course, it depends on whether you consider yourself a 1 or a 0. I'm 0, you old man. If I were, your 3 behinds would have blossomed long ago. Stop rambling, get online. I need you to end my losing streak. Zhou Tian glanced at his phone. I have things to do. Teacher Ding wants me to finalize the program and rehearse, and she also hopes I can make a speech. Wow, Buddy really likes you, Air. Just think how many junior sisters will have their dreams shattered once you graduate. Soon, you'll be gone. And I'll be left in the dead of night, silently mining while thinking of your face. Get lost. Zhou Tian gradually became busy. First, he needed to finalize his thesis, followed by defense preparations and rehearsals. The graduation ceremony was set for June 6th, just 2 days before leaving school. With only 10 days until graduation, Zhou Tian felt a twinge of anxiety. 3 days prior, Jiang Shuer had mentioned that her parents had returned, and she was ready to come clean. Then, she went completely silent. Chapter 74. Jiang Shuer has arrived. Zhou Tian checked Jiang Shuer's TikTok location. She was still in Anqing. Although anxious, he believed that Jiang Shuer should be all right. It was unlikely her parents would resort to violence against her. The most probable scenario was that they had grounded her, severing all ties with him. This indicated that Jiang's parents were relatively merciful. For people of their status, making an ordinary person like Zhou Tian disappear would be a trivial matter. Zhou Tian couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. He had aimed to win over both sisters. Now, he had lost one entirely. He glanced through Jiang Shuer's various social media accounts. There was no sign of her anywhere. He had not been removed from her WeChat friends list, but she had not replied to his messages. She appeared online. Other platforms indicated she had not logged in for 3 days. Well, perhaps this was for the best. It seemed to minimize the hurt for everyone involved. Zhou Tian's mood soured slightly, and his 2 friends felt similarly. Liwen felt a sense of confusion as graduation approached. After all, one cannot live off soft rice forever. He needed a job. Luo Qiqing lamented that in his 4 years of university, he hadn't managed to get even one girl. In his freshman year, he had ambitious dreams of dating at least 4 by now. Zhu Gu reflected that after graduation, the familiar campus would only have him left. Indeed, the matter he had intended to announce was that he planned to pursue further studies. The reason was somewhat regrettable. Originally, Zhu Gu relied on his family's solid foundation to gain admission to this university, becoming the first college student and the most educated individual in his affluent household. However, little did he expect that a cousin of his was recently granted direct admission to a more prestigious university. Consequently, the prideful Zhu father compelled Zhu Ping to pursue a master's degree. Thus, Zhu Ping would once again hold the title of the most educated person in the family. Though this status would not last long, this situation left Zhou Tian and the others both amused and exasperated. Who would have imagined that the least academically accomplished Zhu Gu was on the verge of becoming the sole graduate student among them? In any case, each of the four had their own troubles. Zhu Gu lit a cigarette first, followed by the three others. Sigh, 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 sigh. Then they all sighed in unison. Damn. Zhu Ping shot them a glance. What are you sighing for? I'm the one suffering the most. Being forced into education at the tender age of 3 or 4 was one thing, but who would have thought I'd still be coerced into schooling at 23? My tragic life. What will I do when you all leave me? I'll be so lonely. What if my new roommate is someone who secretly locks me out at night? Zhu Ping angrily looked at Zhou Tian. You, second, what are you sighing for? You think you're doing worse? Besides, your girlfriend is more beautiful than a celestial being, and you have money. As soon as you graduate, you'll be lounging in bed enjoying life. Just take care of your health, and you're set for life. Zhu Ping took another puff of his cigarette and turned to Luo Qiqing. And you? Damn it, your entire family is in government. Why are you sighing? Aren't you bound to rise through the ranks? As long as you're not hoarding properties or keeping hundreds of mistresses, and you don't turn every village dog into a police dog, you'll live comfortably for life. Who knows? We might even have to call you Director Luo in the future. He then looked at Li Wan. You too, what are you sighing about? Your older sister is already feeling the effects of aging, and you're still sighing. I still have my first kiss with little Luo. Isn't that older sister coming to your graduation ceremony in a few days? She treats you so well. Just take care of your health, learn to cook, take care of kids, and get fit. Isn't that wonderful? I'm so envious I could cry. Li Wan silently glanced at Zhu Ping. Do you think living off someone else is that easy? Do you think a 30-year-old woman is simple? She is far more mature than we are. Who knows when she might get bored and leave me? Men still have to rely on themselves. Having money in hand is far better than anything else. Luo Qiqing echoed. Exactly. Do you think it's easy to navigate the system? If one only wants to scrape by at the bottom, then it's indeed manageable, but climbing up is another story. Many are eyeing my family. If I commit any disgraceful act, my parents would be dragged into it, and I wouldn't dare to let them down. If I betrayed them, my father wouldn't hesitate to take a stand against me, believe it or not. You have no idea the pressure my father puts on me. You might only have to pursue a master's degree, but I'm being forced to compete for positions with other signs of officials. Amidst the company of esteemed graduate students and doctoral candidates from prestigious institutions, both domestic and Ivy League abroad, I find myself feeling insignificant. Despite the support from my family, the pressure weighs heavily upon me. I do not wish to let down the diligent masses. You, Zhu, are fortunate, possessing wealth and the freedom to indulge without reservation. Do you believe I could dare to do the same? Zhou Tian nodded in agreement, stating that his situation was even less stable than that of the fourth member. As he faced the possibility of a breakup upon graduation, an array of challenges awaited him. Zhu, your circumstances are enviable, with financial means and connections back home. You could become a local tycoon, reveling in leisure by day and enjoying the company of models and influencers by night. Isn't that our collective dream? Indeed. Without a doubt. Luo Qiqing and Li Wan echoed Zhou Tian's sentiments. Zhu Ping rolled his eyes in response, exclaiming, all right, everyone thinks they have it the hardest, huh? Enough chatter. Let us drink until we can no longer stand. Rising to his feet, Luo Qiqing remarked, once we're drunk, there's no going back. After we finish drinking, we'll spend the night at the internet CAF. Opportunities to game together will become increasingly rare. With that, the four of them swiftly made their way downstairs and into the second-hand Hyundai that Zhu had purchased in his freshman year. They spent the evening at a barbecue stall, drinking from 6 until past 1, surrounded by a sea of empty beer bottles. Luo Qiqing, the lightest drinker among them, had already succumbed to vomiting twice. While the still recovering Li Wan lay slumped over the table, his face flushed like a ripe fruit. Zhu, belching with satisfaction, stood triumphantly atop a chair, declaring, 2 markers. After 4 years, and yet I still can't hold my liquor. Since freshman year, only the second brother could keep up with me until the end. Come on, second brother. Let us finish this off, and then grab a cab to the internet CAF. All right, I'll call for a ride. Zhou Tian picked up his phone while blowing into his beer. Zhu took a couple of gulps before erupting like a fountain, startling his drowsy companions awake. What the hell? Zhu Ping, did you just urinate on me? Luo Qiqing, dazed, pointed an accusing finger at Zhu. Are you out of your mind? At 37 degrees. Do you really think I could produce something cold? Zhu Ping retorted. Li Wen quietly interjected. What if you've depleted your kidneys to such an extent? With laughter and playful banter, the four of them boarded the vehicle, heading straight for the internet CAF. Given their inebriated state, gaming through the night was out of the question, and by 4 or 5 in the morning, they were all fast asleep. By 7 the next morning, as they lamented their advancing age and the futility of pulling all-nighters, they returned to the campus. Upon reaching the dormitory, they were taken aback, particularly Zhou Tian. For Jiang Shuer had arrived. However, she appeared utterly despondent, looking as if she had lost considerable weight, her complexion pale as paper. She sat curled up on a bench, hugging her knees, trembling slightly. Upon spotting Zhou Tian, her face lit up momentarily, and she rushed over, only to nearly stumble as she rose from the bench. Zhou Tian promptly stepped forward to steady her. Jiang Shuai suddenly leaped into Zhou Tian's embrace, exerting all her strength to hold on to him. She tiptoed, her heart racing with trepidation, and whispered into Zhou Tian's ear, Zhou Tian, if I were to lose all my money, would you still care for me? Zhou Tian could not help but grasp her hand, which felt exceedingly cold. What was amiss? Chapter 75. My heart only yearns for Wang Baochuan with a resounding slap. Jiang Shuer declared her desire to be with Zhou Tian, marking the first time in her life that she faced her father's wrath. A vivid red handprint swiftly appeared on her cheek. In that moment, Jiang's father was overtaken by a mix of sorrow and regret. Yet he maintained a stern demeanor as he rebuked. In the past, I tolerated your antics because I believed you knew your limits. However, this time, you have gone too far. Accept it. We will never agree to such a relationship. Jiang's mother, equally pained, gently caressed Jiang Shuer's face. Xiao Shui, you are no longer a child. We understood your childhood rivalry with your sister, but how can you? With unwavering determination, Jiang Shuer interjected. I am not competing with my sister. My feelings for Zhou Tian are unrelated to her, especially since she has already parted ways with him. Why can't I like him? You once said Zhou Tian was a good person, so why is it unacceptable now? Jiang's father, trembling with anger, retorted. It is absolutely unacceptable. If your sister had never been with him, we would not interfere, but consider what this situation entails. Regardless of Jiang's father's furious tirades or Jiang's mother's pleas, Jiang Shuer remained resolute. In a fit of rage, Jiang's father hurled a teacup to the ground. An unprecedented act for this usually humble and gracious man. Xiao Shui, if you remain obstinate, do not blame me for being harsh. With tears welling in her eyes, Jiang Shuer looked at her father. If something were to happen to Zhou Tian, how do you think I would feel? The moment their father, who had always cherished his daughters as the most precious gifts in his life, felt his heart tremble. He turned abruptly, his voice quaking. Shuer, I will give you one more chance to choose. If you retract your statement, we can dismiss it as a momentary folly. Even if you wish to remain friends with Zhou Tian, as long as you do not cross the line, we will not interfere. Jiang Shuer clenched her fists tightly. Determined, I will not. I truly love Zhou Tian, and I want to be with him. In this lifetime, I acknowledge only him. Her declaration incited her father's wrath anew, and he raised his hand once more, but it lingered in the air, unyielding. He turned to his wife. Send her back to her room. She can come out when she has regained her senses. Jiang's mother escorted Jiang Shuer back to her room, persistently urging her, exhausting every possible argument, even suggesting that a secret relationship with Zhou Tian might be acceptable. Yet, Jiang Shuer remained steadfast, yearning for an open and honest relationship with Zhou Tian. Thus, the story continued. Jiang Shuer has embarked on a hunger strike, resorting to this naive method of self-harm to rebel and express her choices, much like she did in her childhood. In the past, when she skipped a second meal, her parents would typically relent. However, this time was different. One day turned into two, and soon Jiang Shuer began to exhibit signs of dehydration. Her father summoned medical personnel to administer N4. Her mother pleaded with tears in her eyes, yet Jiang Shuer uttered but 2 words, Zhou Tian. Her father, filled with concern yet pained, turned sharply and exited the room. Standing at the doorway, he inhaled deeply, stifling back sobs, and declared in anger, let's see how long you can endure this. 3 days passed, then 4 and 5. Most parents, after all, are not as heartless as their children. Moreover, the Jiang couple regarded their daughter as the most precious aspect of their lives. Eventually, they capitulated. However, the terms of their concession were stark. Jiang Shuer would leave with nothing. From the moment she departed her home, all her assets would be frozen, and she would be rendered a non-entity, a ghost in the world. The Jiang parents believed that after experiencing hardship, especially that of impoverished couples, their daughter, who had been accustomed to luxury, would ultimately come to her senses and return home. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuer wept profusely, forcing a faint smile through her tears. "Dad. Mom, I'm sorry, and thank you for indulging me." Shortly thereafter, Jiang Shuer emerged from the Jiang household, utterly destitute and devoid of possessions. During these days, her mother's tears flowed incessantly as she watched her daughter, who stumbled slightly with each step. Her anguish erupted as she struck her husband's chest. Why must it be this way? Ye and Zhou Tian are not even married. Why not simply indulge Xiaoxue? Jiang's father, his eyes reddened, could no longer bear to witness his youngest daughter's retreating figure. He turned away, his voice trembling. Ye is simply too understanding. It's your fault for spoiling Xiaoxue, that she has become this reckless. Just look at what has become of her. Despite his words, how could Jiang's father feel at ease allowing his daughter to seek Zhou Tian alone under such circumstances? Thus, he promptly made a phone call. With the situation having escalated to this point, how could Jiang Shuer not feel guilty and pained? Yet, this was the most significant choice of her life. She steadied her breath, feeling her body weaker than ever, yet simultaneously lighter than she had ever felt before. She now possessed nothing. Only Zhou Tian remained, yet that was enough. For all she needed was him. In truth, Jiang Shuer could easily have sought help, borrowing money from others. Her parents could not possibly control everyone, nor did they genuinely wish to drive her to despair. After all, how many parents can bear to see their children suffer? However, Jiang Shuer chose not to take that route. She was willing to abide by the rules. Whether seen as petulance or foolishness, she remained steadfast in her decision. Yet she was determined to comply. Jiang Shuer approached the roadside, gazing at the bustling flow of vehicles and pedestrians, pondering how to traverse from Anqing to Zhou Tian school with empty pockets. After a while, her spirits lifted slightly, thanks to the kindness of a stranger who not only offered her a ride to Chongqing, but also provided her with food and water. As they parted ways, Jiang Shuer took out paper and pen to note down the contact information and license plate number of that mother and daughter. By now, night had fallen, making hitchhiking increasingly difficult, and she was aware of the potential dangers she faced. Her next task was to find a safe place to spend the night, waiting for daylight to continue her journey. One day passed, then 2, 3, and 4. Jiang Shuer drew ever closer to Zhou Tian. The once delicate princess now bore the dust of travel for the first time, her appearance marred. Yet, the light in her eyes burned ever brighter. It was hard to imagine how she had traversed mountains and rivers without the aid of trains, planes, or other means of transport. Along the way, she journeyed from city to county, from county to town, and from town back to city. It was equally difficult to fathom how she had managed to survive these days with no money. All she knew was that she had lost a considerable amount of weight. Throughout this time, Jiang Shuer maintained a smile in the face of adversity, but as she passed a square and heard a girl singing, tears unexpectedly streamed down her face. Chasing after what I love without reservation, I ride on a white horse, traversing 3 barriers. I change into simple garments and return to the Central Plains, putting aside the West Liang. No one cares. All I desire is to follow you, Wang Baochuan, despite my countless wounds. There is no time for pain, for that is the clear feeling guiding me toward you. Regardless of danger, I must leave everything behind to journey with you. As long as we share the burden and you do not let go. Zhou Tian, you see, I promised I would come find you. I was not lying, was I? Yes, I know. Let's sleep now. Then don't go. I won't. Chapter 76. Don't return to the dormitory tonight. In a hotel near the school, Zhou Tian sat at the edge of the bed, one hand tightly clasped by Jiang Shuer, while the other tucked her blanket in. Jiang Shuer, her eyes sparkling, stared at him. Is the air conditioning too cold? If you feel chilly, just lie next to me and cover up. However, she quickly felt a pang of guilt. I haven't seen my sister. She hasn't returned home, and I don't know why I can't reach her by phone. Zhou Tian nodded. I understand. Just sleep now. Shall I sleep? Yes. Jiang Shuer looked at Zhou Tian's reddened eyes and felt that everything at that moment was worth it. She turned over and almost instantly fell asleep, exhausted from her journey. Zhou Tian quietly sniffed and gently wiped the corner of his eye with his finger. Jiang Shuer did not reveal how she had confronted her parents. The narrative does not elaborate on how she has spent her recent days or how she arrived at the school. She merely stated that she is not only devoid of money but has also lost her identity, a plight more severe than that of a derelict. The dormitory supervisor informed Zhou Tian that Jiang Shuer had arrived at the dormitory late at night. Even when invited to rest in the staff dormitory, she refused, choosing instead to remain seated until dawn. A princess who had grown up in a honeyed environment, cherished by all, had sacrificed so much for a single individual. Even the strongest hearts must soften at times. Jiang Shuer slept from morning until evening. When she awoke, Zhou Tian was lying beside her, draped only in a towel. Gazing at his face, she smiled warmly, her eyes curving into crescents as she silently mouthed 3 words, "Big silly." Just as Jiang Shuer was delicately covering Zhou Tian with a blanket, he suddenly opened his eyes. "Oh, you're awake? Did you hear my thoughts?" Jiang Shuer playfully stuck out her tongue. Zhou Tian remained silent for a moment, observing her before staring at the ceiling in contemplation for 2 minutes, then abruptly said, "Shuer, do you truly intend to become Wang Baochuan? Nowadays, even wild vegetables are hard to come by. Following me might entail considerable hardship." Jiang Shuer immediately grasped his hand, exclaiming, "What do you mean by that? Don't say that following you implies suffering. I would willingly endure anything with you, even if it means eating dung. And I'll make sure you have the first bite of something warm. You can eat until you're full, then I'll have my turn." Zhou Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Why speak so disgustingly? We aren't T2 dogs, after all, and I'm not so helpless. Jiang Shuer beamed sweetly. "Exactly. I know you're capable, and I can earn money too." Zhou Tian hesitated but resolved to speak candidly. "Shuer, I have yet to let go of your sister." Jiang Shuer nodded earnestly. "I understand. You needn't repeat it. It doesn't matter to me. Why dwell on it? As long as I am by your side. That is enough. I won't impose any demands on you." Zhou Tian took a deep breath and sat up in bed. Jiang Shuer's generosity and determination were striking. If he chose to dissuade her or evade the issue, he would truly betray all her sacrifices. However, could Jiang Shuer truly adapt to the life of an ordinary person? He was uncertain, yet he knew he must care for her from now on. Zhou Tian suddenly recalled Jiang Shuer's previous remarks. Had she anticipated such developments all along? Or was she somehow complicit in this design? As she had said, he often placed undue importance on matters, overthinking too much and too far ahead. Thus, it was best to focus on the present and cherish those before him. Zhou Tian turned to Jiang Shuer. "Are you hungry? Shall we eat first, and then go shopping for clothes?" Jiang Shuer, with a sweet smile, tightly embraced his arm and said, "I'm hungry. But I previously mentioned that when we meet again, I must kiss you plenty." Zhou Tian felt a slight flush creeping onto his face as he was about to respond. In the next moment, Jiang Shuer's lips were pressed against his. After they parted, she blinked in confusion. "Why does this feel different from the movies? Are you kissing me now but thinking of my sister?" Zhou Tian found himself both amused and somewhat relieved, for it appeared that Jiang Shuer was still very much herself. "Is the movie you watch serious?" Jiang Shuer raised an eyebrow. "Of course it is serious. Watching it in the cinema is anything but frivolous." Zhou Tian rubbed his forehead. How could a cinema ever be frivolous? Besides, they were deep kisses. Jiang Shuer responded with a playful, "Oh," and said, "Then let us do it again." "Do what?" "Let us go eat. Haven't you noticed you've slimmed down?" Jiang Shuer blinked and seemed rather pleased. She rose from Zhou Tian's lap and twirled around. "Isn't being slimmer a good thing? I must be thinner than my sister now. But my chest and hips haven't shrunk. Doesn't that make my figure even more alluring and sultry? Indeed, let us go eat. What do you want?" Zhou Tian said as he put on his shoes and walked to the door. Jiang Shuer looked up thoughtfully. "How much money do you have on you? If we have enough, we can eat meat. If not, instant noodles will suffice." It appeared that she had quickly adapted to the reality of being short on funds. Perhaps during those few days alone on the road, she had gradually come to terms with her situation and was slowly adjusting. Yet, this change tugged at Zhou Tian's heart. "Eat whatever you desire. I'm the kind of poor person who can't afford a house or a car, not the kind who can't afford meat." Jiang Shuer donned her shoes and hurried to Zhou Tian's side, taking his hand. Then you choose. We're in your territory. Take me to eat what you love or what you often have." Zhou Tian smiled, opened the door, and retrieved the room card. "Me? My usuals are spicy hot pot, hot dry noodles, and pig trotter rice." Jiang Shuer leaned against Zhou Tian's shoulder. Hee, then let us have spicy hot pot. The 6 yuan kind. Zhou Tian chuckled as he closed the door. That joke is quite old. Let us stroll down that pedestrian street behind us. We can eat whatever we wish. I still owe you a lot of money. After dining, we'll buy you some clothes, and then I'll get you a phone and a plan. Jiang Shuer clung to Zhou Tian like a conjoined twin. I'll follow your lead. So, Zhou Tian, can you not return to the dormitory to sleep tonight? Zhou Tian's expression turned a bit peculiar. Cough. Isn't this moving a bit too fast? Chapter 77. Do you want it tonight? Jiang Shuer immediately playfully punched Zhou Tian's arm. Dream on. You think I'm like my sister? Once, you two were in a long-distance relationship. And was it not the case that the first thing you did upon meeting was quite intimate? Jiang Shuer never shied away from mentioning her sister in front of Zhou Tian. Perhaps it was an attempt at desensitization for Zhou Tian. Or perhaps there were other reasons at play. Zhou Tian remained silent. Jiang Shuer huffed. Why would you be concerned? I'm not jealous. Your silence implies acceptance, but it's understandable. In a long-distance relationship, being apart for so long must be quite unbearable. Have you two not stepped out of the hotel for ages? Engrossed in each other day and night, living on the edge. Jiang Shuer murmured softly, and the two exited the hotel. This establishment was conveniently located near Zhou Tian's school, surrounded by several streets lined with modest hotels costing around 70 to 100 yuan. Jiang Shuer surveyed the area, observing numerous young couples entering and exiting the hotel. Their intentions were all too apparent. Surely, they weren't there to ponder mathematical problems. This street of hotels, my sister must have stayed around here too, right? Which one do you frequent? Take me to see it tomorrow. Zhou Tian replied with a stoic expression, the very one you are currently staying in. In the room you occupy? Jiang Shuer's eyes widened in surprise, then narrowed into a playful smile as she teasingly remarked, how thrilling. Zhou Tian took Jiang Shuer out for a bowl of clay pot rice noodles, mindful of her current health, as rich dishes were likely unsuitable. Throughout the meal, Jiang Shuer's hand never strayed far from Zhou Tian's. Now on the street, she leaned against his shoulder. Zhou Tian no longer recoiled as he had before. She relished and cherished this closeness, especially with many onlookers. This state of affairs brought Jiang Shuer immense satisfaction, even if Zhou Tian was all she had. Zhou Tian, while messaging on his phone, inquired, you prefer Apple, right? The latest model, the iPhone 16, costs over 7,000 yuan, which is rather steep. Perhaps I should get you a 14 or a 13. The 14 seems to have better photography capabilities. What do you think? Jiang Shuer immediately grasped Zhou Tian's arm. No need for anything so expensive. A phone that can call and send WeChat messages will suffice. Zhou Tian chuckled. Expensive? The phone you previously used was never below 5 or 6,000, right? Anyway, we can manage that expense. Jiang Shuer shook her head vigorously. No? In truth, an expensive phone functions no differently than an inexpensive one. We have other expenses to consider, like renting a place. The transition from treating hundreds of thousands as pocket change to now perceiving a 3,000 to 4,000 yuan phone as costly did not leave Jiang Shuer feeling disheartened. She had begun contemplating and planning her future with Zhou Tian. This was a side of Jiang Shuer she had never revealed to him. She was striving to convey to Zhou Tian that she could share in both joys and hardships with him. Zhou Tian refrained from persuading Jiang Shuer, recognizing that their forthcoming life required thoughtful consideration. Then let's go with the 13. It offers better value. Jiang Shuer continued to shake her head, saying, there's really no need. Isn't it perfectly fine for me to purchase a phone just like yours, especially a couple's model? Zhou Tian glanced at the Redmi in his hand, which he found quite satisfactory. Priced just over 1,000, it had served him well for 2 years, still operating smoothly with minimal battery degradation. You've grown accustomed to Apple. Transitioning to Android might be a challenge. Didn't you just say you would listen to me? Why are you hesitating over a phone? Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuer's lips began to pout slightly, but she quickly brightened, standing on her toes to plant a kiss on Zhou Tian's cheek. All right, I'll heed your advice. I know you are wise with your spending and won't squander money. Zhou Tian smiled. Then let us be off. Jiang Shuer paused. Are we buying it in store? It might be cheaper online. Zhou Tian replied. The owner of that phone shop is an acquaintance of mine. I work there during summer breaks. I just contacted them, and they will sell it to me at cost. Jiang Shuer was about to flatter Zhou Tian, but suddenly recalled something. Is the owner male or female? If it's a woman, then I shall forego that discount. Zhou Tian chuckled. It's a man. Jiang Shuer looked at him. That wouldn't be a male owner from Chengdu, would it? After all, Your ability to attract men is nearly on par with that of women. Zhou Tian shook his head with a smile. There aren't that many gay men. If there were, why would there still be so many bachelors? Moreover, not everyone in Chengdu is like that. There are still a fair number of straight men. Jiang Shuer responded with a soft straight men, she succinctly stated. Zhou Tian glanced at the time and said, let us go. We still need to buy you some clothes. Jiang Shuer immediately tightened her grip on Zhou Tian's arm, standing on her toes to whisper enticingly in his ear, we also need to buy lingerie. You must help me choose. Her flirtatious words, coupled with the warmth of her breath, stirred something peculiar within Zhou Tian. After walking for a while, they arrived at the phone shop. It was evident that the owner had a good rapport with Zhou Tian, offering not only a low price, but also numerous complimentary items. When Xiao Tian helped me out before, he was incredibly diligent. If he weren't still in school and my shop weren't so small, I wouldn't want to let him go, the owner remarked, displaying a high emotional intelligence by framing employment as assistance. Jiang Shuer smiled sweetly. Thank you, boss. Just call me Changgu, like Xiao Tian does. If you need anything in the future, come to me. We're family here. And I want to take advantage of you. Upon leaving the phone shop, Jiang Shuer linked her arm with Zhou Tian while fiddling with her new phone. Though it was not expensive, it was a gift from Zhou Tian, which filled her with immense joy. The phone card was registered under Zhou Tian's identity, as was the WeChat account, which Jiang Shuer adeptly set up by entering Zhou Tian's phone number. She had long memorized the number, able to recall it even in her dreams. Yet, she found herself unable to add it. Zhou Tian, why can't I add you? She inquired. I've set it up. Otherwise, I would have been inundated with messages from tea sellers and film distributors. Have you ever purchased a film? Am I a fool? Nowadays, finding a site to watch films online is simpler than digging up gossip. Why would I waste my money? Then quickly add me, Zhou Tian. Can we use couple avatars? Zhou Tian frowned slightly, chuckling as he replied, that sounds a bit childish, doesn't it? Like something a primary school student would do. Jiang Shuer huffed. Then why was it not childish when you used it with my sister before? WeChat, Douyin, Kuaishou, all of them are for couples. All right. Let us use it. She smirked. By the way, Zhou Tian, look at this. A blush tinted Jiang Shuer's cheeks as she waved her phone at him. Zhou Tian, somewhat puzzled, asked, it's a phone, isn't it? What color? Pink. What model? iPhone 13. MHM. The flirtation in Jiang Shuer's eyes was palpable. Zhou Tian instantly understood. Jiang Shuer leaned closer to Zhou Tian's ear and whispered, tonight, do you want a chapter 78? What color do you like? Zhou Tian's eyes widened in surprise. Was she being so forward? Just like that? Even your sister, so bold, only showed me her legs the first time. And that was through the phone. Jiang Shuer raised an eyebrow and then covered her mouth, laughing. Look at you. I'm just watching how anxious you are. If you're anxious, I wouldn't mind. Zhou Tian coughed lightly. I'm not anxious. If you're not anxious, then neither am I. After all, I've been living this way for 25 years. Just don't take advantage of me while I'm asleep and let yourself loose. Jiang Shuer held her head high, looking quite pleased with herself. Zhou Tian, with a mischievous smile, remarked, you say it so convincingly. You must have let yourself loose quite a bit in secret, haven't you? What is it to you? Hurry up and buy clothes. I'll pick them myself. Your taste is as bad as dog droppings. Jiang Shuer playfully punched Zhou Tian and pulled him forward briskly. However, after a few steps, she halted. I don't know the way. You lead. At that moment, Jiang Shuer was still wearing the outfit from when she left home. It wasn't dirty. Likely washed during her journey, or perhaps cleaned before her arrival at school to meet Zhou Tian. Yet, it remained uncertain where she had washed it and how. Jiang Shuer's ability to survive and adapt far exceeded Zhou Tian's expectations. He initially thought that without her parents' resources, Jiang Shuer would resemble a sheltered flower, but it appeared otherwise. If he were left without a penny, devoid of a phone or ID, and had to traverse thousands of miles alone, he would feel a sense of panic and helplessness. Yet, Jiang Shuer had accomplished it. Moreover, he had not confided in Zhou Tian about the hardships and despair he had encountered along the way. Zhou Tian could not resist gently caressing Jiang Shuer's hair. Startled, Jiang Shuer blinked and gazed at him. What are you doing? Are you trying to play the master and maid scenario, making me portray Sylvie? That is impossible. I can only be Xiweir. However, if you were to call me mother, I might consider indulging your peculiar desires. Note, Sylvie is a character from an adult game, while Xiweir is a goddess of war, an archer in League of Legends. Zhou Tian immediately withdrew his hand from Jiang Shui's head, his expression devoid of emotion. It was unclear who among them was truly peculiar. After all, he had never asked anyone to call him father. A mischievous smile danced on Jiang Shui's lips. Oh, is that so? Hasn't my sister ever called you that? Let us go, let us go. The amenities near the school are quite comprehensive. They cater to all the necessities of life. Food, clothing, shelter, and entertainment are all available, even establishments offering massage services. It was around 7 in the evening. The sun was less oppressive, and the number of people in the vicinity gradually increased. Many in this area were already acquainted with Zhou Tian. And with Jiang Shui by his side, the number of onlookers multiplied. Some among them had previously seen and remembered this couple, though they had only encountered Jiang Yue at the time. Whether walking alongside Jiang Shui or Jiang Yue, Zhou Tian was a striking match in terms of looks, height, and build. Hence, it was no surprise that both sisters were drawn to him. This world indeed often judged by appearances. For men, while facial features and height may not be paramount, they certainly hold significance. For women, these attributes are even more critical. Jiang Shui gazed at Zhou Tian's profile, her expression sweet as she murmured, "Zhou Tian, you are truly handsome." Zhou Tian raised an eyebrow. "You need not tell me. I am aware, and of course, you are lovely as well." Jiang Shui playfully scoffed. "Oh, so you're getting a bit cocky, are you? Be careful. I might turn into a Yandera and tie you up in the cellar while you sleep." Zhou Tian chuckled. "Who binds whom remains to be seen." Jiang Shui lightly nudged him with her shoulder. "Tell me honestly, who is more attractive, me or my sister?" Zhou Tian was somewhat speechless. "You both are equally beautiful." Jiang Shui huffed. "That is so dismissive." Zhou Tian felt wronged. "You two are identical twins, almost indistinguishable. Your faces are the same. Isn't that the same level of beauty?" Jiang Shui pressed on. "So, do you prefer girls who wear glasses?" The internet claims that while airplanes fly fastest in the sky, girls with glasses are the most mischievous on the ground. My sister's contrast must surely leave you spellbound. Zhou Tian was tempted to roll his eyes. Does your sister's contrast even relate to wearing glasses? Jiang Shui pondered for a moment. It seems not to be closely related. In fact, I noticed her duplicity since childhood. Certainly, I did not intend to speak ill of her. Rather, I was merely stating that my sister is no delicate queen. In our childhood, when someone bullied me to tears in kindergarten, my sister intervened fiercely, instilling fear in all the children. Zhou Tian smiled faintly, preparing to respond, but Jiang Shui swiftly redirected the conversation. "So tell me, who has a better figure, my sister or I?" As she spoke, she deliberately puffed out her chest. Zhou Tian pondered for a moment before conceding. "Well, yours is certainly larger. Are you satisfied?" Jiang Shui immediately pinched Zhou Tian, exclaiming, "Is that all that matters? My dairy is rounder, and my skin is softer." Zhou Tian hastily gestured for her to stop. All right, you win. Let's focus on the clothes." He led Jiang Shui into a women's clothing store. Previously, Jiang Shui would never wear the same outfit 2 days in a row, nor would she ever inquire about prices while shopping. However, upon entering the store, she pointed to a dress and asked the price, immediately pulling Zhou Tian away upon learning it was too expensive. "Let's try another store." Zhou Tian felt a mix of helplessness and guilt. "Sister, this shop is quite affordable. I have enough money on my phone for you to buy whatever you wish." "Oh, let's just see what the other stores offer," Jiang Shui insisted, and they compared 2 or 3 more stores before returning to the first one. In the end, she purchased 2 outfits and a pair of shoes, spending less than 300. As she exited with her bags, she cheerfully remarked, "Zhou Tian, I've suddenly realized how much unnecessary money I used to spend. Look, these clothes for just a few dozen yuan are hardly inferior to those that cost hundreds or thousands. And they seem even more appealing. Darn those greedy brand merchants. They've taken all our money." Zhou Tian remained silent, glancing at a nearby bubble tea shop. "What would you like to drink?" he asked. Jiang Shui immediately shook her head. "No, I'm not thirsty. Not thirsty. After bargaining with the shopkeeper for so long. How could you not be?" She wrapped an arm around Zhou Tian's waist. "You don't think this is a bit embarrassing, do you?" Zhou Tian quickly shook his head. "Not at all. I find you incredibly impressive. From now on, I will definitely bring you while shopping for clothes." Jiang Shui beamed with joy, "Of course. From now on, you must let me choose your outfits. But first, you need to help me pick out some lingerie." "Excited? What colors do you prefer? White, black, red, purple, pink? And what styles do you like? Full coverage, triangle cups, strapless, tank top, or perhaps a bodice? As for the bottom, though Zhou Tian had seen Jiang Shuer don various flamboyant undergarments, he was utterly unfamiliar with their names. Moreover, they were merely shopping for essentials, not intimate items. On Sunday, Zhou Tian selected 2 sets of lingerie for Jiang Shuer, both of which were quite conventional, with the last one being slightly more alluring, a delicate purple lace creation that left the saleswoman awestruck by Jiang Shuer's figure. Although the outfit she was wearing at the moment did not accentuate her form, it appeared to be a flawless embodiment of beauty. However, when Jiang Shuer glimpsed the size the saleswoman had chosen for her, she sweetly exclaimed a single word: small. One cannot help but marvel at Jiang Shuer's extraordinary physique. Despite her considerable weight loss, her bust and hips remained unchanged, defying all logic. It seemed she had no need to manage her figure at all. In contrast, Jiang Shuer was more prone to gaining weight, especially during her cohabitation with Zhou Tian, which prompted her to meticulously monitor her diet and maintain a fitness regimen. This dedication was partly why Jiang Shuer possessed a formidable presence. After purchasing the lingerie, Zhou Tian took Jiang Shuer to procure some essential everyday items. Staying occasionally at a hotel is acceptable, yet it is ill-suited for long-term residence, particularly in smaller inns, which can harbor numerous risks. For instance, during Zhou Tian's sophomore year, a video of a couple from the nearby Normal University in a hotel room inexplicably circulated. The perspective clearly indicated the presence of hidden cameras within the room, capturing multiple angles. It was rumored that some budget hotels thrived on surreptitious recordings to sell footage for profit. Ultimately, this incident escalated to the point where the female student withdrew from her studies, and the hotel was shut down, with the aftermath remaining a mystery. In addition to this, other dangers lurked. For example, a male student from their class was diagnosed with a particular sexually transmitted disease, despite having never been intimate with a woman. Being a complete innocent, it was later discovered that he had contracted the infection at a hotel. He was not the first to fall victim, as there are indeed malicious individuals in the world. Some afflicted with contagious diseases deliberately visit public places or hotels to leave their pathogens behind as a form of societal retribution. The hotel where Jiang Shuer was currently residing was relatively safe, owned by a local senior whom Zhou Tian knew. When they returned to the hotel, it was still before 10 o'clock. Jiang Shuer, having slept the entire day, was not the least bit drowsy and insisted that Zhou Tian accompany her for a stroll around the campus, particularly through the small grove and other secluded areas. Ahem. The intent was unmistakable. Zhou Tian's university was vast, with some areas he had never explored, as he generally did not indulge in aimless wandering. Though the night had fallen, a considerable number of students were still entering and exiting the campus, as it was not yet time for the dormitories to close. Jiang Shuer grasped Zhou Tian's hand, walking closely beside him under the streetlight, her eyes curiously darting around. You and my sister must have kissed on campus, right? Was there anything more scandalous? The abruptness of Jiang Shuer's question nearly left Zhou Tian speechless. Sister, numerous locations are equipped with surveillance cameras, and where there are none, other couples may be found. More significantly, there was an instance when a couple, desperate for intimacy in the dead of night, sought refuge in a secluded corner. However, their escapade was interrupted when one of them was bitten by a snake. Although it was not venomous and posed no life-threatening danger, the male was so frightened that he ended up at a urology clinic, leaving the outcome uncertain. Jiang Shuer widened her eyes in astonishment, remarking that it was indeed rather frightening. But how did you come to know of this? The protagonists of this tale wouldn't happen to be you, would they? That woman cannot possibly be my sister, can she? Zhou Tian could not help but roll his eyes at Jiang Shuer, asserting that it was impossible. This story had been shared with him by their instructor, and the couple in question had graduated several years prior. Ah, it seems your instructor is not very serious. Zhou Tian chose silence, as it was true that his friend was often quite frivolous. Jiang Shuer glanced around, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Before taking Zhou Tian's hand and leading him to the lawn, intent on venturing towards a darkened corner, Zhou Tian's throat tightened. What are you planning to do? Jiang Shuer turned back to glance at him and, in an instant, leaped into his embrace and kissed him. Zhou Tian's mind raced with thoughts. This is happening rather swiftly. Have you not yet established a formal relationship? And how long has it been since you parted with Jiang Shuer before you found yourself kissing her sister? Are you even a decent person? Yet, his body urged him. Does it truly matter? As long as you are a man. Hurry up. Why pretend to be innocent? Now that you've accepted the kiss, why not advance further? The assertive Jiang Shuer was suddenly taken aback. Her eyes wide as she gently pushed Zhou Tian away. What are you doing? After a moment of hesitation, Zhou Tian managed to utter, I couldn't control myself. Jiang Shuer, her face flushed, adjusted her clothing. Humph. Who do you think is better, me or my sister? Cough. Is that even a question? Jiang Shuer smirked slightly. Humph. I know the answer even if you don't say it. I've ambushed my sister before. Zhou Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Each has their own merits. I suppose. After tidying her attire, Jiang Shuer leaned in closer, wrapping her arms around Zhou Tian as she gazed up at his face. Tell me, if my sister were to witness us kissing, how would she react? Zhou Tian furrowed his brow. Please don't tell me you have such peculiar tendencies. Aren't you afraid your sister might strike you? Jiang Shuer stuck out her tongue. My sister wouldn't do that. And I'm unsure if she would react like I do, but I do find myself imagining what it would be like to be in her shoes. Previously, when I saw you two sitting together, holding hands and embracing, I felt as though I was witnessing myself sharing such moments with you, even experiencing the same physical sensations. Zhou Tian raised an eyebrow. Huh? Jiang Shuer displayed a contemplative expression and mused. You wouldn't understand, being a non-twin. Let me rephrase. It's akin to observing oneself from a third-person perspective in a dream. One can truly empathize. Zhou Tian appeared slightly puzzled. It's a bit abstract. I can't quite grasp it. With a playful smirk, Jiang Shuer retorted, then there's no need to comprehend. Come, let us head to that large rock by the lake. It's clearly the perfect spot for a kiss. This time, she permitted him. Chapter 80. The art of kissing refined through experience. Though Jiang Shuer spoke in jest, her affection for Zhou Tian was evident. Moreover, her body instinctively welcomed his presence, even showing a hint of eagerness. As they strolled back, the clock had already struck midnight. Jiang Shuer leaned against Zhou Tian, not merely for closeness. She glanced down with a hint of concern and asked, Zhou Tian, do you think this will make me gain weight? Zhou Tian chuckled softly. Isn't that a good thing? Jiang Shuer huffed, but I'm worried it might become excessive. That would mar my appearance. Besides, as one ages, it becomes prone to sagging. What will you do then, when you find a younger, more attractive partner? Zhou Tian couldn't help but laugh. You've long surpassed your developmental years. A little growth won't make a significant difference. If it were that easy to grow, where would all the flat-chested women who are in relationships come from? Those who undergo breast augmentation would be out of work. Don't fret. The next phase of growth should coincide with childbirth, and you might even gain an inch or two. Jiang Shuer's eyes widened in surprise. You can grow taller after having a child? How do you know this? You didn't start a family secretly, did you? Zhou Tian found himself at a loss for words. What nonsense. I'm no father. It's just what a doctor on Douyin said. Jiang Shuer pondered, comparing her height. Then laughed. If I have several children, wouldn't I be as tall as you? Zhou Tian raised an eyebrow. Who do you plan to exhaust with that idea? And why are you contemplating multiple children already? Yet Jiang Shuer, with utmost seriousness, inquired, you prefer daughters, don't you? It seems men are generally more fond of having daughters. Zhou Tian nodded. That is true. After all, sons are well aware of the burdens they carry. Historically, it seems men have always been expected to bear a heavier load. Jiang Shuer replied affirmatively. It's all right. In the future, I can share any burdens with you. Once you graduate, I'll find a job and earn money. Zhou Tian shook his head. I can still support you. That won't do. I must earn my own income. We'll see. No more discussion on this, she insisted. Zhou Tian smiled. Jiang Shuer, clasping his arm, suddenly floated the question. How long had you known my sister before your first encounter? Zhou Tian's expression turned peculiar. Why do you ask that? Is there a need for comparison? Jiang Shuer blinked her eyes and inquired. I'm just asking. You two wouldn't be meeting for the first time, would you? Zhou Tian shook his head. No? Jiang Shuer appeared somewhat skeptical. My sister is so beautiful and alluring. How could you possibly resist? Zhou Tian chuckled softly. Even if I couldn't resist, it wouldn't be appropriate to force anything. However, while this isn't our first meeting, it is indeed the second. This revelation did not surprise Jiang Shuer. The fact that her sister had established a relationship with Zhou Tian and agreed to meet him indicated her sister had already made her choice. Oh, and when exactly was this? Zhou Tian reflected for a moment. Approximately 3 months ago. The first meeting took place at a location chosen by your sister. A small city situated 830 kilometers from Anqing and 750 kilometers from my school. The second meeting was when she came to find me at school. A mischievous smile crept onto Jiang Shui's lips. It seems my sister was quite satisfied with you after your first encounter. Hee hee, I'm more satisfied with you now too. But don't let it go to your head. Zhou Tian retorted. Humph, your kissing skills must have been honed with countless girls. Does this mean I have indirectly kissed them as well? Am I turning into a lesbian now? Zhou Tian found himself amused by Jiang Shui's train of thought. If we follow your logic, there are far too many people who have had indirect kisses. Besides, knowing all this, aren't you troubled by it? Personally, I prefer not to dwell on such matters. Jiang Shui playfully swatted him. Of course you wouldn't ponder it. All the girls you've dated were mere blank slates. And you certainly wouldn't mind. Zhou Tian smiled at her. So, do you find me distasteful now? Jiang Shui lightly huffed. The human body renews millions of cells every hour. The epidermis regenerates approximately every 28 days, while red blood cells renew every 120 days. After 7 years, all cells in the body would have been replaced, which, in a sense, means it's a new vessel. Zhou Tian looked perplexed. Do you still hold on to a virginity complex? Shall we wait 7 years before? Jiang Shui immediately stood on her tiptoes and playfully nipped at Zhou Tian's lips. I was merely speaking hypothetically. I'm not the jealous type. I've never liked to overthink things. I'm just curious. Let's go back and kiss for another hour. I must hone my kissing skills. I can't let you outshine me compared to any of your ex-girlfriends. Once they returned to the hotel and the door closed, Jiang Shui promptly acted upon her words. Women, or rather, most women, seem to enjoy and savor kissing more. Once inside the hotel, Jiang Shui grew bolder. Had it not been for Zhou Tian's considerable self-control, it might have been around 2 in the morning when Jiang Shui finally nestled in his arms, gazing at her phone. Why are you transferring money to me? Is it a service fee? At that moment, Jiang Shui noticed Zhou Tian had transferred 8,000 yuan to her, and it had been sent earlier that evening. Zhou Tian found himself somewhat helpless upon hearing this. This isn't from me. It's the 8,000 my mother gave you. Jiang Shui pouted and immediately shook her head. I don't want it. Your parents work so hard for their money. This is meant for my sister, not for me. Besides, you should keep it for yourself. Zhou Tian chuckled. But this is for my girlfriend, isn't that you? Jiang Shui's face brightened with a sweet smile. Doesn't tea count yet? You haven't confessed to me. At least buy me a flower. I've never received flowers from a man. Surely some man has given you flowers before? Yes, but I never accepted them. As she spoke, Jiang Shui stood up, pushed open the bathroom door, and then deliberately struck a pose, exuding allure as she said, Zhou Tian, would you like to bathe with Sister Shui? Chapter 81. Good night, baby Zhou Tian. Continuing to feign modesty would be rather pretentious. Zhou Tian admitted to himself that he was a rogue. Thus, he made a beeline for the bathroom. However, Jiang Shui, with a triumphant smile, swiftly turned and shut the door. I've said for a long time that you've been craving my body. Yet you refuse to admit it. Now you can just yearn for it. If you're tired, go ahead and sleep. I still need to wash my hair, which will take a little time. Zhou Tian gazed at the firmly closed bathroom door, awkwardly rubbing his nose. Ahem, I just came down for a drink of water. Is that so? Then hurry and sleep after you drink, my precious baby. Jiang Shui's laughter echoed from the bathroom. Zhou Tian, feeling disheartened, returned to his bed and picked up his phone, discovering that Jiang Shui had just sent him a photo. It was a snapshot of her in the bathroom. Zhou Tian felt a slight itch in his throat. Hey, aren't you afraid I might burst in like this? Jiang Shui didn't respond, but sent another photo. She looked enchanting, with one eye half closed and gently biting her lower lip. Zhou Tian thought to himself that it was no wonder they were twins. They both enjoyed teasing him so much. However, if it were Jiang Yue at that moment, she would likely open the bathroom door and beckon him with a finger. Zhou Tian took a deep breath and saw that Jiang Shui had sent yet another picture, this time blowing a kiss to the camera. You should sleep first. Once I finish washing up, I'll join you. Good night, baby Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian smiled, habitually opened Douyin to scroll through, only to find that the cursed platform was recommending nothing but suggestive videos or borderline live streams. This wretched phone certainly knows Zhou Tian well. Moreover, at midnight, the world of the internet seemed to overflow with all manner of temptations. Zhou Tian had no choice but to switch to Jihu, seeking solace in words to calm his restless mind. Yet, damn it, Jihu seemed to have succumbed to the allure of beauty as well. The questions he encountered were as follows. Does a perfectly youthful body really exist in this world? What troubles do girls with large breasts face? What is the experience of having a slightly plump girlfriend? It was supposed to be a platform for textual communication, yet it is inundated with images of beautiful women. How can one possibly sleep at such an hour? How can one resist the temptation to look? After half an hour of viewing, Zhou Tian grew increasingly restless, letting out a soft sigh as he resorted to opening the Tomato novel app. After all, the content here is relatively modest, with scarce images. Yet for Zhou Tian, a devoted bibliophile for a decade, searching for books on this platform felt akin to rummaging through a garbage bin. Often, the mere prologue would raise his blood pressure to alarming levels. It was either tales of materialistic girlfriends casting him aside with scorn, or narratives of betrayal and absurd pretentiousness. He felt weary and unable to engage. Ultimately, Zhou Tian searched for Guodi Gang and soon found himself drifting into slumber. He was unaware of when Jiang Shui'er finished her shower, but in his drowsy state, he heard the sound of a hairdryer. After a while, he felt a delicate figure nestle into his embrace. He sensed Jiang Shui'er planting a gentle kiss on him before enveloping him tightly. Soon after, Zhou Tian succumbed to deep sleep. During the days spent cohabitating with Jiang Yuer, he had grown accustomed to sharing a bed, but after their breakup, his sleep had been disrupted, largely due to his inability to adapt. Now, Jiang Shui'er was rekindling that warmth. Zhou Tian fell asleep once more. Yet Jiang Shui'er's heart raced with excitement. When Zhou Tian awoke, he found Jiang Shui'er turned away from him, curled up like a bough in his arms. Carefully, he picked up Jiang Shui'er's phone. The curtains offered excellent blackout, rendering the room pitch dark, and the hotel street was relatively quiet, leading Zhou Tian to believe it was merely 6 or 7 in the morning. However, upon glancing at the phone, he was astonished to discover it was nearly 11 o'clock. He unlocked Jiang Shui'er's phone and opened WeChat, finding her contact saved as Baby, adorned with 2 red hearts. This childish moniker brought a smile to Zhou Tian's face. He opened their chat window and accepted the transfer of 8,000 yuan from the previous day. Zhou Tian wondered if Jiang Shui'er experienced the same anxiety as he did when her phone balance dwindled. Nevertheless, she must have some money on hand for her own convenience. After graduation, he planned to return home and sell the jewelry and luxury items he had bought for Jiang Shui'er for his parents, intending to give the proceeds to her. However, a challenge loomed. Jiang Shui'er would likely disapprove, yet he could not leave her behind to return home and secretly sell the items. As for asking his parents to sell them, he found that utterly untrustworthy. Selling them cheaply would be a blessing. The likelihood of being swindled was exceedingly high. It reminded him of the time his father worked on a construction site and spent a fortune on several antiques unearthed from the ground. Believing he was destined to become the wealthiest man in the village, Zhou Tian took a photo with his phone and conducted a search. Oh, this antique is not from the Shang or Zhou dynasties. It is merely last week's. It can still be wholesaled on Pinduoduo. Zhou Tian cannot fathom where his father has been all these decades, still clinging to the fanciful dream of falling fortunes. Meanwhile, his mother, illiterate, mostly relies on his father's words for guidance. It truly leaves one speechless. Zhou Tian feels utterly helpless. While he can turn a blind eye to his father's delusions, he cannot disregard his mother's well-being. Letting out a gentle sigh, he chooses to dismiss these troubling thoughts. He quietly prepares to relieve himself, but just as he rises, Jiang Shui'er clings to him even tighter, half awake, murmuring, "Zhou Tian, I only like you. Please don't go. I am willing for anything." Upon hearing this, Zhou Tian cannot help but glance down at her. Just as he contemplates, Jiang Shui'er has already embraced him. At midnight, she awakens. The moment her eyes flutter open, she finds Zhou Tian nestled comfortably in her embrace, sound asleep. A blush creeps onto her cheeks. Though she had always been somewhat reserved, she worries whether their pace is too swift. Yet, with Zhou Tian by her side, she cannot help but yearn for physical closeness, especially in this moment. Thus, her anxieties swiftly dissolve. She believes that couples should share such intimacy. Genuine affection warrants giving and receiving. Whatever Zhou Tian desires, she is more than willing to provide, as long as he asks and she possesses it. This reminds Jiang Shui'er of a university roommate. The girl, petite with ample bosom and an attractive face, seemed harmless and quite endearing. However, upon learning of her romantic involvement, Jiang Shui'er chose to maintain her distance. The girl was in a long-distance relationship, having been together with her boyfriend since high school. Yet, once they entered university, she frequently posted photos and videos of herself on platforms like Douyin and Kuaishou. These posts often bordered on risque, featuring form-fitting dresses or low-cut skirts. Most notably, each video conveniently omitted her boyfriend. Occasionally, one could hear her speaking coyly with unfamiliar men, calling them brother. Following such incidents, she would lavishly spend money. When her boyfriend traveled hundreds of miles from the south to visit her in the northeast, she would suddenly adopt a more demure style. With a sense of pride, she would boast to her roommates that after such a long relationship, they had only shared kisses and hugs, abstaining from anything more, vowing to wait until marriage for intimacy. However, during the second semester of their sophomore year, a middle-aged man driving a Mercedes-Benz came to pick her up from downstairs. For 2 consecutive nights, she did not return, yet her selfies in a Mercedes, and even in a hotel, could be glimpsed on Douyin. 2 months later, during class, the girl suddenly covered her mouth and rushed out. Thus, what transpired during those 2 nights became all too clear. However, in the following month, the man in the Mercedes ceased to come and pick her up. Coming from a modest family, with an older brother whose financial support barely sufficed, the girl found herself in dire straits, forced to borrow money from her roommates, including Jiang Shuer, to address her predicament. None were willing to lend her any assistance. Ultimately, she set her sights on her oblivious boyfriend, claiming she was unwell, enticing him to visit her. One night, she did not return to the dormitory and, for the first time, posted a photo with her boyfriend on Douyin. A month later, she informed her boyfriend of her pregnancy, requesting financial assistance for an abortion. After the procedure, within a month, another man arrived in a car to collect her, this time in a Cadillac. A week prior, she had ended her relationship with her boyfriend. As the following 3 years of university unfolded, just as Jiang Shuer and her roommates had anticipated, the girl became increasingly sought after, her expenditures soaring. Yet, her countenance and demeanor no longer resembled that of an educated university student. Jiang Shuer observed this decline with a detached gaze, opting not to intervene. The boy, believing his family's financial struggles, his own perceived inadequacies, and his nature of jealousy were the reasons for their split, found solace in ignorance. Perhaps it was better for him to remain oblivious to the truth. The psychological toll of knowing could have been far more devastating, and impulsive actions might arise from such revelations. According to another roommate, the boy later enrolled in a graduate program at their university and found a more attractive local girlfriend. As for the girl's future, it remained a mystery. Upon graduation, she blocked all of them, disappearing without a trace. Jiang Shuer held a disdain for her behavior, stringing along the boy while courting others. A relationship spanning over 3 years paled in comparison to the fleeting allure of the man in the Mercedes. Reflecting on these events, Jiang Shuer could not help but gently caress Zhou Tian's face, allowing a smile to grace her lips. She was untroubled by Zhou Tian's past romantic misadventures, for her sister had remarked upon his assertiveness in love, his intelligence, and his impulsive nature. Indeed, Zhou Tian had experienced his share of deception and emotional manipulation. Yet he swiftly recognized such deceit and decisively severed ties. Over time, he developed a personal standard. If ambiguity lingered beyond a month without clarity in the relationship, he would move on. Should a relationship be established, yet physical affection was withheld for a month, he would again seek new horizons. This is not merely a matter of Zhou Tian's limited thoughts. Rather, it reveals the genuine intentions of the other party. When someone truly cherishes you, they will not shy away from physical contact. In fact, they will embrace it with delight. Of course, there may be exceptions, but Zhou Tian has never encountered such cases. Regarding the final step, one must judge according to the circumstances. In any case, Zhou Tian has never played the role of a sycophant, nor will he be treated as a fool. Possessing qualities such as height, wealth, good looks, high emotional intelligence, or an admirable character. Even if one possesses only a single trait, one can find a partner. While many young women prioritize materialism, there are also those who are not so superficial. Zhou Tian, aside from his lack of material wealth, excels in other areas and has no reason to fret about finding a girlfriend. Moreover, Zhou Tian's character does not allow him to be consumed by a woman. Even after parting ways with Jiang Shuer, he merely experienced a brief period of despondency before returning to his work. There is a saying, the better you treat someone, the less they will appreciate you. Although this does not apply to everyone, it is true for most. Many individuals possess an inherent submissiveness. In this regard, the Jiang sisters both hold Zhou Tian in high esteem, rational yet not unfeeling, emotional yet not clingy. The more Jiang Shuer gazed at his face, the more affection she felt. Yearning for him, It was akin to the way one might yearn to pet a cat, though it could be for something else entirely. As she continued to stare at Zhou Tian, time seemed to slip away. Zhou Tian, upon noticing her gaze, was momentarily taken aback. You're awake? Jiang Schweder smiled suggestively. Yes, and you're awake too. Come, let us kiss. Wait, I haven't brushed my teeth yet. Are you disgusted by me? Is my breath foul? No, I simply stated that I haven't brushed. It's fine. I wouldn't mind even if you had eaten something unpleasant. No, wait. I need to use the restroom. Then I'll go with you. Chapter 83. What do you understand about me? Zhou Tian stood before the toilet, and from behind him came Jiang Shuer's playful whistling. He felt a mix of embarrassment and amusement. Sister, do you think I'm a child? Please, step outside. I can't relieve myself with you here. Jiang Shuer grinned mischievously. I know you're not a child, but I simply wish to assist you. Oh, when I grow old and can no longer move, you can help me then. Now, please go. Zhou Tian pulled up his trousers and gently ushered Jiang Shuer out the door. Yet, just as he began to relieve himself, Jiang Shuer resumed her playful antics outside. Wow, how impressive. Zhou Tian's face darkened in the restroom, and as he washed his hands, he couldn't help but exclaim, Sister, don't you think your behavior is a bit lewd? And what of it? Surely you feel a thrill when I compliment you? Zhou Tian wore a sullen expression. Very well, next time you relieve yourself, I shall commend you in the same manner. Jiang Shuer was taken aback, but her cheeks soon flushed with embarrassment. As Zhou Tian opened the door, she quickly lunged forward and elbowed him. How dare you say that? You pervert. Speak the truth. Are you bisexual? Zhou Tian scratched his head. How could that be? I merely mistook you for your sister. Jiang Shuer shot him a sidelong glance. So, you and my sister. Zhou Tian immediately shook his head. No, I was simply too overwhelmed at that moment, driven by primal instincts. I'm hungry. Let's order takeout. Oh, right. Brother Zhu is treating us to dinner tonight, along with Li Wen's girlfriend. They asked me to see what you'd like to eat. Zhou Tian deftly shifted the topic. Jiang Shuer chuckled. In the end, only you know whether you mistook me for someone else. Zhou Tian perused the takeout menu, earnestly explaining, that's a bit defamatory, you know. Hypothetically, before he could finish, Jiang Shuer, her face flushed, punched him. Hypothetically? Are you a hypothesis? Zhou Tian was momentarily stunned, but soon grasped the meaning behind her words, unable to suppress a chuckle. Should I change your WeChat nickname to Little Puff? Jiang Shuer glared at him. Her teeth gritted. You're getting too cheeky, aren't you? Zhou Tian scratched his head. Did I do anything like that night? I don't recall, do you? Now it was Jiang Shuer's turn to be dumbfounded. Once she comprehended the implications, she first felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, but then couldn't help but laugh. Embracing Zhou Tian, I realize we are quite risky. Is this not a bit unhealthy? Shouldn't we strive for a more refined discourse? Zhou Tian replied with an affirmative hum. Let us skip the lofty mountains. Jiang Shuer raised an eyebrow. Despite her words, she was exceptionally pleased. The ability to instantly grasp each other's humor and understand the underlying jokes felt truly delightful. In the past, her interactions with Zhou Tian had been similar, albeit with far more modest boundaries, limited to merely a hint of flirtation. Zhou Tian smiled and handed his phone to Jiang Shuer. Take a look at what you'd like to eat. Jiang Shuer blinked. You decide. I'll eat whatever you choose. I'm not particularly hungry right now. Really not hungry? Given how much energy you expended last night and the fact you skipped breakfast. How could you not be hungry? Now that you mention it, I suppose I am a bit hungry. Let's start with something light. By the time they reordered takeout, it was already 1:30. At that moment, Jiang Shuer glanced at her phone and realized that Zhou Tian had secretly taken the liberty of covering her expenses. What are you doing? It's the same whether the money is with you or me. Zhou Tian nodded. Indeed, it makes no difference where it is kept. Jiang Shuer approached, extending her petite hand. Then let me see how much you have left. Zhou Tian smiled. Look, I have money, so there's no need for concern. He then opened his WeChat balance and handed his phone to Jiang Shuer. Upon glancing at it, Jiang Shuer pouted slightly. You only have over 5,000 left. Why are you giving me so much? Don't you know I have a penchant for frivolous spending? Zhou Tian chuckled as he wrapped an arm around her shoulders. But I also know you want to be reckless with your money now. Hurry and order takeout. I'm famished. Just snacking earlier did little to satiate my hunger. Once you have a child, it might be another story. Oh, stop it. Jiang Shuer blushed and turned to lean on the bed. I'll order myself. My new phone number should come with some discounts, right? Zhou Tian raised an eyebrow. Oh, Miss Jiang is aware of such things? Quite impressive. Humph. Do you think I'm a fool? Order whatever you want. I'll take care of it. While they were seated at the table enjoying their takeout, Zhou Tian suddenly inquired, by the way, what made you decide to come over that night, especially in your sister's nightgown? Jiang Shuer rubbed her forehead. Well, I was out drinking with Qian Jie and got a bit tipsy. I just couldn't comprehend why you and she broke up. It seemed such a waste. I thought I might play matchmaker. The subsequent events were a blur. Once inside, I felt thirsty and grabbed a bottle of water from the fridge. After a few sips, I completely lost my memory. Zhou Tian couldn't help but slap his forehead. Sister, didn't you notice that the water tasted a bit off? Jiang Shuer pondered for a moment and shook her head. I can't recall. Zhou Tian chuckled incredulously. That was homemade white liquor sent to me by someone else. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Zhou Tian shook his head. So how did you get into the house? I never leave without locking the door. Jiang Shuer strained to remember, but after a long pause, she shook her head in a somewhat aggrieved manner. I truly don't know. I can't recall. Zhou Tian gently patted her back. Let us eat. I just happened to think of it and asked. Jiang Shuer looked at Zhou Tian. You don't think I was trying to seduce you on purpose, do you? Zhou Tian immediately shook his head. No, I know you. Jiang Shuer raised an eyebrow and smiled. Oh really? What do you know about me? Chapter 84. Moon, long time no see. Have you met Li Wen's girlfriend? In the afternoon, Jiang Shuer took Zhou Tian's hand as they emerged from a cosmetics store. Though Jiang Shuer had no intention of competing with Li Wen's girlfriend, they were all dining together for the first time, and she felt that a light makeup would convey formality and respect. Moreover, knowing that Li Wen's girlfriend was older, she felt it necessary to be a bit more considerate. Misunderstandings would be unwelcome. Jiang Shuer was acutely aware of the complexities of a woman's heart, especially among mature women in society. Zhou Tian shook his head, stating he had never seen her. She had never posted any photos of herself, but her figure was commendable, and in high heels, she might even surpass Li Wen in height. Jiang Shuer raised an eyebrow, intrigued. You seem to have observed her closely. How impressive is her figure? Let me have a look. Zhou Tian chuckled softly. Naturally, her figure is splendid. Long legs, a slender waist, and fair skin, but she certainly cannot compare to you. Particularly in terms of endowment, you could easily outshine her fourfold. Ugh, do you take me for a dairy cow? She retorted. By the way, you mentioned Li Wen's girlfriend is quite wealthy. Allow me to interject. Affluent women, especially those who have amassed their wealth independently, are typically rather, how should I put it? They are certainly not your average women. Jiang Shuer delivered her sentiments with great delicacy. Zhou Tian, unfazed, smiled lightly. Let us not meddle in others' affairs. Even if that lady were to part ways with Li Wen in the future, it would be their own matter, and besides, Li Wen is quite astute. He won't end up at a loss. Jiang Shuer nodded in agreement. Yes, I understand. I must take my leave now to shower and prepare. Do refrain from looking too dapper, as the stars of the evening will be Li Wen and his girlfriend. Zhou Tian smiled silently. Earlier, he had mentioned to Jiang Shuer his intention to formally introduce her to Zhu Ge and the others, clarifying that she was Jiang Shuer, not Jiang Yuer. He could surmise their reactions, shock and curiosity, yet they would likely refrain from probing further, at least in person. Jiang Shuer declined the introduction for now, expressing that she was not yet fully prepared to meet Zhu Ge and Zhou Tian's parents. Upon returning to the hotel, Jiang Shuer was immediately overtaken by a surge of hormones, her maternal instincts blossoming. After all, once she finished her makeup and changed clothes, such affectionate displays would be less feasible. However, their moments of tenderness were not as prolonged as before, as there were pressing matters to attend to. Half an hour later, after a quick shower, Jiang Shuer sat before the mirror clad only in her undergarments, preparing to apply her makeup. Zhou Tian, resting his chin on his hand, admired Jiang Shuer from head to toe before focusing on her face. Naturally, his gaze would occasionally wander, drawn by her striking features. Jiang Shuer turned to him with a smile. Do I look beautiful? Zhou Tian nodded. She continued, what do you find most appealing? My face, or? As she spoke, she accentuated her chest and crossed her legs. Zhou Tian laughed. All of you is beautiful. Then tell me, who do you think looks better without makeup? Me or my sister? And who looks better with makeup? Jiang Shuer asked playfully, her eyes glinting with mischief as she awaited his response. Zhou Tian merely smiled, choosing not to answer, for the trap was all too evident. If he claimed Jiang Shuer looked better barefaced, she would undoubtedly question whether her makeup skills were lacking. Conversely, if he said she looked better with makeup, she would challenge, "Are you implying my natural beauty does not match my sister's?" Jiang Shuer immediately understood Zhou Tian's smile and gently tapped him. "I am asking you seriously. Even if you say my sister is more beautiful, I won't be upset. Because I think so too. My sister's eyes are indeed more captivating, and she possesses a deftness in makeup that I can never master." Zhou Tian nodded earnestly. "Indeed, however, you are not significantly less attractive than your sister." The atmosphere fell silent. Jiang Xuaner's eyes gradually narrowed, and her fists clenched slightly. Yet, in the next moment, both erupted into laughter. Zhou Tian was deliberately teasing her, and Jiang Shuer was well aware of it. Zhou Tian, still smiling, remarked, "I believe your natural beauty shines brighter." Jiang Shuer, with a flirtatious glance, replied, "If my sister does my makeup, wouldn't I be invincible?" Zhou Tian shook his head, candidly stating, "Though I am not well versed in such matters, it seems your sister is more suited for makeup, while you hardly need it." Jiang Shuer pondered this statement and nodded. "That makes sense. My sister can elevate her score from 100 to 130 with just a bit of makeup." Zhou Tian gazed at Jiang Shuer's face. "Without makeup, you already score 130. Jiang Shuer laughed and scoffed. "So, with makeup, I drop to 90? Stop flattering me. Though I do enjoy it, In Zhou Tian's heart, he found no faults in either sister's appearance or figure, preferring not to compare them. What he noticed more were their differences in personality and thought processes. As he observed Jiang Shuer picking up an eyebrow pencil, he furrowed his brow slightly. "Cheap cosmetics can harm your skin and health, right?" Jiang Shuer, while delicately shaping her brows in the mirror, chuckled. "Even the finest cosmetics can damage the skin, as they are industrial products, unless they are made from pure natural materials and handcrafted. Moreover, these aren't exactly cheap. Don't you know that a 79 yuan eyebrow pencil only costs a few bucks to produce? If I were to slap a brand label on these, the price would skyrocket tenfold." Zhou Tian shook his head. "I don't even use facial cleanser, let alone understand cosmetics, so you should minimize your makeup." "Got it," she replied playfully. "Though you may not appreciate the joy makeup brings to women, you must have experienced the delight my sister's makeup brings, right? Tell me, does she prefer playing the cute girl or the elegant lady? Does she enjoy being a teacher or a doctor? She doesn't still fancy being an animal, does she?" Jiang Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement and flirtation, as if she were about to step into the scene herself. Zhou Tian cleared his throat gently. "Please hurry with your makeup. We shouldn't be late." Jiang Shuer was not annoyed by Zhou Tian's evasiveness. Rather, she felt a surge of happiness, recognizing his change. "Then you can call a cab in 5 minutes. I'll finish my makeup and get dressed right away." "All right." Half an hour later, Zhou Tian and Jiang Shuer alighted in front of an upscale restaurant. Jiang Shuer immediately took Zhou Tian's arm affectionately. "Do you think it would be inappropriate for me to hold your arm like this? After all, only Zhu Gu and Xiao Luo remain single," she inquired. Zhou Tian, smiling, wrapped his arm around her waist. "Not at all. It would only serve to provoke them further. They are simply too naive, constantly fantasizing about romantic encounters and fateful unions." Jiang Shuer stifled a laugh, following Zhou Tian as they entered the establishment. The moment they stepped into the lobby, Jiang Shuer felt an unsettling familiarity with the silhouette of the woman standing beside Li Wan. When the woman turned upon hearing their footsteps, Jiang Shuer's eyes widened in astonishment. "Sister Qianqian?" On the opposite side, Zhao Qian greeted her with no sign of surprise, cheerfully waving her hand. "Long time no see. Where?"